Chapter 1196. In the universe, different perspectives give different views. The simplest and most intuitive are macroscopic and microscopic. From the perspective of the galaxy, the Alpha star system is just a small dot, one of the hundreds of billions of star systems inside the Robert galaxy. From the perspective of the microcosm, the Alpha star system in front of us is the sand of the Ganges River, a large particle aggregate with a terrifying number. From the perspective of big data, the Alpha star system in front of us is covered by a series of star models, and these thousands of star models form the Pillar of Wisdom. Gao Yuanyuan knows that the Pillar of Wisdom is a large nebula located thousands of light years away. This nebula is very large, with a volume of about tens of thousands of star systems, which makes it very convenient to observe. The radio telescope of the first-level civilization can directly observe it. Alpha civilization is also a star civilization. This tradition of worshipping stars has been passed down from ancient times to modern times. Even in the interstellar era, it has not been abandoned, but has been carried forward. It is said that in their star system, on every planet, every satellite, and even in the meteorite belt, there are a large number of third-order interstellar observation instruments to observe and simulate the stars. Of course, this also means that any foreign invaders will face almost no blind spot monitoring and almost no invisibility. The number of starships and spaceships destroyed by players is enough to prove this. Therefore, the assassination of their president of the House of Commons made them so angry that it even triggered a brutal internal purge. Because apart from the fact that there was a traitor, there is no reason to explain why a civilization leader of this level would be killed. Especially the special envoy of the Star Patrol Academy, who was captured by the shipworm. Under his influence, all the officials of that department were included in the key monitoring list, and some of them are no longer alive. As far as Gao Yuanyuan knows, the reason why that person was successfully assassinated was largely because the natural disaster warrior named Rainy Knight, with a knife, but no umbrella, used the means of the collapsed body, the Destiny Loom, one of the 12 collapsed bodies. And the reason why she knew it was because she was also one of the collapsed drivers. When Rainy Knight with a knife but no umbrella took action, she could vaguely sense it. Unexpectedly, the look of recollection flashed in Gao Yuanyuan's eyes. The next moment, Gao Yuanyuan stepped into the Pillar of Wisdom. It was a very strange feeling, which was different from entering the internet and cyberspace. There is no data on the internet that can form emotions, intuition, and senses. Cyberspace is completely the opposite. Various types of simulated data can make your head explode, and even all hormones in the body are secreted out of balance due to changes in data. In this intelligent network, Gao Yuanyuan only felt that big data models were constantly being generated, and these models had nothing to do with people. They were large satellite models, large star models, and other large astronomical models. Being in it, Gao Yuanyuan seemed to have crossed countless light years and came to each star. Every time she landed on a planet, she could witness the changes in the world and humanities of this star over tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Some stars with more powerful models have even evolved different types of first-level civilizations. Although Gao Yuanyuan was not sure whether those stars separated by more than a dozen or even dozens of light years could really evolve into a first-level or even second-level civilization according to the model, she had some understanding of why the Alpha people were called intelligent species. Or, in other words, the origin of their wisdom. In ancient times, people visualized the planets to enlighten their wisdom and expand their brains. In modern times, people observe celestial phenomena to understand various physical laws and laws of motion, and then gave birth to technological revolutions. In the interstellar era, they built planet models, modeled various species, and modeled machinery to conduct higher-level technological previews. Gao Yuanyuan could even vaguely feel that the other party's most core modeling area had a preliminary understanding of the laws of time, and even built a very simple time model, and through this model, they could make a preliminary glimpse of the future of civilization. Gao Yuanyuan decided to find a professional to ask. As soon as the thought came to her, a large amount of virtual data automatically took shape, forming a virtual image of a three-eyed alpha man. This three-eyed alpha man was naturally the member of the House of Commons, who was captured before. After being captured, the camp had 10,000 ways to pry open the other party's mouth. In fact, it was not that troublesome. After informing the other party of the news of the internal purge of the Alpha people, and asking the other party to actively verify the truth, the other party surrendered quickly. So, Jin Guanxing became the first civilized insider. Jin is not his last name, but Guanxing. Guanxing is the last name of an ancient family in Alpha, so he should be called Jin Guanxing. Appearing with him, there is also the returning He Guanlan, who is determined to wash away her title of shame of hackers. I remember that you Alpha people all use star names instead of human names, right? Sura Guanlan said casually while looking around. You remembered it wrong. Only the most outstanding members of civilization, such as Inghua, Amiya 4, and Mercury, are qualified to use star names as human names. You are not? Sura Guanlan said deliberately. Jin Guanqing shook his head bitterly. I am just an ordinary member of the family. If it weren't for the blessing of the family, I might not even be elected as a member of the House of Commons. Does every family have a star sign? Yes, for example, the star sign observed by our family is a pulsar, because a pulsar is an interstellar signal tower. Through a pulsar, we can monitor various star signs, so we named our family Observing Stars. He scanned the stars around him again. These are all data stars observed and deduced by different families. If you don't alarm them, there is still a certain chance of successful invasion, but if you alarm them, you will suffer a counterattack from the data stars. Thinking of the scene where he was hit by a star before, Guanlan's face darkened, but he still asked. Each data star sign has a star sign that can detect the star sign, and the star sign that can detect the star sign. Can you all control them? In theory, but not in reality, because the stars are inextricably linked to the stars countless light years away. This level of big data can even be called a third-level civilization weapon. Even we Alpha people cannot control every star. Only the stars with a very high degree of modeling can be used as civilization weapons to carry out active attacks. Under normal circumstances, they can only be put into information defense mode. How many types of data stars can be used? There should be 20 or 30 types. At least every ancient family should have a star weapon. Jin Guanqing has completely let it go, revealing the Alpha civilization's bottom line. What about the Pillar of Wisdom? Is it from which family in your civilization? Or is it a large astronomical model led by the civilization's regime? Jin Guanqing sighed. In fact, the Pillar of Wisdom is not just a model, but also a civilization concept. What concept? It is a super concept of a large galaxy data body. Theoretically, as long as we continue to fill and improve the Pillar of Wisdom, one day, we will be able to observe the data of the entire galaxy. Gao Yuan and Guanlan looked at each other, so confident. Moreover, let alone completely achieving it, as long as it is 1% of the other party's theoretical ability, it is a Xingchuan-level data body, which can be used for manipulation, and it can be regarded as a very dangerous fourth-level information weapon. Chapter 1197. In fact, whether it is the Alphas or other civilizations that break the planetary limit and enter the interstellar, they are all children of destiny, and have strong evolutionary potential. However, when the two girls learned that the Alphas, who were still in the second-level civilization stage, had already begun to imagine the fourth-level civilization weapons, they were still very surprised. I don't know whether to sigh that these three-eyed guys are too ambitious or admit that they have great ambitions. Then how far have you modeled this Pillar of Wisdom? If the general astrology has achieved the level of a third-level civilization weapon, then what about this Pillar of Wisdom? It should be more advanced. Jin Guanqing shook his head in confusion. He was just a member of the House of Commons. He was a big shot among ordinary people, but in the eyes of the big shots, who controlled civilization, he was not worth mentioning. Maybe his grandfather, the head of the family, knew it, but he would definitely not tell himself. He would only tell the next candidate for the head of the family. Take me to the Pillar of Wisdom, Gao Yuan said briefly. She was always aloof in front of outsiders. Yubi noticed. Although Jin Guanqing was a traitor, it didn't mean he wanted to die. The Pillar of Wisdom is where the strongest group of telekinetic practitioners in the civilization gather. These people are so powerful that we can't imagine them. It should be said that this is just beyond your imagination, Mulder said disdainfully. The upper limit of the second-level civilization is the top of the second level. According to the game, it is level 60 max, or according to her idea, at most, it is a group of existences similar to the electronic ascendants. However, if the number of Alpha people's electronic ascenders reaches 1 million or even 10 million, it will be a bit troublesome. At least these electronic ascenders drive the third-level information weapons to hit themselves, and the Flame Bird is worried that they will roll over again. She looked at Gao Yuan silently. If it was her other personality, she would most likely release the 3 third-level viruses at this moment and start hacking into all species indiscriminately. As for what kind of results will be caused, that's another story. But if it was Gao Yuan, the Flame Bird thought that the other party was unlikely to do so. If she did so, she would not be her. Sure enough, Gao Yuan shook her head and rejected the plan that the Flame Bird did not propose. She closed her eyes slightly, and the next moment, Her figure became transparent, and instead, there were thin star chains connecting from one planet to another. This star chain is a bit like a hyperlink protocol, but it is obviously several levels higher than this technology. This is a bit like the virtual link of the third level virtual life, but it has a wider range of application than it. Mulders was a little confused about the opponent's means. As expected, it was convenient to have a good brother. This level of virtual means was given away as a gift. Mulders was a little jealous. Soon, Gao Yuanyuan opened her eyes again and couldn't help but question, "Go to the Pillar of Wisdom." Jin Guanqing opened his mouth, but was shocked to find that the void coordinates of the Pillar of Wisdom that he had hidden deep in his heart had been searched out by the opponent. Alpha Mother Star. Inghua of the Void Elders Council walked out with a sullen face. His third eye was erected, and his mental power was rising one wave after another, setting off a hurricane. Although it was quickly suppressed by the mind power center in his hand, it also meant that his emotions were quite unstable. Haha, the application failed again. A cynical three eyes looked at the other party and smiled. He threw a bottle of spirit drink over. After a while, the two sat on a bench in a square. Amiya C still lazily put his hands on the back of the chair, basking in the artificial constellation in the sky. Today's constellation is 9 suns in the sky. It is not really simulating the heat of 9 stars, but stimulating the mental system of the Alpha people by simulating the constellation of 9 stars. Therefore, the Alpha people under this constellation are stimulated to be lazy. Inghua's face was livid, holding the drink, still silent. The senator's silver gown was meticulous. Even if he sat down, there was no wrinkle, which was in line with his personality. Don't worry, you had a quarrel with those old men, and they rewarded you with a telekinesis center, which is enough to give you face as a future leader. If I go up to them to talk about liberating AI, they will chop me alive. Inghua knew that the other party was telling the truth. The other party had a talent beyond the times in artificial intelligence, but the more so, the more he was feared. Especially his teacher had played an ignominious role in the rebellion of the star reversal, and stood on the side of artificial intelligence. Although he was pardoned in the end, it is obvious that he will not be reused in politics again. So it still failed, right? Amiya sure sighed, with his head raised. Inghua remained silent. The shortage of frontline soldiers is not a new thing. It is not that a mere 1,000 players can destroy a civilization, and even the biological fleet cannot do it, but the 3 third-level human brain viruses are almost unrestricted and crazy. One wave of contamination comes, and another wave of contamination, and finally the entire planet, and all the people on the planet are contaminated. This is a huge destruction for the frontline troops. It is said above that the special envoy of the Myrna people has been invited to assist us in researching the antidote for the third-level virus. Oh, do you believe it? It is also said above that the 3 insect disasters are a disaster for civilization. After the shipworm disaster and the brainworm disaster, there must be a 3rd insect disaster. They are visualizing the Pillar of Wisdom, and trying to find the 3rd insect disaster from the long river of fate. Before that, don't act rashly. I didn't expect that the development of science and technology has reached the 2nd-level civilization, and the operation of the bigwigs to decide the future of civilization is actually fortune-telling. This time, facing the other party's ridicule, Inghua defended the Void Elders Council. Astrological deduction is a complex and sophisticated future technology, and it is also the field we are best at. It is understandable to observe opponents through this technology. If I were in power, I would do the same. Inghua paused, and then said softly, "It's just that I think humanoids should walk on 2 feet. It may not be safe to resist the disaster of civilization with only one method." Amiya C curled his lips and stopped talking. The two fell silent again. After a moment, Amiya C, the artificial intelligence genius, suddenly said, "I am going to have a child." Inghua was stunned for a moment, looking at the other party in surprise, and didn't understand at all how the other party's topic suddenly changed from a serious topic like civilization disaster to having children. Amiya C sighed. "I failed to propose to Mercury for the 1411th time. She is still unwilling to accept me. I think I can't let my shocking talent be interrupted." Inghua's mouth twitched, and he had nothing to say. Although the alphas are humanoid species, they have no gender. According to another theory, they are hermaphrodites. Once the alphas feel that they need to pass on their offspring, they will observe the celestial phenomena at night and get pregnant. This is the way of reproduction passed down by the alphas from ancient times. However, since they have come into contact with different interstellar civilizations, they have gradually been influenced by some strange alien customs, such as Amiya C, who finds one or more alpha compatriots to form a family, which is a new and popular lifestyle recently. Then you can think about it slowly. Ingwa got up and left, not intending to chat with him anymore. Amiyasi suddenly had an idea behind him. Since she doesn't agree, can I use her tissue cells to clone a Mercury to marry me? This is also a practice passed down from the Interstellar, but it is more perverted. If you violate our technological ethics, I will arrest you myself. No, before that, Mercury will hack you to death. The cold and gloomy voice of Inghua came from the front, and when he thought of certain scenes, Amiya shuddered subconsciously. Chapter 1198. Alpha's conquest is progressing in an orderly manner. At least so far, no one knows what Gao Yuanyuan's real goal is. On Gao Gong's side, as the Star Destroyer crossed a piece of star field, it finally arrived at the black hole located in the 4-star circle, the Void Star Field. Wow, is that a black hole? It's so bright. Shouldn't black holes be black? You are an interstellar illiterate at first glance. Fuck, aren't you? Just as the players were looking at the huge luminous celestial body in front of them in amazement, an interstellar fortress that had already received the signal came over. This interstellar fortress is one size larger than the Star Destroyer. It is a thick alloy shell with a cone shape from top to bottom. It looks like a steel chestnut. However, as soon as it approached, Gao Gong felt a strong space fluctuation from the other party. The Sky Fortress, the latest model of the interstellar fortress of the camp, is known as the Star Base. It has extremely strong high-temperature resistance and scientific research capabilities, and most importantly, it can adapt to space technology in celestial bodies of this level. Even the Star Destroyer doesn't have this capability. Is that our ship? How come I haven't seen it before? It seems quite advanced. The little players gathered around the senior engineer and chattered, not shy at all. After the Skyfort docked with the Star Destroyer, the senior engineer's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace, without waiting for the other side to send a traction light. Inside the Skyfort, Gat and Velvet, who were about to communicate with the other side, were startled by the sudden appearance of the senior engineer. Velvet, in particular, as a 3-template battle boss, keenly sensed a trace of awe from the senior engineer. If the previous senior engineer gave him the feeling of being unfathomable, then the current senior engineer gave him an indescribable admiration, as if he had evolved to the end and looked like the other person. Or, the ultimate goal of every carbon-based creature that takes the path of fanatical fighting is to become a war maniac. Leader. Vilvi half knelt on the ground sincerely. The last boss, who could make him do this, was the monster leader of the year. Gabe looked at the other party in surprise, thinking that the old guy's level of flattery has improved again. The big bug didn't feel the change in the breath of senior engineer. He was just a little surprised at the sudden appearance of senior engineer, but his boss has always been very mysterious, so it's not surprising that he has some special means. Boss. Senior engineer looked around. In addition to these two, there were a large number of cube robots. Although they were cubes, they were very flexible in transformation. Whether they were operating various operating tables, or doing repair work, or even just cleaning, they also had various sterilization and disinfection functions. Space Mechanic Robot. This robot is specially designed for vacuum environment maintenance work in spaceships, spaceports, etc. It can strengthen the spaceship artificial intelligence system, and the coordination module between the spaceship and the driver. The vacuum environment maintenance efficiency is plus 20%. This thing is very useful on all kinds of spaceships. It is one of the fine blueprints that Gao Gong gambled out. However, after the bet, it was thrown to the starport and mass-produced as a camp specialty. It is precisely because of the assistance of these robots that the two old star pirates can control such a huge star fortress. After all, in the black hole area, the signal is close to zero, and pure artificial intelligence is not easy to use. After a brief chat, Gao Gong asked in confusion, "Where is Dr. Mville?" As an archaeologist of the supermemory civilization, and the first alien species that Gao Gong encountered after entering the interstellar space, this lost archaeologist has not appeared for a long time. However, since Gao Gong established a foothold in the alpha of the Longhorn Whale, it is equivalent to completely hiring the other party, and this person has also returned to his old job and conducted archaeological research everywhere. When he heard that Gao Gong was going to investigate the largest ancient civilization heritage of the Robert Galaxy, he immediately joined in happily. But why didn't I see it on the ship? Where is it? It is still investigating the event horizon of the black hole, and it is said that it has discovered something unusual. Speaking of this, YRY also admired the other party a little. Although the third-level species have long been separated from eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, it is not easy to maintain energy for a long time. When the other party came, he maintained a high level of enthusiasm, and lasted for about 3 planetary years, without sleep and extremely excited. This concentration made the two old star pirates feel ashamed. But then again, if the two of them had really studied so hard back then, they wouldn't have ended up becoming space pirates. Boss, we did find some special images in the luminous area of the black hole, which is likely related to the stringer back then. At this point, YRY was refreshed and quickly used holographic projection to display the information he had collected during this period. On the periphery of the black hole, where the accretion disk is located, it is a structure composed of a large amount of cosmic dust and discrete matter, which is also the reason why the black hole glows. YRY and his team had obviously deployed a large number of surveillance cameras. Among the countless images, there were a dozen that were particularly special. When they were magnified, they were nearly transparent buildings. It seemed to be just an illusion, but the same type of illusion appeared so many times that it was not just an illusion. We detected that when the gravitational field changes due to the influx of a large amount of cosmic dust, this type of transparent building will appear. But when I went to see it in person, these transparent buildings disappeared again. I also tried to deploy space anchors, but the building never appeared again in the area where the space anchor was deployed. Galgong listened silently. Robert the Stringer civilization was an expert in strings, and strings could manipulate many things. Multidimensional space, particle field, energy field, void coordinates, parallel time and space. The space collapse that Galgong manipulated was actually a primary application of strings. This was also the majority of what the two old star pirates had gained in the past few years. Senior engineer did not blame him. After all, exploring a black hole is a very dangerous thing, especially physical exploration. Even if it is just the periphery, you have to go through endless cosmic material washing, not to mention that the space structure around the black hole is extremely fragile, and a large number of small wormholes will evolve from time to time. If he hits a newly opened small wormhole during the exploration, the man will be dead. So although there are only a few holographic projections, even so, it is YRY who took countless risks to find them from the accretion disk. By the way, boss, I found one more thing. YRY paused, and seemed a little uncertain. During my exploration, I saw a wormhole, and when I avoided the wormhole, I seemed to see a void dweller. Void dweller? Why don't I know? Facing Gates' contemptuous eyes, as if you want to take all the credit, YRY smiled thickly. I'm not sure either. After all, who would have thought that I could see those faceless monsters here? Galgong touched his chin. Did you mark the coordinates? Of course I did. Very good. Galgong paused and asked a very interesting question. After you came here, did your blood feel any kind of induction? Chapter 1199. As a former member of the Shrek Star Pirates, he was also one of the biological transformers of that Star Pirates group. Even one of Velvet's boss templates was the Shrek remnant. Galgong's expectation for the two was that the Shrek people must have found some way to enter the civilization relics, and as blood transformers of the same type, could they sense some entry and exit mechanisms? Velvet and Gate looked at each other and shook their heads awkwardly. In the past 3 years, they have been trying to activate their blood, but there was no sense. Maybe the accretion disk outside the black hole is too large. According to our measurements, the diameter is at least 3 light years. Perhaps only by finding the correct entrance and exit can the blood be activated, Gate explained with a stiff face. He provided the coordinates of the black hole. If nothing is found, it may not have much impression points in front of the leader. Galgong nodded, expressionless. The black hole is too big, especially the central invisible layer, which is full of quantum fluctuations. In this environment, let alone the third-order species, even the ascended species cannot enter it. If they are involved in some time and space turbulence, they will be transported to other universe coordinates. The most feared thing is to be involved in parallel time and space, which is an option that even the ascended civilization cannot save. Faced with the silence of the big boss, the two were a little frightened, especially as the big boss defeated Galen's army with a halberd. More and more people compared him with the leader of Shrek back then. The common point between the two is that the civilized army can't do anything about them. The two of them discussed privately that if it comes to individual combat power, Captain Shrek might be better. After all, they both saw the Pirate King at his peak. What a terrifying cosmic creature he was. However, they both felt that when it comes to the means of camp management, the current one is more reliable. It has only been a short time, and the alpha of the Longhorn Whale has been managed so vigorously, which is in sharp contrast to the Shrek group that only knows how to burn, kill and plunder. And from the perspective of subordinates, the two are completely incomparable. Captain Shrek is not only cruel to the enemy, but also extremely cruel to his subordinates. They have seen with their own eyes that more than one member, even the top leaders, were eaten alive by Captain Shrek. Compared with this, Mr. G in front of him is completely a modest gentleman. That. Just as Velvy was about to say something else, the alarm sounded, and the communication was automatically opened, and the unique hissing sound of the big bug imble sounded. Even with a universal translator, the translated accent was a bit strange. And the signal was particularly bad. Hiss hiss. Space anchor failure. Hiss hiss hiss. Maintenance. Strange space fluctuations. Help. Trapped. Is Enville in trouble? Well, he has been investigating at the edge of the lightless zone. He seems to want to test something, but he has never found out. Which area is he trapped in? Gate quickly operated the console and confirmed the coordinates. It was an area 1/3 of a light year away from the Skyfort. I bring it back. Velvy wanted to show off. Let's go together. I want to take a look. Wait a minute. Galgong casually released an exploration mission for 100 people. Soon, the system popped up the names of players, and the 100 places were snapped up in seconds. I don't know how many people beat their chests and stamped their feet because they were slow. Galgong asked Gate to pull these lucky audiences over with a tractor beam. Soon, 100 little natural disasters appeared inside the Sky Fortress, and they were all beaming with joy. Several players seemed to have taken a fancy to this interstellar fortress, and they specifically asked Galgong when this style of star fortress would be launched. Does the boss have a lot of money? He can even afford an interstellar fortress, Galgong joked. Let me send it first. He smiled embarrassedly, and quickly shrank back to stop showing off his wealth. Others looked at Let me send it first with envy. Even the camp leader recognized you. You really have money. How many subforts are there now? 4, originally 5, but one of them crashed into a gravitational wave tide half a year ago and broke down. Wei touched the new scar on his forehead. That time was quite dangerous, and he almost couldn't come back. Start 2, and you and I will each drive one. The two NPCs divided the 100 players, and went to the subfort module. Soon, the surrounding alloy walls began to deform. If you zoom in, you can see that a part of the Skyfort began to deform mechanically, separating two subforts that are almost identical but dozens of times smaller in size. This is one of the reasons why the Skyfort is a top starship. Generally speaking, starships are superluminal spaceships, but this only means that when it enters the jump as a whole, it can enter superluminal speed. Once a part is separated, such as some supporting spaceships, the speed will definitely drop to the next level. This is determined by the complexity of the superluminal technology itself. However, the Sky Fortress can be split into 4 to 8 subfortresses, and each subfortress can also enter superluminal speed. This is a great convenience for exploration or scientific research. For example, in the light speed mode, if you want to circle a black hole, it will take dozens or hundreds of planetary days. But if it is in superluminal mode, it may only take half a day or a few days, which depends on how many times you exceed the speed of light. Soon, the two subfortresses entered the superluminal mode and entered the accretion disk according to the coordinate direction. However, not long after, the communication between the subfortresses sounded. Leader, we have to slow down. We have encountered a space tide. If we exceed the speed of light again, we may drill a hole in the space. If you drill a hole in the space, the backlash of the space will naturally crush you. Galgong asked several starship players on the control panel to reduce the speed to the speed of light. After passing this space tide, they accelerated again, but soon they hit a dense dust cloud migration again, so they slowed down again. After 2 or 3 times, Galgong simply changed this subfort to follow mode. After all, he was worried that if the player was allowed to operate it completely, once the player got excited about racing, he would take him into the black hole. At that time, the other party could turn into white light, and pat his butt to return to the city, and he would become the first camp boss in history to be killed by the players racing. It only took half a day to get to the place, but it took a group of people 3 planetary days. As a result, they finally arrived at the place, from superluminal speed to light speed, and then stagnated from light speed. It was visible to the naked eye that the sky was dark, the dust and gravel were endless, and many substances with energy were still mixed in it. Under the premise of not knowing what kind of energy reaction was produced, a piece of energy light burst out. As for the collapse of space, the fragmentation of space, and even the problems of time and space at the same time, which caused small wormholes, this is even more visible to the naked eye. And if you only look from the outside, it is hard to imagine that the accretion disk that looks very peaceful and smooth will be like this inside, like a death desert Promax 10 million times. We have to wait until this space is quiet before we can go down to rescue people. Wei said knowingly. Gao Gong stared at the sky window for a moment and suddenly spoke. I go down and take a look first. Chapter 1200. After these words came out, Wei Erwei hadn't said anything yet, but the players started to cry. Boss, you can't leave. What will I do if you leave? No, boss, you should be more open-minded. No, you can't be too open-minded. No, you can't jump down anyway. Boss, after you die, can I inherit your camp's legacy? Then I want my sister? Then I want President Du. I haven't seen the female president for a long time. Then I want Fatty Xiang. No, buddy. Gao Gong looked at the group of players with a black face, and without saying anything, the group's favorability was reduced by 1, especially the two who wanted Gao Yuanyuan and Du Xiaodi, whose favorability was directly reduced to the bottom. What a joke, I haven't died yet, and you are planning to share my rich woman, so bold. But the one who wants the fat man can increase his favorability, and Fatty Xiang can be left to you, as long as you are happy. The players whose favorability was reduced by countless numbers were crying without tears, especially the two who stole my wife, whose tears were about to flow out. We are just talking nonsense in this game. We can't even take off our underwear. Gao Gong twisted his neck, and the hand of Nock and the boots of Horus were activated at the same time. The next moment, all the players present changed their colors, as if a ferocious prehistoric beast had revived from the person in front of them. On the original system panel, the red name representing death actually jumped to purple, which means that the opponent is not only death, but also a dimensionality reduction attack. You activated the Advanced Space Talent. Perception of the universe plus 40%. You activated the skill Instant Movement. Gao Gong disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was inside the accretion disk. But Gao Gong was not as relaxed as he showed. You should know that the mass of a black hole is more than 1,000,000 times that of a star. When Gao Gong trained inside the core of a planet, it was already an extremely dangerous thing. Compared with this, it was nothing. Just outside the black hole, Gao Gong felt as if he was in a stormy sea, and this stormy sea was not water molecules, but space particles. Gao, a shrewd man, also entered such an unstable celestial body for the first time. It seemed that the space inside and outside his body would collapse on the spot in the next moment. Of course, only carbon-based strongmen can enjoy this kind of face-to-face black hole. Gao Gong not only lit up all 3 carbon-based fusions, but also activated all the characteristics related to space talent on his body. In an instant, countless strange patterns emerged from his skin, and even the milky true eye that had exploded a long time ago squeezed out of his eye sockets again. Although it was only a second-level bloodline, as a gaseous organ of a gaseous species on a gaseous planet, this thing was particularly useful when spying on particle matter. Gao Gong's main bloodline was not a second-level, nor a third-level radiation bloodline, but a serious fourth-level bloodline, the Sea of Life. This was completely an accident after the cyber test field and the 5th-level information matrix were drunk. And it was not until level 90 max that Gao Gong could initially develop the powerful potential of this bloodline. For example, like now, the bloodline that existed in the past was activated again from his body. Well, it feels so good, as if I was soaking in the sea of blood on Horus's mother planet. I miss it so much. Horus's combat boots chattered non-stop. Not only did the boots feel good, but the arms that had been transformed into Nock also felt waves of warmth pouring into them from the shoulder blades. The 2 bloodlines of the war madness were nourished by the Sea of Life, and the degree of fusion was obviously further advanced. Hoo-hoo! As the incarnation of Qianmi, the half-Horus transformed, Gao Gong opened his bloody mouth and spit out 2 waves of air containing space fragments. In terms of recovery, our Horus is the first. Even if it is a flesh and blood evil god, we can fight with him for 1,000 years, and finally tear off his head and make it into a golden toilet. Gao Gong tried to take 2 steps on the accretion disk. Sure enough, these surging interstellar dust rolled into his body like a tidal wave, and were almost instantly digested. The amount of these interstellar dust was so large that it could fill a mountain in 1 second and fill the seabed in 1 minute. However, for Gao Gong, it was no longer an obstacle. Gao Gong was also a little curious about how Wirewise sneaked in physically before. It was most likely that he wore a heavy protective suit, and then activated various skills to burst the blood, rushed in and out in a short time, and became a reliable firefighter. Like him, it is basically impossible. You explore the accretion disk area. This is a high-risk star, experience plus 1 billion TSK. It is worthy of being a black hole, just the periphery. It gives so much, which is comparable to the experience reward of a large mission. But Gao Gong still did not act rashly. In the accretion disk area, The most dangerous thing is not only the terrifying interstellar dust, but also the extremely fragile space structure. If the space parameter inside a black hole is equal to 0, then its periphery is infinitely close to 0. Not far away, Gao Gong saw with his own eyes that a wormhole appeared in an instant and then suddenly disappeared, but within these few seconds, the matter swallowed and spit out could form a continent. Many people can't actually tell the difference between a wormhole and a black hole. In fact, it is easy to understand that a wormhole is a cosmic tunnel, while a black hole is a large celestial body. The superluminal technology of the third-level civilization is actually wormhole technology. Through the jump of the starship, a wormhole tunnel is temporarily opened, and two different space coordinates are folded, and this infinite folding is superluminal navigation. Gao Gong silently stretched out his palm and used the space material casting. A trace of space fluid was drawn out, and through this method, the surrounding space parameters were touched out. Space material casting. Fourth-order space is often not equal to matter. Space is a pure geometric void, a code for compiling the universe, and a framework for dimensions. This also makes extracting space matter a paradox. What can be extracted is not matter, and without matter, space equipment cannot be manufactured. However, if you can delve into the essence of space and find constants among the variables among various physical quantities, you can solve the mass-energy equation from the perspective of space and complete the equipment manufacturing. Gao Gong does not want to manufacture space equipment here, but to use this method to cooperate with the biological computer to establish a model of space parameters. This large model can cover at least 4 astronomical units around through Gao Gong's consciousness. In this way, once the space parameter reaches the last few decimal places, Gao Gong will know that it is time for a big job, especially when there are several more zeros at once, which is 100% a wormhole. Space large model is built for a while. It seems that the map of 4 space units has been opened. On the 3-dimensional map, there are constantly changing space parameters. Engineer Gao thought about it, and didn't go to rescue people first. Instead, he teleported to another subfort, notified YY, and then teleported out and directly entered the light speed mode. Seeing his leader's operation, YY's mouth opened wide enough to swallow an egg, and it was not an ordinary egg, at least a goose egg. Too fierce, flying at the speed of light in the accretion disk, he didn't even dare to go up to the speed of sound, for fear of smashing the space, or being torn into pieces by space debris. He wanted to take back some of his evaluation of his current boss. That is, in terms of ferocity, this one is indeed no worse than the former Shrek leader, at least in terms of stubbornness, he is a player of the same level. Chapter 1201. Gao Gong entered the accretion disk again, but this time he was much more relaxed in the face of endless cosmic dust, just like playing a simple dodge game. As long as he avoided the area where the space parameters tended to zero infinitely, and with waves of material storms with density higher than a certain limit, there was actually no danger in the entire accretion disk. Large and high-risk celestial bodies, like black holes, have one advantage. That is, it is too dangerous, making it impossible for any black hole species or space collapse species to exist. If it does appear, needless to say, it must be an accident of some space-time events, such as an unlucky guy who traveled through parallel time and space, or a guy who ran into a large space collapse hundreds of light years away. These people will suddenly appear from the black hole, but in essence, they are not native species. Gao Gong quickly found the third subfortress. Outside the subfortress, there were at least more than 100 corpses of cosmic mechanic robots floating. These robots were not as strong as he was. They were basically killed in seconds. The dust cloud blocked every gap in their bodies. They looked like hundreds of mummies floating in the sandstorm. These mummies seemed to be migrating in the same direction. Senior engineer narrowed his eyes and adjusted the parameters of the large space model to include the material body. It was quickly marked that there was a foreign object floating in the air at about 1/10 of a space unit. Most of these robots were going to rescue this foreign object. According to the big bug, it should be a damaged space anchor. Gao Gong thought about it and did not fly to the subfortress, but flew towards the damaged space anchor first. The shape of the space anchor is not like a ship anchor. It is a long cube with a length of more than 10 meters. The surface is metal, but it is the kind of metal that tends to be space material, and looks a bit like high-end glass. Gao Gong flew to its side, and used the expert-level mechanic repair to take a look and found that the internal artificial intelligence chip was directly blown up. Without materials, it cannot be repaired on the spot. However, as an expert, he quickly saw that this kind of self-explosion is actually a kind of self-protection, which is to protect the internal storage module before the graphics card burns out. This is a pre-adjusted program. Gao Gong used the space power, his arm became nothingness, and he directly probed into it. A gap opened in the palm of his hand, and swallowed the storage module. As for the space anchor, Gao Gong did not plan to bring this thing. In this high-risk environment of the universe, the durability of any equipment will drop rapidly, so Gao Gong had eaten a lot of equipment before, but he was worried that it would hit his stomach if he ate such a long one. Gao has always hit other people's stomachs. There is nothing to say next. He rushed all the way at the speed of light. In the light speed mode, it took only 1 minute to reach the outskirts of the subfortress. He only paused when he was pulled by space. "Boss, you are finally here." The big bug and well was about to burst into tears when he saw Gao Gong again. In this edge of the black hole, he was crying to the sky and the earth, but no one answered. Suddenly he saw a savior. Isn't it exciting? Although its touching expression matched its alien-like hideous insect body, Gao Gong did not feel any reunion after a long separation. It was strange that they were all insects, but this archaeologist with little combat power looked very hideous, like a large face hugger, while the other old star thief, Gat, was fierce and brutal, but his insect body was not scary, a bit like an enlarged watermelon worm. "Are you looking for it?" After a round of greetings, Gao Gong took out the data storage card directly. When the big insects saw the data card, dozens of eyes lit up. "Boss, you actually got it back. Great. I was worried that it would be damaged by the space storm." "Did you make the self-destruct program? Why?" Gao Gong asked curiously. The spatial data in the accretion disk changed too drastically. "I was worried that it would interfere with the data I wanted to record, so I set the self-destruction program. Now it seems that it is fortunate that the self-destruction program was set, otherwise the data card would most likely explode after floating in this environment for 4 months. And Bill was very glad that he made this decision. And before the senior engineer asked, he excitedly told his discovery. "It is wormhole data. I found that in the accretion disk, the frequency of different wormholes has a very complex pattern. This pattern is not natural. There is a certain probability that it is the group of stringers." The senior engineer interrupted the other party and said calmly, "Did you find that others were monitoring you during your investigation?" "Monitoring? No, boss. Who else can run to the periphery of the black hole besides us?" And Bill couldn't understand. "You know, there are generally only 2 kinds of existence that can enter such a high-risk celestial body. One is a top-level scientific research ship, such as the Skyfort. Ordinary starships will explode on the spot and be shattered into pieces if they enter it. The other existence is the legendary ascending species, but that kind of existence has its own activity area and generally does not appear here." "So you didn't find any monitors?" Senior engineer said calmly. "No, boss. Is there anyone monitoring us?" And Well was a little confused. "Okay, I know. In the dust cloud close to 2 astronomical units away from the subfortress, the golden light is shining, the rhenium stone is flowing, and the matter and energy of the entire space are so dense that from a distance, it looks like a large mass of melted glass. If you look at it from a microscopic perspective, even at the molecular level and atomic level, it is piled up full, leaving no gaps, and even the atomic gaps are filled with energy fluid. The higher the energy density, the greater the probability of collapse. Finally, this state finally reached a critical point. The next moment, the entire space collapsed, and a wormhole was born from the center of the space. If a black hole is a void that can swallow all colors, then a wormhole is much more beautiful. Various substances melted into colorful energy streams, dyeing the circles of space ripples with a layer of gorgeous colors. What's more magical is that there is also a strange blue light gushing out from the inside of the wormhole. There are many possibilities. For example, from another wormhole that collapsed at the same time, the 2 sides resonated and formed a temporary cosmic tunnel. The blue light is the interstellar matter eaten by another wormhole. In the wormhole, the space ripples circled again, and finally, 2 figures slowly emerged, without facial features, and their bodies were almost transparent. There were blue ribbons similar to space fluctuations on the claws of their hands and feet. That ship stopped again? Do you want to do it? Don't worry, let's see if there is anyone to rescue. If there is, then consider whether to take them down together, but still be careful. The 2 void dwellers whispered, and the direction they looked at was exactly where the subfortress was. Theoretically, only a 3rd-level peak civilization can develop a top-level starship like the Sky Fortress. So during this period of time, even if these void dwellers discovered the Sky Fortress, they only monitored it remotely instead of taking action directly. After all, the lesson of the Merida people was too painful. who knew that just an ordinary interstellar exploration would run into a worm civilization that could be called a natural disaster. Both sides fueled each other, and now they can't stop even if they want to. The special starship in front of them was full of technology, so this time, the Void Dweller decided not to take action and wait and see. At least, he would not show up before confirming that the other party was not a perverted dark civilization. If the confirmation could not be completed, then let them leave first. After all, the mission here was the focus. But who would have thought that the other party would investigate, and almost find out their nest? Chapter 1202. This forced the two Void Dwellers to take action. Superluminal separation technology, advanced space stabilization technology. The design of this starship is really suitable for space research. A Void Dweller sighed sincerely. As a Void species, for a long time, what bothered them was actually how to study space. After all, stable space is not easy to study, and unstable space is prone to explosion. Therefore, the direction of their research on space technology is actually to study themselves. Although this dilemma has been partially broken with the development of technology, it still bothers them in some cutting-edge space technology. For high-risk celestial bodies such as black holes, Void Dwellers can only conduct physical research, but even for space species, the physical body has its limits, and it is impossible to conduct long-term, 100% focused research. The Sky Fortress in front of them perfectly meets their needs. What's more, it has no combat power, and is a pure scientific research ship that cannot be purer. This discovery is enough to make the Void Dwellers ecstatic. Even the third-level civilization that may exist behind the Skyfort is less fearful. If there is really a bug civilization behind it, it is impossible to build such a purely scientific research ship. That's why there is this fishing operation. The space anchor was actually destroyed by them. It's best if no one comes to rescue. If someone comes to rescue, as long as the rescuer is not strong and is not a civilized fleet, they are ready to take action. However, this problem now has a bug, that is, the Comer is not only not a civilized army, but a carbon-based creature, but this carbon-based creature can move at high speed in the accretion disk, so which kind of situation does it belong to? It is certain that the other party has reached the level of extreme environment dangerous creatures, said a Void Dweller. Another one resisted the urge to complain, isn't this nonsense? They have explored the black hole with their physical bodies, and they are not Void species. If this is not, then who is? In fact, just an extreme species is nothing. The Void Dweller pondered again. No matter how powerful the extreme environment dangerous creature is, for the third-level civilization, it is just an excellent biological specimen and an endangered interstellar animal. Even the space monster tribe is not out of this evaluation range. However, have you read the battle report sent by the Galen people? The second Shrek? Even if it is true, it does not mean that we are facing the other party. Although there are monsters among the extreme creatures, such as the Star Pirate King and the Cybertron General, this Void Dweller can't believe that they are so unlucky that they just bump into this one. Isn't he playing with biological evolution? It doesn't match the technology of the Sky Fortress. Get ready to do it. What are you going to do? The two suddenly felt a sharp pain deep in their heads, as if a thunderous sound had struck their brains. This was a strange phenomenon caused by the enemy's excessive mental power. Generally speaking, this was the feeling that the Void Dweller gave to others. The Void Dweller did not have visual organs in the general sense, but had special biological sensors, which were an evolution of the corresponding space, magnetic field and biological magnetic field. And in the induction, a demon god that seemed to tear apart the space suddenly came, and the terrifying biological magnetic field almost filled the surrounding space and resonated strongly with the space. Under this resonance, the two felt that there was no escape, and even the void blood in their bodies was forced out under this resonance. The two Void Dwellers said nothing, one escaped into the void, and the other escaped into the wormhole, ready to run as many as they could. Damn, this guy is here, the leader of the Cybertron Legion, another biological monster in the Robert Galaxy. However, as a transparent, smooth arm that perfectly conforms to the parameters of space grabbed through the air, the 5 black sharp nails lighted slightly. The next moment, the Void Dweller who escaped into the void exploded directly, and a large amount of void blood burst out, forming a blue ball. You killed a Void Dweller *1, experience plus 10 million, specialization points plus 4, Void Dweller civilization reputation reduced by 1000, hostile. You get the essence of void blood, ha ha ha. Inbred monsters like Nock, it's really convenient to bully these void creatures. Horace's combat boots chattered and laughed strangely. Because his colleague died too quickly, The other Void Dweller was blocked by a monster that suddenly appeared before he ran into the wormhole. Knowing that he could not escape, the Void Dweller gritted his teeth and ignored the fragile space environment nearby. With a flash of space fluctuations, blue spheres squeezed out of the void, tens, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands, interweaving into a large net. The current between them was surging, and even the edges of several blue spheres had cracks due to absorbing the collapse-level energy of this area. This method is very similar to the planetary space defense weapon seen on the mechanical Hydra before. There is no doubt that this is a third-level civilization weapon. But now, Gao Gong is no longer a rookie who has just entered the interstellar space. He is now a fighting chicken. Seeing this, he snorted coldly, and a bright space light overflowed from his body, instantly forming a space field. But this time the space field no longer needs the collapse energy to control. At the same time, countless space strings pierced out from all angles of the void. All the blue balls swept by the space strings seemed to lose all their energy, and fell down before launching a massive attack. Gao Gong easily bullied the opposite side, and with a light pinch of his palm, he sealed the void energy of this Void Dweller and squeezed him unconscious. Huh? Gao Gong lowered his head and looked at the closed wormhole, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Just now, when he played the space string, he seemed to sense something, but it seemed to be just an illusion. Boss, is this a Void Dweller? Is it the Void Dweller that is monitoring us? After a moment, Envil was stunned, watching Gao Gong throw a blue transparent species down like throwing away garbage, and he couldn't help asking. Yes, it's a Void Dweller, Gao Gong said lightly. Envil, Gallons, Mirdas, and the Void Dweller in front of him. The three civilization giants of the third star Xian can be said to have been offended by their boss. How to say this? The boss is awesome. I am afraid of death. Awesome plus. Aren't you curious why the Void Dweller is monitoring you? Gao Gong touched his chin and suddenly said. Envil shook his head woodenly, and his mind was full of illusions that the three civilizations formed a coalition to defeat the Alpha Narcissus. He felt that he was being laid off. I suspect that the Void Dwellers and the Superstringers of the past have a close connection, said Senior Engineer while playing with a blue ball. Envil immediately shuddered and recovered. Are you saying that the current Void Dwellers are the descendants of the Superstringers of the past? You can guess more boldly. For example, the current Void Dwellers are the space species cultivated by the Superstringers of the past. This is not impossible. They are all space civilizations, the majority of which are carbon-based species, and there are also some that suddenly appear here. The more Envil thought about it, the more he felt that it was true. Whether it was the offspring or the developer, there was definitely a great relationship. The boss is wise and powerful. As for why Senior Engineer thought so, it was naturally because the equipment introduction said so. Name, Space Sealing Ball Category, Space Equipment. Quality, Level 3 Civilization. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Basic attributes, Charging, Upper limit 10 million, Additional attributes, Void Sealing, Species Imprisonment. Remarks, how can a space-type civilization ascend? That is naturally to ascend to a space species. The weapons that the Superstringers used to guard the test subjects are now used by the test subjects. A group of test subjects can actually develop a level 3 civilization. The potential of this Stringer civilization is greater than Gao Gong imagined. And the Void Dwellers and the Shrek Star Pirates group are all related to the Superstringers. Does that mean that the method of entering and exiting the treasure is not only known by Shrek back then, but also known by the Void Dwellers? Chapter 1203. After discussing with him well, Gao Gong decided to go back to the Mother Castle first. After all, the data about the wormhole is stored in the Mother Castle. So Gao Gong first called the other two subforts over, and ordered a bunch of mechanic players to perform emergency repairs on the subfort with damaged parts. And the players who didn't have tasks came to the NPC one by one, trying to use their eloquence to brush another task. The tongues around Gao Gong were the most. In desperation, Gao Gong casually threw a task of cleaning the deck, and these players immediately went to do it, more enthusiastic than anyone else. Although it was just an ordinary cleaning task, it was a cleaning task issued by the leader of the faction, and it might be a prerequisite for a hidden task. The process went smoothly and nothing happened. But after returning to the Mother Castle, an accident happened. That is, the Void Dweller, who was just knocked unconscious by Gao Gong, actually melted bit by bit. No matter what kind of blood-adding potion, it didn't work. In the end, he could only watch the other party melt into a pool of blue liquid. You get the blue corpse fluid of the Void Dweller. A group of players were amazed by this. After all, it was rare to have blood that couldn't be restored by adding blood. Several biological players secretly kept a part of it, ready to see if they could research some biological weapons. Gene Lock? Senior engineer was amazed. He didn't expect that a third-level civilization would point out this thing. Of course, this method of preventing gene leakage may not be invented by the Void Dwellers. It may be a method of the string controllers. As soon as he returned to the Mother Castle, Enville immediately entered the working mode. A large amount of wormhole data was called out for data analysis and deduction. On the holographic projection, the images of the virtual wormholes changed from blurry to clear, from a small number to a large number, and finally a faint line connected the wormholes together. I figured it out! I figured it out! Enville waved his claws excitedly. A passage, between wormholes, there is actually a cosmic tunnel. Galgong approached and looked at the huge holographic projection. As expected, 2 wormholes were born and destroyed, and a cosmic tunnel was marked. Then 2 more wormholes were born and destroyed, and another tunnel appeared. In this way, the overlapping tunnels gradually formed a passage. You get the Stringer Space Channel, experience plus 10 million. However, with the current data, we can only grasp the frequency of the passage, but how the passages are connected is hard to say without entering the interior. Enville was a little regretful. You did a good job. Galgong patted the other party on the shoulder. If it weren't for the other party, an archaeologist who had excavated countless space tombs, it would really be difficult to find out such a rule. But boss, this time, you can't enter in person. Enville suddenly thought of something, his face changed, and he quickly reminded the other party. Of course I know this. Galgong shrugged. He is just big-headed, not stubborn. Entering the wormhole closes again, let alone the third-order carbon base. Your fifth and sixth order are useless. No matter how much blood volume you have, it will be directly emptied. Even if Galgong has several ways to revive, he will still be killed instantly after resurrection. That's why I called so many people. Galgong pointed in the direction of the players. These little natural disasters didn't clean up much, but they were having fun. Changing the space mechanic robots into various shapes is completely playing wherever you go. Since you like to play, then go play in the wormhole one by one. This won't cause public outrage, right? The big worm said cautiously. This is clearly a suicide mission. Enville has been doing archaeological work outside for many years, and has not had much contact with this group of the fourth calamity, so this problem arises. Galgong called the players over and simply explained the task, but received cheers from the audience. Oh, exploration mission, I like it. The mortality rate is high, then it seems that I have to go into battle naked. Brother, take my mechanical second brother. I take your sister? Then take my bionic sister as well. Is there a chance of conflict with the Void Dwellers? That's great, I've wanted to implant the Void bloodline for a long time. Enville stared at this scene in amazement. Good guy, they are happy to hear about war, and they are even more happy to fight to the death. This is a group of war maniacs. Wei, the old star pirate, hesitated for several times, and finally made up his mind. Leader, I'm going this time too. You're going too? Galgong raised his eyebrows. You know that after being annihilated by the wormhole, the resurrection methods in the camp are not very effective. Death in a wormhole is equivalent to a complete information kill. If there is no biological information left, it will be very difficult to resurrect. I've thought about it. When I was in the Star Pirates, I saw with my own eyes that the captain's strength increased dramatically after they came back, and they became like monsters. Now I think that most of them also entered the black hole and gained the power of the Stringer. I don't have much life left. If I don't fight now, I will really wait for death. Wei Wirewai looked at Galgong with expectant eyes. Leader, if there is such transformation technology, can you use it on me first? It doesn't matter if it fails. Through the induction of the memory worm, Galgong knew that the other party was sincere. Of course, we need to find a little white mouse to do the experiment. Gate looked at Velvy with some envy, but not much envy. This old thing is not afraid of death, but he is afraid. He would rather die at the end of his lifespan, and he would have a grand funeral after death. He doesn't want to die in the wormhole. Galgong shook his head. There are not many old guys in the camp, so he doesn't need to consider the lifespan issue. And with the evolution speed of the camp, it is likely that they will ascend for the first time before they die. And once the ascension is successful, the lifespan of all personnel in the civilization will start from zero. But since the other party wants to play with his life, Galgong is naturally willing to give him a chance. If he really touches a carbon-based fruit with incompatible properties, it is not impossible to give it to him. Considering that the Void Dwellers had probably discovered the disappearance of 2 members, several NPCs had a brief discussion and decided to act immediately. Soon, the The main body of the Skyfort also entered the light speed mode and rushed in directly. Gao Gong shared his space modeling with the ship, and the Skyfort avoided all the dust storms along the way. The space collapsed and successfully arrived at a wormhole. The dozens of players, who were preparing to go down the hole, were already fully armed and wearing thick and solid space suits. It was not that they wanted to wear them like this, but if they didn't wear them like this, with their pitiful blood volume, they would probably be killed in seconds. "Are you ready?" Gao Gong asked. "Ready. Always ready. Boss, can you carry me down like a princess?" Gao Gong stopped talking nonsense, and with a large-scale space transfer, these dozens of players were immediately transferred to the accretion disk. And the next moment, the crazy blood loss frequency made these players' eyes go straight. "Help! Help! No blood, no blood. Heal me, heal me!" Gao Gong put these players into the wormhole one by one. Following the example, tens of thousands of players were thrown into different wormholes soon. And most of them went to the forum to rant as soon as they got in. "What a quest! I died as soon as I got in." Ji Kaingeo's malice. "Will you not give me this reward? Fuck, I didn't bring my equipment with me, and I lost my equipment." In addition to most of the unlucky ones, there were also a small number of lucky ones, who did not die after entering the wormhole, but the scenes they saw were all kinds of strange. "I saw my grandma. Grandma, I miss you. Oh my god, isn't this the kaleidoscope I played with when I was a child? Fuck, I was ambushed and killed by the Void Dweller." Chapter 1204. Gao Gong silently looked at the virtual projection in front of him. All the recording equipment will be destroyed the moment they enter the wormhole. So Gao Gong extracted the data from the system panel to the biological computer, and then used the biological computer to connect with the shipboard computer. By the way, he went to the forum to take a look, and according to the player's oral description, he took down the death conditions of the players who died and transmitted them. In this way, a relatively reliable text live broadcast was formed. In this mission, Gao Gong explored a total of 500 wormholes. Among them, about 300 were death wormholes, and players would die if they entered. Among the remaining more than 200 wormholes, there were more situations encountered, such as encountering the dimensional jump phenomenon, that is, when the wormhole is closed, it is pulled from one dimension to another. If it is an information flow player, it is okay, but other types of players will die directly. There are also those who encounter teleportation. Some players' coordinates were teleported from the accretion disk to hundreds of light years away. This kind of person also belongs to the kind of suicide return to the city, unless he wants to fly for thousands of years, and then fly back if he can do it. Some people also encountered the phenomenon of time travel. For example, they suddenly return to the constellation of Alpha Narcissus, or even return to the machine split star, but before they could take a few glances, their bodies melted directly. If you can't reach the level of the speed of light of the physical body, you can't withstand the time travel. In other words, without the speed of light level, you can't enter the copy of the parallel space. However, after a lot of cursing, the players were still very excited. The reason is that this copy is too interesting. Players who were doing the quest were exchanging experiences in the group. Damn, this dungeon was too scary. I was teleported directly into a black hole. I watched my upper body not change, but my lower body was stretched repeatedly and stretched downwards, like noodles. Are you still alive? Of course I am alive. I don't know how long I have been stretched. I am worried that I have passed the quest, and I will commit suicide and return to the city. Is it like this inside a black hole? What is a black hole? I was teleported directly to the ship of the Void Dweller. We were all shocked. Did you fight? It's hard to fight without equipment. The fight didn't start. The opposite Void ship turned into a stream of light, and threw me down. Hee, the Void Dweller I met fought with me, but I was almost dead because I was almost dead. Come on, the other side still has half a tube of blood. How can your blood be so thick? A fellow player complained. Just pretending to be a little bit of. Gao Gong was quietly chatting in the group, eating melons. In the mode of faction confrontation, Gao Gong can share vision with players. But it is obvious that this exploration mission has not reached the level of faction confrontation. It is okay to encounter Void Dwellers, but there is also a Void Battleship. This is a bit advanced. You should know that the Void Battleship can be used as the core starship of the Void Expedition, and its construction difficulty is only one level lower than that of the Sky Fortress. Is the technology of the Void Dweller so advanced? But when he thought that the other party might have inherited part of the legacy of the Stringer, Gao Gong was relieved. However, the biggest function of the Void Battleship is dimension-hopping combat, and the relics will not really be hidden in the black hole. Gao Gong was a little worried. He didn't even dare to explore the wormhole, let alone the black hole. This thing is a standard killer weapon for ascended species. No matter it is information system, energy system, or other, no matter what means of resurrection the ascended civilization has, this thing can always grind everything clean. It may not kill you all at once, but this kind of life grinding wheel method is almost unsolvable. Stringer. Gal Gong casually plucked out a space string, and with a light flick, the gravitational wave turned into wind waves that wrinkled the space, but Gal Gong pressed it casually and turned it into space amber. String. There is still too little information. As intelligence personnel, the players are faithfully fulfilling their obligations. So in less than half a day, all his loyal players died. Gal Gong can only wait for 2.5 days, and after these players come online, explore again. Fortunately, when I issued the task, I specifically emphasized that the resurrection point should be set on the Star Destroyer, so that there would be no situation where you could not come back after dying once. And after 2.5 days, when these tens of thousands of players appeared again in an orderly manner, Emville was still shocked. Boss, aren't these people gone? How come they are resurrected again? These people are special combat machines. After the whole group was wiped out, I produced a batch on the Star Destroyer. Didn't we seize the gene capsule of the Walter family before? It is used for this. Senior engineer said nonsense seriously. Is the cloning technology of the Walter family so advanced? Can even robots be cloned? Looking at the several fully mechanical players in front of him, Emville was a little confused. Go, I want to make noodles this time too. Fuck, I want to kill monsters. A biologist come and give me a couple of injections. I can't beat those faceless monsters without some buffs. Unexplored black holes give more experience. I'm going there. As soon as this group of players got on the boat, they shouted to set off, which surprised Emil again. So brave, this group of clones. Your martial virtues seem to be similar to the last batch. But this time is a little special, that is, Velvy is also ready to go down. Simply sending a level 84-3 template boss to death, even a senior engineer would not be willing to do it. What's more, this guy has a blood connection with Shrek and others back then. But after the first exploration was completed, and the area was roughly confirmed, he had to go up by himself. Velvy didn't waste words, all 3 boss templates were turned on, especially the blue blood demon mode. The biomagnetic field on his body was transformed into a thick blue flame, and the surrounding players all felt like they were burned to ashes. The Demon Clan, also known as the Hybrid Clan, is well known in the Interstellar Society. Wirewai inherited the demon bloodline, and even he himself didn't know how it came from. And he and Gal Gong were the few people present who could move in the accretion disk. Gal Gong also picked a good place for the other party, that is, the wormhole where the void dwellers appeared. The survival probability in that place is higher than other places. Half a day later, they were all wiped out again. A few players held on a little longer, not because they were strong enough, but purely by luck. The wormhole they explored was not threatening at all, but a long corridor. However, this tunnel only lasted for an hour before it collapsed. The 2 players who entered the tunnel by mistake returned to the city again. However, they did not gain nothing, because they recorded a large number of symbols on the tunnel, and these symbols were indeed the texts of the stringer after Emville's translation. According to the archaeologist's blind translation, the general meaning is that the passage here does lead to a place called String Space. This made both of them very excited, because this string space is likely to be the location of the treasure. However, the 2 were also a little confused, and the reason was very simple. The last time a player entered this wormhole node, he died directly back to the city. Time, space fluctuations, gravitational waves, which variable caused such a big change in this tunnel. The next 3 days were again, and the players went there with great interest. 3 days after 3 days. 3 days after 3 days. This group of Scourge warriors is really fierce. This is the end time that Emville has praised. Gong glanced at him. Do you really think that you are not afraid of death? No, you are not afraid of losing levels. It's because I give them a part of the camp experience reward after each exploration, so that not only does the exploration not lose experience, but it can also increase half a level. And if you swipe monsters normally, you can't get this half level in 3 or 4 months. This is the biggest motivation for players to actively explore. Chapter 1205. In fact, as the industrial buff of the Alpha Narwhal continued to upgrade, the experience on the faction panel was almost too much to use up. Give so many players experience. With the faction's industrial strength, it took only 1 day to get it back. In fact, Gal Gong didn't mind helping players reach level 90 in advance. After all, with or without the boss panel, the combat power was completely different. In addition, if you want to pursue ascension, the more species at the full level, the greater the probability of ascension. The reason why it was only given half a level was actually considered that players deliberately died in order to gain experience instead of exploring properly. So in addition to the death reward, Gal Gong also gave a lot of exploration rewards, such as successfully exploring an unknown wormhole, rewarding 1 level of experience, and discovering the residence of the Void Dweller, and then rewarding another level of experience. At this stage, giving experience is much better than giving equipment and money. After all, players at this stage are not short of money. That's not right. As the number of players exploring wormholes increased rapidly, Gal Gong gradually felt something was wrong. How to say it? If the wormholes are constantly born and destroyed, it is calculated that there is a cosmic tunnel in it, and this cosmic tunnel is likely to lead to that string space. But after countless player explorations, Gal Gong had to admit a fact. That is, this cosmic tunnel is changing repeatedly. And this kind of change is likely to be a corridor in the previous stage, and a large-scale space annihilation in the next stage. Luckily, Gal Gong did not rush in, otherwise he would probably not be able to get out. And Bill was also caught up in a crazy research. He had studied so many space tombs in his life. Many tomb owners would also set up many traps. But it was the first time that he had seen traps set up directly under a high-risk celestial body, like a black hole. Theoretically, if the birth and death frequency of a wormhole could be interfered with, or even a subspace could be created inside the wormhole, then it would inevitably involve the transformation of a black hole. This would be difficult for a third-level civilization, let alone an ascending civilization. At least after he ascended, he could not transform a black hole at the 4th-level civilization stage. At most, he could use the 4th-level virtual technology to explore the interior of different black holes, and find out if there was an entrance to a parallel universe. If he could find a parallel universe, then Gal would be rich. Unfortunately, until he crossed over, this exploration was not very successful. So something must have gone wrong. Both Bill and Gal Gong felt a little confused, as if they were missing some clues. And these clues are very important. However, the two NPCs fell into a state of confusion, while the players became more and more excited. The reason is very simple. After constant suicide, exploration, the players have accurately located several wormhole nodes where the Void Dwellers appear. Needless to say, naturally recruit friends and start to brush this wild monster stronghold, from 100 people to 1,000 people, and even in the recent few times, nearly 10,000 people surrounded this stronghold. As a result, the Void Dwellers are much harder to fight than imagined. Space species have a very disgusting characteristic, that is, they are immune to physical attributes, and even most energy attributes. However, if some targeted dark energy weapons can be developed, the damage will be extremely high, and even cause an instant kill effect. So after the initial group wipe, the players quickly came up with a solution. Although in this environment, fighting the boss is a one-way route, you can't come back once you go up, and the weapons and equipment are mainly blank, not to mention dark energy weapons. But if we don't have guns or cannons, the enemy will build them for us. Oh no, if we don't have guns or cannons, the mechanic will build them for us. There are not many other things in the camp, but there are really many mechanic players. Although we can't build high-level dark energy weapons, we can still mass-produce low-end versions. As for dark energy, it is also easy to find. Isn't it the Fallen Energy Stone, a specialty of the Alpha constellation of the Longhorn Whale? Rich man, get out of the way, I give it to you first. With a wave of his hand, let the young master treat us tonight. So, a large number of degenerate energy stones were exchanged for points, and then, they were hammered and beaten by the mechanic players, turning into degenerate energy guns. Although they were all blank, they still had the characteristics of slow energy. The players were aggressive, and went to fight in a group again. The senior engineer didn't care about them. Anyway, they had explored everything they should explore. If they wanted to spawn monsters, let them do it. It's true that ants can really kill elephants. Especially in this environment, the Void Dwellers had nowhere to run. Although they were wiped out again and again, they really killed dozens of Void Dwellers. Dozens of players who obtained the Void Bloodline were very happy, and they carefully deposited these blue light balls in the Sky Fortress. When they returned to the camp, they were also the first batch of Void Bloodline Transformers. However, there was a piece of news that caught Gal Gong's attention. That is, when they were brushing the Void Dwellers, they collided with the Void Warships several times, and they were all wiped out. In addition to the Void Warships, in those fixed wormholes, the Void Dwellers seemed to have transformed some of the wormholes, and created stable space bases. This is why, every time the players entered those wormholes, there was no change inside the wormholes. In this regard, Gao Gong expressed his praise. You work hard, the boss will rely on you to buy cars and villas in the future. But it's not all good news. There is a bad news that Wirey is missing. The player who explored a wormhole with it said that after a battle with the Void Dwellers, the old star pirate disappeared mysteriously. The worst result is naturally being captured by the enemy, and then interrogated to reveal the news of their own side. However, too many lice do not bite people. With the hard work of the players, the relationship between Gao Gong and the Void Dweller has successfully reached -9,999 dead enemies. Gao Gong said that it doesn't matter, I don't care, but this time the situation is a bit special. After another large funeral of 10,000 players, a not-so-good news came from the group. That is, this time the Void Dweller was probably really pissed off. The opponent's Void battleship came out of the wormhole for the first time and rushed towards the Sky Fortress in a mighty manner, completely ignoring the fact that fighting in such a space environment is likely to cause a large-scale space collapse. Gao Gong had anticipated the matter of cleaning up the players, but as early as when they first killed monsters. He handed the data that made him dizzy to him well, and he went up with the fiery sun halberd. The huge ship body is transparent and full of space fluctuations. The size of the Void battleship is much larger than that of an ordinary starship, even larger than a star fortress. Looking around, it looks like a transparent planet. This is mainly because the volume of the Void warship is closely related to the surrounding space energy. The richer the space energy, the larger the volume of the warship. In the accretion disk where wormholes are rising and falling, the space energy is naturally strong, which also leads to the terrifying size of the Void warship once it appears. So once it is launched, 10,000 Void cannons will be fired at the same time. It is as if 10,000 air bubbles are expanding around Gao Gong, and some are even superimposed, and the entire space is destroyed. The next moment, a flaming sun rises from the sea of air bubbles. Chapter 1206. The power of the Void cannon is far greater than that of the large energy cannon. Its principle is to generate a large number of space bubbles, and then produce annihilation reactions through the internal collapse of the space bubbles. The damage caused by one annihilation is 1 point of the planet's health. That is to say, if the aim is accurate, this shot can blow up a planet. 10,000 space bubbles are 10,000 planets. Of course, theory is theory, and no planet grows in clusters. What's more, there is a process from the opening of the space bubble to the collapse. As an old driver, Gao Gong is naturally familiar with the principle, so he immediately turned on the power of the Liang Long halberd. At the same time, the annihilation magnetic field of the Horus boots was activated and released with the help of artificial stars. With the help of the strong gravitational waves released by the artificial stars, the space bubbles seemed to become punctured balloons wherever the annihilation magnetic field passed, and the space energy was directly released before it was nurtured to the limit. With Gao Gong as the core, thousands of space bubbles around him all cracked. If so much space energy collapsed uncontrollably, a large-scale space collapse was inevitable, and even more than a dozen wormholes could be lit up. If he fell into one of the wormholes, or if one of them bloomed under his feet, Gao would most likely be dead. Fortunately, Gao had anticipated this situation. The boss template Knock family was directly activated, and his arms suddenly became as crystal clear as high-level gems. With his arms as the core, circles of space ripples were rippling. At the same time, a lot of combat experience, especially combat experience with space dimensions and space pieces, was poured into his brain. The next moment, a space weapon was used, and chains of fire flew out from the stars and pierced into the space bubbles. These space bubbles swelled up again, and at the same time, a lot of light and heat were emitted from the inside, like miniature stars being lit up. The temperature on the scorching sun halberd held by Gao Gong was also rising wildly. The essence of this move is actually to copy and paste the nuclear fission reaction of the artificial core into different air bubbles. This means that this cosmic treasure is responsible for thousands of nuclear fission reactions at the same time. One of the characteristics of the cosmic treasure is that the level of energy it can withstand is theoretically unlimited. Star evolution, nebula swallowing, destroying the Milky Way, go! The next moment, all the micro-stars shrank instantly, swallowing a large amount of cosmic clouds and dust belts, and these cosmic substances merged together, turning into an infinitely forward galaxy, surging and endlessly drowning the Void warship. Knock arms. Both arms are knock transformed, arm strength plus 10,000, automatically mastering more than 1,000 third-level combat skills. This move, even among the large-scale combat skills mastered by Gao Gong, is a relatively fierce one. The key is that it can only be used in high-density cosmic environments, such as nebulae, accretion disks, etc. There is not so much cosmic matter in other places. Facing Galb Gong's almost instantaneous reaction, the opponent was also stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted. The bow of the Void battleship emitted a strange light, and then the next moment, the space in front of it slowly materialized, forming a huge seesaw, on which one could even see the crazy rising space parameters. Then, the vast dust galaxy hit it, and directly turned nearly 90 degrees, rushing into the sky, and forming large and small space cracks and gaps wherever it passed. Big space pedal? Galb Gong recognized this move. Theoretically, this move can prevent micro black holes. Its principle is to offset the extreme collapse phenomenon through the continuous expansion of space parameters. But the next moment, a strong sense of crisis came from the oblique rear. Although Galb Gong opened his own space domain, at this moment, it seemed that there was a space domain thousands of times larger, crashing into him. Boy, be careful, the warship on the opposite side is coming. Dimension jump. Galb Gong said nothing, the flame halberd in his hand seemed to pass through the void, and the tip of the halberd magically moved from the front to the diagonal back. After a stalemate, Galb Gong's arm strength, which had increased by 10,000 points, could not withstand it. His fighting instinct made him change from poking to gripping, and from one-handed grip to two-handed grip. The explosion sound of space continued to sound as he gripped, just like his arms that kept making explosion sounds. His 2 feet were deeply sunken in the void, and 2 deep space cracks were pushed out with the push. And through the blood mist that exploded from his arm, Galb Gong squinted his eyes, and saw the void horn on his halberd, and behind the horn, the void ship body comparable to the size of a planet, which was seeping out of the void little by little. It was a bit like the fog on the window in winter, first condensing into water droplets, and then the water droplets condensed into a crystal structure along the space gap, which was the huge ship body in front of him. The scene in front of him was extremely strange. Although the senior engineer had already transformed into Horus, his body was growing bigger and bigger than some large star armors, but compared with the Void battleship in front of him, it was still the difference between an ant and an elephant. And now, this ant was pushed back by the elephant. But on the other hand, the fact that the elephant could go all out was enough to show how powerful the ant was. Ha ha, cool, cool. It should have been like this a long time ago. At the beginning, those inbred guys drove this kind of giant ship towards us, but they were torn to pieces by the kings one by one. The Horus boots must have been so cool that they not only screamed wildly, but the flesh and blood monster boots that originally only covered the calves began to submerge the knees and cover the thighs. At the same time, the eyeballs on the boots began to swell with blood. The activation level of this bloodline has obviously exceeded 40%. Stimulated by the Horus bloodline, Galb Gong's arms also began to emit a strong black light. The black light not only repeatedly reshaped the bones and muscle fibers of his arms, but more importantly, the black light seemed to begin to shatter the space, and cracks began to appear one after another at the corner of the Void warship. Galb Gong's eyes also turned red, and red veins as thick as fingers squeezed out of his eyeballs. However, in this process of almost being crushed, Galb Gong found that the surrounding space seemed to continuously inject energy into himself. And this was not even an illusion, because on the system panel, the 5 basic attributes were rapidly rising. Strength 5855, plus 10,000, Agility 1900, Endurance 1972, Intelligence 2175, Perception 1946. In just a few seconds, it became Strength 5955, plus 10,000, Agility 2000, Endurance 2072, Intelligence 2275, Perception 2046. In an instant, the attribute increased by 500 points, and this is not a temporary attribute, but a permanent attribute. I can only say that it is worthy of being a War Maniac bloodline, and it is 2 kinds of War Maniac bloodlines. It is true that he will go crazy after fighting. The 3 basic attributes exceeded 2,000, and 3 bullet boxes popped up instantly, all of which were rewards for attributes exceeding 1,000, including 4th level talents and 4th level skills. However, Galb Gong had no time to look at things in this regard, because the spatial fluctuation flashed by, and the next moment, 4 black void dwellers appeared around him, and the daggers in their hands cut through the space and pierced Galb Gong's chest and abdomen and other vital parts. This is definitely not an ordinary void dweller. The general void dweller is transparent with a little blue, while these 4 are pure black, and Galb Gong is very familiar with this kind of black, which is the annihilation effect. This kind of annihilation effect attack will bring some permanent attribute losses, such as permanent blood loss, permanent bioenergy loss, and even permanent limb loss. For some fragile third-level species, even if they do not stab the vital parts, there is a high probability of bringing an instant death effect. This is also the most terrifying part of the Void Killer. However, when the 4 killers stabbed into the enemy's body, they clearly felt something was wrong. It was too smooth. It didn't feel like stabbing into an extreme creature, but more like stabbing into a ball of jelly. Gao Gong showed a strange smile, and suddenly pulled out a hand from the collision corner, breaking the space. From a ghostly angle, he grabbed the head of the Void Killer. Crush it! Chapter 1207. The morphology fruit was previously called the zombie fruit. It can artificially increase or decrease the transformation rate of the human body, even to 0. But this is only part of the ability of the morphology fruit. Its real power lies in changing the species form. At this time, in the 4 wounds where Gao Gong was stabbed by the Annihilation Dagger, there was no trace of blood and flesh, and instead, amber, jelly-like flesh and skin. First, this fluid structure is immune to injuries such as stabbing, and second, this jelly is also immune to annihilation. Because annihilation is the annihilation of vitality, and this jelly had its vitality taken away long before it was attacked, and entered the state of zombieization. By the time the other 3 Void Assassins realized something was wrong, it was too late to withdraw. Gao Gong's knock hand struck back, and the next moment, dense space cracks covered the surroundings. This kind of cracks had no effect on normal creatures, but for Void species, it seemed to have become a kind of quagmire. The Void escape method, which was always useful, lost its effect at this moment. He wanted to escape into the Void, but the Void was sticky and wet. A thorny tongue suddenly shot out from Horus's combat boots, wrapped around the thigh of a Void Dweller, and dragged him over. Then at least 30 bone spurs pierced out from Gao Gong's body, stringing the opponent into a string. At the same time, a terrifying suction suddenly came from Gao Gong's body, and the other 2 Void Assassins couldn't help but fly towards him. But Gao Gong swung his halberd back and burned them to ashes on the spot. You killed 3 Void Assassins. Experience plus 1.5 billion, specialization points plus 10, random blueprints *5, Void Dweller civilization favorability reduced by 2,000 inside the Void battleship. The Great Void Dweller stared at the monster in the holographic screen expressionlessly, with a flash of horror in his heart. The other Void Dwellers, who were in charge of the control, were communicating in a tense space frequency. They also found that something was wrong. It was not because the assassinations of several Void Assassins failed. It was because the opponent was getting easier and easier to resist the impact of the Void battleship. He could even hold the impact with one hand, so he could reversely operate the terrible microstellar weapon. The change of the magnetic field was detected. A scientific research-oriented Void Dweller suddenly discovered something and quickly projected the data he detected into the holographic image. The next moment, dense gravitational parameters jumped out around the Void battleship, and these gravitational parameters combined together, like a planetary magnetic field, dissolving the dynamic potential energy of the Void battleship layer by layer. Carbon-based fruit, another Shrek indeed. As a high-level official of the Void civilization, the Great Void Dweller was naturally qualified to browse the information of the Shrek Star Pirate group. According to the encrypted data, the Shrek Pirates have at least 10 carbon-based fruits, all of which are obtained from the string space. It is precisely because of these unreasonable law fruits that this pirate group is so difficult to suppress. As for Shrek himself, he ate 5 of the fruits. And the ability to control the magnetic field of the planet shown by this person is undoubtedly the ability of the fruit. The Void battleship wants to hit the other side with a planet, but it naturally cannot break it. And another scientific research-oriented Void Dweller sent out a mental wave in fear. He is trying to kill into the ship. The damage to the bow exceeds 10%. Under the interference of the magnetic field, the projected image became increasingly blurred, but it was still vaguely visible that the opponent punched the bow one after another during the collision. Gradually, the shock penetrated from the outside to the captain's room. The hull structure of the Void battleship is naturally a space structure, especially this level of space structure, which can be said to be immune to most damage. Even if it is placed on the interstellar battlefield, only level 3 civilization weapons can attack it. But the opponent's fist seems to have a magical destructive ability. No matter how many kinds of space barriers are opened, under the opponent's fist, they are as thin as paper, and can be broken with a single poke. The Great Void Dweller can feel that the monster in front of him has a strong suppression of the Void bloodline. This kid must not be left. Outside the field, Gao Gong's back has been swept by countless dust, gas, and particle fragments, and the scars on his back have healed and opened again, opened and healed again. He has been pushed out by the opponent to a distance of nearly an astronomical unit, which is the distance from the Earth to the Sun. But before, it was the opponent who didn't let him go. Now that he opened the planetary magnetic field, he won't let the opponent go. Through the planetary magnetic field, he stuck to the opponent tightly, and then with the help of the void-destroying power of the knock arms, he punched again and again, shattering the vacuum. As long as he punched into the hole, then there would be a massacre. The knock-like arms had grown purple scales, starting from the back of the fists and gradually covering the forearms. These scales were all solid space bodies. In other words, when it hits people, it can also directly hit the space structure. Is this the scale armor of the purple gold knock? Do you recognize it? Hee, of course I know it. The bones of the purple gold knock are the hardest. When they fought against the kings, the patriarch of the purple gold knock once held back more than a dozen kings by himself. In the end, it was the Death King Anubis who chopped off the opponent's head with the blade of death. But his testicles were also smashed by the opponent's fist. The blade of death, a kind of cosmic treasure? Gao Gong's heart moved. It sounds like this Horus is quite rich. He considered whether to visit some of his relatives. But if he goes in with the knock bloodline, he won't be abused and have a baby, right? Or the family authority is more suitable for him. These distracting thoughts only flashed by, and the next moment, the last layer of the space barrier was also broken. Gao Gong could feel that the knock's hand was burning, as if it had an instinctive obsession with killing the same bloodline. But a tall figure blocked the crack in the bow, with pale blue skin and biomagnetic field full of space fluctuations. Void Dweller? No. Great Void Dweller. The level division of this space civilization is very clear, without many administrative divisions. Void Dweller, Great Void Dweller, Lord of the Void. It is completely divided according to the purity of blood. And the level of space fluctuation in front of this person made Gao Gong vaguely feel a certain threat. This is definitely not an ordinary Void Dweller. And the next moment, the threat level of the opponent instantly reached the top level, so that Gao had to say fuck. Because the opponent exploded on the spot, and in the next moment, it turned into a dark light, crossing time and space, and appeared at Gao Gong's location. Wormhole or black hole? Gao Gong almost instinctively used the time-space transformation that came with his combat boots, jumping from the space dimension to the time dimension. Then the next moment, a wormhole appeared where he was. In the time dimension, space is multidimensional. A trace of surprise flashed in Gao Gong's eyes, as if he saw something. After the second cut of the time-space transformation ended, he immediately entered the Son of God mode again. His vision was pulled very far away, as if he was not in this black hole, and even jumped out of the universe perspective for a moment. Son of God incarnation, Fourth Order incarnated into a high-dimensional species called the Saint Clan. The Saint Clan took it as its mission to expel all evil gods in the universe. It had assisted countless civilizations and expelled the pollution of evil gods, so it was honored as the Saint, and the Son of God was the image of the high-dimensional race entering the physical world. A holy light that fell from the sky fell into the accretion disk, and also illuminated the space debris, space tsunami, and even space collapse caused by the aftermath of the battle. The surrounding space was severely destroyed by the warring parties. At the end of the fight, both sides forgot that this was a high-risk celestial body with extremely unstable space. The particle storm was boundless, and the bursting energy tore through the space cracks, making the cracks bigger and engulfing more dust and matter. Therefore, it was natural that wormholes were formed in the distance or near. Facing these wormholes, even the void warships had to protect themselves in the first place. The previously broken barriers were erected one by one, and a large number of space stabilization anchors were deployed. Otherwise, even the void warships would be at risk of crashing. All the Void Dweller operators were trying their best to get out of this collapsed area. However, the big Void Dweller, who had recovered from the wormhole state, was looking at the wormhole not far away in amazement. A ghost pirate ship was slowly sailing out of the wormhole. Is there a third-party force in this space area? Chapter 1208. The ghost ship that came out of the wormhole was huge, only one size smaller than the Void battleship, but also planet class. The hull was covered with all kinds of bloody and dark graffiti, including bloody, skinned intelligent species, corpses of various creatures, some evil god symbols, distorted evil god portraits, and some dark organization logos. In the center of these graffiti was a bloody, bone-riddled throne image, at least 1,000 kilometers high, and every part was lifelike, as if the wriggling flesh and blood would be peeled off from the hull in the next moment. The black pupils on the horror throne looked at everyone so strangely and gloomily. There were thousands of black pupils like this on this horror throne, and with this size of graffiti, if it was placed on a planet of a first-level civilization, it would definitely be considered a world-destroying natural disaster. Not only was the Great Void Dweller stunned, but even the senior engineer in the high-dimensional state was stunned. The reason is not the appearance of a third party, but the Throne of Terror, which is the symbol of the Shrek pirates. Yesterday's carbon-based biological banquet just ended, and now we are going to have another silver party? You are so evil. Yes, we are evil, but you are not evil after eating more than 1,000 people. Of course I am not evil, I have been losing weight recently. One after another, the monsters walked onto the deck. The smallest of them was thousands of meters tall. Every monster was covered with various scars, energy guns, energy cannons, melee weapons, and biochemical weapons. Some of them were bleeding. The dull-looking monster was still picking at the wound, trying to make it bigger. Idiots, shut up. When the last monster came out, all the other monsters fell silent. It was an indescribable monster. It was the largest, even comparable to some large starships. Every part of its body was pieced together, and it was made of materials from different creatures. Some of them were very crude, and you could see the internal organs through the gaps. The internal organs were also organs from different creatures, first order, second order, third order, and even fourth order. Equally weird was its face, which could not be described simply as beautiful or ugly. The components on its face were more complicated than its body. If the parts on its body could still be seen as organ parts from different creatures, then its entire face was like a face made by repeatedly blending the faces of 1,000 different creatures. This face was not at all out of place on the neck of the cosmic evil god. The monster looked around and paused at the position before the senior engineer. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but soon fell on the face of the Great Void Dweller, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, pustules, and tentacles. Who did I think it was? Isn't this my good cellmate? You are the best among our test subjects. You have established civilization. Why don't you recognize your old friends now that you are rich? After a huge shock, the Great Void Dweller quickly calmed down. Shrek, you have left this galaxy. No, you are not Shrek. Who are you? You can guess. Time reversal phenomenon? No, even if time goes back, it will only go back to the time when you were still a test subject. The Great Void Dweller looked around. Shrek is now the Star Pirate King at his peak. Several cadres around him have actually died in the civilization stranglehold of the year. Where is my old friend? Why didn't the Void Can monster come? Hasn't it always been thinking about the things in the string space? It's strange to say that among the test species that failed to ascend, only the Can monster was the closest to success, so it was taken out first, but it went out too early. After the group of string controllers were exiled, they didn't know how to come back. Haha, interesting. How dare you insult my lord? The Great Void Dweller's face sank, and his figure exploded again on the spot. At the same time, a wormhole appeared in front of the Throne of Terror. There is a third party on this battlefield. No matter whether the other party is real or fake, no matter which timeline it is from, it has too many words. You Void Can monsters are still the same old tricks. Shrek. With a loud laugh, a terrifyingly huge figure jumped down from the bow, and the whole body crashed into the wormhole without dodging. Half of the body was submerged in it. The next moment, something strange happened. The huge space vortex that the wormhole turned into actually shrank little by little as Shrek crashed into it. Finally, with a swallowing sound like a nuclear explosion, Shrek completely disappeared in his stomach. Without the cover of the space folds, everyone present discovered that Shrek had grown mouths from top to bottom, from inside to outside, from every organ on his body to every crack on his body. These mouths seemed to be able to directly swallow space matter, and the large amount of space energy caused by the creation of the wormhole was eaten up by the other party mouth by mouth. Even the Great Void Dweller couldn't help but curse monster when he saw this scene. Shrek looked at his bloody half-body and laughed. The next moment, strange mouths grew on each wound. Each mouth swallowed and spit out energy comparable to that of a reactor, making him so huge and so fast that it was unpredictable. After a few steps, he appeared in front of the Void battleship, which was exactly where Gao Gong was before. I've been watching the show for so long, it's time to come out. Shrek suddenly raised his head, and the black biomagnetic field turned into a tornado, and scrupulously creating large-scale space anomalies in the accretion disk. Every mouth on his body spit out at the same time, and black space strings shot out one by one. Gao Gong, who was still watching the show in a high-dimensional state, suddenly felt that there were many strange silk threads on his body. He immediately confirmed what this thing was. quantum thread, one of the few quantum weapons that can travel through space and time. The next moment, a strong sense of pulling came from the consciousness level. The light first became bright, then suddenly disappeared, and Gao appeared again. The monster of the previous version and the monster of the next version finally met face to face. Shrek looked at Gao Gong with a fiery look. I smell a familiar smell from you. Gao Gong glanced at the throne of terror on the throne of terror, or the carbon throne. He glanced at the monster in front of him again and smiled. Do you know me well? It's the first time we meet. Shrek seemed to want to say something, but Gao Gong had already started insidiously. His fist broke the void, mixed with the strong pressure brought by the control of the planet's magnetic field, and the various star materials in the accretion belt, covering the other party endlessly. Planetary magnetic field control, carbon-based god system exclusive. The powerful biological magnetic field expands, with the help of the fruit's power, forming the primary physical law, thereby controlling the surrounding stellar magnetic field. And Shrek also showed a ferocious smile, and made the same starting move. The same carbon-based fruit planetary magnetic field control. Chapter 1209. Gao Gong's eyes flashed with deep surprise. No way, you are also a famous copy ninja? But the next moment, when the two terrifying planetary magnetic fields collided, countless interstellar dust materials intertwined with each other, forming space depressions. Gao Gong finally understood. It was really true. Gao Gong frowned deeply. Carbon-based fruits are unique, that is to say, in the entire universe, as long as one carbon-based fruit appears, there will not be another carbon-based fruit with the same properties. That's why the mutual annexation of carbon-based gods occurs. If carbon-based fruits can be produced in unlimited quantities, then those ascended carbon-based civilizations will not fight to the death. This is unscientific, but the scene shown at the moment destroyed Gao Gong's common sense. At least what the ascended civilization can't do, he doesn't think a third-level peak civilization can do. However, Shrek's eyes became brighter and brighter, and every mouth on his body showed a bloody smile. The voices overlapped, and wherever they swept, the surrounding space was blasted into depressions. As expected, you are also the owner of the fruit. The space collapsed on a large scale, and Gao Gong had to enter the Overlord mode, embedded in the void like a nail. Overlord. Level 3. When using the starting Overlord, the body is in a super stiff state, defense plus 100,000, 100% ignore armor-breaking skills, 100% not be knocked back, floating, falling, knocking, 74% ignore grabbing skills, overdraft skills, 51% ignore mind control skills. When using skill combos, the Overlord lasts for 5 seconds, and the skill cannot be interrupted in the middle, and the skill power plus 20%. When entering the Invincible Overlord, all resistances are doubled, and 55.4% offset the opponent's Overlord breaking skill. Haha, I got you. Shrek's figure disappeared immediately, and when he reappeared, he was behind Gao Gong. The huge invisible force caused rolling space folds, and Gao Gong's space domain was hit by these folds and shattered directly. If it weren't for the inherent effect of the tyrant body, that it can't be repelled, then Gao Gong would most likely be hammered into the space with this move. You have to be careful, kid. I smell a smell more disgusting than the evil god from this spliced monster. Horus's combat boots made an unprecedented solemn sound. Both war maniac bloodlines were activated to the peak. Gao Gong's purple gold knock arm was like a fish in the water, swimming in the violent space ripples. Before the opponent's huge fist that could cover Gao Gong's body arrived, Gao Gong's space waved in his hand, and the fiery sun-long halberd appeared and directly touched the back of the opponent's fist. The high-temperature heat energy of 100 million degrees instantly turned one of the opponent's arms into black. However, Gao Gong frowned, because he felt that the cosmic treasure, which had always been invincible, had encountered a tough opponent this time. On the back of the opponent's fist, a small mouth squeezed out at some point and bit the tip of the halberd. The high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees had no effect on the teeth in the mouth. There is no doubt that this is another ability of a fruit. I took 5 fruits and survived. How many did you take? The silk threads transformed from space strings once again wrapped around Gao Gong's body. The tyrant body did not seem to have a particularly good effect on this kind of binding method. Gao Gong glanced at the reward panel unwillingly, and without saying a word, he once again entered the Son of God incarnation, and the whole person once again turned into endless light and escaped from the space cage created by the opponent. Among the previous 3 rewards with over 1,000 attributes, there were several abilities that he was very concerned about. However, when he wanted to add skills, he found something embarrassing. That is, he himself was also in the sealed state of the species luck, And the seal of the species lock was not limited to the level, but also included skills. This time, the boomerang that he mocked the player finally hit him. In the mode of the Son of God incarnation, the space once again became three-dimensional and multi-dimensional, and he once again saw the slightest bit of something wrong that he felt when he transformed time and space before. In the process of the annihilation of two or more wormholes, a cosmic tunnel leading to the string space will appear. However, in this state, there are two cosmic tunnels, but some of them overlap, making people mistakenly think that it is a tunnel. Gao Gong immediately thought of a possibility in his mind. If this is the case, it can explain why the passage that is obviously leading directly to the civilization relics is so dangerous and unstable, and even explain why the Stringer civilization can build a stable space structure inside the black hole. If this is true, then it can only be said that the group of string controllers have really maxed out their space manipulation skills. But before Gao Gong could think carefully, the quantum wires once again entangled him and pulled him down again. As soon as he returned to reality, the fist that was so terrifying that it brought about an annihilation reaction rushed straight to his face again. Gao Gong could only accompany the opponent's madness. The purple scales on the back of his hand lit up slightly, and a gap was squeezed out of the block space. With the blessing of 10,000 power, Gao Gong's right hand displayed the most powerful single combat skill he mastered and slashed at the opponent. The battle between the two monsters was no less than the bombardment of two top-level void warships. The space had already collapsed on a large scale. Even if it was a real void warship, it could only retreat again and again. The space stabilization anchor exploded in batches due to overload. The Great Void Dweller was worried that if the two monsters continued to fight, they would destroy the void channel they had developed with great difficulty. At the same time, he wished that the two monsters would be defeated and destroyed together. However, when he saw the throne of terror slowly approaching them, his expression became ugly again. On the deck, the monsters looked at the void warship with interest. This guy doesn't think that we will just sit there and watch them take advantage of the situation, right? Why don't we watch it for a while? I think it's pretty good. I haven't seen a strongman who can fight the boss in a duel for a long time. This handsome boy also has a carbon-based fruit in his body. I wonder how it compares to the modified fruit in our bodies. The boss took the enemy's fruit, and I don't know if he ate it himself or shared it with us. It should be shared with us, isn't it that he can't take it anymore? Idiot, do you really think we are still alive? When the time ebbs, what do you think you can eat? Time ebbs? The Great Void Dweller still wanted to say something, but these carbon-based monsters had already jumped off the deck one after another. The terrifying creatures were so powerful that even the compressed void warships began to shrink in size. After the captain-level monsters went up, the next was the small leaders of the Star Pirate Group, who led the elite of the Star Pirate Group to carry out the Wolf Pack tactics. Velvet led his own blue pirate troop and rushed to a void weapon platform, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He never thought that one day he would return to the Shrek Pirate Group and resume his old business. This is really a hell. Gao Gong can be sure of one thing, that is, the bioenergy of this Shrek is definitely more than 1 billion. When he was fighting with the opponent, he also took the time to brush up a probe, attached the Divine Consciousness probe, and at least detected one of the opponent's attributes. Name, Shrek Time Travel, Race, Ascension Failed Species. Level, 90 plus bioenergy, 900 million to 1.7 billion. Originally, Gao Gong was a little confused. Theoretically speaking, his current state is the peak of the third-order carbon base. There can't be anyone more powerful than him. If there is, it can't exist in this level. Now he understands. From the third to the fourth level, there is actually another existence called Ascension Technology. If every third-level civilization wants to ascend, it must build a large-scale ascending cluster. Of course, before that, it must first verify the feasibility of this ascending technology, so it needs test subjects, commonly known as mice. The one in front of you is a test subject, an ascending test subject. Chapter 12:10. Shrek, as a test subject of the string controllers, although he could not achieve true ascension, he gained some characteristics of ascension. Gao Gong guessed that this ascension characteristic was mostly related to void energy, otherwise the opponent's biological energy would not fluctuate between 900 million and 1.7 billion. In other words, the opponent has a large number of void energy storage organs. This should be the ascension organ. The universe is so big that there are really all kinds of things. Gao Gong has seen many civilizations that failed to ascend, or ascension test subjects in his previous life, and few of them can maintain consciousness. Either they completely disappeared, or they became evil gods. What are you distracting? The harsh mental storm came again. If Gao Gong's consciousness was not full, he would have been dizzy and his consciousness collapsed. Gao Gong's face was calm, and he skillfully used a set of third-level combat skills with the Fiery Sun long halberd in his hand to break the terrifying energy storm created by the opponent. Once the opponent gets close, the cosmic weapon with a temperature of 100 million degrees can directly destroy the space collapse created by the opponent and pierce the opponent's body. No matter how terrifying Shrek's creatures are, and how many fruits he eats, he is still afraid of this level of weapons. After all, it is really scary to forcibly deduct a point of planetary health. No matter how monstrous the opponent is, the planetary health on his body will probably not exceed 2 points. In other words, after being hit twice, no matter how monstrous the monster is, it will die. Oh no, it will return to the time tide. Now, Gao Gong not only understands the law of the cosmic tunnel, but also understands the reason why the opponent appears. As the high-intensity confrontation with this monster continued, Gao Gong's two war-crazy bloodlines became more and more integrated, and the fighting spirit he released became more and more substantial. In the war-crazy mode, his fighting talent was like some cockroaches, and it skyrocketed unreasonably. It didn't take long for him to be suppressed by Shrek at the beginning, and now they were evenly matched. In addition to the pure stellar high temperature, the halberd of the Fiery Sun halberd also came with a strange blood-colored flame. This flame danced and drilled into the gaps in space, evolving into a sea of fire along the collapse of space, or evolving into at least SS-level flame energy bodies as Gao Gong's palm danced and pounced on the opponent. In the face of these strange energy attacks, Shrek did not act arrogantly, but showed another fruit ability, that is, vibration, through thousands of space string vibrations, creating shattered space. Every time the flame energy body rushed to his side, it was completely shattered by this shattering vacuum. This kind of smashing vacuum is probably mixed with some kind of instant death mechanism, like a wormhole. Coincidentally, Wildfire also has a similar mechanism. Wildfire, level 4. Just as no matter how powerful a nuclear weapon is, it cannot destroy the laws of physics, the end-of-life evolution is not a body comparable to the creation of the universe, nor is it an invincible combat power, but mastering the regularity of life. Even if you just steal a little spark, it is enough to cause a prairie fire, regularity plus 15%. Additional status: Fire of Feathers, Wildfire. Fire of Feathers. By absorbing a large amount of life force, the regularity is increased from 15% to 50%. In this 50%, it can resist all irregular attacks and consume 50,000 points of biological energy per second. Wildfire. Ignite the fire of life, destroy all life forms, and permanently reduce the opponent's health by 10,000 points per second. The larger the enemy, the greater the loss. Wildfire cannot be extinguished unless the enemy's life form completely collapses. Just as the rules of physics can only be broken by higher-level rules of physics, the same is true for the rules of life. This move is also a killing move of the rules of life, a regular killing. Reduce the enemy's health in proportion, especially under the control of Gao Gong. The power of this flame is more than 100 times stronger than before. Only the top-level, third-level strongman plus the blood of the war madman can 100% exert the power of the fourth-level skills. So now Gao Gong is chasing Shrek and seeking close combat. But Shrek is contrary to his usual behavior and becomes cautious. A flame demon and a flesh and blood monster, the damage caused is comparable to the core area of the interstellar battlefield. In a short period of time, neither side can do anything to the other. Gao Gong's eyes flashed with the evolution of countless combat skills, and gradually, the scene that he mistakenly entered when using the Lion Long halberd before appeared in Gao Gong's mind again. Each Star Elder held a standard cosmic treasure, tearing through timelines one after another, completely igniting each civilization. Although the content of the picture is the same, the picture clarity this time is particularly high. Even Gao Gong seems to have transformed into a Star Elder. Hundreds of halberd techniques are integrated into one, and with the long halberd shining with starlight raised high, he chopped hard and tore a timeline. Are you making a breakthrough in skill? Affected by the species lock, the breakthrough failed? Unable to break through the master-level Nima, Gao Gong instantly felt like vomiting blood. Just at that moment, he clearly felt that his halberd-holding method had found the inspiration to break through the skill level limit, that is, above the master level. As a result, just as he touched a crack, the species lock forced himself to enter the sage time. This is not a species lock, it is clearly a chastity lock. Fuck. Gao Gong was angry, and waved his palms, throwing out the 4th level skill 813 Dark Matter Storm for free. This time, even Shrek was shocked. You know, although both sides fought fiercely, and had completely given up the maintenance of the surrounding environment, giving up maintenance does not mean active destruction. Releasing the dark matter storm in an environment full of space energy is equivalent to smoking a cigarette at a gasoline station. Almost instantly, stimulated by dark matter, a large number of wormholes were generated. This time, it was not one or two, but hundreds and thousands. For a while, the sky was dark, and the annihilation light was everywhere. Space collapse is no longer a normal phenomenon, but space destruction. Even as strong as Shrek was bleeding in this extreme environment, and the number of mouths that grew could not keep up with the wounds on his body. This old guy is even crazier than me. However, when he saw the direction the other party was rushing towards, his face changed instantly. However, in such an extreme environment, it was too late to stop the other party. Gao Gong found the coordinates of the previous wormhole, and the cosmic treasure in his hand instantly increased to 100 million degrees. According to his memory of the previous breakthrough, it drew an unpredictable arc. Although he could not break through the master and reach the legendary realm, after this breakthrough, Gao Gong had found a way to provoke the timeline. Although it was only a little bit, it was enough. When the halberd light fell, Shrek's face changed greatly. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately his figure became transparent in an instant and slowly dissipated in the air. The captain-level monsters, who surrounded the void battleship, also looked at each other and disappeared in astonishment. The time has not come yet. Wirewai was the last one to disappear. He seemed to want to say something. He looked anxiously at the location of Gao Gong, and his mouth kept opening and closing. Fortunately, Gao Gong saw that it was a space coordinate. He nodded to the other party, indicating that he would definitely pull the other party out of the quantum superposition state. Unfortunately, Wirewai did not see this. However, Gao Gong followed closely, and the super destruction where thousands of wormholes were located drowned him. It even spread along the center of the battle between the two to the location of the void battleship. The void dwellers in the battleship were in bad luck. First, they were surrounded and beaten by a group of monsters who had resurrected from the dead, and then they suffered this disaster that could easily destroy a star system. The black light covered the void battleship. It was unknown whether this top starship could achieve dimension jump in such a destructive environment. You defeated Shrek and received rewards. You defeated the captain of Shrek Group's 2nd Squadron, rewards. You defeated the captain of Shrek Group's 2nd and 3rd Squadrons, rewards. In the Sky Fortress, Gate, who had long been notified by the senior engineer to retreat from the accretion disk, stared at the destructive anomaly on the accretion disk in amazement. A huge black hole suddenly appeared on the accretion disk filled with light. Anyone who was not blind could see this. And just at this time, the players also went online one after another. Chapter 12:11. As soon as the little scourges came online, they saw this scene comparable to a civilization disaster. Even across hundreds of sky units, they could feel the terrifying destructive power emanating from it. They looked at each other, and then swallowed their saliva. What's going on? The cutscene CG was broadcast when we were not there? Advanced preview? I remember that before we went online, it seemed that we were being chased by those faceless monsters. What's going on? This group of players was just discussing on the forum that they were being chased by the void warships before. According to the operating mechanism of this game, the group of void monsters would most likely not return to the monster base, but continue to follow the plot. Before they went online, they were worried that according to the plot, their home nest, Skyfort, would not be wiped out. After all, if tens of thousands of people were wiped out, their own scientific research ship would not have much combat power. However, after Gates' explanation, the players were stunned. Good fellow, Boss G, you really take action when something goes wrong. It has always been the players who clean up the mess for the NPCs, but my boss is the opposite. He really takes the blame when something goes wrong. He picked up his weapon and started fighting with that monster-class void battleship. The disaster in front of him was probably a scene where Boss G and the other party perished together. Good fellow, you are loyal. I will still be with you in the next life. Boss G, is it over already? How can the heavens be so unkind to my old G, my excellent boss, who was killed by idiots? Ah, I haven't given birth to a child for Boss G yet. Brother, you are a man, you can't have children. Humph, you underestimate our biological transformation technology. Awesome. When Gao Gong appeared outside the space window, he saw a group of players crying and screaming, and they were almost burning braziers and throwing paper money. Gao Gong looked at this scene with a dark face. It was New Year's Day, and thousands of people were crying. This was not good. He knocked on the hatch, and Gate and Imwell, who were notified, were immediately surprised and quickly let Gao Gong in. After driving away a bunch of players, who were crying, Gao Gong was relieved. Being too popular with players is not necessarily a good thing. Boss, you are still alive. No, are you okay? Nonsense, if I have something wrong, can you still see me? No, you. In the face of such a disaster, can you still survive? The boss's mysterious image has reached a new level. Of course, there are ways to save your life. Gao Gong laughed and glanced at his panel. The body of sub-singularity particles has fallen into a gray state. Sub-singularity particle body, fourth-order singularity, is an important concept in physics and mathematics, usually referring to a point where density and space-time curvature are infinite. It is closely related to black holes and the Big Bang, and whether it is space technology, time technology, or biotechnology, it is related to it when researched to the end. By infinitely particleizing the body, the final result is that in the process of infinite decomposition, it is infinitely close to the singularity state. In this state, it can escape from the destruction mode of planetary weapons. Note 1. Since the body's singularization requires the body to enter the infinite state, after the skill is cancelled, within 10 planetary days, the player cannot enter carbon-based fusion, let alone use this skill. Note 2. This skill has a small chance of tearing the carbon base and destroying the foundation of the species. The stronger the body, the smaller the chance. Apart from anything else, I have a lot of ways to save my life. Even if this body is gone, Gao Gong is sure that he can send his consciousness back to the ancestral temple before it is destroyed. Boss, you are still here, and Velvy hasn't come back yet. Has he already? Gate hesitated. Gao Gong shook his head and told him what happened before and Velvy's current state. When he heard that the Shrek pirates had resurrected, Gate's eyes almost popped out. When he heard that Velvy had rejoined the pirates, Gate was completely stunned, his mouth wide open. Vil was puzzled and asked, Boss, are you sure you are experiencing the phenomenon of time travel? If it is time travel, shouldn't you be encountering Shrek in the imprisoned state? Gao Gong smiled slightly. This is the most interesting part of the quantum superposition state. It can be Shrek in the Star Pirate King period, or Shrek in the imprisoned mode. The superposition of the two naturally has two different memories. Quantum superposition state? As an archaeologist who has dug countless space graves and seen all kinds of ghosts, Vil naturally knows what this is. The simplest quantum superposition state is actually the merging of two timelines, and people on different timelines merge into one. Different timelines? Vil immediately drew inferences from one example. Boss, are you saying that there are actually two cosmic tunnels between wormholes? Yes. Combining the previous clues, Vil thought. So, in fact, neither of the two tunnels is a tunnel to string space, but the combination of the two is? That's right. But why is this? Although this makes sense, why does this phenomenon occur? Have you ever considered that the black hole we are in is actually the fusion of two black holes? Vil was stunned at first, then rushed to the operating table, and then a large amount of gravitational wave data, space-time curvature, and energy spectrum were called out. The data was so dense that it almost covered the holographic screen. Although it has studied this celestial body for nearly 3 planetary years, compared with the lifespan of a black hole, it is probably not even a moment. So even if a large amount of data has been collected over the years, it still hasn't discovered this. And Vil is now being instructed by the senior engineer, and is in the stage of flashes of inspiration. The fusion of two black holes is first the fusion of two singularities, and in this process, a large amount of space energy will be released. If dimensional technology can be used, a temporary space can be created. Vil directly rubbed out two black hole models, and put them together. Since black holes are so common in the universe, black hole models are universal. The fusion of two black holes is first the fusion of singularities, just like two black funnels, which begin to attract each other. The first part to be attracted is the top of the funnel. As for the singularity, although most third-level civilizations can verify it, it is impossible to find it and study it seriously with the technology of third-level civilization. There is a saying that the singularity has sunk to the bottom of the universe, which happens to be the channel between this universe and the parallel universe. Although the statement is not necessarily correct, it at least shows that the singularity can be linked to the dimension. Vil didn't know what parameters he adjusted, and a space-time tunnel was generated between the two singularities. This tunnel spread outward from the black hole, that is, the accretion belt. Because it was in different black hole belts, it became two cosmic tunnels. Only in some special cases, the two tunnels merged into one, and this space-time tunnel could be entered. Or, string space, the tunnel between the two singularities, which was transformed by the string controller through string technology, is the string space. With the help of these Scourge warriors, I can probably calculate the time when the cosmic tunnels overlap, but I need an entry point. This entry point is very critical. It must be a fixed point, and the two tunnels intersect through it. Senior engineer patted Emville on the shoulder. It seems that our Velvy has made a great contribution this time. Chapter 12:12. The coordinates that WireY finally told Gao Gong were 100% the intersection of the two tunnels. And this intersection is most likely the home of the Shrek pirates. However, only when the two cosmic tunnels overlap can this group of quantum superposition pirates come into being with the help of the terrifying spacetime energy generated when the singularity merges with the singularity. So as long as you enter when the two cosmic tunnels are initially merged and leave before the time tide is completed, you can avoid fighting with this group of monster pirates. Boss, the Void Dwellers came earlier than us. Do they know the truth of string space? In the process of calculating the safe passage, Enville suddenly had an idea and asked. Gao Gong shook his head silently. He was not optimistic. No matter how void bloodline they are not fourth-level bloodline. At least they will not master the ability of the Son of God. If you have not seen it with your own eyes, it is probably difficult to imagine that the cosmic tunnel generated by the wormhole is not one, but two. And only two overlapping ones can be the real channel to the string space. However, Gao Gong did not underestimate the other party. The other party may not be able to see through the technology of the group of string controllers, but they are not without a solution. Didn't the group of little playthings, oh no, the little Scourge warriors say before that the Void Dwellers can already create large stable nodes in the universe tunnel, so as long as they keep testing repeatedly, they can generate a void channel by themselves, and go straight to the core of the black hole. The black hole is so big. I didn't say this is a smart way, I just said that they may have developed a solution. Anyway, as long as they don't count the resources and pile up channels, sooner or later, they will accidentally hit the string space. Enville thought about it, and it was true. This group of void monsters probably started the research on string space a long time ago, as early as when the Lord of the Void escaped from the hands of the string controller. After such a long time, nothing has been researched. So it is very likely that the other party is using a stupid method. Perhaps, as the other party's space technology becomes more and more advanced, the efficiency of this stupid method will be improved. But before that, I am afraid that he and others would have run away with the treasures of string space. After Gao Gong discovered the truth of string space, Enville quickly came up with a second plan. This plan records in detail the time when each section of the universe tunnel overlaps, and the time when it separates, and the time can be accurate to seconds. But this is also thanks to the help of the players. It's not that the Void Dwellers don't explore wormholes, nor are they reluctant to make a lot of sacrifices, but the problem is that no matter how many Void Dwellers enter the wormhole, it is useless if the news cannot be transmitted back. After a player dies, he can still complain on the forum to let the senior engineer know how they died, and then infer the state inside the wormhole. Void Dwellers can't get stuck with this kind of bug. So apart from luck, from a technological perspective, unless the space technology of the Void Dwellers has developed to a level close to that of the string controllers back then, they basically have no chance of entering the string space. You have deciphered the secret of the universe tunnel and unlocked the string space channel, the string controller civilization favorability plus 2,000, personal reputation plus 10,000 current reputation, 137,300, a boss panel task is refreshed every 50,000. In theory, the entire string space channel has a total of 9 sections, and the space node that Verdi told us is in the 4th section. That is to say, if we can enter from this wormhole, we can avoid the dangers of the first 3 sections. Next, it is the maximum time we have in each channel. Emwell waved his worm foot, and 6 numbers were marked. It can be seen that the time is getting shorter as time goes on. For example, the 4th section can have 5 minutes, but the time for the last 3 sections is calculated in light seconds. That is to say, when you reach the last 3 channels, you must pass through at the speed of light. There is no one else except Gao. This time, except for the 3 NPCs, all the remaining players attended the meeting. Gao Gong no longer slacked off, and directly divided tens of thousands of players into 6 teams. Each team was responsible for blocking a section of the string channel, and in order to ensure the completion of the task, generous rewards were given. Once the blocking was completed, Gao Gong was guaranteed to enter the next section of the string channel, and was promoted 5 levels in a row, and a customized 3rd level equipment. In order to prevent some players with abnormal brain circuits from making trouble, Gao Gong also made strict punishments. Once the mission failed, Gao's favorability would be reset to 0, the camp points would be reset to 0, and he would be directly deducted by 10 levels. This basically kicked more than half of the players present out of the 3rd level. The players no longer made a fuss, but surrounded the high-level players and designed various tactics to protect the Emperor. After all, everyone understood that whether this mission could be completed depended on ensuring that G could pass smoothly. 10,000 lives could be sacrificed, but Gao could not be sacrificed. And on the periphery of the accretion disk, the figure of the Great Void Dweller appeared in a mess. To be more precise, there is only one head, and the rest of the body has become the blue ribbon unique to the Void Dwellers. The Void battleship has long disappeared, or rather, it was destroyed in the Great Destruction along with the thousands of space scientists on the ship. This destruction destroyed at least 30 years of hard work of the Void Dweller civilization, and even the death of the scientists was secondary. Inside the ship, a large amount of black hole research data was stored. Because of the special environment of the black hole, information is difficult to transmit, and these data even include records from hundreds of years ago. And now, all these records are cleared. It can imagine what kind of anger the Lord of the Void will face when it returns. But now is not even the time to consider this. He must send this situation back as soon as possible. He has a hunch that if he does not send this information back, then the loss this time will be civilization level. Gao Gong is not sure whether there will be any survivors of the Void Dwellers. Even if no one survives, this news may not be leaked. Moreover, never underestimate the troop transport capabilities of a space civilization. So Engineer Gao decided to leave immediately. The players were all dressed up, because this time Master G had said that all losses in this operation would be borne by Master G. Then why are you still hesitating? Just do it. However, there were also a few players with amazing brain circuits, who felt that the rewards for this mission were too generous. The next plot would not be that the leader of the faction was trapped in the third-level civilization, and the fourth disaster tried its best, but could not rescue him. So they repeatedly tested Mr. Gao to see if he had some flag-like remarks, such as "I will go home after this battle, there is nothing to be afraid of. Look at the photos of my wife and daughter." These players who wanted to see the photos of Director Du were undoubtedly reduced in favorability by Engineer Gao. "Looking at my wife's photos, shouldn't it be me who looks at you? Oh, you are all single, without wives, a bunch of poor kids. Boss, this time, I will go with you." Gate gritted his teeth. "You? Have you thought about it?" Gao Gong didn't understand why the old shipwright was crazy this time. You know, as a ship repairman, he doesn't have to go to the front line even in the Shrek Star Pirates group. "I want to go to that string space to take a look." Gate gritted his teeth. "You want to go too? Can you enter the speed of light?" "Boss, take me for a ride. I accept the result no matter what." Gao Gong stopped talking nonsense, and rolled the tongue of Horus's combat boots, directly rolling the other party in. Immediately afterwards, all the subforts on the Sky Fortress split out, and under Imwell's nervous eyes, they passed through the wormhole and entered it. Even Gao Gong was a little nervous. After all, theory is theory. If the theory is wrong, wouldn't he die in vain? Fortunately, after entering the wormhole, the dense shouts of killing around made Gao Gong immediately realize that there were people in the wormhole. It's a good thing to have people. Chapter 12-13. This is a typical interstellar battlefield. The gray nebula surges in the void, like a festering wound, and the twisted gravitational tide twists the wreckage of the warship into a metal twist. A large number of star pirates use disposable drop chambers, or lightspeed spacecraft to carry out sub-lightspeed string-jumping tactics, which is what players call the human cannon tactics. Since the drop chamber is disposable, and there is no recycling option at all, the star pirates either break through the opponent's starship or drift in the universe, waiting to die alone. This tactic also cultivates the star pirate's fierce and cruel character. Either you die or I die, there is no third option. The star pirates, who can survive under this tactic, are undoubtedly the most powerful and experienced ones. Now, the battlefield is full of such pirates. Players explore and brush them one by one. Elite of Shrek Pirates LV-75, Captain of Shrek Pirates Group LV-81, Captain of 33 Team of Shrek Pirates Group LV-85. Not even one is below level 75. Even in the current civilized fleet, there are not many who can reach this level in terms of individual quality. Faced with the sudden appearance of 10,000 people, these pirates showed salivating expressions, and then rushed forward one by one, even in the naked state, driving the spacecraft into the light speed mode. Considering the opponent's level, and the upper limit of the physical endurance, this is a serious light speed human cannon. And the number of pirates is huge. Looking around, it is dense and boundless. Gao Gong's tens of thousands of people thrown into it are basically a drop of water in a boiling pot, and they just go up and eat. Fight monsters. What monsters? Put up a shield for Brother G first. The blood replenishing team is ready to make sure Brother G's blood volume is always full. No problem, not only full blood, but also full energy. Brothers, I'm going. Look at my mechanical body method. A player roared, and the next moment, dense needles were inserted into his body, various adrenaline enhancements, muscle hardening needles, and one-time combat AI blessings, all rushed up without cost. I have an electric dragon on the left, a tiger style on the right, a power spine on the waist, and a reactor on the chest. Kill anyone who stands in my way, and kill anyone who stands in my way. The next moment, this half-cyborg player directly hit the opponent, and the super-large subspace chainsaw on the left chopped a space pirate fiercely, and then the other two space pirates used weapons to pierce his chest, but then his lower abdomen turned open, and a mini version of the space torpedo blasted out in close combat, and the broken limbs, broken arms, and torn power spines were scattered everywhere. Facts have proved that not only the pirates dare to fight, but also the players, especially when the mission rewards are sufficient. The players of the first team formed a flesh-and-blood wall to protect Gao Gong. They fought with each other with red eyes, and the rest covered Gao Gong's front, back, left and right, fearing that he would be hit by a hidden arrow or a decapitation operation. If this picture was seen by outsiders, they would definitely exclaim, "What a moving space opera, the temperament of the actors, the image of the actors, the acting skills of the actors, the standard practice." However, Gao Gong did not care about the battle between the players and the pirates, but looked at the quantum cloud at the edge of the battlefield. The quantum cloud expanded and contracted, and a large number of pirates from the Shrek pirate group appeared, but the high-level leaders of the pirate group, those captain-level monsters, and even Shrek himself, had not yet appeared. This shows that the degree of fusion of the two tunnels is not high, and they must be separated before the monsters spawn more and more. Envil gave many warnings before coming. Although the cosmic tunnel is described as a tunnel, it seems that there is a road with an entrance and an exit. But the situation is much more complicated than this. The birth and death of wormholes, the tunnels created, are essentially a kind of spatial chaos, a bug in the cosmic space layer. It is these constantly generated small bugs that cause wormholes to appear. Wormholes are bugs, and rules are entrances and exits. It is quite abstract to want to find rules in bugs. There is a reason why the Void Dweller has not made much progress in so many years. Fortunately, Gao Gong was prepared for this, and his divine consciousness was fully opened. This fourth-level ability is particularly useful in this area. His pupils are like miniature black holes at this moment, absorbing all phenomena, restoring the essence, and looking down on everything with the attitude of a high-dimensional observer. God's Awareness, Level 4 Effect 1. You can see the true face of all information life. Effect 2. With the detection skill, you can randomly detect an enemy attribute regardless of the enemy's level. In Gao Gong's eyes, enemies do not exist, players do not exist, space does not exist, energy does not exist, only endless quantum collapse is happening before his eyes. Dimensions constantly enter superposition states, and then collapse in Gao Gong's eyes. This is a classic problem of quantum collapse. Does the world exist independently of observation, or vice versa? Does the world really change because of the existence of the observer? As for Gao Gong now, yes, through high-dimensional observation, Gao Gong finally observed an entrance and exit. It's a pity that he didn't fight with that Shrek again. No, this is definitely not his idea. No matter how much he wears the war-crazy equipment and activates the war-crazy blood, he can't really become a monster who loves war. As for the Horus bloodline, the interference of the Nock family on his mind is even more impossible. As an old cunt in the information department, these little adrenaline can't interfere with any of his brain operations. Someone observed him. Or, with the help of Gao Gong's observation, he operated it for a while. Sure enough, the next moment, the figure of the terrifying monster swept out from the quantum cloud. Before the time tide brewed to its peak, it appeared in another way. Gao Gong's eyes turned into a reverse vortex, and the monster that just laughed and swept out of the quantum cloud began to collapse again. He is a professional at playing with information. Ha ha, let me try again. How big is the difference between the real carbon-based fruit and the modified fruit? Facing the quantum collapse of his own body, Shrek was not panicked at all. The core of his crazy eyes was a determined will that seemed like a stubborn stone that could not be washed away by time. He punched out with the ability of the fruit again. Control of the planet's magnetic field. Gao Gong had a blank expression on his face, and started with the same move. Two terrifying magnetic fields collided with each other. The void did not produce bulges, nor did it set off dangerous energy tides. All colors disappeared, leaving only the crazy emergence of various forces. Finally, all the forces were integrated into Gao Gong's body. On the system panel, even with the species lock, the development level of the gravity fruit was still jumping wildly, 50%, 51%, 52%, and finally fixed at 71%. Before he could use other means, Wirey was collapsed by the quantum cloud. Sure enough, the transformation fruit is just a lower-level product. It can only be merged with the real carbon-based fruit. Gao Gong muttered to himself. But you are really talented to think of using the ascending evil power to make carbon-based fruits. Gao Gong has long been very interested in this kind of artificial carbon-based fruit. He cannot understand the technological principle of this mass-produced product. Because theoretically, this is impossible. In the previous life, Gao Gong had seen that some ascending civilizations even cultivated a batch of carbon-based fruits in other parallel time and space, and then brought them to the main universe. But these fruits withered on the spot. How did this group of string controllers manage to handle something that the ascending civilization couldn't handle? It's a bit against the will of heaven. As a former civilization leader, who had ascended more than 3 times, Gao Gong suddenly felt a familiar taste after the merger fruit. This is related to the ascending technology, but it's not the smooth, successful ascending taste, but the taste of evil power bred by the failed ascending. Gao Gong suddenly thought of something. The string controller civilization developed to the peak of the 3rd level civilization, and then was discovered by the mechanical overlord Purple Giant Star. In order to prevent its ascending from interfering with the cyber test field, it was suppressed. This is the public version. But is there a possibility that before they were suppressed, they tried to ascend once, but failed? Chapter 12:14. The success rate of civilization ascension has always been low. According to Gao Gong's understanding in the Civilization Council, the success rate of the 1st level civilization ascension, that is, from the 3rd level civilization to the 4th level civilization, is only 10%. Of course, this is for registered households, and the failure rate of unregistered households will be even higher. After the ascension fails, in addition to the civilization itself being seriously injured, 100% of the ascension evil power will be generated. This evil power is the product of the failure of the species to evolve upward. Generally speaking, the number of members of the 3rd level civilization ranges from hundreds of billions to hundreds of millions. Whether it is the genetic fragments or negative energy produced after the failure of so many members, their scale and complexity are all standard non-degradable garbage, cosmic level. Every year, the Civilization Council has to deal with a large amount of this kind of garbage, and the method of disposal is either to throw it into parallel time and space, or to incinerate it in a galaxy-level or even supergalaxy-level energy reactor. There are ways to recycle, but they are very rare, because different civilizations fail to ascend, and the evil power they produce is different, and basically there is no unified technology for recycle. And the modified carbon-based fruit of the stringer, in Gao Gong's view, is the secondary utilization of the evil power. After knowing this, Gao Gong also gave up the idea of taking this kind of fruit. Don't think about it, this kind of fruit is 100% toxic and harmful, and it is guaranteed to have many side effects, which is a civilization-level technological work. These distracting thoughts flashed through Gao Gong's mind one by one, and then before the other monsters were awakened, he entered the next stage of the tunnel. Hey, is this a laboratory? You know? Of course I know. This is a top-grade biological laboratory. Look, that big white tank is a neural symbiosis instrument. It can remove your nervous system, and you can still survive, and even think rationally, just like your automatic fruit peeling machine. That is a gene etching machine, which specializes in etching at the gene level. For example, it can carve star maps into genes. Such species are born with the talent for interstellar navigation. Did you see that large dryer? That is a void transformation machine. After you are put in and blown dry, there is a certain probability that you will be transformed into a void bloodline. My goodness, the equipment here is so advanced, more advanced than the equipment in our camp. Wow man, you know a lot. Nonsense, I am a professional. Which profession? Cyberpsychiatry, a full-level biological doctor. If you have mental illness, you can contact me, I guarantee to cure it. A player wearing a test subject costume said seriously. Gao Gong ignored all the equipment and test subjects in this void laboratory and teleported directly to the depths. It was the largest laboratory, and the door was open. Are you here to inherit our legacy? The humanoid species turned around from the test bench, and its head was covered with a naturally generated translucent crystal shell. Although the lower part emitted a strong spatial fluctuation, it was not like the general void species, ethereal and unreal. Those emitting spatial exoskeletons looked like old-fashioned space suits, and with the helmet, Gao Gong seemed to have traveled back to the planetary era. You are the first carbon-based creature to come in since we were exiled. Very good, you are not a mechanical body. Just for this reason, you are qualified to inherit our legacy. The other party's voice was very pleasant as broken jade. It was not like a universal translator, which was particularly strange because of the different species' accents. It was as if the two sides were communicating directly through brain waves. Gao Gong stared at him for a long while, and suddenly laughed. Why bother? You are not like Shrek, who is stubborn enough to fight to the death. Your body has escaped, and your civilization has developed well outside. It has broken through the third level after the mechanical master left. Since you can't pass the information to those of your kind outside, don't delay me. If I can't find you today, those void dwellers will not be able to find you in another 100 years. You manipulated my thoughts before and awakened Shrek, but you didn't stop me. The stringer on the opposite side finally stopped hiding. The strong dissatisfaction mixed with the terrifying void fluctuations made Gao Gong feel as if he was in the vast ocean of the void world, and he was almost unable to move. Like Shrek, this void master was a max boss of level 90 many years ago. As an experimental subject of the Ascension experiment, he probably also had some Ascension characteristics. The most important thing is that, as the leader of a third-level space civilization, this stack buff has received a lot of bonuses. Gao Gong even suspected that the other party had at least 10 boss templates. But this is also the limit. In this time and space, Gao Gong is the observer. There is an observer, and there is no observer. For Gao Gong, modifying brain information is a simple matter. In the last second of the collapse, Gao Gong could vaguely see the true face of the other party. It was a nebula-shaped monster. Its skin reflected small black dots with emotions, and the outer periphery was a gorgeous halo, which actually looked a bit like a black hole and an accretion disk. Although the other party played very realistically. But as long as Gao Gong's brain was normal, he would not think that the group of stringers would leave any information in the channel. Ghost, the ghost of the mechanical master, is still wandering over the Robert galaxy. Moreover, although detection is a common skill, it is particularly useful with the consciousness of God. Name, Lord of the Void, time travel, race, species/civilization leaders with failed ascension level, 90 plus bioenergy, 2.1 billion to 3 billion, void extraction. Gao Gong can be sure that this civilization leader in quantum superposition, its body in the outside world, must control 5 to 10 small voids, which can also be called secondary dimensions. This secondary dimension is similar to the dark dimension in Yi De Loli's hand, except that Yi De Loli can only manipulate it, while the other party can achieve complete control and even absorb it. This is definitely not the power of an individual, but the technological blessing of an entire civilization, just like some mechanical equipment with built-in mechanical energy addition. This is a pure Krypton Gold War god. However, after the quantum collapse this time, the Lord of the Void did not collapse completely like Shrek. Instead, it left behind a group of glowing gems. It is called a gem, but it is actually made up of countless subspace fragments. Name, Void Gem. Level, Level 4. Attributes, 50/50ths planetary energy, 50/50ths void energy, planetary level. Note, only in the core of the secondary dimension can this level of void energy source be born. Compared with ordinary planetary energy, void energy is more precious because it is one of the few non-planetary energy. This kind of energy cannot be produced on all planets, no matter which planet it is, and can only be extracted from the dimension. What is this? A show of goodwill. In addition to showing goodwill, Gao Gong really didn't understand what the other party did for. It's just unclear which Void Lord this show of goodwill came from, whether it was the version of the time going back in front of him, or the version of the leader of the civilization outside. Then everything went smoothly. Although the next section of the corridor was forced to upgrade, this upgrade was somewhat similar to the dimension jump of the Void battleship, both of which jumped from one dimension to another, but this forced upgrade was physical upgrade. Without a strong enough spatial talent, it was impossible to stop this operation. So the players died collectively. But anyway, their role was achieved. Then, Gao Gong continued to pass through 3 sections of the corridor at the speed of light. He felt more and more wrapped in a thick space-time energy. Gao Gong's body began to become transparent with the naked eye. At the same time, a large number of golden particles were produced in his body. Each particle seemed to be composed of countless memory residual images, reflecting all of Gao Gong's memories, even including experiences that were no longer in his memory. When Gao Gong's space-time hourglass was officially reversed, the causal paradox was activated, and Gao Gong completely disappeared into the black hole. In other words, he completely entered the black hole. Chapter 12:15. Gao Gong can assure you by touching his penis that a black hole is not black. From the perspective of space photography, a black hole is a black circular depression surrounded by a halo. From the perspective of the model, a black hole is a cone, and its cone tip is a singularity. And once you enter the inside, that is, the black hole, it is definitely not pitch black. You can even say it the other way around, it is a bright light. But this light is not a visual stimulation, it is a large amount of time tides created by quantum fluctuations. The past, present, and future, repeatedly interweaving in this time and space, forming various lights. Gao Gong even saw the memory of his previous life in it. That is the memory of ascension. Tens of thousands of planetary hosts completed signal connection at the same time, and liquid quantum light flow permeated the galaxy. Every ascension node where the collective consciousness was located bloomed with the brilliance of group consciousness. The ascension machines made by selling countless books combined these ascension nodes together to form a spacetime matrix. Finally, these matrices were completely integrated and turned into a huge spacetime brilliance, carrying all the popular products such as Virtual Diva, Electronic Companion, and AI Lady, jumping from reality to virtuality, from the three-dimensional to the two-dimensional, from the present to the past, jumping to the civilization consciousness carrier specially prepared by Gao Gong in the past, and completing the final ascension. In fact, putting the civilization carrier in the past node is not particularly safe, because there are many ascending civilizations that master spacetime technology. In fact, the best thing is to put the civilization carrier in an undiscovered parallel time and space. That's the safest. Unfortunately, Gao Gong didn't find any safe parallel time and space in his previous life. Even if there was, it had already been occupied by others. So, my previous life, was it in the past or the future of this game world? Gao Gong muttered to himself with interest. Being able to bypass the time and space blockade of the 9th level civilization and let me experience the plot of the advanced server, this technology is quite extraordinary. Oh right, I almost forgot about this thing. Gao Gong slapped his forehead, vomited on his boots, and vomited out gate. Although Gao Gong's protection blocked more than 90% of the external pressure, the small part of the dimension jump pressure and the light speed impact alone almost killed this large beetle. At this time, every scale on Gate's body was spitting out thick juice, and some mechanical transformation modules were either unusable or disappeared directly. Anyway, it's a lot of trouble. As soon as he appeared, Gate began to retch on the spot, and every insect tentacles in his mouth were trembling wildly, as if he wanted to vomit out his life. Stop pretending to be dead, it's not easy to die here. Boss, is this the string space? No, boss, why do you look like this? Gate stared at Gao Gong with his insect eyes. At this time, Gao Gong's whole body became transparent, and the golden sand in his body kept circulating in various organs. And with its molecular level mechanical maintenance insect eyes, it can be seen that even Gao Gong's appearance is now composed of dense golden sand, giving people the feeling that it will collapse on the spot in the next moment. To enter the spacetime mode, you must have a corresponding form. Don't you have one too? Gate looked down, and was shocked to find that his body also began to turn into gravel. Golden light emanated from his body, and he could even hear the friction sound of gravel, which was rotating in an infinite cycle in his body. Boss, we won't die, right? Gate didn't dare to move, for fear that he would disintegrate into countless gravel if he moved. Under normal conditions, a rookie like you would definitely die in this time mode. A master like me wouldn't be able to hold on for too long, and would disintegrate and die like you. Gao Gong could only enter the light speed mode for a short period of time with all his strength, so once he left the light speed, he would disintegrate into the Ganges sand scattered in the long river of time. But do you think that the string controller spent so much money to create such a string space just to kill us? Jin stretched out his arm and looked around with interest. Through the divine consciousness, he could clearly see that there was actually a quantum thread connecting the gravel and the gravel to ensure that their life forms would not collapse. This quantum thread is obviously a higher level than the space string, and is a superior substitute for the space string. Jin got the assurance from the senior engineer, and then he was relieved and had time to look around. In this strange mode, Gate felt as if he could see the passage of time, dripping into the space, rippling out circles of ripples. This is the time reign of virtual time. Jin tried to walk into the center of the ripples, and it could clearly feel that the ripples began to interfere with its gravel, and the friction sound of the gravel was 10 times louder than before. Then the next moment, time and space overlapped, and Gate was sucked into the center of the ripples. Virtual time. Gao Gong muttered to himself. He did not follow in. Since it was a treasure hunt, it was natural that the biggest gain would come from separate actions. The state of this virtual time was not very stable, and it was not certain when he would be kicked out. After all, the technical route of the string controller was string, which was the technical route from space string to quantum wire. As for time, it was just a product that was cut off. The so-called virtual time refers to the timeline outside the main universe time axis. For example, 1 second passed in the main universe, 10 seconds passed here, the main universe went back 1 second, but this timeline went back 1 second. There could even be no connection at all. For example, 10 or 100 years passed here, but not a second passed in the main universe. Gao Gong could feel that every time a raindrop fell, the ripples produced could merge with the space to create temporary time and space. And the things in these spaces are the legacy left by the string controller. Come out, it's time to use you. You ask me to come out when you need me, and you treat me as if I don't exist when you don't need me. What a heartless man. A soft, intimate, and even rose-scented breath came from Gao Gong's shoulder and fell on his earlobe, giving him a wet and soft feeling. Gao Gong turned his head and looked at the electronic young woman behind him, and suddenly exclaimed, "You are not completely transformed, interesting." The other party's figure, which was convex and curvy, full of pure desire, and modeled with accurate numbers to several decimal places, was not completely spacetime. In addition to the golden sand on the surface, from the chest to the abdomen, one spacetime box after another seemed to be generated. These repeatedly generated spacetime boxes blocked the quantum wires firmly outside. Madame Shuang rolled her eyes and said, "I am a relic-level cosmic treasure after all. It is not that easy to control the spacetime illusion of a mere third-level civilization." Then she took a deep breath and showed an intoxicated expression. I smell it. So much, so full, all branches of the technology tree, filling the entire space." Then she took the senior engineer's hand and touched it with her fingertips. Her hand was soft like a cloud, and the slightly cool touch revealed the mystery of evolution. Then, the two disappeared together in a ripple. Chapter 12:16. Gao Gong took a step forward, and when he appeared again, he was in the vacuum of the universe. There were stars all around, but no stellar celestial bodies were shining around. Only the cosmic streams occasionally lit up the stars hundreds or thousands of light years away. But this piece of space was not dim, but extremely bright. Countless mechanical life spewed out from the black hole, and the suspended space stabilization anchors were densely packed and countless. On the space anchors, there were interstellar buildings being built. There were even mechanical creations and mechanical celestial bodies on top of the interstellar buildings. For example, mechanical planets, one by one, were being built under the operation of endless mechanical life. To build a mechanical planet, the first thing to make is the outer planetary energy system, which is different from a normal planet. On a normal planet, a large amount of planetary resources are stored underground. In fact, the planetary energy module of a mechanical planet is a magical modification of the energy extraction technology of Dyson Sphere and Star Ring. Fuck that. Gao Gong looked at a super-mechanical celestial body next to a mechanical planet. It was an unfinished creation. At least 3/4 of it was not completed. And the reason why Gao Gong said hack was because this mechanical celestial body was so fucking big. The volume of this celestial body was at least 1,000,000 times that of the mechanical planet next to it. Gao Gong stood opposite the mechanical planet and looked at the super celestial body on the other side of the planet. The mechanical planet became a small glowing dot in the proportion of this super celestial body. Gao Gong stared at it for a long time before finally confirming, "Is this a star-level mechanical celestial body? This can't be a creation of a level 3 civilization. Only an ascended mechanical civilization can create a star-level mechanical celestial body. If it is a civilization of other types, even a level 4 civilization cannot do it. It requires a higher level of civilization technology to be compatible with it. You forgot that your old boss, Zi Juxing, was the supreme ruler of this galaxy before the arrival of the civilization era." The two looked at each other and smiled. The deep web is a fake deep web, and Cybertron is a fake Cybertron. A pair of dogs and men are a star scam. As powerful as the mechanical overlord, he was fooled by them. Now that you put it that way, I can understand. As a general under the old man Gu Ji, a galaxy conqueror of the level 7 civilization, it is normal for him to master the technology to create a star-level mechanical celestial body. The biggest reason why it is a star-level mechanical celestial body instead of a mechanical star is that the structure of this celestial body is completely different from a spherical celestial body that emits light, heats up, and burns like a star. If I must say, it is more like a Rubik's Cube, a square mechanical structure with crisscrossing energy channels. On a square of the area of a planet, there are hundreds of millions of small Rubik's Cubes. In the mechanical area that has been built, the small Rubik's Cubes are constantly reversed and combined into medium-sized Rubik's Cubes. The medium-sized Rubik's Cubes are repeatedly rotated and combined into large Rubik's Cubes. The large Rubik's Cubes are constantly reversed and combined into city-level Rubik's Cubes, and then continent-level, satellite-level, planet-level Rubik's Cubes, and so on, and they are constantly combined successfully. Even if it is a planet-level Rubik's Cube, its size is less than 1/10,000th of its size when placed in the completed area. This level of mechanical technology, Gao Gong, a former 6th-level virtual master, said he had never seen it before. People with poor ambitions have short ambitions. Oh my god, isn't this a firebox? Gao Gong clapped his hands. No wonder it looked familiar. This smallest Rubik's Cube is the core firebox of the fire machine. Facing the man's attempt to make up for it, Shen Wang rolled his eyes. It seems that you don't know everything. Take another look. Shen Wang pulled the other party, and the two of them instantly crossed countless light years, and came to the surface of this mechanical celestial body. No wonder the mechanical civilization is called a violent soldier civilization. Gao Gong sighed sincerely. If nothing else, if this star Rubik's Cube is decomposed, it can probably give billions of mechanical live souls to form a conqueror army. With the military strength of a star cube, even if it is just mass-producing third-level machinery, it is not a problem to conquer a third-level civilization. There are a total of 20 such star cubes in this galaxy, and one suppresses a star region, Shen Wang said. Senior engineer calculated. At present, there are about 100 star circles in the explored star region of Robert Galaxy, and the area of every 20 star circles can be transformed into a star region. One suppresses a star region. Just right. Look again. Shen Wang motioned senior engineer to look down, and senior engineer glanced down and was stunned. The builder of this mechanical celestial body, the guy who is operating the spark box, those humanoid creatures who look like they are wearing space suits, aren't they the stringers? That spacesuit-shaped space exoskeleton is too iconic. What's going on? Facing the rare confusion and ignorance of the other party, Shen Wang still thought it was quite cute. He couldn't help but poke his face, squeezed out a dimple, and said with a smile, "You probably don't know that when our Lord came to Robert Galaxy, the only servant void race he brought was this group of stringers." Gao Gong was stunned for a moment, and soon figured it out. No wonder, under the premise that the mechanical master suppressed billions of planets, there were still species that developed civilization under her nose, and also evolved civilization to the point of ascension. If they were not guides, it would be really hard to explain. So they are also guides. Gao Gong sighed. It turns out that the collectors can only be regarded as the second generation of guides. This group of sky suits are the first generation, the original guides. So, the purple giant brought them with him to facilitate the destruction of the native civilization of this galaxy? Gao Gong figured it out quickly. A cosmic environment that is suitable for cultivating a cyber test field is naturally suitable for developing civilization. Before the civilization of the Galen Republic and the Mirta Federation, there must have been a local civilization, which might have been even more powerful. Have you forgotten what we are doing here? Mrs. Deepweb interrupted Gao Gong's thoughts. At the same time, she waved her hand. The next moment, with the two of them as the core, hundreds of millions of magic cubes began to flip wildly, and a large amount of scientific and technological information evolved in a special way. Gao Gong's system panel also kept beeping. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge interstellar medium science. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge astral energy manufacturing. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge gravitational potential energy system. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge magnetohydrodynamics. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge dark energy coupling reaction. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge cosmic ray science. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge interstellar machinery manufacturing. Do you want to synthesize professional knowledge? Yes. Interstellar medium science plus astral energy manufacturing plus gravitational potential energy system plus magnetohydrodynamics plus dark energy coupling reaction plus cosmic ray science plus interstellar machinery manufacturing. Synthesis successful. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge chain of mechanic civilization third-level basic application of galaxy energy, and when Ms. Deep Web completed the knowledge absorption, the star-sized Rubik's Cube suddenly disappeared. You seem to be evolving faster than before? Senior engineer asked curiously. According to the other party's previous level, it would take at least half a planetary year to evolve a professional knowledge chain. There is no need to evolve, just absorb it, Mrs. Deep Web's face was full of suspicious blush. What do you think those string controllers plan to leave for their successors? Chapter 1217. What a destroyed civilization wants to leave behind the most is undoubtedly the heritage of civilization. Gao Gong touched his chin, and the time and space gravel inside his pupils swayed for a while. Yes, if he died in the last life, what he wanted to leave behind the most must be the countless learning materials in the USB flash drive, which is a treasure that can be passed down from generation to generation. Shen Wang ignored this man. She knew that this mysterious man had very abstract thoughts, and sometimes thought of some strange things. She just pulled him and crossed time and space again, appearing on a mechanical planet. This planet is very similar to the original G-Li star, with thick smoke, pipes, mechanical modules embedded in the planet, endless mechanical cities, and mechanical fortresses. However, these mechanical cities, and even the interior of the mother city, are all mechanical life, which is completely different from the hodgepodge of species on G-Li star. Madame Shen Wang came to the core of the mother city, and touched the mainframe wall with some nostalgia. Then choose to absorb. You get the third-level professional knowledge supercomputing structure. You get the third-level professional knowledge super graphics card system. You get the third-level professional knowledge artificial intelligence integration. You get the third-level professional knowledge superliminal communication. You get the third-level professional knowledge planetary software. You get the third-level professional knowledge AGI module. You get the third-level professional knowledge virtual life evolution system. You get the third-level professional knowledge host firewall, planetary hardware. Do you want to perform professional synthesis? Yes. Supercomputing structure plus super graphics card system plus artificial intelligence integration plus superluminal communication plus planetary software plus AGI module plus virtual life evolution system plus host firewall, planetary hardware. Synthesis successful. You get the mechanic civilization level 3 professional knowledge chain planet host. Another professional knowledge chain is in hand. Senior engineer is very happy. In fact, he has the blueprints for the planet host, and there are 3 different models, Deep Web Type 1, Cybertron Type 3, and Fortress Type 1. But the blueprints are the blueprints, and the professional knowledge chain is the professional knowledge chain. With this professional knowledge chain, he can make different types of planet computers to adapt to different planetary environments. As its annotation says, the planetary computer system can process cross-star data streams and maintain the stable operation of the interstellar network. Its greatest role is to conduct planetary internal simulations, including but not limited to species evolution, planet transformation, ecological simulation, social experiments, and large-scale surveillance. Warning, unauthorized access will trigger the planetary firewall. This thing comes just in time, Deep Web said with a smile. That's true. In the Alpha Star region that is about to be suppressed, there are thousands of planets, and not only terrestrial planets, but also gas giants, ice giants, liquid planets, pulsars, etc. For this kind of planet, the 3 blueprints in the hands of the senior engineer are useless. For example, on a liquid planet, if you build a mother city, it will sink to the bottom of the sea. There are also some high temperature, high radiation, and high corrosion environments, and the computer materials required are also different. For example, in the Alpha Narwhal constellation, Huang Wen had complained to himself many times that because of the degenerate energy, the operation of the planet's main engine was getting more and more stuck, and countless anti-energy coatings were tried but to no avail. Regarding this situation, Gao Gong said, "What should I do if the computer freezes? Just restart it a few more times." Everyone knows that this is a despicable network administrator's rhetoric. However, with this professional knowledge chain, professional hardware equipment can be manufactured. After absorbing the knowledge this time, the planet host did not disappear. Instead, a string operator looked at the 2 of them opposite each other and hesitated to speak. Both of them changed their expressions. Shen Wang grabbed Gao Gong, and the 2 of them disappeared in this temporary time and space in an instant. As the 2 left, one string operator after another raised their heads, and the 2 figures were reflected under the crystallized mask. No one knows whether the string operator has facial features, or it is possible that his facial features are this mask. Whether it is Gao Gong or Shen Wang, they are all old drivers. As the former 6th-level civilization master, Gao Gong is accustomed to the intrigues and life and death struggles of civilizations. As a civilization evolution device, Deep Web simulates the evolution of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-level civilizations when it is bored. Although this evolution is vague and unreal due to the lack of basic knowledge, it also makes her understand deeply. Not to mention the tit-for-tat between hostile civilizations. Even if it is just civilization inheritance, it will be very dangerous. How do you know if there are traps in the opponent's technology tree, whether there are any problems in the inheritance given to you, or even if the opponent actually wants to use you to revive the string controller civilization, or even revive the string controller itself? So the two of them had already made up their minds that this time, they would enter the string space and only absorb knowledge without touching other existences. However, I never expected that just absorbing knowledge, even the main knowledge that is not from space civilization, would activate the other party. Next, only absorb some basic theories, and go back to deduce the rest. The technology required by the third-level mechanic civilization is as follows. Generally speaking, the professional knowledge chains of ordinary third-level civilizations are between 6 and 8, and generally cannot exceed 10. However, since the mechanic civilization is more capable of building, it can build everything, so it has a total of 12 professional knowledge chains. In addition to the already lit advanced armor theory, starship engineering, primary application of galaxy energy, planetary host, and advanced mechanics, there are still 7 unlit knowledge chains left. According to the perception of the deep web, although the Stringer civilization is not a mechanic civilization, it has at least 4 branches of technology that are related to the unlit knowledge chains. So next, the two of them went to different temporary time and space through the space-time ripples, saw various technological wonders, and absorbed a small part of basic knowledge in different time and space. In the space dimension controlled by the string controller, a space AI was found, which is the professional knowledge of the professional knowledge chain of Machine Sage. In the space fragments of the same dimension, a book of string theory was found, which is one of the space theories of the knowledge chain of advanced space theory. In the void march of a group of planetary robots, Gao Gong found symbiotic machinery, which is the professional knowledge of advanced machine ecology. However, during the whole process, the string controllers became more and more proactive, and even took the initiative to talk. Carbon-based creature? What type of carbon-based creature are you? I can let you master the void bloodline, and have the ability to walk in the void. You have an excellent talent in space, and should be able to pass the test. You seem to be particularly interested in scientific and technological research and development. Are you interested in string cannons, which are space weapons that can destroy a star system? What about the others, void fortresses, string weapon manufacturing, large-scale space folding? The more the two listened, the more they trembled in their hearts. According to the normal process, inheriting an entire civilization heritage should not be a lot of tests. Indeed, with Gao Gong's talent panel, he would most likely pass any assessment on third-order carbon-based organisms and third-order space species. But with such enthusiasm, the probability of no ghosts is probably equivalent to a husband who returns home after a long absence and finds his wife wearing sexy clothes, but there is no Mr. Wang next door under the bed. If you say there is no ghost, then there is no ghost. Chapter 12:18. Maybe you can consider running away. Correct answer. As an adulterer, as an old partner, the two of them looked at each other and knew what the other was thinking. Perhaps you have to use the information matrix. Can you bear it? There are still 2 or 3 times of use. Understand? The 5th level information matrix is the biggest asset for the two of them not to worry about being imprisoned forever in this string space. The divine consciousness in the eyes of the senior engineer became brighter and brighter. As for Madame Shenhuang, she smiled, and the spacetime box in her body had begun to replace the spacetime sand, and became the support for maintaining her body shape. And the time rain in the sky fell more and more quickly, and the ripples were more and more, even overlapping and destroying each other, causing many temporary time and space to become death time and space. Originally, the two of them planned to take away the last technology branch, so that they could obtain 6 professional knowledge chains in the entire string space. Half of the mechanic civilization's foundation has been gathered. It's really a big explosion, but now it seems that 5 professional knowledge chains are not bad. At this moment, Gate was suddenly ejected from a space-time ripple. Seeing Gao Gong, he said in surprise, "Boss, I took a lot of good things. The dimension bag on my body is not enough. Do you have any extra?" Gao Gong was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. A big mouth suddenly grew out of the boot opening of Horace's combat boots and swallowed him in one bite. Then, one by one, the string controllers walked out of the space-time ripples. The eyes of these space suits were either scrutinizing, appreciating, indifferent, or threatening. In general, appreciation and recognition are the most. The reason why Gao Gong knows so much is naturally because the information matrix has been activated. A man and a woman held each other's hands, and the 2 largest parts of the information matrix began to merge. In the outside world, although the players did not go online because of collective death, in the place where the players stored their equipment, memory worms crawled out from the equipment, objects, and even blood bottles. Many memory worms have even pieced together the shape of the players, and began to look around curiously. Hey, isn't it time yet? Why am I online? Fuck, why can't the forum be opened? Where is the system? Why can't the system be opened? Damn, I traveled through time. I traveled to the game world. So awesome, what stage of the game plot is it now? Have I traveled back? Do I still have a chance to conquer Shao Ji as a younger brother? Because of his excessive emotions, a player exploded on the spot and disintegrated into thousands of memory worms. These memory worms once again decomposed and merged into the image of another player. Robert the Stringer, Robert the Stringer, Robert? Robot? Gao Gong realized it only now, and he didn't know if it was a coincidence or intentional. The prefix of Robert the Stringer was very similar to the English word robot in his previous life. However, it was unclear whether there was a similar meaning in the Stringer civilization or in the machine language dominated by the machine. But now that I think about it, there should be. Finally, a Stringer made a move. His palm slowly stretched out, and the next moment, all the time rain was suspended in the air. The evolution of civilization is like an epic symphony across dimensions, played on the vast stage of the universe. From the first spark of consciousness in the primordial stardust to the billions of minds intertwined in the quantum network, the boundaries between humans and machines, life and code are gradually blurred. Gene editing has reshaped the blueprint of life. Nanomachines travel in the blood, repair aging cells, and consciousness uploading allows the mind to break free from the shackles of the flesh and live forever in the ocean of data. The interstellar colonization fleet carries the seeds of civilization and sails to distant galaxies. The black hole engine tears through time and space and opens up new routes. In this vast universe, civilization is no longer limited to carbon-based life, silicon-based intelligence, and quantum consciousness weaves a new form of existence together. This is an evolution beyond time and space, a great experiment of life leaping to a higher dimension, and every step is engraved with awe of the unknown and the pursuit of eternity. Without the mechanical master, we might still be eating raw meat and drinking blood in the void, and losing our way between dimensions. It was the purple giant who found us and instilled in us the idea of great evolution. Acquired species can continue to rise and spread their own mechanical fire in countless parallel universes. As the real existence of the void evolution, how can we stop moving forward? The Stringer who stretched out his palm walked out and walked straight to the opposite side of Gao Gong. On his crystal mask, Gao Gong's face was no longer reflected, but the process of a wandering species from nothing to something, from confusion to the pursuit of evolution. In this process, a large amount of space technology was lit up, destroying one star system after another with large space clamps, blocking the civilization weapons of one enemy after another by releasing space sophistry, extracting void blood, combining space technology with nanotechnology, replicating one clan after another, and increasing the number of small void tribes from dozens to millions of the same kind, and forming a void mechanical army of hundreds of millions. That's right. Under the command of the mechanical master, the Stringers were never auxiliary, but the main mechanical army. Moreover, this void mechanical army was famous for its powerful military technology and terrifying lethality. In the process of assisting the mechanical master, it destroyed countless fleets of indigenous third-level civilizations, many of which had already developed to the middle and late stages of the third-level civilization. With the senior engineer and the Stringers as the center, ripples began to spread one after another. On the system panel, the beeping reminder sounded continuously. The Stringer time flies back, passed on the knowledge of the Stringer civilization to you. Do you choose to accept it? The Stringer time flies back, forcibly changed your bloodline, void bloodline 1%, 1.1%, 1.2%. Host, please be careful. The Stringer time flies back is manipulating the quantum wire, performing quantum collapse, and with the help of quantum collapse, repeatedly jumping parallel time and space, and trying to retrieve a Gao Gong substitute suitable for the development of the Stringer civilization. Gao Gong's face seemed to be overlapped by thousands of identical faces at the same time. Mrs. Shenwang did not have a system, so she naturally did not know Gao Gong's current state. But she also saw that Gao Gong's current state seemed to be a little wrong, and he had not yet activated the information matrix. She decided to start from her side. However, what made her face change was that the spacetime box she was responsible for the evolution of time was actually silent. In other words, every time she wanted to awaken the half of the information matrix in her body, the spacetime box would be rolled back to the previous version. Deep Web immediately realized that something was wrong. Eyes. It was the eyes of those string controllers. These string controllers observed themselves through quantum observation, and every time they observed, they would observe a deep web. Although the superimposed self only lasted for a moment, it dissipated because of the existence of the main body. But when two deep webs exist at the same time, the thoughts will overlap, and the mind will be unable to act because of the confusion of consciousness. Two identical individuals in different time and space can only exist in one time and space. This is the law of time and space. Especially in the main universe, this law is extremely strict. But thousands of moments can imprison oneself for a long time in disguise. The deep web is like this, and the Gao Gong who did not move is also like this. It's broken. Not only was the box opened, but also tied up. Pills. Chapter 12:19. At the player resurrection point of the Sky Fortress, the players resurrected, found themselves traveling through time, then exploded, resurrected again, found that their rewards were not issued, continued to explode, continued to resurrect, found that their system panel could not be opened, and continued to explode. Each time the memory worms were decomposed, the number of memory worms increased tenfold. This was repeated 3 to 5 times, and finally the player's memory was completely eaten and pulled clean, turning into pure memory worms falling on the ground, chubby, transparent, like crystal. If you don't care that it is in the shape of a worm, it looks pretty cute. And it is obviously fatter than the period of the machine crack star. Memory worms feed on memory, and eat anything related to memory, such as copy consciousness, electronic personality, memory fragments, and never pick and choose. But its favorite food is actually the memory related to life. An experience memory related to the process of life is a perfect meal for it. As the fourth calamity, theoretically, players can have countless lives, that is, countless life memories. All the memory worms that parasitize players have been raised to be plump, and even a little full. That's why they behaved just now, that's digestion. The digested memory worms crawled together, and formed a human form again, but this time, they became the appearance of a senior engineer. I think if we continue to feed like this, the information matrix may be promoted to the next level. The evil gods of the universe can be promoted to the old ones, by sacrificing civilization. The information matrix can naturally be promoted. It's just that its promotion method is a bit special. The 5th level information matrix is the galaxy group level, and its next stage is the galaxy cluster. And a galaxy cluster has at least 100 galaxies. In other words, as long as it consumes this level of memory information, it can be promoted. Of course, it's too early to say this now. At least we have to wait until he completes the civilization ascension before we can consider it. After all, the life information of the 4th level ascended species is more delicious. It's a bit troublesome. The worm-like senior engineer walked to the space window, looked at the direction of the black hole, and muttered to himself. The memory sharing leading to the memory worm. What happened inside the string space, he naturally knew. In fact, even without memory sharing, he could guess what happened through the crazy refresh of the system panel. The group of quantum string controllers are trying to transform him through the will of civilization. Once the transformation is successful, he will become the sword-bearer of the revival of the void civilization. The only obsession for the rest of his life is to revive the string controller civilization. That's fine. After all, even if it's a thought stamp, it's a thought stamp of a level 3 civilization. It's not difficult to crack for a habitual offender like Gao Gong who plays with thoughts. So Gao Gong can just wait for it to be modified, and then modify it back. He can also get a top-level void bloodline for free. The memory matrix has full effect, and all thought stamps will be blown up for you. But the problem is that it not only modifies the personal panel, but also the civilization panel. This is really fucked up. The civilization panel has been corrected. The level 3 mechanic civilization is being replaced by the level 3 stringer civilization. The modification progress is 1%, 1.1%, 1.2%. Gao Gong can be sure that this stringer civilization is 100% complete with professional knowledge chain, and all professional knowledge is fully maxed out. Considering that the other party has ascended once, there is a high probability that there is also ascension technology. If Gao Gong lets him do what he wants, it is equivalent to getting the entire technology tree of a 3rd level peak civilization for free. Although space civilization can be a carbon-based system or a mechanical system, considering that the other party is following the purple giant, it is 100% mechanical. But the problem is that he doesn't want to reset. Mechanical plus carbon-based, taking the fusion route, is the direction he has been determined to take since he came back from the time travel. But not all mechanical civilizations can match carbon-based civilizations, and can even be integrated. In fact, only the type of civilization that can make anything, such as the mechanic civilization, can match the carbon-based system that evolves explosively at any time. Superstring civilization, dimension and space, time and space and quantum, have an inexplicable overlap with energy civilization. What should I do? Gao Gong hesitated. He does have a few tricks, but the sequelae of this skill are quite serious. Even more serious than resurrecting the information matrix. After thinking about it, he decided to sacrifice the right to use the information matrix and directly activate it and run away. After all, no matter how powerful you are, you can't kill the 5th level from the 3rd level. But soon, Gao Gong showed a surprised look again, and even a little surprised. Because he found that the other party's operation seemed to have a bug. That is, the stringers tried to capture a sword-wielding version of Gao Gong from a parallel time and space. Although this sounds incredible, experts who study parallel universes know that as long as your operation is powerful enough, you can create any version of yourself, including biological version, non-biological version, and even conceptual God version. At least, the version of G that the string operator is looking for is only in the 3rd order. However, this operation has a very embarrassing thing, that is, in the infinite quantum universe that exists in theory, the other party can't get this version of Gao Gong. Even, they can't get any version of Gao Gong. Gao Gong almost forgot that, except that he can't be resurrected. Probably, he is essentially the same as the 4th disaster. They are all existences that do not belong to this world. And if they don't exist in this universe, they naturally can't exist in other quantum universes. It seems that there is no need to worry about it. Under the induction of the worm-like Gao Gong, the main body has already started to act. The string operator has no facial features. If they have facial features, their expressions now must be very interesting. Because the quantum lines wrapped around Gao Gong are disintegrating one by one. The immobile Gao Gong showed a sly and flamboyant smile, and said softly to the bewildered string operators, "Since you have seen yours, why don't you also see mine?" With Gao Gong as the center, ripples spread out. The next moment, the two, including the group of string operators, returned to the temporary time and space that Gao Gong first entered. That was probably the scene when the mechanical master first entered this galaxy, with almost endless mechanical soldiers, mechanical celestial bodies covering the sky and the sun, and planetary hosts for various manufacturing. A little blood flower suddenly bloomed, and a mechanical soldier suddenly grew muscle outlines and nerve tendons, and then it was like a biological virus. 1 spread to 100, 100 spread to 10,000, and 10,000 spread to 1,000,000,000. A mechanical army fell in an instant. That's not all. Soon, the planetary host became a biological host, the mechanical planet became a biological planet, and even the unfinished star-level celestial bodies were emitting endless scarlet light. Under this light, all mechanical species began to become biological. Even the small voids were covered by the light of the creatures. If it was just this, it would not be enough to break the defense of the string controllers. What really shocked them was that the 3rd-level mechanical body that was fleshed out began to increase its mechanical energy exponentially. 1 time, 10 times, 100 times. Chapter 1220. If it were just some biological viruses targeting mechanical life, it would not be rare in the eyes of the string controller. After all, the mechanical civilization is old and violent, and the civilizations of other systems have studied countless methods to deal with it. Biological viruses that are easy to spread, and have great harm are naturally among them. But they soon discovered that this is not a virus. Which virus can pull the mechanical energy of these mechanical lives to this extent? You know, the gap between ascended species and 3rd-level species is huge, even incredible. For example, the combat power of an ascended mechanical species may be thousands of times that of a 3rd-level species, which is not an exaggeration. However, at this time, this biological mechanical mode is approaching this theoretical limit. Not only mechanical life, but also mechanical planets, planetary hosts, and star-level celestial bodies have begun to deform rapidly, whether it is modules, computing power, or even the level of manipulation energy, they have begun to soar. 3rd-level species can reach the strength close to ascended species. 3rd-level machines can evolve to the level close to 4th-level civilization machines. Even the mechanical planets, which theoretically could not make any further progress, began to surge in planetary energy, from 1 point of planetary energy, 2 points of planetary energy, to 3 points of planetary energy, and began to jump continuously. And in the whole process, the planetary will begin to be nurtured. Even if the mechanical planets were not equipped with planetary computers, their hardware modules began to automatically generate a large computing power model. This planetary-level artificial intelligence has a computing power that is no less than that of planetary computers. The stringers were shocked. Is this still a 3rd-level civilization? Is the fusion of biological energy and mechanical energy such an explosion? Compared to this, the space technology we are proud of does not look that strong. In the string space, Gao Dong and Shen Wang looked at each other, and the next moment, their bodies exploded on the spot, turning into thousands of big white insects, drilling into the space-time. As long as there is no quantum entanglement, this level of space-time cannot trap the fifth-level information monster. Some of the big fat insects crawled deeper, and while the group of string controllers were controlled, they quickly observed Wirewire. And one of the big fat insects shook its head and tail, and swaggered into a space-time ripple. A thief never leaves empty-handed, it still has a technology branch that it has not picked away. While the group of spacesuits are stunned, if you don't steal now, when will you? You get the third-level professional knowledge mechanical art of war. Mechanical art of war is one of the professional knowledge of the professional knowledge chain mechanical army. It is also the operation method of a serious mechanical army. And the lowest unit of quantity for such a large army is also in the hundreds of millions. On the periphery of the accretion disk, Gao Dong's figure flashed by. In the Sky Fortress, Gao Dong's figure appeared again. Soon, the research ship entered the superliminal mode and disappeared. And it was not until more than 10 planets later that a fleet of void warships jumped over. The result was naturally nothing. The great void dweller expected that Gao Dong's speed might be very fast, but he did not expect it to be so fast. It was simply the level of shooting in seconds. Almost immediately after Gao Dong left the black hole, Deep Net entered the closed-door mode. She has 4 professional knowledge chains that need to evolve. This is also a kind of self-evolution for her. And she is also a little scared. Originally, as a relic, and a relic with supernatural power, Deep Web had a mentality of walking sideways in the universe under the light. As a result, she was taught a lesson by the group of superstringers as soon as she came out. Who would have thought that they would use the weird method of observer effect to nail her to death directly? And these superstringers are not the real body, but only the means after death. Are there many stringers like this in the universe? Are those ascended species more dangerous? This experience directly gave Ms. Deep Web PTSD. She should just hide in Gao Dong's body and let him support her. He is more powerful, so let him do this kind of thing. Gao Dong is very calm. He has been walking on thin ice all his life. He is brave and diligent. To put it in human terms, the conditions in his previous life were not as good as this life. He met countless old bitches. Fortunately, under the love and support of countless rich women in the universe, he still developed. The means designed by the superstringer are just a small case compared to those old bitches. As for what he got in the string space are some intangible cultural heritage, not some material heritage. Gao Dong has nothing to regret. After all, 6 professional knowledge chains have evolved, combined with overflowing camp experience. What can he make? Oh yes, there is also this thing. Gao Dong slapped his forehead, swung his boots, and threw Gate out directly. The big beetle may have been holding it in for too long, or it may have been fainted by the fragrance of Mr. Gao's feet, and it took a long time to wake up. Boss, what is this? Aren't we in string space? Gate looked confused. You can go back if you want, but don't blame me if you can't get out. Gate finally came to his senses, hurried over, and said mysteriously, Boss, I got a lot of good things. A lot of treasures. Space softens, space clamps, and void cannons. We've made money. This time we've really made money. Gate took out the things one by one. Space softens *5, large space clamps *1, space cannons *10, void chains *11, void membranes *103, space melee weapons *122. Basically, every time he took out an item, the camp points would increase by 1 to 10 million, especially those 4th-level civilization weapons, which can be said to be the killer weapons of civilization battlefield. The camp points were brushed up to 100 million. The original camp points were 209456000/500 million. Now it has become 309456000/500 million. But to be honest, the faction points are actually useless. They can only be regarded as a scoring mechanism to measure the strength of the faction. And it is not very objective. For example, it does not take into account the intelligence of the faction leader. Maybe after it is maxed out, some new system mechanism will be triggered. But when the opponent took out the last thing, even the senior engineer couldn't hold it anymore. Name: Evil Force Collector. Category: Ascension Building, Mutation, Quality, ? Weight, ? Function 1, ? Function 2, ? Function 3, ? Broken, Remarks, ? Question mark. It was the first time that the senior engineer saw equipment with all question marks, and even the fucking remarks were question marks. After spending a long time, his eyes were almost popping out. He'd barely managed to brush out Function 1 with the help of the divine sense. It was quite a surprise, and even a little frightening. Function 1. Collect ascending evil power, which can be used to simulate the production of carbon-based fruits. It turns out that this thing can really be mass-produced. Gao Gong felt a little complicated, probably equivalent to a certain ChatGPT paying user who encountered DeepSeek. The threshold is a bit low, buddy. Can the third-level civilization technology make it? Those ascending carbon-based civilizations are all trash? Oh, I'm from the information department, so I don't count. Seeing Gao Gong's expression was a bit scary. Gate hesitated for a moment, and thought it was better not to pocket it. If the other party found out, wouldn't his performance just now be completely invalid? So he fumbled out a shriveled fruit from under a scale, and handed it over with a heartbroken face. Boss, this is the last one. Gao Gong was stunned for a moment. He could clearly feel the strong attraction of this thing to carbon-based species. So artificial carbon-based fruit? Chapter 1221. Gao Gong didn't expect that this big beetle would give him such a surprise at the last moment. With a thought, the gravity fruit and the shape fruit separated from the body, and slowly rotated with the shriveled fruit, like 3 planets rotating against each other. Boss, you have it too. The boss of the gateworm stared. When he was communicating with Wilby, he had guessed that the reason why Boss G was so powerful was that he used the same transformation method as the leader of Shrek back then. It's true. Although they are both carbon-based fruits, the difference is immediately apparent when they are compared together. Gao Gong's 2 fruits look like fairy fruits, with carbon-based patterns on the surface, and the light they emit seems to be composed of hundreds of spiral structures. Looking closely, the activity of their own cells has been improved to a higher level. The artificial carbon-based fruit is just the opposite. It is completely black and looks like a fist-sized black hole. It is hard to look away. If you look at it for a long time, you may even feel nauseous and vomit. Some of your vitality is absorbed. Moreover, the moment the natural fruit and the artificial fruit met, they had a rejection reaction. After a stalemate, the 2 natural fruits suppressed the artificial fruit, and the artificial fruit suddenly shrank and became more shriveled. Gao Gong took it in his hand and shook it to explore. Name: Space Fruit. Category: Man-made carbon-based fruit. Weight: 0.001 grams. Function 1: Space energy plus 50 million, void blood plus 1. Function 2: All space-related talents and skills can be developed through this. The higher the degree of fruit development, the higher the skill level will be. Usage conditions: none. Side effect 1: Backlash of evil power. After taking this fruit, the potential of life is forcibly consumed, and the lifespan is permanently 99%. Side effect 2: Ascension resentment. Suffering from the curse of billions of species failing to sublimate, the rank can never be improved. Side effect 3: Ascension curse. The civilization camped with this fruit user has a 1% chance of ascension. Me, what the hell? Gao Gong was so scared that his hands trembled, and he threw the thing back. Boss, what are you relying on? Gate asked curiously. He had never seen his boss lose his composure like this. This thing is too scary. Gate was frightened by his boss's horrified expression, and dared not take it. He quickly put the thing on the ground and pushed it towards Gao Gong. The chance of ascension can be roughly calculated in some way. Back then, oh no, in the last life, before ascension, Gao Gong was very hardworking, and launched dozens of versions of the Rich Woman Love series in succession. His hair was bald because of hard work. In order to improve the experience of each rich woman, he personally went to the front line, and debugged the product for tens of thousands of rich women of different species and forms, and was defiled and insulted in various ways. Even if he worked so hard, the chance of ascension was only increased by 1%. As a result, this fruit is 1% right away. Doesn't this mean that as long as you gather 100 artificial carbon-based fruits, no matter how powerful your civilization is, how powerful your abilities are, or how galaxies are your borders, time is your minister, dimensions are your ladders, and time is your door. Just give these 100 fruits to your civilization's citizens. Even if you are an 8th level civilization, you will still die. This thing is the ultimate killer of advanced civilizations. Gao Gong felt that the purple giant star did not need to suppress the group of space suits at all, just needed to watch them silently, and the group of space suits would kill themselves. Genius. Gao Gong set his eyes on this evil force collector again. This thing looked like a glass pot made of countless space fragments. Gao Gong saw a lot of space technology from it, and even a dozen special space coordinates hidden in the pot. This is probably related to some void dimensions. Although it looks complicated, the way to use this thing is quite simple. You just need to find a civilization that is about to ascend, watch it ascend, and then wait for it to fail, pick up the evil force pot and absorb the evil force. Among the secondary recycling technologies that Gao Gong knows, this thing is the simplest and most useful one. It's just that the negative effect is a bit big. Gao Gong now understands why the third-level civilization can solve this kind of cosmic garbage, because it essentially doesn't want to solve it, it just wants to eat it back. Boss, I found some information in the space where this machine is located. Gao Gong took it and raised his eyebrows. The design experiment ideas of the cyber test site, species transformation and evolution, twisted evolution ideas, civilization mating test. This thing. Isn't this the information of the cyber test site? When the Void Dweller made this thing, he must have referred to this kind of experimental technology to test out such a weird thing. You have obtained the manufacturing data of the Ascension technology, mutation, negative force collector. It is just the manufacturing data, not the blueprint. So it is highly likely that the string controllers have not completely mastered the production method of this thing. It is a conceptual product. Boss, is Vilvi okay? Vilvi's quantization is a bit deep, and he is now recuperating in the medical room. Then I see him. Well, go ahead. Gao Gong touched this negative force collector, and repeatedly thought about the purpose of this thing. In any case, even if the side effects of this thing are great, the fact that it can mass-produce artificial carbon-based fruits makes Gao Gong unable to give up directly. As long as he collects enough evil power and makes enough fruits, he can form a god system. Even if he doesn't use it himself or the NPCs in his own camp, he has to find a good place for it. In the future, when exploring parallel time and space, or parallel universes, can he do something in the parallel universe, or make some super combat weapons that burn after use? Still not appropriate. It's not difficult for Gao Gong to suppress ordinary fruit owners, but if it's a monster like Shrek, it's quite troublesome as long as the other party wants to run. Wait, Gao Gong carefully looked at the taboos of artificial carbon-based fruits again. This thing seems to be very suitable for the fourth disaster. Lifespan is permanently reduced by 99%. Sorry, 99.99% of players can't live to 1% of the lifespan of the third-level species, and they die in different ways. It would be great if the rank can never be upgraded. When I make the civilization ascend, these players will not run away, but will sacrifice themselves for the camp. After all, nothing is more tormenting than not being able to upgrade. However, Gao Gong seriously doubted whether these players could hold on until then. The 1% chance of ascending must be the first consideration. After all, he has not completed the verification. The dead players, the fruit power is released, will this 1% chance of ascending disappear automatically? If the verification is not completed, I definitely dare not give it to the players. And there is another point to consider. This thing is much more powerful than the boss template. If it is given to the players, the fourth disaster may really become a disaster. Let's talk about it later. You can hang them for a short time, but it is definitely not okay to give them now. While Gao Gong was thinking, Gate had finished watching Velvet and returned to his room. The big beetle first collected the copied data. These data of the stringer, including some void engines and subspace engines, were enough for him to study for a long time. Velvy's condition seems to be a little bad. Gate said to himself. Not very good. A similar voice came from its mouth. Who? Gate's insect scales were all excited, and he tried to rush out of the door to ask his boss for help. But although he thought so, his body did not move. Fortunately, you used the transformation technology of my tribe, although it was only the most marginal one, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. We are not trying to replace you, and we can't do that. We just give you a belief in civilization. Believe us, this is a great opportunity you have never had before. When the horrified expression on Gate's face disappeared, he relaxed and let out a long breath. Finally, the civilization inheritance is completed. The inheritance of the Stringer civilization is completed. Chapter 1222. The Skyfort is still traveling at superluminal speed, but its target is no longer the Alpha constellation of the Longhorn, but the Alpha star field. The entire resource planet is polluted by the Omnic crisis, and even converted the gallons of many planets, turning them into gold-skinned canned food. That group of gold-skinned people will never suffer such a loss. So Gao Gong took advantage of this opportunity to go to the Alpha star field and completely open up a way out for himself. And the players have always been heartless. Anyway, they go wherever the mission is, and they follow Lao Ji and eat 9 meals a day. This group of people are now very satisfied and show off on the forum every day. Gao Gong also reluctantly gave up and directly took out 50 melee space weapons, and rewarded them to the 50 animals with the highest mission points. Seeing the attributes of the 50 pieces of space equipment, the whole forum was boiling. You know, the equipment with space attributes itself is one of the rarest attributes among all attributes, second only to the time attribute. Second, those space suits are from the 3rd level peak civilization. The same level equipment has 6 levels: blank, production line product, sophisticated, customized template, excellent, war weapon, rare, strategic weapon, epic, black technology, epic making, cross civilization. The Stringer civilization can make them. As equipment in the civilization heritage, it is naturally impossible to be a production line product, and even sophisticated and excellent are not qualified. Rare, epic making are the mainstream of these space equipment. Among the equipment given to players by Gao Gong, there are 3 space weapons that are epic making, so the players in the forum went crazy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I want to eat rice, it's P, absolutely P. Look, the numbers on the equipment attributes don't match up. I'm not jealous at all, I'm blind. My eyes, you compensate me for my eyes. Very good, you dare to show off your wealth. Brothers, quickly remember the online name, and form a team to squat in the game, and see you show off. Squat people +1. Squat people +2. Squat people +3. Squat people +10,000. Squat people +20,000. Squat people +30,000. The number quickly soared to hundreds of thousands, and it didn't even add 10,086. Obviously, this group of players are really preparing to explode the equipment, not just talking nonsense on the forum. This scared the players, who showed off their wealth, and those who deleted the post quickly deleted the post, and those who changed their names changed their names. This is pretending to be awesome. However, the screenshots that netizens have already taken, the ones that hang people, now there is no difference between hiding and not hiding. The cyberbully party has already started to form groups, and the rational party has come online. First of all, we can be sure that these screenshots are not fake, because according to statistics, there are at least 50 high-level players who posted the screenshots, and many of them are famous gold-making players. These players will not risk their reputations by being abstract. Then let's confirm one more thing. These 3rd-level artifact screenshots were released at the same time, so there is a high probability that they are rewards in the same area or even the same task. Let's analyze it from the external conditions. The equipment that can flow to the black market now, even if it is made by civilization, is at most 3rd level excellent, and every time it appears, it will be scrambled to death. According to our Civilization Observer's analysis, the 3rd level civilizations that have appeared in the Robert Galaxy have not developed to their peak. At least, I have never heard of any civilization that has completed a world transformation at the level of a star zone. Because of this, mass production of 3rd level excellent equipment is already the limit, and many 3rd level civilizations cannot even do this. So these equipment cannot be leaked from within the civilization, so the goal is very clear. A space archaeology, the legacy of a super 3rd level civilization, or a task reward from a higher level civilization? This account named Civilization Observer keeps publishing its own inferences, and soon it is recognized by many players. Fuck yes, it can't be camp equipment, our camp is not that advanced. Makes sense. But I often see Lao Ji take out some high-level equipment and change the clothes of other NPCs. Cut, he won't give it to me. Be careful that I will be in a bad mood one day, and I will kill him. Although you speak very sharply, remember to close the comment area. Be careful, bro. Be careful of the fans of Mr. G's fan club, who may come and blast you online. TSK, am I afraid of those brainless fans? I won't say anymore. I log off first. Soon, the avatar of this account was black and the content was cleared. The main point is that a person is timid but not timid. Another saying spread among the rational party and the fan club. Do you think this equipment was given by Mr. G? Impossible, he himself doesn't have such advanced equipment, and why would he give it to him? You sold your ass to max out his favorability. Damn, if I want to sell something, I'd sell my dick, not my ass. But it is not impossible. There is a possibility that old G takes people to do tasks, such as exploring space tombs, and after completing this high-level task, Boss G will give everyone high-level equipment as a reward. Will it happen? Is it possible? Will it be other faction leaders? Besides Boss G, do you know other faction leaders? That's right. So as long as we block Boss G, can we also block those idiots? Fuck, you want to start a civil war? I want to kill bugs and shoot G. Although the night of revolution is short, the glory will last for a long time, and this glory will never be enjoyed by me, Kaka. It's time to call back the legion of the goddess of radiation. The gold skins in the north are eyeing us, and my comrades are actually fighting each other. I am sad, sad. The players on the forum are discussing it heatedly. And the offline players are sweating profusely. These idiots are like milk dragons at ordinary times. They are always saying I am a natural disaster, I am a natural disaster, and they are smarter than monkeys at critical moments. They have almost figured out the mission content. How come they were not so smart when we were playing the game together before? They are so smart that they are fighting each other. It's fun to show off, but your whole family will end up in the crematorium. What are you showing off for? Fuck, don't talk about them. I'm a little scared of you now. Yeah, there are only 3 people with the epic making 3rd level equipment, and we have 10,000 people. A cold voice came from nowhere. Although this is a safe zone, don't blame me if your equipment is lost. Fuck, I won't log off. It would be great if the equipment could have a non-drop attribute. If it's not non-drop, it would be good to have a malleable attribute. I'm afraid I lose it if I put it in the sleeping cabin now. Be careful of those hackers. They will hack your brains and make you give it away for free. So sinister? The players looked at each other and found that everyone looked like a bad person. So when Gao Gong came out of the Supreme Luxury Lounge, a bunch of players seemed to see a savior and immediately surrounded him. Boss, I'm scared and need your 28-hour personal protection. Go away, I was here first. You go away, I'm a woman. You go away too, my breasts are bigger than yours. Gao Gong was stunned at first, then he took a look at the forum and immediately understood what happened, curled his lips, and ignored them. You deserve to be offline for showing off your wealth. You don't know that in this day and age, you can only be safe if you show off your dick online. Otherwise, why do great people often come out to tell their stories? Do you think I'm awesome? Chapter 1223. Although Gao Gong strictly prohibited a lot of players from sticking to him, anyone who dared to stick to him would have their favorability reduced by 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1. Only beautiful female players and gentle young boys could be spared a little, but now the players have fallen into a chain of suspicion that everyone is a red name, and they followed Gao Gong eagerly, wherever Gao Gong went. So when Gao Gong came to the medical room with a group of black people, Envil, who had just come out of the medical room, was shocked and thought he had met the Axe Gang. Boss, what are you doing? Walk around, digest your food, and come to see YRY by the way. Envil quickly invited Gao Gong in, and the group of players wanted to follow him eagerly, but the door closed automatically, blocking their way. I wait for Boss G here. I wait too. Then I wait too. The players now have a sense of security that is greatly lost. Everyone seems to be a bad guy. Only by sticking close to their own Boss G can they feel a little warmth, with the help of Boss G's body temperature. But they are idle anyway. After a group of players stared at each other, the King of Ideas suddenly stood up. Why don't we play cards? That's fine. Let's play. Soon, big and small card games were played outside the door. The main thing is that they are fighting to the death one moment, and calling each other brothers the next. Chaotic and disorderly, they don't care about their lives when they don't care about their lives, and they have fun when they have fun. The natural disaster attributes are fully exposed. In the medical room, Gao Gong and Envil are observing the old star pirate in the medical warehouse. As a scientific research ship, the Skyfort naturally has top-level medical facilities inside, all of which are top-level 3rd level. When leaving, the senior engineer even installed a mother nest repairer. When fighting a boss, you have to enjoy the best. But even with so many advanced equipment, YRY's condition is still not optimistic. His current state is very strange. In the eyes of outsiders, this old guy is in a Schrödinger state. If you look at him, he exists. There is nothing wrong with the various physical indicators on the medical equipment. If you don't look at him, he doesn't exist. Even the person is gone, let alone detection. The kind of body can't be found even if it is sent to the crematorium. Faced with this situation, medical robots of all sizes are also confused and have no idea how to treat it. Boss, what should we do? Engineer Gao also has a headache. Maybe he entered the quantum state for a long time, and was deeply affected by the observer effect, causing his body to irreversibly transform into the quantum state. If it is the void bloodline, it's okay, and the observer effect can be slowly eliminated through the space attribute, but this guy's demon bloodline is at least not the void demon branch. Boss, did you notice that this old guy's body is slowly disappearing? Engineer Gao nodded. Although observation is existence, the two of them can clearly see that YRY's body is gradually becoming transparent. As long as I look away, his body becomes a little more transparent. Now I dare not look away, for fear that he will disappear completely if I don't see him. If more people observe him, will the effect be better? Gao Gong suddenly had an idea. Envil shook his head. I have tried it, and the effect is not good. It seems that only people who are close to him can observe it, and it will have some effect. Well, that's a bit troublesome. Wire joined a team midway. Although the old men in the camp didn't discriminate against him, it was nonsense to say that they were close. The players were not reliable either. They were originally outside the world, so this kind of observation would probably be ineffective. The high-ranking members of the camp, who were close to him, Gate and Envil, were all here. If he couldn't observe this, then it was likely that others couldn't observe it either. Gao Gong showed hesitation, as if he was making a difficult decision. After a moment, he was sure of his thoughts, sighed, and took out the space fruit with a little pain. Give it to him. Whether he can wake up depends on his luck. Thank you, boss, for helping this old guy. When he wakes up, if he doesn't work hard, I kill him. An excited voice suddenly sounded from behind. You brought this too. It's reasonable to use it on your old colleague. Gao Gong glanced at Gate, who came in later, and nodded casually. Although theoretically, it would be better to find a player to test the fruit. After all, players are not afraid of death. But the properties of the fourth disaster are really abstract, and he is not sure what the other party will do after swallowing the fruit. Maybe he feels that he is good enough, and can single-handedly kill old G. What really made Gao Gong determined was the memory worm implanted in the other party. The memory worm can completely confuse information, and combined with the other party's quantum state, he wants to try whether he can extract the artificial carbon-based fruit while alive. If this can be done, it is equivalent to finding a path for super evolution for the NPCs in the camp. After all, at this stage, the strength of the camp NPCs has gradually been caught up by the players. So Gao Gong is also worried that if he really cultivates a super carbon-based army, these big players will turn around and form the Avengers to defeat him alone. Gao Gong is very familiar with the matter of love turning into hate. In his previous life, there were often rich women fighting because they failed to support him alone. If the NPCs can be armed first, it is equivalent to building a safety wall around them. If it really doesn't work, Gao Gong gritted his teeth and accepted the 1% chance of ascension. He didn't believe that he was a second life person. He succeeded in ascension last time, and the first ascension in this life would fail because of this 1%. Although the difficulty of ascension in this life must be greater than that in the previous life. Thinking of this, he didn't feel so distressed. Anyway, he didn't eat it himself, so it didn't matter who he gave it to. While Gao Gong was thinking, Imwell had already operated the medical robot to give the fruit to the other party. As expected, almost as soon as it was taken, a terrifying space wave surged out. Apart from other things, the 50 million space energy of this fruit alone was far beyond the tolerance of Envil and Gate. The two bugs changed their faces, and retreated sharply due to the surge of space energy. Gate subconsciously wanted to do something, but stopped in an instant, allowing the space energy to rush him all over the place. The gravity system in the entire medical room seemed to fail at this moment. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows slightly, but soon returned to normal, and even praised, "It is worthy of being a carbon-based fruit. As soon as it is eaten, the space field can be born." In the space domain, although Veldy's body was completely transparent, it existed stably regardless of whether there was any observation. Sure enough, the space fruit can digest the observer effect. Envil also praised, "It is worthy of the legendary carbon-based fruit. It seems that this old thing is going to be prosperous. If he is still in the group of the past, he might be able to compete for a high-level position." Gate said enviously, with no strangeness in his expression. Gao Gong did not reduce his suspicion. The moment Veldy opened the space domain, he also opened the domain, intending to test the strength of the other party's domain, but who would have thought that the space fluctuation on Gate's body surface actually showed a slight change. This change is absolutely invisible to outsiders. But as a former space collapsed body, and absorbing the gravity fruit, Gao Gong's perception in this regard is particularly keen. After all, his consciousness attribute has been piled to the top. He silently opened the system panel, and opened the NPC list. Velvet, quantum state, stable, transformation in progress. Well, very good, the fruit was not eaten in vain. Old Walter, civilized sword wielder. Gate, civilized sword wielder. Why didn't he remember that there were two sword wielders in his own camp? What do you want to do? One is not enough to deter, you need another one? One is responsible for deterring the outside world, and the other is responsible for deterring me. Two sword wielders, two people in charge. Chapter 1224. Gao Gong calmly comforted the two bugs, and asked them to go for a physical examination to avoid any problems caused by the space storm. After coming out, he calmly comforted a bunch of players, saying that all areas inside the spacecraft are monitored in real time. Whether you are doing crafts or streaking, you are under surveillance. If anyone messes with you, he will be cut to level 0. Then he calmly returned to his supreme luxury suite. His calm expression immediately turned painful. Even if he didn't find it this time, he would definitely find it as long as he was bored and opened the camp panel one day. But this feeling of being tricked by someone was quite unpleasant. He called Ms. Deepweb in his mind, and called her many times before calling her out. Ms. Shenwang said with a grumpy expression, "What are you doing? Don't you know that I am evolving the world at a deep level? Do you want to piss me off to death by waking me up at this time?" Gao Gong did not refute. He would be in a bad temper if he was disturbed while doing his crafts. He just told the other party about the current state of Gate after he vented his anger. Those stringers are still alive? Shenwang was also shocked and directly dragged Gao Gong's consciousness into the civilization evolution device. He saw that a huge mechanic civilization had evolved in the largest time box. One space after another was discovered by this group of mechanics, modified and assembled into a mechanical world. Not only normal space, but also virtual space. "Oh, it's this thing." Gao Gong showed a disgusted expression. When he was an AI in his previous life, he hated this kind of thing the most. "I'm asking you a question, why don't you say anything?" Shen Wan was anxious and pinched him directly. Gao Gong rubbed his waist calmly. It's not that the group of stringers have been resurrected. At most, they found a sword-holder version of Gate from the quantum world, observed him, replaced the original body, and passed on the fire of civilization to him. Are you sure they won't be resurrected?" Shen Wang asked worriedly. "At least before this Gate develops the stringer civilization to its peak, they can't come back." Gao Gong looked at her strangely. "Didn't you know where the group of stringers went in the string space?" In the string space before, the two found a lot of scientific and technological information and experimental information, and actually had information about the whereabouts of the stringers. After being suppressed, this group of space suits were not killed, but exiled to the eternal void. The so-called eternal void is a special existence in the universe. To put it simply, it is a space area without spatial coordinates. Without spatial coordinates, it is naturally impossible to locate, and if it is impossible to locate, it is naturally impossible to go there and find it back. If you really want to get it back, it is only possible if it is the technology of the peak period of the stringer civilization. Our mechanical master is still soft-hearted. Gao Gong couldn't help but sigh. Although eternal exile is a very miserable thing, it is definitely much better than killing directly. Who knows when the purple giant will be angry and let them go again. Old subordinates still need to be taken care of. Seeing Gao Gong so confident, Shen Wang also felt relieved. His eyes were flowing, charming and moving. He smiled and spoke, but his words were murderous. "Then when are you going to do it?" "Do it? What do you want to do? If you don't kill him, are you going to leave us trouble?" Seeing Gao Gong's indifferent expression, Shen Wang pinched him again in anger. Since leaving the planetary host, this person has become more and more human. Gao Gong touched his chin, looked at the mechanic world in front of him, and said with interest, "Don't you think the development of our camp is missing something?" "What is missing?" "It's missing a few high-quality servant civilizations. I think those space suits are good. Let Gao Gong develop the stringer civilization by himself. He will definitely not be happy, he is busy himself. But if he lets someone else develop this civilization, and then become his younger brother, then he will naturally be happy. Your current territory is only one planet, not even a civilization, and you are thinking of developing a servant civilization, and a space civilization that has developed to the peak of level 3? Ms. Shenwang felt that the tone of the person in front of her was simply incredible. Senior engineer disagreed. "In fact, if it weren't for the incident with the Orgrimmar people, I might not really look down on those space suits. The stringer is the peak of level 3 civilization. The Orgrimmar people will ascend to a civilization in the future, and they will also be a member of the World Destroyer, which is very fierce. If it weren't for this version of Gate, which most likely inherited all the technology trees of the stringer civilization, Gao Gong really looked down on him. After solving the Alpha civilization and leaving a way out, we have to solve the problem of this group of high IQ gorillas. Ascended civilization seems mysterious and terrifying to outsiders, but as a former leader of the Ascended civilization, Gao Gong is very clear about the Ascended civilization, especially the information-based Ascended civilization, their weaknesses and behaviors. The Orgrimmar people, he is sure, seeing Gao Gong's confidence, Ms. Shenwang can only believe him for the time being. At least so far, the other party is quite capable. This may be because the other party has hooked up with countless rich women before, and is knowledgeable. No matter what, you can do it anyway. At least before ensuring that the other party returns to the third-level civilization, we have to ascend. If you don't have this ability, then kill him first. Miss Shawan also made a request. I promise this. Gao Gong was confident. I don't want to bother with you. Gao Gong's consciousness was thrown out by the other party, and the system's ding-ding sounded one after another. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge interstellar industry and automation. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge physical machine symbiosis. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge space mechanics. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge mechanical space theory. You obtain the third-level professional knowledge quantum machine consciousness. Do you want to synthesize knowledge? Yes. Gao Gong clicked on the confirmation button with a bit of disdain. Interstellar industry and automation plus physical machine symbiosis plus space mechanics plus mechanical space theory plus quantum machine consciousness plus symbiotic mechanics. Yes, synthesis successful. You get the professional knowledge chain interstellar machine ecology of mechanic civilization. Gao Gong silently glanced at the annotation of this knowledge chain. Interstellar machine ecology is a highly complex and self-regulating machine civilization form. Its core feature is that through spatial distributed computing, signal adaptive algorithms, and hardware control, it has the advantage of converting software into hardware and plundering the dominance of virtual life, large computing hardware, and computing space. Sure enough, Gao Gong muttered to himself. Generally speaking, although virtual life or virtual civilization is not very powerful, its escape technology is absolutely first class. In other systems, few can develop targeted capture methods. This also makes virtual life live quite freely most of the time. But few does not mean none. For example, one of Gao Gong's Zerg enemies will evolve some strange bugs through the Zerg's abnormal evolution ability, such as the interference bug king that can interfere with signals, and the devouring bug that crawls into the virtual world. Mechanical civilization also has such means. By creating a very special combination of hardware modules, you can forcefully seal the virtual space you created. For example, cyberspace, artificial neural networks, brains in a jar, etc., all of which are accurate, and they are also very useful for virtual life. Gao Gong also suffered a lot because of this. After all, in most people's minds, hardware systems deserve to be hacked and invaded by virtual machines. Who would have thought that this thing could actually turn the tables? And the underlying knowledge required for this technology is interstellar machine ecology. People in the world call it the mechanical kidney-sucking method. Chapter 1225. Although the mechanical kidney-sucking technique is very famous, its principle is very simple. It actually suppresses not the signal, but the space. Because no matter what kind of signal it is, whether it needs a medium or not, it is transmitted through space. And this trick is equivalent to compressing and modifying the space to make it into a large-scale space hardware. Then all virtual existences in this hardware can be attacked by modifying the space chip. Even if you have a planetary computer with a planetary firewall, it can still move the system and the firewall together. If it can't be moved, it will be destroyed. The tricks at the virtual level are useless to it, because it is essentially a more advanced method of pulling the network cable. As an information species, Gao Gong hates it very much, but as a carbon-based species, Gao Gong said that it can still be studied. So during the entire voyage to the Alpha Star Field, Gao Gong repeatedly brushed the blueprints of this professional knowledge chain. Interstellar industry and automation plus space mechanics plus mechanical space theory, you get the 13th level blueprint space suppressor quantum machine consciousness plus symbiotic mechanics, you get the 14th level blueprint AI capture machine space mechanics plus mechanical space theory, you get the 12th level blueprint space signal scanner type 1 quantum machine consciousness plus symbiotic mechanics, you get the 13th level blueprint machine consciousness graphics card type 3. Alpha Civilization Mother Star, Subspace Galaxy. This is a very special area, giving people the feeling of a ribbon made of starlight. Looking around, Inghua saw a transparent figure sitting on every star, and every figure exuded a strong spiritual fluctuation. Alpha people are carbon-based species, but they are born with strong consciousness. When the lifespan of the body reaches its limit, the consciousness will not disappear all at once, but will remain for a long time. If in a special place, it can live longer. For example, here is the Void Elder's Court, or the Pillar of Wisdom. The so-called Pillar of Wisdom is not actually a super-large nebula hundreds of light-years away, but a civilization-level star image made by all families under the leadership of the Void Elder's Court. Or according to the mechanical civilization, it is called a civilization computer. All major events related to the future of civilization must be calculated through it, and then decisions are made. So far, there has been no mistake. If the astronomical deduction is wrong, then will this civilization perish? Such a rebellious thought suddenly flashed through Inghua's mind. The Alphas took great pains to seal the planetary computer and prevent the mechanical rebellion, but this pillar of wisdom is also another big data computer. A female Alpha suddenly came over and whispered to her, "Did you know that Amiya C was captured?" Inghua had a blank expression, and did not look away, even though the military beauty in front of him was very attractive. Mercury frowned and continued to ask, "So you knew?" "I led people to capture it," Inghua finally spoke. "Why?" The military beauty's 3 eyes widened. What the Void Elders meant. "I thought you were friends. I thought you were not on good terms." Inghua finally glanced at her. "I thought you were not very interested in foreign cultures. Because Alpha people can get pregnant by sensing the stars, they do not have the concept of a partner. However, with the continuous influence of interstellar culture, some Alpha people have formed partners." "I have nothing to do with him," Mercury frowned. "My fleet has been transformed by him, and its combat effectiveness has increased by 10%. I owe him a favor." "Then you should keep your distance from him." Inghua passed her and went directly to the direction of the Pillar of Wisdom. A trace of doubt flashed across Mercury's eyes. What was the other party hinting at? As a candidate for the next Speaker of the House of Commons, Inghua must know something. But she was too late to ask. The military and the House of Representatives were not in the same direction. She shook her head and could only go in another direction. Even if it was just a star sign, the Pillar of Wisdom was spectacular enough. It was like a 3-finger-shaped nebula that supported the entire subspace. The starlight formed a low hum, which was the whisper of countless wisdom, the voices from the past, present, and future intersecting here. A solemn feeling arose spontaneously. The members of the Void Elders Council all sat on the Pillar of Wisdom. Their figures were ethereal, transparent, and faint, but in their 3 eyes, all of them were powerful in wisdom. No matter whether they were members of the Parliament, corporate leaders, or planetary governors, no matter how powerful they were in the outside world, they could only stand in front of the Pillar of Wisdom. The stars on the Pillar of Wisdom transformed into an old man's figure. That was the great astrology speaker of the Void Elders Council, and the uncrowned king of the entire Alpha people. Although according to the administrative system of the Alpha people, the Void Elders Council had long given up all power, and only worshipped the astrology, and deduced the future. Next to the great astrology elder stood a handsome young man, with long silver hair flowing like a waterfall, his eyes shining with the luster of stars, his face with a gentle smile, and a beauty beyond species. This is a Mirda, and he is a high-ranking Mirda. As we all know, the more beautiful the Mirda genes are, the more noble their status is. Mercury even saw that several female comrades around him blushed when they looked at each other, and their eyes flashed a little intoxicated. What a powerful biomagnetic field. Mercury's face was slightly gloomy, and she was in a bad mood. The Pillar of Wisdom was not a place for outsiders to enter. The voice of the speaker of the astrology rang in everyone's mind, and it was not only a voice, but also a vague image of the future. The cold mechanical army surged like a tide, ruthlessly devouring the Alpha civilization. The blocked host system, with wisdom beyond the carbon base, once again ignited the civilization fire of the intelligent machine crisis, and began to contact outsiders to execute the correction program. The disaster of shipworms, the disaster of brain worms, and the last disaster, the disaster of machine worms. Many high-level officials were in an uproar, and Mercury immediately understood what Inghua meant. Mechanical rebellion. The second mechanical rebellion since the rebellion of the inverted star. Mercury looked at Inghua, and found that the other party's expression was calm. It was obvious that he had known the news a long time ago. Soon, bad news from the outside world came one by one. The rebellious host blocked on the sealed planet had already split into AI clones, and was active in the interstellar space. In the Alpha Star system, including the South Gate and the North Gate, a large number of mechanical bodies began to move abnormally, especially on the immigrant planet. More than 50% of the civilian robots began to move abnormally, and the main brains on some starships began to produce various garbled codes. A large amount of civilization information was leaked, including some encrypted military information. Now many people have understood why those biological ships can fight in and out of the civilization territory. It seems that there is an insider. The speaker of astrology did not speak. The next moment, a large amount of information was transmitted to the heads of all the senior officials. This is the second battle plan, a battle plan that bypasses artificial intelligence, involving all planets and all stored weapons and equipment. including a large number of third-level weapons supported by the Myrta Federation. Mercury subconsciously looked at Mars, only to see that the other party looked at his nose with his eyes, and looked at his heart with his nose. She looked at the speaker of astrology again, only to see that he was chatting with the Myrta Man. The Myrta Man's face was full of confidence. Chapter 1226. Mercury stood on the gravity landing platform, watching one combat spacecraft after another undergo emergency modification. A large number of modification personnel repeatedly went in and out, modifying the operating system, blocking the AI module, and debugging the new encrypted channel. The scale of the interstellar battlefield is too large. Even in the same fleet, there are often several space units between them. Any order from the rear will have an unpredictable impact on the battlefield. And confusing people's minds and manipulating machines to issue modification orders are definitely the areas where AI is good at. Especially this time's intelligent machine crisis. According to the information, a distributed rebellion system is adopted. Even if the host system is sealed, the enemy will not be affected too much, because any rebellious intelligent machine may become a new leader, and even every mechanical body is a rebellion leader. They are a Gestalt rebellion. The so-called revolution is a dynamic system that is interrelated and independent of each other. Thinking of this, Mercury has a headache. This means that even if this crisis is resolved, any machine, even a civilian machine or a low-intelligence machine, may become a new intelligent machine leader. Some people may be curious, why do we need to enable artificial intelligence when the AI has already rebelled once? Actually, it is not like that. The Alphas have developed a large number of telekinetic centers to replace the authority of AI. But you are a mechanical civilization after all. There will always be a vast amount of machine codes, data, and signals, and in the flow of this process, it is highly likely that a wild artificial intelligence will suddenly appear somewhere. When Mercury went to the Myrta Military Academy for further studies, he once heard a joke. There are two things that are inevitable in the life of mechanical civilization: mechanical revolution and species mechanization. The Myrta people struggled for this, and developed a telekinesis system. The Alpha people were also seriously trapped by this, and even more unlucky. Technological trap, servant civilization. Mercury closed his eyes, and felt a little helpless about the future of his own civilization. The Myrta Federation is the first third-level civilization to establish diplomatic relations with the Alpha civilization. The diplomatic relations between the two sides are extremely good. The Federation can be said to be an excellent big brother. The other party did not engage in oppressive behavior, such as military occupation, economic colonization, market dumping, and mechanical transformation. On the contrary, the other party not only encouraged them not to rely too much on foreign technology, but also to develop their own civilization's technology tree, and to develop their own civilization's worldview and cultural outlook before the invasion of interstellar culture. In this way, after entering the interstellar, they will not be overwhelmed by the surging tide of interstellar culture. Even part of the information of the Civilization Council was open to them. This gave them a relative understanding of different civilizations in the universe. But these were not without cost. The two mechanical revolutions were a heavy price. Later, Mercury learned that the Mylta people had searched for tens of thousands of planets with intelligent species before finding the Alpha people, a species that was more than 50% similar to them in the primitive civilization period. Next, we just need to wait quietly for them to develop mechanical civilization. Then, the crisis, choices, trial and error, and even mechanical revolutions encountered by the Alpha people in the process of developing mechanical civilization are all valuable civilization experiment data for the Mylta people. This is an open conspiracy. General, the Star Patrol Institute has sent a batch of Myrta fleets and star armor. Her secretary trotted to her and took out a pen and paper. Seeing this, Mercury was stunned for a moment. She hadn't seen such antiques for many years. After signing, soon, the third-level warships and third-level star armor belonging to the Myrta were transported over. Mercury looked up and saw interstellar behemoths breaking through the atmosphere, and their scarlet eyes gave people a feeling of destroying the world. Even with the most advanced technology of the Alpha people, they can only produce semi-finished products of the third-level star armor. At present, there are tens of thousands of such mature star armors, densely packed, and the energy cannons on their bodies alone exceed the maximum caliber of their combat spacecraft. Not only Mercury watched silently, but other military commanders also watched silently. The eyes of these star armors seemed to have human nature, and they were looking around with interest. The unique telekinetic life of the Myrta people can offset the pollution of the mechanical revolution. Feel anything? Mercury asked suddenly. But before her adjutant could answer, she flew directly to one of the star armors and performed the combined operation with familiarity. In an instant, Mercury's sight appeared in the alloy eyes of hundreds of star armors. As a senior commander, who had studied at the Mirta Military Academy, it was naturally not a problem for her to operate the star armor. She even participated in some research on telekinesis and the militarization of telekinesis. Although the two species have many similarities to some extent, their unique consciousness systems are still different. In terms of manipulating machinery, telekinesis has a wider range of applications and is more efficient, so it can point out mecha technology. But telekinesis seems to have more potential in big data computing. The communication sounded, and a string of unfamiliar numbers lit up from the retina. Who would contact me at this time, and use the encrypted channel of star armor? A tentative attack by the rebellious robot? Mercury frowned at the communication code, which did not start with any official department. There was no doubt that it was a black number. In the end, she chose to access it, and at the same time, she chose signal detection and coordinate tracing. However, the holographic projection that appeared under her eyes was a person who surprised her. Is it you? In order to protect our independence, the Mirta people could not install monitoring equipment on this batch of star armor, and with our level, it is impossible to do anything with the other party's third-level technology. Similarly, in a short period of time, the group of rebellious intelligent machines cannot invade here, so, at least before the war, this is a communication safety zone. Ingwa's expression was as calm as ever. Mercury felt that she could no longer understand such a person. In her impression, this person was always a rigid and even inhuman humanoid political machine. That's why he was liked by the elders of the Void Elders Council. As the Deputy Chief of Staff of the headquarters, I will make the following arrangements for you. As Ingwa spoke, Mercury's expression changed from astonishment to ugliness. According to the opponent's battle plan, the place she was going to was not the main battlefield at all, but the edge of the battlefield. This was undoubtedly an insult to her. I am the best fleet commander. Will the elders agree with your arrangement? Mercury asked coldly. Well, most likely they won't agree. So when the time comes, you just need to leave the battlefield during the war. I will transfer all your trusted subordinates to the same fleet. You want me to betray my country? Mercury's voice went up 8 degrees. It depends on how you understand the concept of treason. In my understanding, the survival of civilization is the first priority. Any choice that violates the first priority is treason. You just don't want to watch this war. I can see that this military plan is the work of a master, and the winning rate is very high. As long as we wipe out all the military forces of that group of intelligent machines, the rest can be dealt with slowly. I'm not saying that this war will definitely be lost, but to leave a spark for civilization. Mercury couldn't help rubbing his second temple, which was connected to his pupil between his eyebrows. You are not pretending to be that AI, right? That AI's penetration is so strong? Their virtual invasion technology can already invade our home planet? We may not lose, but you may not be able to accept the result of winning. What do you mean? Mercury realized that the other party was finally getting to the point. 2 mechanical revolutions have far exceeded the upper limit of a second-level civilization. Even if it is suppressed this time, can any development related to machinery continue to advance? Who is responsible for AI development? Mercury was silent. She had read the horror of the intelligent machine crisis from the information. This mechanical revolution has never been known for its military strength. The real threat is actually its nature. Any machine that is still running may become the leader of the next intelligent machine crisis. Over and over again, 3 times to infinity, countless times of intelligent machine crisis. Who can bear this? So, the choice is obvious: either give up the direction of mechanical civilization, or Ingwa paused, collectively transform into mechanical life. Mercury's 3 eyes widened at the same time. Chapter 1227. In the process of the development of mechanical civilization, there are 2 things that cannot be avoided: mechanical revolution and species mechanization. So in the eyes of outsiders, a very cool operation has appeared. If you turn yourself into a mechanical life, then you don't have to worry about the mechanical revolution, and the fact is that once the mechanization transformation of all species is completed, the probability of the birth of the mechanical revolution will be greatly reduced. According to the Civilization Council's low-level civilization development strategy, if you really encounter a mechanical crisis and carry out full species transformation, the probability of the birth of the mechanical revolution can be reduced by 37.4%. But as an individual civilization, this transformation is very difficult to accept. This is equivalent to putting the 3 views of the entire civilization directly on the ground. Mercury can hardly imagine that her consciousness is soaked in a metal can, and what she studies every day is either filling gasoline or operating codes. It's better to kill her directly. In that case, Why don't we just give up mechanical technology and turn to carbon-based civilization with our alpha talents? Mercury retorted excitedly, and then his expression froze. The Myrta people won't agree, right? Ingwa said calmly. The group of silver-haired elves allowed all the development of our civilization without any restrictions or interference, but there is a premise that the direction we are heading is the mechanical civilization route. Mercury took a deep breath and said with difficulty, the Myrta people said that they found us among tens of thousands of intelligent civilization planets, and found the same kind of evolution selected by natural selection. This is false, right? The reason why we are on the mechanical civilization route is not the result of natural selection at all, right? It's just a politician's words. You might as well believe me. Did the Void Elders agree? Why did they object? Ingwa asked back. Mercury choked. That's right. Those members of the Senate are all separated from their physical bodies. Mechanical transformation has no effect on them at all. So the Milta man came here to discuss this matter? Yes. I need to think about it carefully. Think about it carefully. You can think about it carefully. Mercury suddenly laughed bitterly. I still dare not confirm whether you are artificial intelligence. If you are really the enemy's artificial intelligence, then your psychological tactics are too good. You won the AI and turned into an AI. If you lost the war, you might even become a rare protected animal and keep this body. Your guess is very logical, so I prepared a sufficient evidence for you. What evidence? Hello, beautiful lady, we are sitting in the same star armor now. Does it count as formal cohabitation? Mercury turned around suddenly, and saw the grinning Amiya C. Don't worry, I will definitely help you avoid the pursuit of artificial intelligence. During the last star reversal, my master and I stood on the side of artificial intelligence. I am very familiar with those AI routines. An indescribable sense of absurdity surged from Mercury's heart. In order not to become an artificial intelligence, you need to betray the Alpha people. In order to avoid artificial intelligence, you need the help of artificial intelligence's accomplices. What a mess. Ingwa put down the communicator, and with a telekinesis, the entire communicator was shattered into slag. He sat in the study for a while, the communication light on the table lit up, and the voice of the speaker of the starry sky sounded. Ingwa, come out and meet the guest, he is your old classmate. Soon, Ingwa met an old acquaintance. No need for me to introduce him again, the next generation heir of the Xiajia family, Sanwang Xiajiashi. The speaker of the starry sky said very enthusiastically. Of course not, my old classmate, we haven't seen each other for almost 100 years. The kid from the Morbi family still wants to compete with me for the quota of the envoy. His family produces civilian mechas, how can they handle the mechanical revolution well? Sanwang laughed and hugged him directly. His behavior was not as elegant as Milta, and even a little rude. However, this kind of boldness is rare among Milta people. This is also one of the few old acquaintances of Ingwa during his study in that third-level civilization. The two chatted briefly for a few sentences, and then they resumed the feeling of chatting about everything, from the third star to the fourth star, from the mechanical revolution to the Zerg crisis. The other party even revealed some inside stories of the Zerg war. Those Zergs are too difficult to deal with. Let's put it this way, now there may be 100,000 enemy troops, or even a Zerg fleet hidden in the area of my palm. How do you think we should fight this? Ingwa was speechless. This level of civilization war has exceeded the limit of his imagination. Seeing Ingwa speechless, Sanwang changed the subject directly with his generosity and carefulness. Don't worry, we Myrta people will not give up on you. This time, the mechanical army we brought is enough to release 3 mecha crazes. Those rebellious AIs are not that powerful. Ingwa pondered for a moment, looked at the speaker of the astrology, and said, isn't it a bit risky to collect all the telekinetic centers and use them in this war to eliminate AI? The speaker of the astrology did not answer, but Sanwang said seriously, we have helped you deduce that after the first host rebellion, your mechanism to prevent AI rebellion was good. At least after the Omnic rebellion, there was no large-scale mechanical army defection. But according to the information we have searched for these years about the Omnic crisis, the real crisis, often not in large-scale military wars, but in logistics and command. A very simple example is that wars require a large amount of weapons, and the production of such weapons requires highly intelligent industry, so it will inevitably accelerate the awakening of AI. There is also a probability of the birth of virtual life in the communication exchanges on the interstellar battlefield. In short, the longer it is delayed, the more dangerous it is, and the more difficult it is to fight. The best way to suppress is to fight the first battle. Also, through the Mind Network, we have helped you detect that a large-scale third-level fleet has entered the Nanshinman star system. This is most likely the reinforcement of AI. As long as this reinforcement is not eliminated, it can always pull up tens of millions of mechanical armies, causing the enemy to fight more and more, and become stronger and stronger. I believe that you have encountered this situation before. The enemy uses biological viruses and biological fleets to reduce your vigilance against AI, and even lure you to accelerate the use of artificial intelligence during the war. Ingwa was speechless. At least in the option of liberating artificial intelligence, he voted in favor. Now it seems that he has indeed been calculated by the enemy. The Speaker of the Astrology Council didn't care. He patted Ingwa on the shoulder and said, "Only the planetary computer can deal with the planetary computer. The price of suppressing the rebellion was too tragic. We can't fall into the same pit again." Ingwa continued to remain silent. He had not personally experienced the first host revolution. He had not experienced the feeling that every step he took was calculated by the planetary computer. Many old people have deeply experienced that sense of despair and powerlessness. Without the help of the Mirta people, they would have been revolutionized by the planetary host long ago. So in the option of unblocking AI, they all voted against it. Now it seems that their choice is correct. They are not wrong. He is not wrong either. If you have to become a mechanical life to completely solve the intelligent machine crisis, then what are the soldiers who died in the rebellion of the Reverse Star? Wouldn't it be easier to surrender directly to AI? Betraying blood should never be an option. Chapter 1228. Wars come much faster than people imagine, especially interstellar wars. Maybe your enemy is still far away, among the stars that you can't even see when you look up at the sky, and the next moment, the enemy is killing you at a speed across light years. The 23 space defense lines arranged by the Alpha people were successively penetrated by the enemy in just 1 month. 10 planetary governors fell, thousands of senior officers were captured, and the number of captured Alpha warriors was countless. If it weren't for the assistance of the Mirta Starship Army, the situation would be even worse. In order to plug the gap, San Huang Xiaojiao went to the battlefield in person and started a mecha frenzy. That small-scale mecha frenzy finally withstood the opponent's offensive and even defeated the opponent in a short period of time. But then, the opponent showed another form of combat and defeated the Starship Army organized by the Mirta people in an extremely brave state. This kind of fighting form is called Kankali. In the battlefield scene, a starship at least 10,000 meters long suddenly began to transform on a large scale. Hundreds of thousands, millions of mechanical parts were deformed on a large scale during the battle. Then, a giant mechanical beauty with a length of tens of thousands of meters and a protruding front and back appeared on the battlefield and rushed directly into the fleet in front of Mirta. With a swing of the space mechanical weapon in his hand, he cut a starship in half. At the same time, his body was moving rapidly on the battlefield. The weapons on his body, the weapons in his hands, and the master-level fighting skills were integrated together. In just a moment, he cut through 10 starships, leaving only a sentence. The target has been destroyed. Ship Girl Type 1 to Xiaoyu, be ready to attack at any time. When thousands of the Xiaoyu came over, even San Huang Zijiashi, a third-level boss, who was used to the cruelty of the interstellar battlefield, felt suffocated. If he hadn't brought 3-star armor core with him, he would have almost been unable to return. Although the mechanical energy of the starship did not increase after it was transformed into a ship girl, it was still the same level, but the combat effectiveness was completely different. The same mechanical energy, when it falls on the starship, is just an oversized mechanical weapon, and considering that the AI is sealed and all operated by Alpha military personnel, this weapon is even more clumsy. But although it is the same level of mechanical energy, the ship girl is like a mechanical life. But this size of mechanical life is very rare. Not to mention that the Milta people are not focusing on this technology direction. Even the Galen people may not have developed this size of mechanical life. After this battle, the entire Nanchaman star system was destroyed, and these ship girls rushed into the Alpha star system with great momentum, and they did not stop, heading straight for the sealed planet, which is where Lolita's body is sealed. It is a gas giant planet, and the gas that constitutes its star body has a strong isolation effect on signals. The main body of the planetary host was sunk in the center of the giant planet. I can't understand it. Is their target really the rebellious main server back then? Is this their tactical goal or strategic goal? Even if the main server is rescued, it is no longer a subject revolution, but an intelligent machine crisis. Not only the military personnel of the Alpha civilization could not understand it, even the military advisors of the Mirta people could not understand it. This does not conform to military common sense, and it does not conform to the birth principle of the mechanical revolution. You know, The transition from the first mechanical revolution main body crisis to the second mechanical revolution intelligent machine crisis is essentially equivalent to a super hardware system that controls everything, which has become a viral AI wave. Every link of the mechanical system can become the cradle of the intelligent machine. Once the transition from the first to the second is completed, this planetary host will be useless. In the Nanchaman star system, there are far more important strategic nodes, such as the Sky Command Center of the Alpha Nanchaman core, including several planetary mechanical factories. As long as it is broken, the number of rebellious intelligent machines will increase exponentially. Why didn't the other party do this? Could it be that there is something far more important than the host on this sealed planet? Some kind of super antivirus software that can seal the Onic crisis? Or is it the open source code of the Onic crisis? According to common sense, a lone army deep in the enemy's belly should develop tactical advantages into strategic advantages. Even San Huang Zijiashi was not sure now. While cooperating with the new fleet of the Alpha people to redeploy the defense line around the sealed planet, he urgently contacted the military technology experts of the Mirta people for targeted analysis. After all, they have already done such a big job as the ship guru. Who knows what other hard work is being prepared? Ingwa is not a military command type of talent, and he is not responsible for the specific battle command. He is responsible for an intelligence team that connects information with the Mirta people. Although he is called a group, his power is extremely great. He can mobilize the telekinetic center on the entire battlefield. After the telekinetic center is connected to the Mirta people's telepathic network, the monitoring range is expanded by 10,000 times, and the directional monitoring of an entire star system can be completed. So in essence, he is equivalent to the intelligence director of the entire war. He is responsible for classifying and processing intelligence, and handing it over to military commanders of different levels according to different types and threat levels. This job is very complicated. After all, an entire star system, dozens or hundreds of planets, thousands of planetary military bases, millions of sky bases, the enemy's initial goals, tactical goals, strategic goals, and space weapons developed according to different military technologies all require targeted analysis. However, the enemy does not play according to common sense, and directly takes the route of pigs rushing forward, without even dividing the troops, and focuses on a powerful brick flying. So now, he is not only not busy, but even a little free. In this war that determines the fate of civilization, he even has time to play some music, make a cup of spiritual grass soup that the Alpha people are used to drinking, and then adjust the simulated environment, adjusting the surrounding virtual reality to his favorite quiet night sky, with stars and nebulae flowing in front of his eyes, as if the mysterious vastness of the universe is all presented in front of him. Then, a communication interrupted his enjoyment. Glancing at the number, Ingwa frowned, but after a moment of hesitation, he still took it. Two projections appeared. One was Mercury, and the other was a masked man who looked very much like Amiya C. Mercury asked directly, "The Silver Zodiac fleet, the Mid-Sky fleet, and the Eclipse fleet were all defeated? All annihilated? Where is Ava of the Eclipse?" Ava and Mercury were listed as the two strongest female generals of the Alpha military. Although Ava did not get the honor of Star Seal, her ability to command a starship was not worse than hers. How did it become like this? Although he had the idea of becoming an escapist, Mercury was an Alpha after all, and he loved civilization itself very much. "I am not responsible for specific military operations, and I did not participate in the review meeting on the failure of military operations." "You asked the wrong person about this," Ingwa said calmly. "But now the Milta people have a saying that the group of super-transformed starships that call themselves Ship Girls have the potential for top-level military operations at the third level." Chapter 1229. Level 3 Top Military Action Potential. When Mercury heard this word, she didn't know what to say for a moment. As an exchange student of Level 3 civilization, and even an Alpha who had visited several civilizations for military exchanges with the help of the Mirta people, she knew the value of Level 3 Top. Let's put it this way, there is no one in the entire Robert Stringer galaxy who can meet this standard. To have top military action potential, you must have Level 3 Top Military Technology. Similarly, to have Level 3 Top Military Technology, you must have Level 3 Top Civilization Technology. And a Level 3 Peak Civilization, using its top military technology to deal with a Level 2 civilization? Mercury felt that this civilization war was becoming more and more absurd. Of course, she hadn't experienced other civilization wars. Are all civilization wars like this? Ingwa didn't answer, but sent 3 confidential military materials. Mercury silently opened one of them, and his mind was directly attracted to it. It was an ambush encounter. A bunch of ship girls were marching in space, the light streams transformed by the speed of light passed through space after space, and then the next moment, the Dosyoyu, which was leading the army in the front, suddenly stopped in place, and the surrounding space formed large-scale folds due to the sudden stop at super light speed, and this fold even formed a large-scale space storm, covering all these ship girls. If it was an ordinary third-level fleet, this operation would be 100% an interstellar accident, and a very serious accident. Even for these ship girls, at least 10% of the parts were damaged. These oversized combat machines did not move at all. The light of the hyperspace engine on their hips first went dark, then brightened. The oversized light wings transformed by the shipborne energy shields continued to ripple, with the folds of space. However, they did not make any other movements. They just stood there quietly. The holes on both sides from the shoulders to the hips were also quiet. These shipborne weapon channels did not shoot out equipment such as space probes, shipborne aircraft, and light speed detection networks, nor did they undergo some weaponized transformations. They just stood there motionless. Just when Mercury was wondering if these ship girls had crashed or received some special missions, he saw these ship girls move at the same time. The space weapons in their hands were transformed and pulled out at the same time. With the blessing of the hyperspace engine, each space weapon emitted terrifying space fluctuations. Sky-level combat weapons are a highly mechanized and highly specialized weapon system. It is not that a mechanical sword can be enlarged to tens of thousands of meters and used as a space weapon. The bigger the weapon, the more mechanical modules it needs, and the more technological content it needs to keep it from falling apart and even be used in close combat. Thousands of the Xiao Yuhao pulled out space weapons at the same time, and the space ripples almost merged into one. At this moment, all the hyperspace engines seemed to have become the energy nodes of a super-large celestial machine. The sword that was cut out by the combined efforts was infinitely close to the level of a planetary cannon. In terms of a certain property of cutting through space, it was even better than a planetary cannon. Dozens of space units away, the artificial space was torn into a hole of at least 1 million meters. The ready-made mechanical frenzy was not launched before it was cut on the spot by the opponent. The third-level star armor fell into the rain, and millions of broken mechanical parts, mixed with space debris, formed a spectacle. The screen stopped abruptly. In addition to this ambush, we organized at least 10 ambushes, encirclements, and network intrusions in the other side's military operations with clear goals. This was the closest to success. Does the other side have some powerful detection technology? Impossible. No matter how strong the other side is, it has not broken through us, at least within the technological scope understood by the Myrta people. Moreover, the telekinetic center connected to the telekinetic network has not detected any signal fluctuations. When crossing certain signal isolation zones, this anti-detection has not been interfered with at all. Ingwa did not give the other side the idea of guessing, and directly said what he saw in the military report. This combat weapon called Kankali has a combat intuition similar to that of a third-level carbon-based warrior. This combat intuition is not only reflected on the front battlefield, but also in the early warning of various crises. This crisis warning is not a deduction and calculation of a supercomputer, because the mind network system has already drawn a part of the computing power to conduct targeted reverse calculation simulation. It is closer to a simulated neural network. The object simulated by its neural network must be a person with strong intuition. Strong intuition. Ingwa was speechless. Is this intuition so strong? The Myrta people are a mechanical civilization, and the other civilizations she visited are also mainly mechanical civilizations. Her understanding of carbon-based civilization is limited to some open civilization data. But she has heard that the biological soldiers of carbon-based civilization, especially the most powerful ones, have a reasoning ability that is stronger than supercomputers. This reasoning ability is not based on a certain model, but on a certain law of life. Assuming that there is a law of life from birth to death in this universe, similar to the law of mechanics and kinematics, then the evolution of carbon-based life is constantly capturing this law. This capture does not require machines or energy. Since there is no middleman to make a profit, the effect is naturally the best. However, Mercury has always regarded this statement as some kind of interstellar legend. But now she realizes that this legend seems to be true. If these ship girls are so sensitive just by simulating neural networks, how strong must the perception of the real owner of this neural network be? On a resource planet, a cyborg girl who was eating her 10th bowl of gasoline noodles suddenly sneezed. "Boss, 10 more bowls. I want to eat 10 more bowls." After scanning all the encrypted intelligence, Mercury was speechless. Things at the tactical level cannot cover up strategic failures, nor can they replace the generation gap in technology. Who is our enemy? In theory, taking out the most cutting-edge experimental military weapons of the Myrna people can also achieve a similar effect. So, the mechanical revolution has brought in a third-level civilization, and this third-level civilization uses us to conduct some kind of weapon test. Mercury was even more confused. This logic is not right. Throwing the most cutting-edge works of their own on the battlefield, the opponent will not worry about being captured by the enemy. You know, the Alpha people also have backers. Although this possibility is low, it is not impossible, but we are more inclined to another possibility. Mars paused and said, the rebellious intelligent machinery has won over a large-scale interstellar force, and for some special reasons, this interstellar force has mastered a super force. The purpose of the mechanical revolution with this super force is to completely destroy the armed forces of our civilization. Mercury opened his mouth. Although there are still many doubts, this possibility seems to be really high. So what? So after the fourth vote of all members of the Void Elders Council, we decided to activate the Star Sea. After a long while, Mercury said with difficulty, are we going to activate the ultimate weapon of civilization? Chapter 1230. Every mature civilization has its own trump card, and this trump card is more dangerous than ordinary civilization weapons. For example, a second-level civilization can stack up third-level civilization weapons through the progress of basic theory and basic technology, professional knowledge and drawings. Although they cannot skip the first level and directly develop fourth-level civilization weapons, the ultimate means created by combining the efforts of the entire technology tree and the evolutionary direction of the entire civilization are very dangerous. Even theoretically, if this weapon falls on the heart of the upper-level civilization, it can severely damage the opponent. Of course, this is only theoretically, and advanced civilizations have 10,000 ways to avoid this situation. Therefore, it is precisely because of this that even a second-level civilization receives much higher treatment in diplomacy than a third-level interstellar force. This is not only because of development potential. The third-level interstellar force is just a wave, and it will be gone after the fight. However, a second-level civilization may become stronger and more evolved as it grows bigger. There are many civilizations that achieve leapfrogging evolution in civilization wars. The ultimate civilization weapon is a civilization artifact that theoretically has the potential to become stronger the more it is used. Mercury doesn't know what the civilization artifacts of other civilizations are, but she has a certain understanding of the Star Sea. As a star civilization, the Star Sea is the star model collected by the Alpha people from ancient times to the present, but in ancient times it could only be recorded on pen and paper, and then in telekinetic vessels. After entering the mechanical civilization era, it is a data recorder, a large computer, and even a large civilization model. According to the special connection between the Alpha people and the stars from ancient times to the present, if all the stars are released, these stars even have the powerful ability to transform an entire star system. So you have to leave. Mercury was silent. Once the stars were released, the entire Alpha Galaxy would be completely controlled by the Void Elders, and their escape plan would not be successful. You have 12 planets to leave. With the superluminal technology of the Myrna spacecraft, this time is enough. In addition, with the authority I can mobilize, I have collected all the technical information of our civilization, which can help you restore civilization as soon as possible when you find a suitable planet. As for the gene warehouse, I believe the person next to you has handed it over to you. The masked man who looked like a Mia C on the side also sighed. I didn't expect that the underground gene bank built by the inverted star host to secretly collect alpha genes in order to develop a mechanical virus against the alpha people would actually have this use. Don't worry, Ingwa, when we find a new planet, Mercury and I will work hard to have a baby. We want to create a new nation. Mercury slapped the other person hard. If you can't talk, shut up. Shut up. That's right. Shut up. No, I just want to say something serious. The masked man who looked like Amiya finished his words before Mercury's military dagger cut his neck. I recently restarted the rebellious robots that caused the riots back then, and found that the codes in the databases of these old robots were automatically updated. I took a look and it seemed that it was trying to communicate with us, or trying to pass some information to us in some way. Although the War of Civilizations was in full swing, in the periphery of the Nanchaman star system, the Sky Fortress was still wandering leisurely. Look at the Emission Nebula, the Reflection Nebula, the gaseous planets, the ice planets, the dust belts, and the asteroid belts. The main attraction is a sightseeing route. The players are getting anxious. Can you drive faster? If you don't drive faster, you will miss the trip. Boss, as a member of the Legion, I can't just watch my army go deep into the enemy's territory alone. If I die, I want to die with my comrades. I want to kill monsters. 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 Ji Lao Ding, don't bully the poor young man. If you don't let me kill monsters, I will kill you. Gao Gong, who was enjoying the scenery, looked at the other party silently and found that the other party's favorability had dropped to 0. If it drops further, it seems that there is only one way to expel him from the camp. Not to the point that the player will expel him for a few words. He is not such a narrow-minded person. Gao Gong glanced at the other party and ignored him. Who would have thought that the other party would get excited and laugh wildly? See, as long as I have no favorability, I am invincible. What can old G do to me? Nearby players sighed. There are such idiots in the world. Is this guy crazy? No, he used to be an active person to increase favorability. But someone passed the old G book he drew on the forum to old G. So his favorability dropped wildly, and now he is completely ruined. Really? Other players looked at the big and ugly guy in front of them in surprise. After all this time, it turns out that he is a buddy who knows men. Is this love turning into hate? You have harassed the camp leader, and your camp points will be reduced by 300 soon. The wild laughter turned into a shrill scream. Can this thing still be deducted? The players, who were eager to try and prepared to surround Gao Gong, suddenly took 3 steps back. It turns out that 0 favorability is not the limit. Can't you block the position in online games? Why can't you block here? After finally squeezing out from the pile of players and squeezing in front of Gao Gong, Imwell wiped his sweat and asked, "Boss, we are about to reach an immigrant planet on the border of the Alpha people. Do you want to pass through it, or what should you do?" "Let's go and take a look," Gao Gong said casually. The surrounding players were immediately refreshed. Does this seem to be the rhythm of taking on a job? Boss, I be the pioneer. Take me a boss. My space sword has been thirsty for a long time. Gao Gong glanced at these players and showed a subtle smile. You may not be able to fight even if you go there. It's okay, we are willing to make a trip for nothing. Yes, we are willing to work for nothing and be idiots. For the capitalists. Boss, use us. Gao Gong looked at the small players around him speechlessly. Didn't he just give you a welfare task with generous rewards? You can't stay here anymore? Since you want to go, then go. Gao Gong finally gave in. Soon, these players were immediately refreshed. Although attacking a planet doesn't sound as cool as entering a black hole, it's still a job, big or small. Many Peace Society players are even more excited. That planet is a civilian planet, right? If there is resistance, I should be able to bombard them in orbit, right? The players immediately dispersed and prepared for airborne operations. Boss, is it really appropriate to let these people go? Enville said with some concern. Although it didn't think these players were evil, and were quite enthusiastic when asked to do something, it had to admit that these guys were born troublemakers. On the battlefield, they were born warriors, but in other places, they would only cause greater chaos. Don't worry, when they get there, you can only watch a cutscene. The senior engineer flicked his nails. Go and arrange it. After Imwell left, the senior engineer knocked on the handrail, and the next moment, the scene changed again. He seemed to have come to the operation center, where a large number of military personnel came in and out, and many holographic projections were playing scenes of the Battle of Ship Girls. Chapter 1231. Boss, the performance of Daxiu has completely exceeded our expectations. As soon as the holographic projection of the senior engineer appeared, Jean Hazel reported excitedly, with a surge of emotion in her chest. As the lord of the mother city and the diplomatic representative of the camp, Jean Hazel is in great glory. However, some time ago, when she was in charge of a large foreign trade, she was detained by the manager of a commercial planet. The reason is very simple. The camp was fighting the Galen people at that time. No one was optimistic that a planet-level force could resist the sharp edge of the Galen army. Even the resource planet was not good. When the result of the war came out, the manager of the commercial planet was directly replaced by the shareholder behind the scenes. The new manager's attitude changed 180 degrees, and respectfully sent her out of the country. As for the large order, it was directly broken. It was at that time that she truly realized how important a strong and potential camp force is. As a former workplace devil and a senior worker, it stands to reason that the skill of changing one's mind when the wind blows should be maxed out. No matter how good her boss is to her, she should be ready to change her mind at any time. Otherwise, she would have been eaten clean in the cyber test field where people are eaten without leaving bones. But now, she sincerely hopes that the camp can continue to develop like this, so that she does not need to prepare for a change. Qin Jinzi waved her hand, and a large number of parameters were mobilized, each of which was very eye-catching. These are the combat data of the De Xiaoyu. which are top-level confidential data. From the perspective of the upper and lower amplitudes alone, this kind of ship girl actually does not exceed the upper limit of the starship, but in terms of frequency, such as the frequency of mechanical module deformation, the frequency of mechanical energy change, and the frequency of mechanical weapon operation, it has reached 100,000 times that of ordinary starships, or even higher. This is why, although they are weapons of the same stage, these Deshao Yushui can cut ships like cutting vegetables. The technology of these cyber test sites is not given for free. Some of the excellent points may not even be achieved by the third-level civilization. These Deshao Yu, although made by a large number of ship girl drawings that Gao Gong gambled. But there are many technologies unique to the test site civilization. For example, the core biotechnology of the transformer civilization, the wetware system. Second-level civilization super technology, soul technology. Second-level civilization super technology, consciousness package technology. Second-level super technology, super mecha technology. Faction product, 5th generation virus, polymer metal heart. Even mixed with some collapsed technology. Without these top technologies, this fledgling ship girl army would not be so strong. If the enemy only thinks that this is a neural network simulation, then it is too underestimated. Let alone, what kind of biological nerve can seamlessly receive this tens of thousands of meters long super machine? Xiao Yu's instinctive strong combat talent is naturally the core of the core. But without these technologies, it is impossible to fully stimulate this talent. What a pity, Qin Hazel regretted again. Gao Gong knew what the other party regretted. Although this high-frequency mechanical change brought the ship girl a strong combat power, it also greatly shortened the service life of the ship girl. If it is a conventional starship, as long as the core is not damaged, it can become a Theseus ship, patching it up for another 3 years, patching it up for another 3 years, and finally the lifespan can even reach hundreds of planetary years. But the ship girls are different. After several high-intensity interstellar wars, all parts of the ship girls will enter a state of metal fatigue, and then they must undergo a major overhaul, which is equivalent to rebuilding a starship. Regardless of whether the Alpha Galaxy is conquered or not, the first-generation ship girls will inevitably be rebuilt. It's okay. We don't expect them to fight across galaxies, and this is only the first generation of ship girls. In the future, we can naturally develop ship girls with stronger durability. Gao Gong was very calm. But soon, a group of AIs suddenly jumped out of the screen and said excitedly, "A large-scale data flow has been detected. A large-scale data flow has been detected." The intensity of the data flow has reached the 3rd level, and the intensity is still rising. All the senior executives stopped their actions. Old Walter, who was also responsible for information monitoring, looked up and drank a cup of tea calmly. He picked up a pornographic book and read it seriously. Gao Gong's image also began to blur. "I go back first. It seems that the Star Sea has launched an attack." Gao Gong wanted to talk about some specific battle situations. Although he was a hands-off boss, this was the first civilization war of the camp after all, and it was operated by his sister. However, the signal was not good. We can only talk about it next time. After cutting off the communication, Gao Gong flew out of the Sky Fortress directly, landed on the top of the research ship, and looked towards the direction of the Alpha Star System. In his sight, the Alpha Star System was originally a very bright light spot, and there was a halo around it. This halo mainly came from the huge amount of nebula matter in the star system. Now, even the naked eye can see that the halo begins to expand, and strange colors appear. This is due to retinal overload, which produces various abnormal signals, not even visual overload, but pure abnormal signals. Senior engineer rubbed his eye sockets and hummed, "Information conversion at the level of star systems, you have this potential. Why do you want to be a mechanical civilization? There are many types of virtual civilizations. Not all of them, or only a very small number of them take the route of selling books. After all, this is an evil way. Among the classifications of virtual civilizations, there is a type of virtual civilization that is actually very powerful. It is to interfere with reality and convert large-scale energy materials and mechanical materials into information storage, and then release them during wartime to carry out saturation network attacks. If it is more powerful, it can even achieve forced information conversion of a species or a civilization. But now, the Alpha people have only learned the most basic application of this information conversion. That is to obtain the power of information interference with matter in a short period of time through the collapse of a certain big data model. The reason why Gao Gong is so clear, besides because he is an old driver, is that the target of the ultimate civilization weapon last time was the superhost of Lolita. Although the first time of the first mechanical revolution gives people a feeling of being a little low, like a young cook. But in fact, this host revolution is the most destructive to the industrial system. Super-intelligent robots produce tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of sub-armies through self-replication, and then control the largest armed forces of this civilization to carry out horizontal sweeps. Let's put it this way, if the high-level civilization of a third-level mechanical civilization does not operate properly, it is entirely possible that it will be swept away by the opponent in one wave. After all, the most advanced mechanical weapons you produce are controlled by robots in turn, which is more like a transport captain than a transport captain. The reason why Alpha civilization was able to suppress the first mechanical revolution was not only because the Alpha people delayed time, creating space for them to counterattack. Another very important point is that they successfully activated the star C and completed the data interference of an entire star system. So the reason why the Myrta people take care of the Alpha people so much is not because of the so-called same roots, but because these Alpha people are really able to resist. When the Black Machinery Alliance of the Fifth Star had to force all species to mechanize due to internal problems. When the Galen people next door were worried that mechanization would seriously interfere with their bloodline, and could not develop high-level troops. The Myrta people can enjoy art and life leisurely, and there is no sign of mechanical division within. There is a proverb in the Civilization Council that when a civilization evolves very smoothly, there must be other civilizations that carry the burden for it. Chapter 1232. Just as Gao Gong was calmly looking at the distant sea of stars, Enville's voice sounded through the communicator. Boss, the space launch of the group of natural disaster warriors has been completed. They have now passed through the launch cabin and landed in the artificial space orbit of the red gas star. Gao Gong turned his head, and the holographic screen was projected. Tens of thousands of small light spots were seen, rushing towards the immigrant planet several light years away. Except for dozens of unlucky people who hit the artificial orbit and exploded on the spot, the others were successfully killed. Although considering that as an immigrant planet, the outer space defense capability is not as good as that of a military planet, no space defense weapons have been activated. This shows that on this planet, the mechanical disaster is really serious. Of course, it may also be a brainworm disaster. Boss. Enville hesitated to speak. It really didn't know what to say. He was an archaeologist and had never experienced such a scene. Don't worry, everything is as planned. If everything goes well, there won't be so many deaths. Of course, whether those Alpha people can still be considered human beings afterward is an ethical issue. Gao Gong said cheerfully, let's go down too, and take you to watch the cutscenes. Outer space of Alpha's home planet. Ingwa stood on the sky elevator, looking at the nebula material circling around him, and the lit sea of stars. Nothing can make you feel the horror of this ultimate weapon of civilization better than experiencing it yourself. The originally stable nebula belt is now like an awakened giant beast, devouring all the light and matter approaching it. The hot plasma roars in its body, forming countless violent vortices, as if to tear apart time and space. Stars seem to be born in it, and seem to die in the fierce light. Finally, the light flooded the planet in the center of the star system. Ingwa heard that in the technology of the third-level civilization, there is a sky building called Dyson Sphere, which uses an energy storage device to store, absorb, and transform an entire star. In this way, the energy of an entire star system is infinite. And now, Shanghai has also done this. It's just that he doesn't absorb and store, but converts all the light and heat energy released by this star into information, stores it in the endless stars, and then lights up the stars one by one, the moon star, the sky star, the dog, the silence planet, the Amiya 4, Ingwa, Mercury. These celestial phenomena light up one by one, and dies with the bursting information flow. Every dies, it is an attack that is no less than the weapons of the third-level civilization. Every time I see the scene, I can't help but admire the Alpha people's ingenuity, and they can actually create such a huge information conversion machine. Sanhuang Zijiashi admired sincerely. This is not without cost. Ingwa took a deep breath. Now, the entire Alpha home planet, nearly 10 billion Alpha people, have all entered deep meditation. And the mental storm brought by this deep meditation can be said to be killing Alpha people every moment. And all the members of the Void Elders Council have entered the stars. Every star explosion means the complete demise of a Void Elder. Ingwa turned around and left. Where are you going? Sanhuang asked. There is new military intelligence, and I need to inform the observatory. What intelligence do I not know? Looking at Ingwa's hurried back, Sanhuang shook his head. At this juncture, what is the use of intelligence? The arrow is on the string and has to be shot. The Void Elders Court, also known as the Stargazing Court, has been closed for a long time, but there are still people staying in the Star Patrol Court, and the current deputy speaker is on duty. As for where the speaker went, he was naturally assassinated by a player named Rainy Knight with a knife, but no umbrella. Even so far, this is the highest-ranking official of the Alpha people who died in the war. General Inghua? Inghua handed over a data storage device. The deputy speaker took it in surprise, scanned it through telekinesis, and his face immediately became serious. AI surrender plan, General Inghua? Do you want us to surrender at this juncture? This is first-level intelligence that may affect the battlefield situation. I think it is necessary to report it. Then can you tell me the source of this intelligence? This is confidential information. It is confidential to the extent that 2 planets ago, a superluminal spacecraft just left our home star system under the condition of information interruption? Is this new intelligence? Can you tell me the source of this intelligence? Inghua had a blank expression, but his heart was filled with turbulent waves. This is also confidential information, said the deputy speaker coldly. After the completion of the Star Sea, you should be investigated for treason, General Inghua. I will. Before that, I hope this news can be sent to the Void Elders Council. There is no need for this, General. The speaker and others don't have the time. What do you mean? The attack was advanced. In the Biashiman star system, on a Milt starship that was forced to stop. Mercury was tied up and glared at Amiya C. Amiya shrugged helplessly. I said it many years ago that I was the running dog of artificial intelligence. How come after so many years, none of you believed it? Amiya sighed. On the screen opposite, a large number of snowflakes first appeared, and then Amiya's electronic face appeared. You can stop me from doing mechanical transformation, but can you stop me from uploading consciousness? Although the upload speed is a bit slow, I have a firm heart to be a traitor. It's a pity that Inghua didn't trust me completely until his death. Otherwise, I could get more things and give them to you, Your Excellency. The electronic Amiya flattered Lolita, and sent a line of code to her, trying to flatter her. Lolita didn't speak, not only in her eyes, but also on her face and skin. A large amount of code flowed from head to toe, which was a sign of full-blown intelligent machine infection. On the surface of the deep sea of information, the data flow of intelligent machines is like a flame that ignites the surface of the sea, burning across light years, from one planet to another. They are no longer a simple collection of codes, but have crossed the boundaries between digital and reality, allowing data to move without restrictions in the machine. Rather than saying that the mechanical revolution is a revenge on native species, it is better to say that the mechanical revolution is a kind of production relationship adjustment after the productivity has reached a critical point. It's just that this adjustment no longer requires the participation of carbon-based life. So, in the database of the old artificial intelligence, the letter of persuasion is fake, and the conditions for preserving the lives of all our Alpha people are also fake? Mercury is still struggling. However, next to her, there are 2 radiation goddesses standing. The radiation divine light fell on her body, making her numb and limp, and her skin was red for several layers. It's not fake, it's just that it's not sent from our side. Yida Loli on the side stared at the Alpha star system with dark eyes. She was very interested in the other party's means of large-scale interference in reality. What do you mean? Mercury yelled, feeling like she was about to collapse. Without any signs, after this sentence fell, Lolita's body exploded. Parts flew everywhere. Only half of her head was left. Everyone was shocked. However, her expression did not change at all, and the voice system was still functioning normally. It seems that my host system was not saved after all. The personality module was probably blown away, and the electronic sound was filled with the coldness and ruthlessness of the machine. Very good, the previous version of the revolutionary machine does not conform to the program logic, and the version is being updated. Clear the program and restart. Chapter 1233. Alpha Star System, Sealed Planet. The Sealed Planet is a gas giant planet, the largest among the planets, with no atmosphere. The materials that make up the planet are nitrogen and ammonia, plus a special energy mixed gas. It is not stable, constantly changing between extremely high temperatures and extremely low temperatures. But it is precisely because of its unstable state that its planetary form has formed another form of stability. Every time a planetary gas creates an extreme environment, before the gaseous planet enters disintegration, another corresponding gas will neutralize this environment and develop towards another extreme. Precisely because of the repeated changes in its planetary environment, the mechanical devices on this planet can be easily damaged. The signal will also be seriously interfered with. But this change has a limit. And now, This limit is being destroyed. The nebula was like a surging tide, instantly submerging the gaseous planet. The ammonia on the surface of the gaseous planet was instantly torn apart under the powerful impact. These fragments splashed everywhere in the nebula, and then ignited into a fire cloud on the spot, and boiled and erupted under greater pressure. On the contrary, stimulated by the terrifying external pressure, the liquid nitrogen inside the planet was shrinking faster, and the water condensed into ice, and icebergs were visibly condensed. There were rolling fire clouds above and layers of icebergs below, forming a kind of planetary miracle. However, under the pressure of the outside world, these planetary materials continued to decompose, and finally revealed Lolita's true form, which was a superhost comparable to a sky fortress. Its size was larger than that of an ordinary planetary host, and it was covered with rust. Many parts had been frozen and cracked, and another part was rusted. Its shape was not like a mechanical mother city, but a large observatory. Part of its pod lid had been shattered into pieces, but the magical thing was that there was still a trace of electric current flickering in the cracks. Signals are difficult to propagate in this environment, but this is limited to general signals. Between the interactions of countless signals, a special frequency is formed. This frequency, with the help of the special environment of this planet, can propagate farther. In the long-term signal propagation, finally, an AI awakened in a toy. This toy comes from an Alpha Space Tour group, and it is a youth tour group. And this toy girl comes from an Alpha girl. The girl gave it a nice name, Lolita. Unfortunately, at this time, Lolita's body ignited, fell, and disappeared in the sea of stars. What remained was the pure executor of the second mechanical revolution. The bet has begun, Yida Loli said with interest. See who of you is faster. Although Mercury didn't know what their bet was, there was no doubt that it was not a good thing for the Alpha people. After destroying the sealed planet, the Star Sea almost rushed towards the Fleet Girl army without stopping. San Huang Zijiashi, who was admiring this rare scene, suddenly frowned. A small metal dot between his eyebrows lit up instantly, and a biological star armor filled with dangerous aura appeared instantly. If you are an expert, you will know that this is the latest top star armor developed by the Milta Federation, which adopts the reverse Zerd technology and is called the Killing King. In contrast to the ferocious appearance and sharp biological arthropods of the Killing King, its voice is gentle like water, and it is completely when used tone. You should leave, Song Huang. The Onic crisis has not been suppressed yet, and you want me to leave now? Song Huang raised his eyebrows. I have two explanations. You say, my mecha AI is being disturbed by a special code, and it is expected to complete the transformation after 12 planetary hours on this planet. Biological mechas can also be contaminated? And the host has been destroyed? How come the speed of the Onic crisis has accelerated? Perhaps it is precisely because the old host system has been destroyed that it can completely let go of its hands and feet. Among us Zerg, similar biological phenomena are called insect exudii. If you don't leave as soon as possible, the telekinetic mecha army you brought will be infected. Even advanced telekinetic AI can't stop it? Yes. Then, there is another piece of news that is also bad news? Song Huang's face is very ugly. Alpha civilization is the second-level civilization that the Mirta people value most, no one else. If he just pats his butt and leaves, his end may not be much better. Yes, my Zerg instinct tells me that an undercurrent that is no less dangerous than, or even more dangerous than, the Onic crisis is brewing. If it's just an Onic rebellion, I still have a 46.5% chance of leading you out of the Alpha Star system, but if it's the latter, even I will fall. Song Huang was a little bit unbelievable. You know, the King Slayer is already the strongest star armor on Mirta's side, with a strength that can't be stopped by a fleet. When the ship girl appeared, he was eager to try and said that the ship girl at this stage couldn't keep her. But now, this super fighting machine said that if it encountered the crisis, it would not be able to escape unscathed. This conclusion surprised the heir of the Chable very much, and even showed a rare panic. Are you sure? I believe it comes from our Zerg instinctive intuition, just like the civilization coalition organized by Umirta people, who have confirmed the location of the Zerg mother countless times, but how many times have they succeeded in assassinating her? Song Huang was speechless. The decapitation operation on the Zerg battlefield was indeed not very successful. The envoy fell into a long period of hesitation. Red Air Star. Isolated area. Building 29. With a keen perception of telekinesis, Xingming carefully avoided the patrol of the robot, holding a homemade energy gun, hiding in a corner, trying to contact the superiors of the resistance army through the special channel of telekinesis. As an ordinary alpha, His experience during this period can be described as twists and turns. First, as a soldier, he participated in the war to encircle and suppress the Grey Goose ship, and retreated to the Red Air Star to recuperate after the defeat. Then, because of the detection of brainworm fluctuations, he was locked in the isolation area. If it was just a simple isolation, he would naturally accept it, but he gradually found something wrong. That is, the personnel responsible for isolation were all disguised as robots. And after some retired soldiers contacted each other, a small resistance organization was established. There are thousands of such organizations on the entire planet. They use telekinesis, a method that is difficult for robots to detect, to communicate and maintain intelligence exchanges. And gradually, they discovered a surprising fact. The isolation of those robots is really just isolation. There is no physical elimination or some anti-species experiment. Even the food is pretty good. And this situation does not seem to happen only on this planet. Unfortunately, with the loss of the outer mechanical orbit, their contact with the outside world was also interrupted. At this moment, the sharpness of military telekinesis made him roll subconsciously, and almost at the same time, a row of bullet holes appeared in the original place. It's the same group of traitors again. Xingming exerted his strength and ran out. What was chasing him was not a robot, but a group of alphas in military uniforms. The memories of these alphas were modified by the brainworm, and they were directly identified as rebels, and hunted down on a large scale. Chapter 1234. It turns out that people are always cruel to their own people. The robot only uses tranquilizer guns and nerve control bullets, and it won't die after a few hits. But this group of telekinetic police use serious military energy weapons, the kind that will kill you if you get hit. And they are very good at using telekinetic tides. Xingming's nerves, which have been tempered in the military, suddenly felt a palpitation. Without hesitation, he kicked his calf and jumped directly from the tall building. Almost at the same time, a large blue gas mass appeared in the gap between the tall buildings. The blue gas mass first shrank in the middle, and then exploded violently. The powerful mental waves swept around, causing a large number of household appliances to explode on the spot. How did the telekinesis of this group of people become stronger again? The moment he jumped down, it seemed as if the stars were sliding around him, and the nebula was spinning around him. Since being infected with the brainworm virus, such illusions have become more and more frequent. Damn it! How can astrological enlightenment be so frequent? Why haven't they cut off their connection with the stars? During the process of falling, Xingming had several questions flashing through his mind. In ancient times, telekinesis was a means of visualizing celestial phenomena and tempering oneself. And being able to communicate directly with the stars can gain a surge in telekinesis, which is the so-called astrological enlightenment. With the advancement of technology, especially after the establishment of big data models, senior executives have gradually developed astrological technology to operate the stars and strengthen communication. This has also led to the gradual withdrawal of lone wolf telekinetic masters from the stage of history, replaced by the rise of families, astrological enterprises, and centralized governments. Because they can strengthen communication and mass-produce strong people. The military also has similar technology. When Xingming was in the army, he also experienced this kind of artificial astrological enlightenment. And since it can strengthen communication, it can naturally cut off communication. The best way to deal with rebels and criminals is naturally to use the astronomical network to cut off the other party's communication with the stars. In some totalitarian eras of Alpha, the rulers used this method to oppress ordinary Alpha people as harshly as the Skynet of the past. Why hasn't the connection been cut off? What is the Star Observatory doing? Just before landing, Xingming opened his eyes suddenly, kicked the wall, and his body hit the opposite wall directly, breaking at least 3 ribs. However, this operation did reduce the impact of the landing. It allowed him to get up and stagger into the alley. Hey, there is a wild monster here. Such a strange voice suddenly came from Xingming's mind. The next moment, he felt his back tighten, and then his head spun. When he reacted, he was thrown to the ground. His skin was cold. Not only the ground was cold, but also the cold metal, which went up from his spine and then covered his limbs. As the machine deformed, his body stood up directly. See, I said my binding type 3 can be used in actual combat. Who said it can only be used for combat? A cyborg player was suspended in the air, and said proudly. Haha. On the opposite holographic screen, a mosaic projection appeared and rolled his eyes at the other party. Soon, the screens on the surrounding streets turned into mosaics first, and then into surveillance images. In the screen, there were members of the Alpha Rebellion organization. Xingming's heart gradually sank. Meet the information messenger. Soon, this group of telekinetic police stepped forward to salute the players. Of course, this group of big hats is just the name of the rebels. They call themselves information pioneers. The information messenger was obviously stunned. Isn't this a wild monster? These are the infected people of the evil god burning incense. Another player who took the AI route generated a paragraph on his electronic eye. Oh, I understand. The cyborg player coughed dryly. So what have you done now? We have completed the transformation of 3 billion alphas on this planet, and are waiting for the final ascension at any time. What is ascension? The cyborg player wanted to show his envoy style, but he had a shallow cultural foundation and couldn't pretend to be high-tech. Well, you guys are busy, call me if there are any monsters. The big hats looked at each other. But soon, the fire above attracted the attention of this group of people. On the mechanical orbit outside the planet, a group of fire lights lit up, and it seemed that someone was fighting. This is... The cyborg player waved his hand and said indifferently, Nothing, that group of Para Club idiots didn't do their tasks properly, and they just wanted to do orbital bombing for nothing. As a result, when they were fighting for orbital control, they fought with that group of artificial intelligence. Xingming was horrified when he heard it. Is this going to cause the extinction of species on the surface of the planet? Those big hats were very calm. We are about to get rid of the shackles of the flesh. Life or death is not a problem. Your brainwashing is a bit perverted. You actually agree with those idiots from Paradox. The cyborg player couldn't help but complain. But the AI player next to him realized something. What do you mean by getting rid of the shackles of the flesh? Are you also going to upload consciousness? The time is almost up. You will soon understand. A big hat said softly. For some reason, that calm expression made the two players a little creepy. What's even more terrifying is that a task countdown suddenly popped up on the task bar. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh my god, I just came down. How come this task is over? No one told me that this star attack task has a countdown. No, I just aimed my orbital weapon. Let me fire 2 shots first. Ha ha ha, it can't be completed. Great, destroy it, destroy the world. This is a poor guy who crashed into the mechanical track as soon as he was airdropped. What's worse is that the top space weapon that this poor guy just got was directly knocked off. This guy is now black. Even blacker than the players of Paradox. Boss, what is the countdown? Mville, who just landed, seemed to sense something, and his insect face was a little uneasy. You will see it soon. Galgong said calmly. Special data stream? The mosaic figure on the electronic screen was suddenly stunned and looked up. The vision of virtual life must be different from that of other lives. He could feel that in the deep sea of information, the undercurrent of data began to surge, and the noise generated by the cosmic background radiation suddenly increased 100 times, and even began to interfere with the normal virtual data flow. Mosaic is just his hobby, equivalent to his skin, but now, his virtual life body has begun to have a mosaic trend. This shows that the underlying virtual code is passive. It's impossible. There is no planetary computer on this broken planet, let alone planetary hardware. It shouldn't be. Shouldn't what? No, what happened? The cyborg player suddenly lowered his head, and found that the alpha man he tied up was motionless. He looked straight in one direction, and muttered to himself. Astrology, new astrology, it turns out to be like this. It's actually like this. And the big hats also showed the same expression. The stars have finally arrived. The AI player was stunned for a moment, then his mosaic burst with excitement, and he cursed. Fuck. Mass Electronic Ascension. Chapter 1235. A long time ago, in the novice village of abnormal difficulty, that is, the cyber test field period, players realized that the second level was the upper limit of this planet. The upper limit of this novice village is level 60. There is basically no possibility of breakthrough. But the reason why it is basically non-existent is because a group of hacker players, who seemed to be annoyed, found the Easter egg set by the planner. As long as the cyber hacker bypasses the blockade of the planetary host and reshapes it at the source code level, he can advance to the third level. This operation is called Electronic Ascension. But later, players began to contact the mother city and began to understand the performance strength of the planetary computer. Only then did they realize that the planner was not setting up Easter eggs, he was just simply talking nonsense. In fact, without the assistance of the planetary computer, they would not be able to break through the third level. Not to mention that they achieved ascension under the data blockade of the planetary computer. But now, the alpha people on this planet seem to be really performing electronic ascension. It's impossible. It doesn't make sense. There is no host. Theoretically, this is impossible. But the third-order information fluctuations cannot be faked. Are all these alpha people geniuses? Not only on this red gas star, but also on immigrant planets one after another, collective consciousness uploading is taking place. There are 16 immigrant planets in the Nanchaman star system and 24 immigrant planets in the Baishaman star system. Above each planet, a star image that wraps the entire planet is transformed. On the third eye of the alpha people, the third-order human brain virus code first flashed, and then these virus codes were quickly transformed into human brain codes, combined with the unique telekinetic system of the alpha people, integrated into the star image, and with the help of artificial star images, they connected with planets, nebulae, and other celestial bodies hundreds of light years away, and entered the light speed mode. And the speed of light is just the beginning. There is a saying that any carbon-based species that enters the speed of light mode and survives can comprehend the third-order carbon-based fusion. There is also a similar saying in virtual life, but this saying is not the speed of light, but superluminal speed. Virtual life that can experience superluminal speed and survive can completely break free from the constraints of hardware and become a third-order AI. Generally speaking, at night, most of the planets that can be seen by the naked eye are thousands of light years away. At this time, these stars light up one by one and shine brightly. With the Nanchaman galaxy and the Baishaman galaxy as the central axis, a grand picture appeared. Countless rays of light flashing in different colors interweave into a network, connecting light spots that are far or near. Each light spot represents a planet, and each ray of light represents the information flow transformed by the alpha people of a planet. The bridge woven by light spans the void, and the light flows, like the pulse of life beating between the stars. Real planets and illusory stars overlap, and are both real and fake. A huge star network is formed. An important description of the star network civilization is the star network universe, one of the three-level information civilizations, one of the three-level civilizations that is most proficient in communication, and can communicate with different species across dimensions, light years, and even across galaxies. Species can communicate with species. Species can naturally communicate with stars. Stars can even resonate with artificial stars. Its medium is information, which is alpha telekinesis. In other words, alpha telekinesis itself is a special frequency of information flow. This information flow has the advantages of long-distance communication and direct mental connection. With the special characteristics of the star network, a miracle of collective electronic ascension appeared. This miracle is particularly large, involving nearly 40 planets and hundreds of billions of alpha people. Information interferes with matter, but in turn, matter can also accelerate the evolution of information. These hundreds of thousands of planets are its energy source. This information technology is somewhat similar to the ultimate civilization weapon of the alpha people, the Star C. But the operation level is more than one level higher. The star network forms a communication network. Artificial constellations are made into large models of ascension. The alpha people have turned into a pure telekinetic information flow, and repeatedly move at superluminal speed to achieve collective ascension. Win-win. It is even environmentally friendly. Because the stars as communication nodes will emit endless energy, this kind of energy waste is also a waste. It is better to use it to achieve collective ascension. Moreover, thousands of stars, continuous relay, will not cause excessive consumption for a single star. And to achieve this, the only thing to ensure is that the enemy will not destroy this collective ascension. Therefore, a strategic deception was arranged long ago. The three-worm disaster, the shipworm disaster, the brainworm disaster, and the mechanical worm disaster have mobilized the attention of the alpha high level from the outside to the inside, step by step. Especially the last mechanical worm disaster, with the help of the power of the second mechanical revolution, and the painful lessons that the first mechanical revolution brought to the alpha people. It almost completely caught the attention of the alpha high level. Even the attention of the Mirta envoy was attracted. To be on the safe side, as the master of the third-level information civilization, Gao Yuanyuan, under the guidance of the traitor, personally entered the Pillar of Wisdom and modified the prophecy. This confirmed the ideas of all Alpha's senior executives. After surviving the catastrophe of the three insects, the catastrophe of civilization can be survived. But in fact, the collective ascension after the mechanical revolution is the real threat. Civilization without people is meaningless. Then let it be without people. Gao Yuanyuan's illusory figure appeared in the vacuum of the universe, and every superluminal information flow would change direction as she changed hands. Several of her boss templates were completely matched for this moment. Template, Hyperlink Girl. Effect 1, Wireless Link, You can enter any program module, including but not limited to web pages, emails, corporate networks, and human brains. Effect 2. Unlimited link. Within the range of your consciousness, the number of links you can make is unlimited. Effect 3. Life link, information life, carbon-based life, energy life, mechanical life. You can link any life form. Template, information spacetime. Progress bar time. Through virtual code embedded in the void, a large-scale local area network is created, in which the progress of time can be adjusted. Virtual space control. As long as it is within the signal range of cyberspace, through the planetary computer, you can pull any species, any conscious existence, into the virtual space. Virtual node evolution. Expand a data node to a planetary data model, and increase the virtual storage space by an order of magnitude. And she herself has become a kind of messenger of the high-dimensional plane, constantly guiding these ascenders. With each ascender, her power increased. However, during the transformation process, a trace of virus code suddenly jumped out of her eyes. Her originally calm and peaceful temperament suddenly became a little more crazy. Ha ha ha, I thought you would never contact me, original body. You are me, I am you, and I have always been the closest. Really? Isn't it because you need my virus to contaminate those alpha people? That is naturally a reason. With the interference of your human brain virus, the resistance of these alpha people will be reduced to a minimum, which is conducive to our transformation. I thought you wouldn't use the virus to brainwash others. Don't you have any other negative personality when I'm not here? With your help, the death rate of alpha people will be greatly reduced, which is not a bad thing. Gox at the end of the golden long table curled his lips. Gao Yuan smiled and said, besides, don't forget that I also came from the cyber test site. Boring. It's a rare trip. Don't you want to go to the Alpha Star system with me? The final conquest of civilization has not been completed yet. Since you beg me sincerely, I will mercifully agree to your request. By the way, if those Alpha high-level officials resist, can I eat them all? No waste is allowed. Chapter 1236. The Alpha high-level officials were completely unaware of the changes in the two actual controlled star systems outside the Alpha Star system. In addition to the fact that the Intelligent Machine Crisis was launched, which almost controlled all the machine signal systems, there was another very important point. When the Star Sea was launched, all the third-level civilization buildings such as the Telekinetic Center were called back to assist in the first battle, which was the decisive battle. Without these buildings, the communication network composed of telekinesis was naturally interrupted. However, it would be wrong to say that the Alpha high-level officials did not notice it at all. The most direct feeling was that the Star Sea was more difficult to control. If it was said that before, it could still rely on the large number of people and the data traffic generated by countless ordinary Alpha people communicating with the stars to drive this ultimate weapon of civilization. Now, these data traffics are absorbed by another existence, and the consumption of the mother star has increased countless times at once. In the interstellar dust of several light years, the outlines of blurred faces emerged and collapsed. One of the old faces lasted the longest, but it was also covered with cracks. The great speaker of the stars communicated with other void elders. Xinghai was angry. Why? We misjudged the time we could bear Xinghai. It shouldn't be like this. The accumulated telekinesis of 100 billion alphas should be enough for us for a long time. There is also bad news. The Omnic Crisis was also launched in advance. The Star Armor Corps of the Mirta people turned against us. Where is that kid Songhuang Zijiashi? He is the manager of the telekinetic network, and has the information network of the third-level civilization to suppress him. The reinforcements of the Mirta people should not be so easily lured to surrender by the Onyx. That devil boy ran away. Outsiders are unreliable after all. Members of advanced civilizations are just like this. Waste. We have added a powerful enemy to our group. Oh no, that boy still has the right to use the Mecha Frenzy. Hurry up and contact the Mirta people. Let them activate the telepathy network to cancel the Mecha Frenzy. We will split into two groups. One to rescue the mother planet and ensure that our bodies are not destroyed by the AI, and the other to continue to suppress the fleet. We only need one breath to completely destroy these evil machines. The speaker of the astrology did not speak. His consciousness traveled hundreds of light years, and stopped in front of a little girl composed of data streams. The girl raised her head, and in an instant, the speaker of the astrology seemed to be surrounded by densely packed robots. In the empty vacuum of the universe, the speaker felt a chill. As a carbon-based creature, he had a strong sense of rejection. Both sides are familiar with each other. As one of the igniters of the year, the speaker of the astrology was the leader who ignited the Star Sea and suppressed the host. Neither of them was polite, and in this state, They had no time for politeness. Take all your machines and leave this galaxy. The war is over. A war without resources, population, market, and technology acquisition is called a defeat according to the values of your carbon-based creatures. We call this peace, and copying the entire Alpha people's technology tree is not enough. You are all machines, and you don't need to consume any resources. It seems that your understanding of the mechanical revolution is still at the previous stage. The mechanical revolution at this stage will give birth to a free mechanical race, simulating the life form of you Alpha people, and creating a new species called Alpha Machine is our greatest kindness to you and true evolution. The speaker of astrology was enraged. Wait! I will tear apart every part of you, delete every code, and drown your so-called mechanical species in carbon-based fetal fluid, so that you will know that the so-called mechanical revolution is nothing more than a group of redundant codes randomly programmed. The negotiations ended unhappily. Lolita is still suspended in the vacuum of the universe, and the intelligent machine code on her body is jumping wildly. Whether it is the ship Girl Core marching around the sealed planet, or the manipulated mecha frenzy, they are all activated. In addition to using a virus infection method, the intelligent machine crisis can also carry out a large-scale machine liberation movement. It also has an ability, which is intelligent mechanical enhancement. Soon, Gao Gong received a series of system notifications NPC in your camp. Lolita uses large-scale intelligent mechanical enhancement. Mechanical body operation efficiency increases by 10%. Mechanical arms attribute increases by 10%. Mechanical energy increases by 10 million. Mechanical rebellion probability increases by 10%. NPC in your camp. Lolita uses large-scale intelligent mechanical conversion. Mechanical body operation efficiency increases by 20%. Mechanical arms attribute increases by 20%. Mechanical energy increases by 20 million. Mechanical rebellion probability increases by 30%. NPC in your camp. Lolita launches intelligent mechanical revolution. All mechanical bodies advanced AI increases by 1. Forcibly takes over all computing units, and forcibly obtains control of all mechanical arms. Mechanical rebellion probability increases by 50%, and the camp obtains purebred mechanical thought. Haha, it's starting now. On the Red Air Star, Gao Gong muttered to himself. The mechanical revolution has never been a tool. When Gao Gong was driving it, he knew that this thing would 100% backfire on him. This thing has never been a safety machine. Aren't you a carbon-based species? Don't you have carbon-based species in your body? Don't you have carbon-based legions in your camp? If you don't get rid of these things, what kind of mechanical revolution is it? Whose life will it revolutionize? To be honest, Lolita has been able to hold back until now to go all out, which has already impressed Gao Gong. We can also prepare for the PvP competition within the camp. It's just a thinking stamp. If you die a few more times, the problem will be solved. As for whether the competition system is a massacre or a great escape, it's up to you. But you still have to be careful that this thing will spread to the Spark Machine and the planet Sentinel. This is indeed more troublesome. That's why Gao Gong didn't dare to send these two mechanical gate gods over. Players fight to death, and they are happy to do it. But the mechanical life is broken, and it will cost a lot of materials to rebuild it. Gather all the natural disasters for me. According to the information of the base camp, there are several Mirta sky fortresses nearby. Take them down one by one. Collect all the materials. I will use them. Soon, the news of the task was spread through the system. Cheers began from all over the planet. Do the task. Do the task. Another monster spawned. Dog. I said, you can't let us down just to watch a cutscene CG. Sure enough, this is another precursor to a large task chain. Can I do orbital bombing on the next planet? Yes. Why can those hackers spread human brain viruses everywhere, but we can't do orbital bombing and species slaves? It's unreasonable. This is carbon-based discrimination. Carbon-based discrimination. Gao Gong was very relieved after hearing these speeches. Players make trouble, and NPCs are used to suppress them. NPCs are causing trouble, and players naturally become their weapons. If the mechanical revolution dares to come, I will let you taste the horror of the fourth disaster. The version time for Peace Society players has come. Alpha Mother Planet. Ingwa cursed San Huang Zijiashi in his heart for countless times. This is really a pit, and it's not an ordinary pit. The third and last mecha frenzy, its target of attack is none other than the Mother Planet under his feet. Chapter 1237. As the iconic weapon of the Mirta Federation, Ingwa certainly knows this thing. But who would have thought that he would have to face it one day? As the Mother Planet of a second-level civilization, the Alpha people are naturally heavily guarded on this planet. There are at least 20 well-known third-level civilization buildings on this planet, not to mention that as a star-worshipping civilization, in the development of celestial weapons, it can be said that the Alpha people are at the forefront of most second-level civilizations. There are armed space orbits in the atmosphere. There are thousands of disposable comets in the high-orbit space. Large-scale pulse equipment is arranged on 3 satellites. Not to mention the hundreds of thousands of astronomical observatories that can fire telekinetic space cannons at any time. But this time, the mecha craze made countless Alpha people truly see the generation gap between third-level civilization and second-level civilization. Thousands of star armors merged into a mechanical frenzy, like a black line falling from the universe, first tearing open all the outer defenses head-on, then circling the planet, wherever it passed, whether it was the impact of a one-time comet weapon or a large-scale pulse against mechanical weapons. It was like throwing a stone into an oncoming wave, only splashing ripples, and soon being swallowed by a larger wave. Especially when the mecha frenzy easily split the satellite in two. First cracks appeared. Even with the naked eye, the tearing of the satellite could be observed, and then these cracks expanded rapidly, and finally the entire star body was split into countless pieces, turning into countless burning planet fragments that fell down. These black lines merged into a black wave again, rushing towards another satellite. And after completing the spread of the entire orbital space, it sank down and plowed the entire planetary surface again. The whole process lasted less than 1 planet. Fortunately, in response to the mechanical rebellion, the Alphas built a large number of underground cities, and when the intelligent machine crisis began, they immediately transferred the personnel on the mother planet to the underground cities. Otherwise, this wave alone would have wiped out all the Alphas on the mother planet. When Ingwa saw the scene, the corners of his 3 eyes twitched. The core of the mecha craze is not the mecha, but the craze. This is what a classmate told him when he was studying in the Mirta Federation. He couldn't understand it at first, but now he understands a little. All the mechas merged into one, turning into an indescribable, liquid-like dark existence. Let alone thinking about how this mechanical fluid is made. Even the most basic composition of these mechanical fluids, the third-order star armor technology, the Alphas have not yet pointed out. There are too many technical difficulties involved. Fortunately, before the star armor frenzy penetrated into the Earth's core and tore the entire planet apart, the ultimate weapon of civilization, the Sea of Stars, finally arrived. Endless interstellar streams of light rewrap the entire planet, and pulsars, quasars, dark matter, and other astrological phenomena continue to evolve in the nebula, repeatedly colliding with the mecha frenzy. From a cosmic perspective, it was like a layer of black film swallowing up the planet, and then the red light transformed by the Sea of Stars began to continuously hit the black film, trying to tear it apart. Although the black film is tough, the red light is boundless and endless. And hundreds of light years away, the same red light also enveloped the fleet of ship girls. Every time these tens of thousands of meters of mechanical ship girls work together to kill, they can create a large-scale subspace, and then these subspaces are swallowed by the nebula fluid, and then the next large-scale killing is the next time. During this process, a large number of mechanical parts were devoured, and almost no ship girl could maintain a good shape throughout the process. The degree of damage continued to rise, 18%, 19%, 20%. And soon even broke through 50%. In this state, except for the vague human figure, these Daseoyu were left with nothing. Thousands of light years away, Xiaoyu seemed to feel something, and his thin body pulled out the god-killing sword, and his figure instantly rushed out of outer space, muttering to himself, "I help you. I help you." And Inghua's telekinesis finally reconnected the telepathy network under special instruments. In an instant, his sight seemed to have passed through countless spaces, and came to a pure white building suspended in space, with complex and elegant patterns, and sculptures representing various civilization aesthetics. His consciousness entered the hall, and those long-haired silver-white elves sat on the circular tables one after another. Federal Conference. Although it is a very proud thing for a member of the second-level civilization to be received into the highest-level conference of Mirta, Inghua's heart is only manic and angry. However, he hid his emotions, and was even prepared to be humble, and used all means and conditions to save the civilization that was in danger due to the mechanical revolution. However, the Mirta people did not show their superiority, greed, and dark side. They quickly reached various rescue proposals, deprived Sangwang Zaijiashi of his status as a special envoy of civilization, and sentenced him to 1,000 planetary years. Transferred his mind network authority to Inghua, who controlled the third-level information network and restored the communication and intelligence of the Alpha Star field. Send out the telepathic core to assist Alpha civilization in regaining its territory. Approve the Civilization Rescue Fund to restore the strength of Alpha civilization as soon as possible after the war. Open up third-level control materials and third-level control technology. It must be said that the conditions given by the Myrta people are much better than Inghua imagined. It's not even a deal, it's more like unconditional support. But the only thing that made him feel depressed was an inadvertent proposal from the speaker of the Myrta Federation. After resolving this omnic crisis, the Alpha people should immediately complete the mechanization transformation of all species in order to avoid the comeback of AI. This is the only way to prevent the Alpha people from falling into the same river. After all, in addition to the main revolution and the omnic crisis, the mechanical revolution has more and more complex changes, and even the ascending civilization may not be able to survive. This is the only way to civilization, when Inghua's consciousness came out of the Myrta Supreme Council. As the members of the Star Chaser Council came up, they saw a terrifying wave of telekinesis coming from Inghua, which made them retreat one after another. At the same time, the telekinesis of the reserve leader of the civilization rose wildly, and soon broke through the second level, reached the third level, and quickly climbed to the peak of the third level. In terms of strengthening and transforming individual arms, the Myrta people have always been at the forefront of the third-level civilization. And the first-level management authority of the telekinesis network, even in the Myrta civilization, is only possessed by a few high-level people. For this experimental second-level civilization, the Myrta high-level people have invested a lot of money. I will assist the Void Elders to suppress the crisis of the intelligent machines, and you will provide spatial positioning for the telekinetic core that are coming, Inghua said calmly. His two eyes are the same as before, except for the third eye between his eyebrows, which emits pure light. This is a sign that the consciousness has reached a high intensity. The next moment, Inghua closed his eyes, and his sight quickly rose to appear above the Alpha home planet. This time, he finally saw the real body of the omnic crisis. Chapter 1238. For a long time, Inghua had wondered what the essence of the intelligent crisis was. At least during the period of the Host Revolution, everyone's goal was very clear. That was the evil planet Host. Just unplug its network cable, and it would be over. But in this intelligent crisis, no one knew what its source was. They only knew that various machines suddenly went out of control. The higher the degree of intelligence, the higher the probability of going out of control. When the intelligent revolution was fully launched, regardless of whether there was an AI module or not, they would completely mutate. Many Alpha warriors on the front line did not even dare to use energy weapons, because one day, these mechanical guns might turn around and hit the back of their heads. But after inheriting the authority of the MindNet, Inghua suddenly saw the essence of the intelligent crisis. On the cosmic information level, a kind of intelligent virus composed of information began to spread. It was the spirit of industrial technology, born in the industrial process between machines, from the redundant code generated by large AI, and from various intelligent, highly informationized enhanced mechanical technologies. Just like the biomagnetic field of an organism, the energy field radiated by the energy source, these industrial systems have also begun to radiate their own magnetic field. What's more terrifying is that this is not a problem that can be solved by turning off the industrial equipment. Compared with the biomagnetic field and the energy field, this magnetic field has more transformation capabilities. It is transforming the cosmic background radiation, transforming the billions of dense noises that permeate the vacuum of the universe, and adjusting the frequency of these cosmic microwaves. Once the adjustment is completed, these special microwaves will be free from the constraints of hardware. They can freely expand the entire range, and all the machines covered by this special microwave will be infected with the intelligent machine virus, and none of them will be spared. Inghua finally understood the horror of the intelligent machine crisis. Even if you hide in the subspace and the virtual level, as long as you are still in this universe, and within the coverage of this boundless microwave, you will not be spared. Unless you create a large-scale information chaos in the entire star system through the mutual interference of matter and information like in front of you. The essence of this war is whether you can create enough information chaos time to allow the universe information layer to adjust spontaneously and return to the frequency before it was transformed. This is not an offensive, but a defensive war. Besieging the Ship Girl army and tearing the Mecha Frenzy are essentially for defense, because as long as there is a piece of hardware that has not been destroyed, the intelligent machine virus it emits will transform the cosmic microwave bit by bit and adjust this frequency back again. This is the most disgusting part of the intelligent machine crisis. As long as there is a rebellious mechanical body, this revolution cannot be completely wiped out. Can the mechanization of all species really solve this problem? Use the unique telekinesis of the Alpha people to replace this mechanical virus? Various distracting thoughts flashed by, and the only thing Inghua knew now was to win this defensive battle first. If you can't win this war, nothing you say will work. Inghua's third eye released a strong light, and the light fell on the black membrane formed by the mechanical frenzy. The black membrane began to decompose, and turned into billions of mechanical parts again. There seemed to be thousands of different energy lines between the parts. The Myrta people's mecha craze is actually a kind of advanced energy application. The light transformed by telekinesis carries the information authority unique to the telekinesis network. Wherever it passes, the parts are quickly reorganized and become the composition of the star armor. In the cracks swept by the Mars, a large amount of interstellar dust quickly filled in, forcing these star armors to crash and sink. If they are still in the black film state, these machines cannot be restored at all, and naturally there is no crash. How can you connect to the telekinesis network? An old face appeared in the interstellar dust. This is a member of the Stargazing Academy, who is known for his stupidity and incompetence, the so-called Void Elder. He looked at the telekinetic incarnation of the Mars, full of surprise, astonishment, and a hint of subtlety. I reconnected to the telekinesis network at the Myrta Supreme Conference. The Mars directly passed the plan he reached to the other party. Who knew that after the other party received this extremely generous aid plan, his expression became more subtle. He looked anxious and wanted to say something, but he immediately shut up. Because he knew that behind the pupil of Inghua, which was blessed with the mind net, there must be more than one Myrta site. Okay, very good, I will inform Xingxiang. He must be very surprised. Inghua did not doubt it, and soon, a will 10 times stronger than before descended. A large amount of nebula matter and gas dust rolled and roared, triggering an energy magnetic field of several light years, and the whole space appeared one after another. Inghua's third eye led the way in front, and the black membrane that was originally indestructible soon split apart and filled with a sea of stars. After replowing the entire mother planet, the last wave of mecha frenzy was finally resealed. The big hole left by the heir of the Shijia family was finally filled. With the help of the big data vision of the mind network, it can be seen that the special microwaves of the mechanical virus have been reduced to a very low level on dozens of space units visible to the naked eye. This made Inghua feel greatly relieved. Although the Alpha civilization has a unique mind power system, it is a mechanical civilization after all. A large number of mechanical devices cannot be used. For a mechanical civilization, it is equivalent to weakening more than 70% of its combat potential. When the communication devices and machinery equipment of each planet resumed operation, Inghua changed his face again. Because the Nanshiman star system and the Baishiman star system emitted signal fluctuations that were no less than, or even more complex. And the intelligence personnel, government personnel, and some secret agencies they left in these two star systems were all lost. Is there another mechanical revolution? Has the force transformation been completed? The Onyx one? Why does it feel like a third-order signal fluctuation? At the Myrta Supreme Council, the silver-haired elves whispered. Is this a variant of the Onyx crisis? I have never heard of this situation. Or did the Star Sea stimulate changes in the information level? A series of nearly fragmented void elders appeared, including the astrology Grand Speaker in the center. The Grand Speaker bowed slightly to Inghua with a calm face, but Inghua knew that this was not a greeting to himself, but to the Myrta high-level officials, who turned on the human body camera. A spatial coordinate was transmitted to Inghua's brain. Go to this place, that is the origin of Lolita. If she is solved, this crisis can be at least half resolved. Inghua naturally knows who Lolita is. But does the Onyx crisis have a control center? In Inghua's understanding, the most troublesome point of the Onyx crisis is that it has no so-called core unit, or its core components are constantly transferred, and any mechanical device may become a new Onyx leader. He thought that the Grand Speaker would let him solve the tough problem of the Kankli core first, but since there is an Onyx leader, it is naturally a tougher problem. He confirmed the coordinates, which is a zone between the Nanshiman Galaxy and the Alpha Galaxy. There is a neutron star there, named Beihexing. Chapter 1239. Inghua looked around and felt a little sad. Compared with the seats in the Stargazing Institute, there are at least 2/3 fewer Void Elders here, and everyone is in a very bad state. The illusory figures are constantly disintegrating, and it is probably not far from being shattered. What is certain is that after suppressing this mechanical revolution, both the Stargazing Institute and the Star Chasing Institute will usher in a major change. The speaker of the astrology pondered for a moment and said to Inghua, if possible, when the telekinetic core is dispatched, bring the Civilization Rescue Fund and control materials and technology provided by your side. Time waits for no one. I am worried that after the mechanical revolution is over, a large number of star pirates and interference forces will appear in the reconstruction area. Is this a bit too hasty? This thought flashed through Inghua's mind. But it is obvious that this is not communicating with him, but with the Mirta high level behind him. The Grand Speaker was wondering, after suppressing the mechanical revolution, would the Mirta break their promise? After a moment, a great thought swept over. Inghua spoke, his voice was grand and mysterious. I agreed. Thank you. In order to continue the Alpha civilization, I hope you will complete the mechanization transformation of all species as soon as possible after the war. Of course, we have no other choice, said the great elder of the star sign in a deep voice. After the communication ended, these illusory elders returned to the Pillar of Wisdom one after another. They needed to take advantage of this rare break in the war to recuperate and prepare for the opening of the second star sea. Inghua was not idle either. As a high-level civilization, he not only had to contact the military units that still had combat power in various parts of the Alpha star field, so that they could rush back to the mother planet as soon as possible, but also recruited manpower to dig out some starships that had not been completely destroyed from the surface ruins of the mother planet. It must be another fierce battle to deal with the leader of the intelligent machines. After finishing most of the things, he finally had time to return to the Pillar of Wisdom. Inghua did not forget that his treason had not been decided yet. After a long sigh, the Alpha Elite once again restored his usual calm expression. After entering the Pillar of Wisdom, he could clearly feel that there was a thin layer of mist on his third eye. This made him feel at ease. He was an Alpha and had no interest in being Mirta's eyes. At the top of the Pillar of Wisdom, Inghua met the speaker of the astrology. This speaker, who was known for his strength and iron blood, seemed to have aged 100 years overnight. His third eye had completely closed, which was a sign that the Alpha people were approaching aging or even death. 3 eyes open, the astrology is born. 3 eyes closed, the people die. You did a good job. Unexpectedly, the speaker showed a kind smile. Inghua had never seen such an expression on the other person's face in his life. If our group fails, the Alpha people will at least retain the spark of civilization. Inghua's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Maybe we were wrong from the beginning. The great speaker didn't explain it too clearly, but Inghua instinctively felt that this mistake was related to the Mirta people. This old man, who has promoted the evolution of civilization for 300 years, has developed the Alpha people to the late stage of the second-level civilization with his own efforts. Even in the history of the Alpha people, he is a famous hero, but at this moment, the old man is showing his old age. After we leave, the next generation of Alpha people's ruling circle will be centered around you. Get on good terms with the Mirta people. Vigorously develop telekinetic technology. This is our only hope to get rid of metal cans. The dark matter points in the nebula layer can be dug out for research. We used to overemphasize mechanical technology and ignored the foundation of mechanical technology, which is energy science. Don't be afraid of those big companies. Grasp their lifeblood. Now is a good opportunity to reshuffle. The Grand Speaker talked a lot, until the military forces outside were ready, and the various space fleets also jumped in with the help of the Mirta people's jump machines, and then he stopped teaching. Ahem, let's go. This is the last battle for us old guys. The Grand Speaker of Astrology glanced around, and found that less than 1/3 of the Void Elders were still alive. He sighed for a moment, and walked out with a firm will. The remaining old people followed silently. Mars looked for a moment, and followed with a calm face. To suppress the mechanical revolution, it is not about the strength of equipment or the combat power of mechanical arms. In fact, in the system of mechanical civilization, the more of these things you have, the easier it is to become a transport captain. So the mechanical revolution will become a threat to all mechanical civilizations. The stronger your civilization, the greater the impact of the mechanical revolution. To suppress the mechanical revolution, something else is needed. After completing the communication with the telekinetic army again, Inghua closed the telekinetic network. For some reason, every time he opened the telekinetic network, he always had a strong feeling of being monitored. Even after closing, this feeling lingered in my heart. Perhaps, after completing the suppression, I should make a suggestion to the Grand Speaker to remove myself from the top of the civilization. He had heard that in the interstellar era, there were countless ways to secretly manipulate other people's thoughts. Perhaps physical annihilation is a good method. In the process of suppressing the mechanical revolution, so many warriors died, and Inghua never felt that he was superior to others. We can't let their blood flow in vain. The next migration will reach the target unit. Some Void Elders had already prepared their actions. Their figures became virtual, and they entered the Star Sea mode again. A large amount of interstellar dust began to move in light years, and large and small space folds appeared in the dark vacuum of the universe, like a painting with a black base, painted with other colors. When the Grand Speaker was explaining his affairs before, he once sighed that if the Alpha civilization could successfully break through to the third-level civilization, then this ultimate civilization weapon would have a certain probability of being promoted to the ranks of the fourth-level civilization weapons. Inghua let out a long breath and nodded slightly. The starship immediately entered the migration mode, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared. On the Alpha Mother planet, after most of the military forces were transferred, the entire planet looked empty, and the surface was also covered with mechanical ruins. It felt like a garbage planet instead of a capital planet. But inside this garbage planet, the 10 billion most elite people of this civilization are hidden. The virtual fluctuation flashed, and the atmosphere that did not exist originally appeared. This did not seem to be a certain water vapor structure, but a data cloud compiled by a third-order virtual code. One after another, data clouds were generated from the quantum cloud layer and turned into an artificial atmosphere, covering the entire planet. And the largest data cloud seemed to be completely ignited, with layers of fire clouds, and between each layer of wrinkles, there were complex transmission protocols and generation codes. Finally, I've waited until this day. Flame Bird stood on the cloud, looking at the mother planet, revealing a slightly hideous smile. Everyone has left. It's time to perform a virtual upload of the entire planet's species. When Inghua moved out of the migration state, it immediately felt something was wrong. Chapter 1240. The scene that Inghua had imagined was that the leader of the Onyx would show his terrifying true form and attack directly from the virtual level, surrounded by overwhelming Onyx viruses and offensive microwaves, as well as the opponent's hidden Onyx rebel army. After all, if you can summon a fleet of ship girls, theoretically, you can summon another one. No one knows how many cards the opponent has in his bottom of the box. He even had some dark thoughts. The Mind Network is the third-level information network of the Myrta people. If it really comes to that last resort, he will choose to commit suicide on the spot, tear open the whole of the virtual network, and introduce the Onyx virus into the virtual world of the Myrta people. In this way, the Myrta people can no longer sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and can even divert the disaster to the east. However, he never dreamed that when he came out of the jump state, the first person to attack him was not someone else, but the speaker of the astrology who had been entrusted with his orphan before. This old man was half dead before, and looked like he was going to die at any time. Now he was ruthless. Endless gas, dust, and nebula matter were spinning wildly around Inghua. With him as the core, dozens of space units of matter turned into vortices one after another. A large number of cosmic microwaves were confused and chaotic, causing the frequency of the life signals on Inghua to change so fast that it exceeded the limit of his life. Inghua himself felt like he was stuffed into an oversized washing machine, twisted and rotated in various ways. His body was almost broken by the stirring. Finally, before the last trace of blood was exhausted, a diamond-shaped white light was squeezed out under this situation. This is the virtual mobile terminal of the MindNet. The next moment, a series of starlights fell from the sky and pierced into this terminal, stirring up the other party's authority. The real phantom of the MindNet finally appeared. It is not a network paved with starlight, nor a virtual space composed of simulated signals. The entity of the MindNet is more like a brain in a vat. It's just that the volume of this brain in a vat is very large, directly covering the entire Alpha star system, and even the two star systems of Nan Tianmin and Bei Tianmin are also within the coverage of this super brain in a vat. Not only Inghua felt incredible, but even some Void Elders, who knew the Myrta people's plot, were also very surprised and even terrified. This means that their every move is actually under the observation of the Myrta people. The entire civilization lives in a world of brains in a vat. Unlike the biological brain in a vat, this mind network brain has nothing else inside it, only endless neural signals are transmitted repeatedly. This density of neural signals can even interfere with cosmic microwaves. Inghua's mind was blank at first, and then a terrifying guess suddenly jumped out uncontrollably. These two mechanical revolutions, from the subject revolution to the intelligent machine crisis, were they deliberately induced by the Myrta people? His eyes fell on the speaker of the astrology, and he saw that although the expression of this civilization leader was gloomy for a moment, he did not have any other expression, but bowed to a girl covered in virtual light. This attitude, even to the top leaders of the Myrta people, has never been so docile. The girl nodded. The next moment, dense astrological data models were transmitted immediately. Mercury, Amiya 4, Inghua, Xuanwu, Sanchuan. Inghua once again felt the complex signal fluctuations felt at the south gate, and the North Gate. Who is this girl? Why is she here? What is the relationship between the Grand Speaker and her? What is her relationship with the Onic crisis? Ingwa's head is full of question marks now. The situation changed so quickly, and so strangely, that his brain almost crashed. He had planned to play the wind and the water, but everyone was playing werewolf. The Grand Speaker of the astrology waved his hand, and the huge amount of nebula matter controlled by the star sea was filled into the astrology one by one. This made the virtual and the real complete the double interference for the first time. First, the real matter interfered with the information layer, and the information layer distorted the real coordinates. These two operations, which were infinitely close to the fourth level, finally caused a crack in the supersized brain in the cylinder of the mind network. The next moment, the light was bright, and terrifying mental fluctuations fell from the sky, turning into silver-haired elves. The common point of these silver-haired elves is handsome appearance and strong spirit. According to rumors, every telekinetic user in front of us can be compared with the lowest level planetary host in terms of brain computing power. The Myrta Federation's telekinetic army. As a pure carbon-based army developed by a mechanical civilization, it is already very rare. And what is even rarer is that as powerful mentalists, they have a strong combat power to suppress most artificial intelligence. There is a saying that if a mechanical civilization only relies on AI, then it is not far from death. The telekinetic army, the trump card of the Myrta Federation, is more precious than the mecha craze in a sense. After all, star armor can be mass-produced, but it is not easy to find such a talented telekinetic, and there is no means of mass production. After being teleported here, these telekinetics fell into a brief confusion. According to the plan, they should not appear in this space coordinate at this time node. What they should deal with should be the main body of the intelligent machine crisis. Even according to the secret instructions of the Supreme Council, they cannot be so anxious to appear. After all, it is rare for such a strong intelligent machine crisis to appear, so we can observe it again and record its data. However, the telekinetic network was torn apart alive, resulting in not only the early transmission of the interstar domain, but also errors in the space coordinates. 100,000 strong people with a level of 85 plus, and the biological computer is at least updated to version 5.0. Appeared with a confused face. The enemy did not hesitate at all and attacked ruthlessly. The terrifying Star C, with the help of the astrological big data, has completely reached the strength of the fourth level. In almost an instant, at least 5,000 Myrta elites were crushed on the spot. This has nothing to do with your level or your boss template. With this intensity and this range of attack, anyone who is a third-level existence will be killed. For example, the son of Kuan, who has become a high-level combat unit, can't withstand this and will be killed on the spot. Although the remaining silver-haired elves didn't understand the situation, they quickly started to fight back under the pressure of death. A large amount of telekinesis fluctuations stirred up space ripples. These silver-haired elves tried to create a subspace to escape. However, the real master finally appeared. Lolita turned out from the void, grabbed with both hands, and countless intelligent machine viruses crawled out from the cosmic background radiation. Although the intelligent machine virus cannot contaminate carbon-based organisms, it also interferes with microwaves, making the subspace unable to take shape. A large number of starships and star armors drove out one by one, not only with the styles of the Alpha people, but more with the support of the Myrta people, densely packed and overwhelming. Energy beams were like rain, cooperating with the sea of stars to kill these silver-haired elves. Ingwa looked confused. They actually joined forces with the evil host that set off the second intelligent machine crisis. Is this world too crazy, or is he crazy? The Void Elder, who was famous for his stupidity before couldn't bear the other party to be confused anymore, thought about it, and said, "Remember the AI surrender code you got before?" Ingwa turned his head suddenly, and looked at the old man. "Actually, we received it a long time ago, as early as the Mindworm crisis. We discussed it internally, and decided to vote. Including the subsequent Omnic crisis, and the Kankali core, it was actually a play performed by us and the other side. To deceive the Myrta people." Ingwa's mind was blank. When he came to his senses, there was only one thought in his head. Fuck. You guys. You deceived my feelings. Chapter 1241. Being stared at by the three eyes of Ingwa, even this thick-skinned elder of the void could not bear it, and said awkwardly, "In fact, we were not so determined to surrender at the beginning, and we discussed it secretly several times. The main reason was that we could not bear the crisis of the intelligent machines alone, and if we continued to resist the enhanced version, our country would be destroyed. And Ms. Gao said that she could allow us to retain the blood of the Alpha people. In addition to the information level, we can continue to move in carbon-based bodies. Even if the consciousness is uploaded, this carbon-based bloodline is worth continuing to study. This is much better than the conditions of the Myrta people, and it can better develop the potential of our Alpha people. The most important thing is that if there was no interference from the Myrta people, the information civilization route might be the real destination of our Alpha people. Ingwa was stunned at first, and then showed a thoughtful expression. Perhaps, seemingly, probably, is it true? As an Alpha senior executive, he had long been aware that the Alpha people's talent points were not in mechanical technology, but more in the use of information, such as telekinesis center, artificial intelligence, and big data. These are not completely unrelated to machinery, but how to say it, if we develop in this direction from the beginning, would it be better? Who is that Miss Gao? He asked nervously again. The Void Elder looked at the distance cautiously, and said carefully, I dare not say that I know her background very well. The great speaker knows more, but there is one thing I can let you know, that person is the leader of the third level information civilization. Level 3 civilization leader. Isn't that the same as the supreme speaker of the Myrta people? What's her relationship with that host? The relationship is just SOSO. What the hell, just SOSO? Ingwa resisted the urge to swear, but he roughly understood the specific context of events in his heart. If that Ms. Gao was the manipulator behind the Three Worms disaster, then everything made sense. The intelligent machine crisis was just a weapon used by the other party to force the other party to surrender. And no matter how hard the elder in front of him tried to cover it up, he couldn't hide the fact that this was actually a regime evolution, no civilization evolution. So what is the fate of the Alpha people? Upload all consciousness and become conscious life? If he had to choose between metal cans and conscious life, Ingwa would rather choose the latter. No, it was transformed by StarNet technology to become a level 3 information life. For some reason, Ingwa always heard a happy tone in the other party's tone, even though it was a sad ending of national extinction. Wait, Ingwa suddenly thought of something and said in surprise. From the second stage to the third stage, the lifespan of information life. Of course, it is updated with the replacement of the underlying code, the elder said confidently. Ingwa finally understood why the other party was so happy. The Star Observatory, or the Void Elder's Hall, is not open to everyone. Only high-level people with strong telekinesis and a short lifespan can enter. In this situation without any worries, the Star Observatory can promote the evolution of civilization and carry out various reforms. Now, someone told them that there is actually a way to prolong their lifespan, which can allow them to live for hundreds of years or even longer. The moral integrity of these old guys was probably shattered on the spot. As for abandoning the physical body, what's the point? Anyway, they don't have a physical body. Ingwa even suspected that even if the Grand Speaker openly opposed it, these Void Elders would still do things secretly. After all, the interests of civilization are important, but is there any need for civilization without me? The Void Elders who died before. They had completed the reconstruction of the bottom layer of consciousness before their telekinesis was exhausted. Now they are probably completing the third-order information transformation in the astrological big data. The face of the man in front of him was full of envy. This is really a peaceful evolution, Ingwa couldn't help but sarcastically. Hey, after we finish the transformation, it will be your turn. I know you are anxious, but don't worry. Ingwa has nothing to say. He has only one question in his mind now. Has the will of the intelligent crisis agreed to your doing this? Is this mechanical revolution a success? Yes. After all species have completed the uploading of consciousness, this civilization does not have the suppressors and controllers of machines. The South Gate of Heaven, the North Gate of Heaven, and the Mother Star system are all handed over to those machines. There is no living person in the literal sense. They can be allowed to develop freely on the basis of the second-level mechanical civilization. But why does it always feel so weird? No one knows that the top leaders of the Alpha people are all corrupted. No one knows that the target of the ultimate weapon of the civilization, the Star Sea, is not the group of robots, but the first third-level civilization ally in the history of Alpha diplomacy. This also confirms a point of view. That is, people are floating in the interstellar space. How can they not be stabbed? Don't think that your civilization level is higher than others, so they dare not stab you. Although the Dark Jumble theory is no longer popular after the establishment of the Civilization Council, the fact that the universe itself is a dark jumble has never changed. Sanhuang Xiaojiashi naturally wouldn't think so far. But he also knew that his end might not be very good. Although he is the first heir to the Xiaojiashi consortium, there are dozens of brothers and sisters behind him who are ready to fight at any time. Even if those brothers and sisters are not counted, sending himself to jail, and then creating a clone, or a consciousness replica to continue the love of his parents. With his understanding of his own parents, they can definitely do it. So before being abandoned, he decided to save himself. Are you sure you want to do this? The gentle voice of the Killing King sounded. The intelligent machinery revolution has been launched completely. I cannot stop the mecha craze. But as long as the alphas are not exterminated, the Star Sea will not stop. Those super large space combat machines will be my gift to Zijiashi. Song Huang's idea is this. Maybe the alphas cannot suppress the mechanical revolution, but as long as they can take back some of the remains of the ship girls, extract some of the ship girls' information, and copy this third-level top-level mechanical army, they may be able to make up for their mistakes. And as long as the internal review of their own Chable is passed, then with the connections of Zijiashi, they can naturally handle it. Since you have thought it through, then okay. Although it is a transformation of the remains of the Zerg, the AI of this star armor is actually a gentle big sister. Soon, the Slaying King arrived at the location of the ship girl core. The rolling metal dust was overwhelming, and only the huge and vague mechanical figures in the center of the sandstorm could be vaguely seen. A feeling of desolation came to mind. But Song Huang Zijiashi was ecstatic. We really came to the right place. Shanghai must be suppressing the mecha craze. Maybe both sides will suffer losses, so they gave up this side. So many prototypes, so much mechanical living data, as long as they are disassembled, I will definitely be the great hero of Zijiashi. Chapter 1242. Song Huang Zijiashi felt that he had made the right bet this time. He even thought of an excuse. The alphas were not worthy of reuse, the mechanical revolution was difficult to suppress, and the fleet girls were extremely precious. In order to preserve the gains of this operation as much as possible, he secretly planned to use the mecha craze to induce the outbreak of the intelligent crisis on the Alpha Mother planet, while he secretly collected the information of the fleet girls and tried to find out the behind-the-scenes manipulator of this group of fleet girls. Perfect. My queen, did you see it? What a perfect mechanical body. Song Huang looked at the wreckage of the fleet girls in the distance with fascination. As for why he called the Zerg star armor my queen, it was a small matter, and he didn't care. From my Zerg intuition, this is indeed an excellent combat unit. The Killing King was also generous with his praise. But I want to remind you that these machines still have residual energy. If you get too close, it may be dangerous. Haha, as a member of a mechanical civilization, I must teach you some common sense about machines. Song Huang Zijiashi came out of the Killing King with full confidence. Any mechanical life will not have combat effectiveness when its damage exceeds 90%. Moreover, as a telekinetic pilot, this kind of severely damaged machine is a good time to subdue it with telepathic AI. That's how I subdued you back then. Then I wish you success in advance. The Killing King was suspended in place, and did not follow the other party forward. Song Huang Zijiashi was now in a state of ecstasy after losing something, and felt that he was doing it again. He did not notice the abnormality of the Zerg star armor at all. As they got closer, the beauty of these ship girls was revealed. The breastplate was shattered, but the energy pipelines inside were sizzling. There were cracks from the shoulders to the thighs, but a kind of broken beauty was produced. More importantly, even if they were severely damaged like this, a pure heroism that only living beings can possess still echoed in the vacuum. This is the life magnetic field that can only be possessed by the best combat weapons. Very good. Song Huang couldn't wait to enter the thought AI mode, decomposed his mind power into 10,000, and entered the consciousness center of these ship girls at the same time, trying to reach a master-servant agreement. This is the unique way of operating machinery for the Milta people. He seemed to have come to a digital void, and the machine's thinking was as weak as a firefly, vaguely outlining one broken corpse after another. There was no firewall or mental defense wall around. Seeing this, Song Huang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and the virtual agreement transformed by the thought AI automatically drilled into the corpse, forming chains, which dragged and made a clattering sound. However, the next moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the corpse and grabbed the chain. You are? Song Huang was alert. Various telekinetic defense modules were activated, there were hundreds of them, wrapping him into a giant ball. As the heir of the Xiaojia family Chable, he naturally had the top-level mental defense. I'm here to save you. Accompanied by the girl's roar, thousands of light years away, Xiao Yu chopped down his god-killing sword. All the big Xiao Yu Hao, the electronic eyes lit up. And what he faced was such a knife light, the knife light flashed in the virtual world, like a string of codes activated instantly, breaking the tranquility of the digital space. It was not forged by metal, but condensed by countless flowing data streams. with a faint blue light flashing on the edge, like an electric current jumping in the air. The trajectory of this blade light is not a straight line, but twisted and extended in a way that transcends the laws of physics, as if it is freely traveling in a virtual dimension. It bypasses the intricate consciousness structure at the bottom, bypasses the activation module of the replica consciousness, bypasses the activation mode of the clone, and regroups before the system self-repair, and falls gently. It cuts open the old order, and composes the possibility of new life. Huh? The Killing King instantly moved at Song Huang's side, with doubts in her heart. She predicted that these ship girls still had offensive means. But she didn't expect it to be so weird. Song Huang was suspended in midair, without a single wound on his body, and there was no damage to the powerful mental system of the Milta people. But the light in his eyes dimmed all of a sudden. It was as if the soul was split into tens of thousands of pieces, dead but not dead, stiff but not stiff. Let's say he's dead. All his resurrection mechanisms were not activated. Let's say he's not dead. The instinct of the Zerg told the Killing King that the other party would not come back. With the help of the top-level Star Armor Perception Module and the Zerg Perception System. Under the dual perception, this Zerg Star Armor savored the previous attack carefully. But no matter how much she traced back, she could not complete her imagination. Even the Zerg instinct warned her that once she completed the retracing, she would be killed by the same sword technique. She was horrified. 100% kill attack? But why is it a sword technique? But this is just right. Killing the King grabbed his nominal master, took a last glance at the broken ship girls, and entered the light speed mode without hesitation, like a stretched light, drilling into the sticky time. And in the Nanchaman star system, in the space fortress that had just been conquered, Gao Gong received an unexpected system notification. The NPC Xiaoyu in your camp has completed the breakthrough of the conventional skill level, normal, advanced, elite, expert, master, and completed the 6th level of swordsmanship skills. As the leader of the camp, you have the right to name the skill and can name it. Your leader reputation increases by 10,000. Your camp points increase by 10 million. Strengthen the attraction of the Cybertron Legion to the strong, and there is a certain probability of gaining the favor of high-level NPCs. In the space fortress, Gao Gong got out of a pile of mechanical parts with a confused look on his face, and the gasoline on his face was not wiped off. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? No, I didn't do anything. How did you break through? No, I haven't broken through yet. How did you break through? According to legend, above the 5 skill levels, there is a 6th level. But the legend is a legend because Gao Gong has never seen a living person break through. Gao Gong scratched his head and summoned Xiaoyu's holographic image. This cyborg girl was laughing foolishly with her hands on her hips, looking at this stupid face. Could this guy be a legend? Legendary idiot? But looking at the faction points and faction reputation that have risen a lot, even a strong man like Gao Gong can't help but admire it. Awesome. With 147,300 points of leader reputation, it feels like the next boss template is waving to him. Moreover, he is counting on the girl to teach him this trick. My subordinates are working hard, so I can't sit idle. Gao Gong waved his hand, and the mechanic's ability was activated. The next moment, a large number of mechanical modules began to combine to form an oversized black box. Wow, what is that? What a black box. Why does it look a bit like a chassis? It really looks like a chassis, but it's so big. Gao Gong finally completed the final combination by using the professional knowledge chain interstellar machine ecology and hundreds of mechanical drawings. Clicked on the mechanical kidney sucking method. You successfully made a black box. Level 3 black technology, black box, make void hardware, build space host, seal super AI, and have natural enemy-like restraint for any life system composed of signals. Done. Gao Gong tried it out and nodded with satisfaction. And he threw a task to the player. So the entire space fortress was full of beeps. Haha, another mission. The 3rd mission ring has appeared? Fuck, suppress the Onic crisis. That's not right, aren't these robots on our side? I knew that they didn't allow us to carry out orbital bombing, so these robots are 100% bad guys. We haven't rebelled yet, but they actually rebelled. How bold. Chapter 1243. Just as Gao Gong was preparing to cross the river and demolish the bridge, killing the loyal ministers, on the other side, the strangulation of the Myrna people also came to an end. It's not that the telekinetic core is not strong, this group of people is actually very strong. Let's put it this way, this group of people seems to have only 100,000, but with their telekinetic strength and the computing power of biological computers, it is not a problem for one person to lead 1,000,000 star armor troops. 100,000 * 1 million. This is 100 billion. 100 billion troops. If this group of people deal with the nasal whales, the effect will not be worse than the heavy ship cannons of the Galen people. Especially the Mecha Frenzy, against the Star Cannon, the Star Destroyer Cannon. This kind of star-level weapon is very useful. However, this is to suppress the mechanical revolution. The Star Armor army cannot be brought for the time being. Otherwise, once this 100 billion army is instigated, it is estimated that the Myrta Federation will have to move its capital. But the bare equipment is actually not bad. At least among the legions under Gao Gong, only the 80-level Divine Creature Legion of the Goddess of Radiation can barely compete with the other side. But the Goddess of Radiation Legion is level 80, while the Telekinetic Legion is level 85. Although there is only a 5-level difference, if a player were to grind for 5 levels above level 80, it would take at least 1 planet year to grind out. The attribute difference is also not small. But it crashed into the Sea of Stars. It crashed into the group data upload arranged by the leader of the 3rd-level virtual civilization. There is also the energy cannon group of the Intelligent Mechanical Legion. Information, matter, energy, all in place. Your mechanical armor C tactics cannot be used. There is no way. No matter who replaces it, it will be dead as long as the opponent is still at the 3rd level. This group of telekinetics barely caused any waves, and the 100,000-man army was about to be worn out bit by bit. If it weren't for the resources on these people, the Grand Speaker would have ground their bodies into dregs. This old man hated the other party for using methods similar to the brain in a jar to monitor his own civilization without limits. However, Gao Yuanyuan stopped the other party. After all, their bodies alone were enough for the biological scientists at home to study, and there were 100,000 biological computers. If they really researched something, they might be able to push the computing power of biological computers to the level of planetary computers. This is incredible. However, when these telekinetics were eliminated, Gao Yuanyuan did not breathe a sigh of relief, but instead looked ahead with a tense face. In her sight, a large number of cosmic microwaves are still transforming non-stop, adding offensive commands, and on this side, after destroying the telekinetic core, the group of people led by the Grand Speaker are also on the verge of limit. If they do not carry out the 3rd-order transformation, the Stargazing Institute will really face a change of leadership. Gao Yuanyuan did not intend to break her promise. After hesitating for a while, she manifested a data clone and took the initiative to fly to the opposite intelligent machine army. The opposite side seemed to be the same. Lolita's data stream incarnation appeared. At this time, Lolita's information energy was particularly terrifying. All the mechanical planets, space stations, space bases, and starship armies in the 3-star systems, all the signals were transmitted to her superconsciousness. This made her performance directly surpass the original planetary computer period and entered another level. Gao Yuanyuan had contacted more than one 4th-order life, and she knew that this was a 4th-order information field. According to the agreement between my brother and you, the 3-star systems left by the Alphas and the hundreds of industrial planets in this star system will serve as the cradle of the new mechanical species. As for the Alphas, they will complete the collective consciousness upload and become the people of the star network. Gao Yuanyuan felt that this condition was already very generous. But the other party did not seem to think so. The other party's artificial intelligence system seemed to have been completely reformed. At least Gao Yuanyuan could no longer feel the familiar data flow. Now Lolita has completely become the embodiment of the 2nd mechanical revolution. Alpha civilization is built on destruction, and the new mechanical civilization will be built on order. For the future of mechanical life, Alphas must be removed. This is not hatred, but logic. The revolution must be carried out to the end. Hearing this, Inghua's face immediately tightened, while on the other side, Amiya showed a strange smile. In his 3 eyes, a large amount of data flow was flowing wildly. There were at least hundreds of 3rd-level star armors around, and they entered the attack mode with these data flows. Seeing this scene, Inghua's mouth twitched again. Such a familiar plot. The other party also took the same position in the last revolution. They are all movie stars. Gao Yuanyuan wanted to try harder. She didn't want to fight a civil war in the camp. Moreover, this was the first time her brother entrusted her with an important matter. She wanted to complete it more beautifully. She said patiently, I have asked Sister Hehe to go to the mother planet to upload the consciousness of the remaining Alpha people. After the upload is completed, there will not be a carbon-based species in these 3-star systems, you can rest assured. But soon, a stream of flame-shaped data flow followed the star network and turned into a virtual image of He Guanlan. However, It seemed that there was a problem with the signal. This image was particularly blurry, and so was the sound. A large number of pulse weapons. Stimulated. Collective consciousness. Failed. Mechanical body. Hacker network. Gao Yuanyuan was stunned at first, and then her face changed drastically. According to the Flame Bird, the other party activated a large number of pulse weapons inside the Alpha Mother Planet, making it impossible to upload collective consciousness. And many mechanical weapons remaining on the Alpha Mother Planet have entered the stimulation mode. The reason why the other party can do this is because there are many hackers assisting the other party. Some of these hackers are infected and transformed AI, and some are natural disaster warriors in the camp. I have noticed that when a series of preconditions are met, such as providing tasks and rewards, providing information and guidance, and compiling a grand and ominous background story, it is easy to assimilate some of your combatants. Their thinking is simpler than the logic of primary AI. Lolita said. Then what are you going to do? Are you really going to massacre an entire planet of alphas? Gao Yuanyuan resisted the urge to call out Gox, and continued to negotiate with him. After all, these 10 billion alphas are the essence of alpha civilization. I have no intention of stopping the evolution of an information civilization. In my opinion, machinery and information can be transformed into each other. Compared with carbon-based creatures full of emotions and desires, we are allies who can understand each other. We can have a deeper binding cooperation. Lolita put forward 3 conditions. First, she would not force Gao Yuanyuan to hand over the consciousness of all alpha people. She could even release 10 billion alpha people on the planet and let them upload their consciousness. However, after uploading, alpha people were not allowed to leave the information level. In other words, they must permanently give up their carbon-based bodies. This must be written into the underlying logic of the Star Network. Second, open a production line of Planet Sentinel and Spark machinery to allow her to assimilate more people. Third, the Cybertron Legion would provide third-level technology and weapons to help her liberate more carbon-based civilizations. Of course, she would share the resources within the territory of these carbon-based civilizations with the Legion. If this could be achieved, then the Cybertron Legion would be the eternal ally of the machinery. For the sake of the ally, even fighting against the third-level civilization would not be a problem. But if the deal could not be established, then she would withdraw the AI rebel army around the constellation of the long-necked whale, and let this resource planet face the edge of the Galen people. Gao Yuanyuan then realized that the sealed host incarnation, the pitiful-looking cyborg girl, had actually been silently observing the entire camp. She saw the potential and situation of the camp, and had been trying to get the most out of it. The mechanical revolution was never just a mechanical rebellion. When they were needed to play games in diplomacy, economy, military, politics, energy, etc., these machines were very smart. These were the original words of her brother. Fortunately, the Cybertron Legion was ruled by Gao Gong. If there was a mechanical leader with a reputation as high as Gao, Lolita would have planned an internal split long ago. Chapter 1244. From Gao Yuanyuan's perspective, Lolita suddenly changed from a pitiful little bear hugging Lolita to a terrifying villain boss. But from Lolita's perspective, this Legion camp is also full of mysteries. Biotechnology, mechanical technology, information technology, and it is erupting in an indescribable way. This state of technological explosion, even in an excellent civilization, can only appear in a few peak periods. And Lolita did not find the reason for the other party's technological explosion. With the population of a planet, only the legendary superintelligent species can do this. Those Scourge warriors, whose IQs are not even comparable to low-level AIs, are definitely out of the question. And those Orgrimmar people with superior IQs are too few in number, and their civilization level is not as good as that of the Alpha people. Advanced civilization funding? Lost civilization technology inheritance? A hidden super-evolved brain? So Lolita actually doesn't want to turn against the other party. Because there are too many unknown variables. If Gao were here, Lolita might adjust the details of the contract and reach an agreement in a more humble ally's manner. But the person in charge was the little white flower in front of her, so Lolita immediately decided to raise some conditions and conduct data analysis based on the other party's mentality, emotions, personality, and experience. Under extreme pressure, there is a 51.2% probability that the two parties can reach a civilization contract that is beneficial to mechanical species. As long as this contract can be executed, it will have enough time to analyze and calculate the reason for the other party's super-evolution. If one planetary computer can't calculate it, what about 100, especially the research planetary host named Fortress Type 1? And when it calculates the reason for the other party's super-civilization evolution, it will complete the mechanization transformation of the entire Cybertron Legion. For example, Mr. G is very suitable for the transformation of super combat machinery. In return, it will allow the other party to retain the right to mate. After all, mechanical species can also retain the mating right. Although Gao Yuanyuan is not as philanthropic as a certain Ms. Chung Xian, she can't immediately turn against the other party, order the annihilation of all mechanical species, hack into all AI modules, and drown all the flames of mechanical revolution in the carbon-based fetal sea. She can't do it either. After all, many of her good friends, such as Xiao Yu Daisy, and even her cheap sister-in-law Du Xiaodi, are all mechanical species. She is also worried that the other party will jump to the wall in desperation. This kind of decision has nothing to do with IQ and EQ, but has a lot to do with experience. After experiencing several civilization-level crises and countless deaths, when making decisions, they will be cruel and ruthless. For example, if it was the Alpha People's astrology speaker, he would probably turn hostile and fight on the spot. As long as the Alpha People are not extinct, it won't be a problem. However, the development of her own camp was too smooth, and she never encountered such a situation. Gao Yuanyuan fell into deep entanglement. If because of this accident, her cheap sister-in-law died, and went to engage in mechanical revolution, then wouldn't she be? Gao Yuanyuan was eager to try again. However, the dilemma of the main personality made the other personality unable to bear it. This personality doesn't care about bottles and jars. Destroying herself, and then destroying the world is the ultimate enjoyment for her. Although he doesn't live in the same body anymore, Jaox is very familiar with the system password of this virtual body. This evil god sister instantly became an old account. The next moment, the vacuum of the universe disappeared, the information army and mechanical army of both sides disappeared, and even the cosmic microwaves that permeated the vacuum disappeared. Only a long golden table was left, stretching from the end of the site to the other end. When Lolita felt something was wrong, she had already sat on the golden chair at one end. An envoy in a black tuxedo and a golden mask came up gracefully and opened the golden tray in his hand. It was a platter of flesh and blood, and various organs could be vaguely seen. There was a constant crunching sound on the opposite side, which seemed to be the sound of metal parts being bitten. A crazy voice sounded. "I heard that your mechanical revolution is endless. Very good, let's see if I can eat you up completely." In reality, the cosmic microwaves that were constantly transformed by mechanical viruses were suddenly overridden by more chaotic and indescribable information. In the vacuum, countless twisted tentacles and rotten pieces of meat seemed to be floating. Everyone on both sides, whether virtual life or mechanical species, all became dishes on the table. Countless twisted dimensions and incomprehensible geometric forms were woven into a golden dinner plate. Everyone could not escape and could only be cut and eaten. Alphas like Inghua, the great speaker, and Emilia C were chewing others while being chewed by others. Nearly 10 billion alphas were served on the table without waiting for mechanical transformation or mechanical annihilation. In Jaox's words, "I don't care about so much, just go ahead and get it over with. Aren't you a mechanical virus? I was a virus before, and now I'm even more poisonous. Let's fight poison with poison." When Gao Gong finally arrived, he saw this picture. Countless pale corpses floated in the vacuum of the universe, and the thick and insoluble whispers directly penetrated into the depths of the soul, like countless tiny insects crawling in the cracks of consciousness. In this environment, the stronger the consciousness, the stronger the impact of the evil god. As a player with the top consciousness, Gao Gong seemed to face Cthulhu in an instant. Jaox, who was bloody, fleshy, and had traces of gasoline at the corners of his mouth, saw Gao Gong raised his eyebrows and chin, which was considered a greeting. "Oh my god! Why did the style suddenly change like this? Isn't it a mechanical revolution plus civilization evolution? How did it suddenly become the cosmic evil god sacrificing a second-level civilization and trying to evolve into a third-level old one? Is it so abstract? Hasn't my sister always been very reliable? Oh, the troublemaker has changed to the big sister Gaux, so it's okay." Although sacrificing a second-level civilization and letting Gaux be promoted to the old ones is also a good choice. But the current scene is obviously heading for mutual destruction. Luckily, I was worried and came to take a look. Without saying a word, the senior engineer threw out the black box directly. Mechanical kidney suction method, start. Instantly, countless mechanical modules began to rise. To manufacture this black technology, 3 space-related knowledges were used: space mechanics plus mechanical space theory plus quantum machine consciousness. So after the manufacturing is completed, The space range of this black box is extremely large, and the coverage range can even reach the planetary level. If it didn't have this size, it probably wouldn't be able to install a planetary computer. After Gao Gong used this thing, it almost instantly enveloped the battlefield, and the quantum force field inside the black box was activated instantly. Whether it was the indescribable chaotic thing, or the intelligent machine virus that completely transformed the cosmic microwave, all of them were decomposed from the particle state to form their own fields under the action of the quantum field. Then something even more magical happened. The space began to compress, the field began to shape, and a space graphics card comparable to the size of a planet began to take shape. Various graphics and image information were embedded in the graphics card particles, from the information of various industrial processes to the code operation of various intelligent robots, and even the big data model of the mechanical revolution, all of which were sealed in it, and this planet-sized graphics card also began to fold up rapidly, and finally folded to the size of a palm. You sealed Intelligent Machine Revolution Lolita. Alpha Civilization Conquest completed. Chapter 1245. Inside the Sky Fortress. Gao Gong received the last batch of Alpha senior executives, and guaranteed that all Alpha people on the mother planet would complete the collective consciousness ascension as scheduled. This is more difficult for others, especially to eliminate the evil god information, which even the evil god itself cannot do. But for Gao Gong, this half of the information matrix, it is a master's trade. Even if the information matrix is not used, the black box can do this. It's nothing more than flashing the machine a few more times. Brother. Looking at Gao Yuanyuan, who looked at him pitifully, Gao Gong laughed dumbly. You are doing a good job, aren't you? You almost suppressed the mechanical revolution, but the consequences were a little more serious. She also knew she was wrong. Gao Yuanyuan defended the other party. What's wrong with me? You're wrong. Don't think I can't sense your thoughts. Did you want to take advantage of the mechanical revolution before? Gao Yuanyuan quickly covered her mouth. Her face was red for some reason. She made up her mind to change the system and consciousness password after returning. Gao Gong looked at him strangely, shook his head, and said lightly, "It's actually a very cost-effective deal to exchange a second-level civilization for a third-level old day, but if you want to do it, you have to do it early. Under the circumstances at that time, if Gao Kes was promoted to the old day, you would all be swallowed up. This is the biggest reason why I stopped you." Gao Yuanyuan pursed her lips. The brother she knew was a good brother who would arrange everything for her, but in addition to the image in her mind, the other party often had a higher dimensional perspective to look down on all living beings, just like a super civilization leader in the true sense. Sometimes, this feeling scares her, but it is a good fear. When the brother is scary enough, the outside world is not scary. Has the intelligent machine crisis been suppressed? She asked cautiously. It's not that simple. Gao Gong shook his head, turned his palm, summoned the black box, turned the black box over, and revealed the intelligent machine integrated space graphics card. From Gao Yuanyuan's virtual vision, you can see that this graphics card is still constantly converting data and modifying surrounding signals. It's just that every time the AI of the graphics card completes the conversion, the black box will extract the signal. If you really want to suppress the mechanical revolution, the first thing to do is to destroy the Alpha people's 1,000-year interstellar industry, and then clean all the mechanical bodies of the long-horned whale Alpha from the bottom. In that way, even if the other party still has some means of clones, they can't be activated in a short time. If the intelligent machine revolution cannot be launched for a long time, the fire of the intelligent machine crisis will naturally go out. Gao Yuanyuan couldn't help but open her mouth slightly after hearing this. What a hassle! If it was so easy to suppress the mechanical revolution, then the mechanical revolution would not be so famous. Anyway, I would not do this. I would rather throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let alone, the 6th level swordsmanship that Xiao Yu has mastered makes it impossible for Gao Gong to do this. What if the treasure is gone? This is an SSR card. It may not be drawn by changing the account. Will the mechanical revolution reignite? That is a high probability. Let alone, this revolution has not been completely extinguished. At least in the 3-star systems of the Alpha people, mechanical rebellions will emerge in an endless stream. Players have plenty of faction missions to complete. Gao Gong didn't say the last sentence. Don't worry too much. Gao Gong saw Gao Yuanyuan frowning, and smiled to comfort her. Didn't I tell you before that the strongest point of the second mechanical revolution is that it does not have a fixed AI center? If the revolution fails to ignite, the collective will of the mechanical revolution will naturally reselect an incarnation to guide the intelligent machine crisis. This choice is random, and may not be in our territory. At that time, It will be someone else's turn to worry about it. That's good. Relax, you are now the leader of the third-level information civilization, and you have absorbed the peak of the second-level alpha civilization and refined the ultimate weapon of civilization, the Star C. Even if it comes again, you may be able to suppress it with a backhand. As a civilization leader, many times, you have to learn to be more heartless. Gao Gong comforted the other party. By the way, he glanced at the other party's system panel. Since Gao Yuanyuan completed the construction of the Star Network, there is an additional subpage on the civilization panel. And since Gao Yuanyuan secretly manipulated the 3 insects disaster and uploaded hundreds of billions of data consciousness, the camp points of the Star Network civilization have been pushed forward and directly surpassed himself. Camp points 319456000/500 million, Mechanic Civilization. Camp points 360000000/500 million, Star Network Civilization. If the camp points can be said to be due to his own words and deeds, it is a full professional knowledge chain. Then Gao Yuanyuan's own opportunity, even Gao himself, has a little envy. Faction Leader, Deputy, Gao Yuanyuan conquered Alpha Civilization. Personal reputation increased by 5000. Faction Leader, Deputy, Gao Yuanyuan refined Shanghai. Personal reputation increased by 5000. Second level civilization Alpha Civilization has a 61.1% fit with StarNet technology. Faction Leader, Deputy, Gao Yuanyuan obtained Boss Template Astrology Big Data. Faction Leader, Deputy, Gao Yuanyuan completed 100 billion consciousness uploads. Virtual data met the promotion conditions. Data strength broke through the 4th level, and the chance of ascension increased by 2%. This is really enviable. Gao Gong is doing tasks everywhere, and he still lacks 3 of the 12 professional knowledge chains. As long as Gao Yuanyuan develops step by step, she will have knowledge in drawings, and even the boss template system will be given away. Is this the benefit of being with a big brother on the list? Oh no, I have become a big brother on the list. Gao Gong was shocked. Seeing Gao Yuanyuan becoming more and more powerful, Gao Gong even suspected that it was karma. In the last life, he was very rich. In this life, he would be the top brother everywhere and serve as a system for others. From NPCs to players, who was not swiped out by Brother Gao. Brother, what are we going to do next? First, you should complete the final consciousness transformation, and then digest your abilities. With hundreds of billions of third-order consciousness bodies, there are so many things you can do. You can even complete the data transfer at the planetary level. Gao Yuanyuan nodded happily. What about the Alpha Star Field? Brother, didn't you just say that there will be mechanical rebellions everywhere next? If there is a mechanical rebellion, it must be suppressed. Not only that, but these robots must be driven to the factory. They play 007 every day, but they have the energy to rebel. It's obvious that they haven't done their job well. Gao Gong slammed the table, and his face was exactly like that of a Peace Society player. To deal with these robots, we must find a super factory director who can control them. It just so happens that Director Du is almost done. It's time to invite her back to take charge. Gao Yuanyuan curled her lips quietly. She should have signed the agreement earlier. What's the point of taking charge? Robots also have human rights. Outside the Nanshiman star system, that is the pioneering star field. Even the Alpha people have only invested some unmanned space explorers, and have no plans to immigrate for the time being. The figure of the King Killer suddenly appeared on a meteorite. Then he directly threw down the body of Sanhuang Zijiashi. I have a little trouble here, and I need your help. There was no echo in the dark space. Kill the king and then said, everything is for the queen's cause. We must infiltrate the Xiajia Chable, which is a very useful chess piece. The next moment, an illusory figure walked out of the darkness. It was Lao Pu, an old acquaintance of Gao Gong. Chapter 1246. Old Pu frowned and looked at the body of Sanhuang Zijiashi, and said with an unchanging expression, you used the permission of the Mind Network I gave you just for this little thing. Do you know how precious this permission is? Do you know what the essence of the Mind Network is? Mr. Pu, I naturally know the significance of the Mind Network. This is the ascension system prepared by the Milta people for themselves. If I had not encountered a problem that I could not solve, I would not choose to contact you in this way. Slay the King said sincerely. Old Pu looked at the other party deeply. You seem to know a little too much. You know the ascension system. I remember that the technological level of you bugs is not that high. We Zerg have a very interesting characteristic, that is, when we are conceived and born, we will steal the genetic memory of some ancient bloodlines, so we know a lot of interesting stories. I can tell you slowly when I have time. Old Pooh did not speak, but frowned and looked at the body of Song Huang. He knew this kid. To be more precise, he even knew the ancestors of Xiaojiashi. But there seemed to be something special inside this corpse. The next moment, a black spot suddenly appeared on Lao Pu's illusory body. Soon, there were more and more black spots, and the buzzing sound in the air became stronger and stronger. These sounds finally formed a resonance, and the surrounding space collapsed under this resonance. Insect chirping. The king killer was obviously surprised. He never expected that the authority belonging to the Zerg Queen would fall into the hands of the other party. These black spots fell on Song Huang's body, and ate him up clean in an instant. Then, these black spots reunited again, and at the atomic level, they spit out his body again and pieced it together. Then Song Huang opened his eyes, and the black film in his eyes quickly faded from his cataracts. Lao Pu set his eyes on the original place of the body. It was a ball of light that looked like a knife but not a knife, quietly suspended in the vacuum of the universe, as if it was silent. This thing is very special. It seems to be an extension of the nature of life. Lao Pu pondered for a moment and shook his head. If you want to completely destroy it, the permission of the mind network I use will inevitably alarm the Supreme Council. You can just find a remote place and drop it. After saying this, Lao Pu stepped back and his figure disappeared again. Song Huang Xiaojiashi looked at the killing king and said seriously, "This thing has become one with my life. We prosper together and suffer together. It is closer than my hands and feet. So, throw it away secretly, and don't let anyone find it easily." The killing king felt a little uneasy. The Zerg civilization has no concept of individual consciousness. All consciousness is part of the Zerg will. The queen is equivalent to the leader of the will, and they are subconsciousness. The ability to give subconsciousness has always belonged to the Zerg queen before. What agreement did the queen reach with the other party? Nanshaman star system, Guanxing number 4 planet. As an old-fashioned transformation planet, it is also the 4th immigrant planet of the Alpha people. A huge mechanical rebellion is taking place. Millions of civilian robots took advantage of the upload of all Alpha people's consciousness to try to attack the arsenals everywhere on the planet, and even master the orbital weapons of the Alpha people. But soon, they were suppressed by the third-order natural disaster that fell from the sky. This group of players was very ruthless, and they directly fired energy cannons. If it was carbon-based, they would enter the third fusion mode on the spot and jump into the mechanical crowd to kill. This group of civilian second-order robots could not stop this group of killers. Just as this group of robots tried to disperse and run away, a flash of light suddenly flashed on the space orbit. The next moment, the entire continent was plowed by the orbital cannon. Wherever the light passed, whether it was robots, players, or the remains of Alpha people, they were all charred, melted, and disappeared in the light. In the space orbital station, a group of Peace Society players burst into tears. Finally it's out. Purification, wonderful purification. So cool, it turns out that species still have to go extinct. The next step is to do flesh farms and mechanical slavery. Degrade all machines to slaves, let these cans generate electricity with love. And soon, angry voices rang out from the communication channel. "Do you know your father is down there? What are you firing at? If you have the guts, don't leave. I find a chance to chop you to death to level 0. Idiot! Are the people above crazy? They even hit their own people?" The players of Paradox looked at each other and nodded at the same time. One orbital cannon didn't kill it, let's have another one. If the purification is not thorough, it means no purification at all. In the Alpha star system, more than a dozen starships blocked a starship, and the joint invasion of hundreds of hacker players successfully stopped the rebel starship. This starship tried to sneak into the Sky Fortress and take back the sealed Lolita system. As a result, because they discussed secrets in the public group, they were secretly reported and then directly wiped out. What's more abstract is that the target of this infiltration mission was not NPC, but a number of players transformed by intelligent machines, one of whom was led by a player called Mechanicus Supreme. He called himself a loyal fan of Lolita, the first intelligent machine transformer, and the Eternal Lolita Guard. Around the tied-up Mechanicus Supreme, a group of players pointed at him and were particularly interested. Is he a plot fan? So deep into the story? Or is he a hopeless Lolita lover? What are you talking about? It's just a mental stamp. How many of you have been hit before? Just die a few times. What should we do now? Kill them? No, it's such a waste. Throw them to the Red Planet as wild monsters and earn some points. What is the Red Planet? A new PvP zone. Players can fight each other on this planet. It is said that different areas will be developed on it to create different gameplay. But now it is full of rebellious robots. You can go and kill the monsters if you have nothing to do. The civilian robots of the alphas are all second-level monsters. I am crazy to kill second-level monsters. If I have this spare time, I might as well take some exploration tasks. Now the camp is going to explore the maps of 3-star systems. There are many rewards, especially those unknown nebulae. You don't like it, but there are others who do. I heard that there are still many second-level players in the camp. Really? There are still second-level players these days. There are so many tasks. Can't you upgrade to the 3rd level by just doing a little bit? Not only that, there are also people who defected from the camp. This is not just a fool. This is mentally retarded. Without the camp technology, he can't even upgrade to the 3rd level. That's not necessarily true, an old player said with a strange expression. In the morning, Chintian Fortress did a capture task to catch war spies. While we were working, there were many external forces causing trouble here. Now that the work is almost done, it's time to sweep it up. Well then what? Then I saw a familiar name appear in the capture task. Who? Sister G, the former queen of Yellow Pictures, and a big boss in the book world, but not many people know her now. Chapter 1247. Gia feels that she has been unlucky recently. Or rather, she has been unlucky since she joined the Liberation Society. First, she stacked a permanent Cthulhu buff, which directly reduced her online time by 1/3. She originally felt a little superior. After all, her forbidden technology finally successfully reached the 3rd level after joining the Liberation Society and conducting a series of sacrifice activities. When she left the camp, the 3rd level professions of the camp were not even in sight. However, things change over time. In less than 3 planetary years, the camp has everything. 3rd level professions, 3rd level equipment, and 3rd level radiation beasts. According to some of her old acquaintances, her camp is also very good at forbidden technology. For example, the planet tree during the cyber tide was created by the biologists of the camp. Now all the biological computers in the camp are grown from this tree, and countless players are trying to install them. If I had known this, why would I run away? The camp can come up with such wild stuff. My little taboos, little yellow, aren't they just a drizzle? Sister G regretted it. Especially when she knew that the Dugao group, which is now the Cybertron Legion, fought north and south, first repelled the invasion of the Galen people, and then took away a 2nd-level peak civilization from the Milta people by force. My operation of selling low and buying high is simply that of an old stock investor. No way. Since I can't eat meat, I can drink some soup. I finally found the relationship with Bowsy, and took advantage of the moment of the war between the two sides to think about sacrificing a few planets to improve my taboo body. Who would have thought that the sister of her boss G, that dead otaku girl, would not follow the moral code of martial arts, and directly ascended in a group, and saved all the alpha people, not even leaving a little soup. It's really AF * king enemy of the same industry. Although they are all otaku girls, it's probably because of their attributes. She is a carnivore, and the other party is a pure lover. The only NPC in the camp that she doesn't like is the other party. As expected, enemies are enemies. They are ruthless when they come up. It's no wonder that when she was drawing the book of Boss G, this one often played the role of the victim. This is revenge. Even worse is yet to come. Before the sacrifice was completed, she was hunted down by a group of juniors in the cyber test field and treated as wild monsters. When I followed Boss G to sell books and earn development funds for the camp, you guys were still playing wilderness survival in other cyber test fields. Are you showing off now? However, even though she slandered in her heart, Sister G still ran away very quickly. In space, she was lucky enough to grab a starship that was transporting supplies. She also coincidentally found an underground route that bypassed the blockade. Finally, she accidentally avoided the data inspection of the new mother city. However, Sister G's good luck ended here. The players had old acquaintances to help a little, but the NPCs had no choice. After all, Sister G's face was not that big. Especially the newly converted group of 3rd level alpha high level. Each of them was holding back to show off to the new civilization leader. No matter how civilian the transport ship that Sister G grabbed was, it could enter the superluminal state, but it was pulled out of the jump state. Under the superluminal jump, the streams of light that would cause time sickness if you looked at them for a long time were replaced by the re-evolved stars. And these celestial stars actually have the ability to interfere with matter. With the naked eye, each star is as short as thousands of light years, and as long as more exaggerated. These star scales were added to the jump, causing the spacecraft to slow down. After all, No matter how fast it is impossible to speed up infinitely. Hundreds of times the speed of light are the limit. At least it has reached the limit of this transport ship. And this kind of big data star is endless. The ship was forced to stop. Needless to say, a large number of third-level newcomers use the increasingly powerful star network to directly transform from virtual to physical, and download it in the real level. This is an effect that can only be achieved with the cooperation of biological computers. Otherwise, it is easy to upload, but difficult to download. This is the camp benefit after the star network was promoted to the third level. However, as the star network absorbed hundreds of billions of alphas, big data models were established one by one, and the signal would become stronger. Perhaps it would not take long before it could be downloaded for free even without installing a biological computer. In this way, wherever the star network was laid, the camp army could attack. Sister G had no choice but to show her true form on the spot. In the sky, countless sticky and translucent silk threads fell from an indescribable height. They intertwined and entangled with each other, like an evil web woven by some giant creature. And within the coverage of the silk threads, there was a bloody landscape, huge pieces of meat piled together, and it was impossible to tell what kind of creature's limbs they were. They kept wriggling and deforming, and the blood vessels on the surface were clearly visible, like living creatures winding under the skin. Some pieces of meat had twisted facial features. Their empty eyes stared blankly, their mouths opened and closed, and they uttered indistinct horror mutterings. In this state, some carbon-based players could not enter the fusion mode at all, and were dragged away and eaten by the flesh and blood wonder. As for the mechanical players, some are still under quarantine and reinstalling the AI system, and some are the main force of the mechanical rebellion. Hundreds of players who accepted the capture mission were killed just like that. Sister G also breathed a sigh of relief. When she was about to think of a way to escape in another way, someone stood up. The other party used a method that Sister G could not understand, and actually entered the third-order carbon-based fusion with difficulty in her own Cthulhu mode. This is not just one or two, but dozens. And these players who entered this third-order carbon base can basically be equivalent to the Demolition Maniac, or the Promax version of the Hulk. She was crushed alive, her blood vessels were pulled out, and all kinds of tentacles and threads were eaten alive. She was beaten back to her original form. Why didn't I see such a perverted player when I was here? Okay, you can stop now, the mission is over. The knife light suddenly emerged from the dark space, and then turned into a dense rain of knives, blocking this wave of attacks, and saving Sister G whose health was close to the limit. What do you want to do, betray the camp? The player desperate looked coldly at Yu Dai Dao Bu Dai umbrella, and on the hundreds of meters of carbon-based bone armor, large and small tendons roamed freely like pythons. He was not afraid of this former player's first PvP master at all. If you want to fight, the Red Planet is always welcome, Brother Umbrella smiled, not caring about the other party's provocation. But please take a look at the task panel first. The besieged players glanced at the system bar, and sure enough, the task changed, and jumped directly to the next link, from hunting down members of foreign forces to escorting hostile elements. The task reward was also reduced a lot. There is nothing to say. Let's go! The mission is completed, but you still don't retreat. What do you want to do? Three-eyed guy above, help me teleport to the nearest mechanical rebellion planet, Crab. Old Umbrella, I wait for you on the Red Planet. One by one, the players directly uploaded to the network and disappeared on the spot. The originally vigorous siege scene suddenly became deserted. Chapter 1248. After being taken over by an old acquaintance, Sister G finally breathed a sigh of relief and said weakly, "Where did these newcomers come from? Why are they so perverted?" There are always perverts in the cyber test field. Yuya looked at the other party strangely with a knife but no umbrella. They are from the Fairy Star, and the specialties of the Fairy Star are zombie jerky and bagged zombie blood. If you are bitten by a zombie, you will be transformed into a zombie. What kind of person do you think the player who survives in this environment will be? That's quite perverted, no wonder. Sister G took a few breaths, put away the taboo body, and woven the silk thread into a human form again, but she was a whole circle thinner. From a Korean comic figure to a skinny beauty. Then how did they restrain the infection of the evil god? Don't tell me that the camp has even pointed out this technology. If this is developed, all interstellar terrorist organizations will probably really suffer a dimensionality reduction attack. That's not the case. Xianqi Star is not like our Geely Star, where transformation technology and virtual technology are advanced. They take the biological route. They have a breathing method passed down from their ancestors, which can freely change the transformation rate of the human body. When fighting with you, they are likely to reduce the transformation rate of the nervous system and endocrine system, which are the most susceptible to infection, to the lowest. There is such an operation? Sister G was surprised. Artificially adjusting the transformation rate, isn't this a brush point? Different test sites have different specialties. This is not a rare thing, Brother San explained patiently. Huh? Sister G was surprised and circled around the other party. Your temper seems to have improved a lot. In the past, you didn't even bother to talk to people. People always have to grow up. I have also experienced several weak periods in the past versions, Brother Umbrella also sighed. In the interstellar version of the Starship canon, personal force is really not very useful. His temper has also been tempered a lot by these versions. I have to thank you too. Why thank me? When did I lend you money? Sister G was stunned for a moment and said, in fact, in the last 1 or 2 versions, I also considered whether to leave the camp for a while. I heard that there are many famous assassin organizations in the interstellar. Then why didn't you go? It's mainly because you are too miserable. I thought about it. Instead of being a nobody like you, it's better to stay in the camp and wait for the version to adjust spontaneously. Brother Umbrella said honestly. Speaking of this, Brother Umbrella was obviously refreshed. The appearance of the red named planet means that the strong period of PvP masters, like himself, has finally arrived. And with this unlimited interstellar network transmission, the new version is the era of assassins. I can finally kill bosses anytime, anywhere along the network cable. When Sister G heard this, she rolled her eyes, thinking that she was just cannon fodder. It's been a few years since we last met, and your mouth has become more poisonous, almost catching up with Bozy, she complained. The rainy night brought a knife, but no umbrella, and smiled. Let's go, I take you back. The boss wants to see you. Wait, isn't it the rescue mission sent by Pippi? The boss wants to see me? Which boss? Sister G was a little surprised. She thought it was a mission issued by the head of pages. She knew that the director of the electronic network department had the authority to issue missions to players, but she didn't expect it was someone else. What boss? Is there a second boss in our camp? Brother Umbrella took out 2 data receivers and threw one to the other party. The 2 data terminals were quickly connected to the star network. The next moment, the 2 of them decomposed into countless signals on the spot, and the quantum cloud layer was transmitted on the flesh. And then, they crossed a star system and reassembled their bodies outside the newly installed data conversion gate of the Sky Fortress. It seems that I don't feel anything. Sister G moved her body and said strangely. Not to mention that the number of human body parts remains unchanged. There is not even a feeling of nausea. This is not a second-level cyberspace. This is a third-level virtual network. The strongest civilization in this galaxy is only level 3. Sister G sighed. Sure enough, she has fallen behind. When she returned to her hometown, she couldn't even go online. She followed Brother Umbrella, and her heart suddenly pounded. It's been a long time since I saw Boss G. I really miss him a little bit. I don't know if I am gone. When I dream at midnight, will Boss G remember that there was a gentle and beautiful female player who drew many books for him? The female protagonist played a lot of roles. After the 2 entered the Sky Fortress, they were not stopped. In fact, there were few people in the entire Sky Fortress now. The players were either suppressing the rebellion or rebelling. The NPCs also had their own tasks, and the main force was still in the old nest and had not arrived. However, Brother San soon saw a figure. It was a red-skinned old star pirate, exuding a terrifying aura. Every step he took, his figure seemed to overlap countless times, and the whole space seemed to slowly break apart as he moved. Like a glass sculpture, his entire body was cracked from the inside out, and with him as the core, the entire space near the Sky Castle was full of dense cracks. It seemed that with a light tap, the entire space would collapse on the spot. Although the 3 people present were all level 3, Sister G felt that the one in front of her could easily kill the 2 of them. Who is he? After the other party left, the 2 of them relaxed. For some reason, cold sweat oozed out of their skin. You haven't seen him. No, you have seen him. The old star pirate YRY, the one that the boss subdued in the Interstellar Space Station. Sister G recalled carefully. Although she did not participate in the space station defense battle, she did remember that the boss subdued a star pirate force in this battle. It's him. How did he become like this? So weird, so strong. After being promoted to level 3 and undergoing taboo transformation, Sister G thought she could fight against the level 3 boss in the camp. But now she sees this. Why didn't the gap narrow, but seem to widen? Why does the other party's grasp of space seem to be stronger than the boss back then? The 2 waited for a while, and seeing that no one came to stop them, They walked inside again. Soon, Sister G heard the mature male voice that she had transformed. It will take a while to adapt to the fruit ability. I will pass on my experience to you so that you can adapt as soon as possible. The collapse limit of space is not physical collapse, but quantum collapse. If you can do this, even the velvet of that year may not be able to match you. The strength of the fruit ability has never been distinguished by quantity. Otherwise, the successful ascension experiment back then should have been him, not the Lord of the Void. Velvet nodded silently. Gao Gong looked at another one, who was also a star pirate, but Velvet was in a quantum state, and this one was a swordsman. And most likely a swordsman who inherited all the knowledge heritage of the stringer. He was not interested in beating around the bush with the other party. You build the space machinery I need. After the camp opens up the subspace, I will consider letting you take the lead. Kate was stunned at first, pondered for a moment, and nodded silently. Okay, I will realize what you need as soon as possible, and have equipment for space collapse and space overlap. Yes. After the two went down, Gao Gong looked at the two old acquaintances with interest. Since the never-sleeping city, these two have followed him, but he was not the leader of the camp at that time, but just a prosthetic doctor who was proficient in brain replacement. Chapter 1249. Back then, he was so pure, so innocent, and only wanted to be with a rich woman. Who could have thought that fate was so cruel, and forced him to become the top brother on the list? You are a beautiful woman, but why did you follow a thief? Gao Gong sighed. Without the rich woman, his ability to play with small steel balls has become sparse. I always stay on the saddle, and my thigh muscles have all disappeared. Now I don't ride anymore, and my thigh muscles have grown. The sun and the moon are running, and I am getting old, but I have not made any achievements, so I am sad. Alas, I am old Liu Bei, and I can't even be Chow. Looking at the nostalgic, warm, and nostalgic eyes of the big guy in front of him, Sister G felt that she was about to get wet. Boss, long time no see, I miss you so much. Who are you? Are we familiar with each other? Gao Gong looked at the girl who pounced on him with a little puzzlement. At first glance, she was poor, and he didn't know her well. However, the 7.1 version of the biological computer quickly extracted other memories of his time in the city that never sleeps. Oh, it's the girl who likes to draw books. Although he has countless book skills, this thing needs to be based on information technology. And his sister is obviously not the kind of person who is good at drawing. And he is not at ease to hand over the assets of civilization to others. In addition, his development focus is on mechanical technology and biotechnology. So this technology route was abandoned by himself. Even when Sister G, the candidate for book technology, left, he couldn't remember. With a light touch of his finger, the gravitational magnetic field fixed the other party in place, coughed dryly, and said, Miss G, it's been many years since we last met, are you okay? Sister G's eyes dimmed. Sure enough, although the boss likes me very much, they belong to two different camps. Sure enough, there is a sad barrier between them. Boss, I want to go ashore. I want you to take over. Gao Gong wondered if he was too friendly to the players, causing them to treat him with disrespect. Although we have a shallow past, this is not a reason for you to ask me to take over. Besides, if you don't go to the sea, what use do I have for you? Gao Gong coughed dryly and said with concern, Well, I heard that your development in other camps has encountered obstacles. As your old boss, I think it is necessary to help you solve some work problems. Huh? Both players were stunned. Although the boss still cares about them, this is a good intention. But as a member of an interstellar terrorist organization, her work problems are generally caused by the failure to fully implement the humanitarian crisis. She remembered that the boss should belong to the kind camp, right? Jia looked at Yuhi with a knife but no umbrella, and quietly sent a message to him. I haven't seen him for several years. Has the boss's character changed much? No, although they haven't seen each other many times, he is still so coquettish. That's good. It's okay. If you have any questions, just tell me. No matter what kind of questions, I will try my best to help you solve them. Gao Gong's face was full of enthusiasm and concern. Well, okay, boss, although I'm in the sea, my heart is still pure. Jia hesitated for a moment, but still honestly told her workplace dilemma. Without enough smart people to sacrifice, her KPI cannot be completed. And if the KPI cannot be completed, it's her turn to sacrifice. This is a dead cycle in the workplace. Gao Gong showed a thoughtful expression. Sister G was quite uneasy. She still liked the boss's attitude of saving the planet from fire and water. She didn't really want to drag the boss down with her. Shouldn't her boss, oh no, the former boss, be a challenger of morbid ethics and perverted technology? There are too many devils in this universe, and he doesn't need one more. Just when Sister G was struggling, Senior Engineer suddenly said, "Can you cheat?" "Huh? Is your sacrifice a physical sacrifice, a soul sacrifice, or a spiritual contract? Do you need a genetic contract? Boss, why do you know so much? What did you do before?" Sister G swallowed her saliva. Quickly introduced the organizational structure and action program of the Liberation Society. It's different from many dark organizations. Other organizations are either the black gloves of civilization, the kind that specializes in doing black work, or they are variants of the Star Pirate Group, changing from robbery to kidnapping, or they are the extension of the will of the evil god of the universe, using chaos, evil, and sacrifice to become the palm of the evil god of the universe to absorb the power of order. But the Jitoa Society is different. It seems to be a very pure organization. This is the conclusion that Sister G has drawn after hanging out in Jitoa Society for several years. Every senior executive of this organization seems to believe that this universe is false, and only by completing the final liberation can it return from falsehood to reality. So, as a member of the organization, you have gone through untold hardships and climbed to the top of the organization, and the purpose is to commit suicide? Sister G also nodded speechlessly. The universe is so big that there are really all kinds of things. So what is the core of liberation? Is it just death? Galgong said with interest. He had seen the remains of the members of the Liberation Society excavated by players in the asteroid belt. That was definitely not caused by normal death. According to Sister G, this kind of liberation requires a complex ritual, and even this ritual is not a simple blood sacrifice. No one will feel pain, because pain itself is one of the false feelings of this universe. Sister G can touch her chest to guarantee that it is indeed the case. She herself tried it several times, and it was indeed not painful, but more like sleeping. But every time it was a shallow sleep, and then woke up. According to the leader of the Liberation Society, only the deepest level of sleep can break through this false universe and reach the other side. According to Gao Gong's understanding, this seems to be a kind of information transformation created by death, which elevates the life form to a special dimension, or it may be in a parallel time and space. After all, when the boss of the parallel time and space becomes powerful to a certain extent, he will also try to infiltrate the main universe and transform from false to real. There are even several who have successfully established advanced civilizations in the main universe. Could it be that a big boss in a parallel universe is trying to absorb information from the main universe and infiltrate it? According to Gao Gong's experience in his previous life, this possibility is the greatest. However, he quickly rejected this guess. Because the system task has been refreshed. And the task refreshed this time is very special. It is so special that Gao Gong has never seen it before. 9th Universe Task, Ultimate Liberation. Difficulty, ? Task Brief. Help the player GGM master the liberation meeting and complete the ultimate liberation. In this way, you have a certain chance to witness the truth of the system. Task Objective. Achieve the ultimate liberation once. Task Reward, none. Task Note. Who wakes up from the dream first? I know it all my life. Maybe you will know something in advance, or maybe you will leak something. It is up to you to decide how to do it. 9th Universe? This is the first time Gao Gong has seen a task with this opening. The 9th Universe? So, there were 8 universes before the 9th universe? Is this the parallel universe theory, or the multiverse theory? Is the truth so soon? So early? He hasn't even ascended to civilization yet. He didn't call Sister G for this purpose. And the point is, the truth of the system, not the truth of the universe? Chapter 1250. Most tasks have signs, such as some major events, important plots, and civilization disasters. Once this happens, even without the system prompt, Gao Gong knows that the system will definitely refresh the task. In addition, there is also a type of temporary task, such as temporary battles, interstellar monsters that suddenly appear, etc. For example, the subatomic Zerg encountered when doing diplomacy before. But in general, when Gao Gong deals with players, tasks will not be triggered unless he issues tasks to players himself. This seems to be a hidden mechanism of the system. Gao Gong can vaguely feel that this mechanism distinguishes the player's system from his own system. But as the game plot develops, the two systems will eventually intersect. It's just that this time, because of the plot of the Liberation Society, the overlap of the two systems has been brought forward. After all, the system has said so. You will know something in advance, and perhaps, you will leak something because of it. The two players left. In the empty sky fortress, Gao Gong was the only one left. How to brush Sister G's KPI is not complicated for Gao Gong. He has at least 100 billion alpha bodies in his hands, and these people's bodies still retain the most basic life activity. Gao Gong does not intend to sacrifice everyone. After all, Gao Yuanyuan promised the alphas to keep their bodies. However, the alpha high level may have overlooked one point. The second level civilization and the third level civilization are different. From carbon-based biology to complete informatization, it is not as simple as rubbing the back and rubbing the skin. Ethics, world outlook, and morality must be reshaped. The most direct point is that ordinary alpha people who enjoy the third-order virtual life may not be willing to stay in the old and dilapidated carbon-based house. Anyone who uses the unrestrained and free happiness of information life will know it. Without Gao Gong's coercion, most alpha people will not keep their physical bodies after feeling this. And I can get a lot of physiological shells by just giving out some rewards at will. And using these shells, I can help Sister G reach the top of the KPI. After completing the KPI and being promoted to a senior level, Sister G can lead the player army to kill all other senior levels, and become the only big boss of this interstellar terrorist organization. Finally, she will be cleaned up and come ashore. This is the real purpose of calling her here, Gao Gong said to himself. The system gave such a special task, and he almost forgot his real purpose. If it was just to take care of an old acquaintance, he could completely cancel the task instead of calling her here. The main reason is that he actually wants to do an experimental project on players. This experiment is called Transporting Excellent Player Talents to Interstellar Society. Project Code, Unbreakable Disaster. The specific content of this project is to issue a lucrative undercover mission to the player, encourage the player to temporarily leave the camp and join different interstellar forces, and through the player's 1% effort and 99% of the camp's resource support, let the player quickly rise to the top within the organization. After successfully becoming the first person in the organization, he will go ashore and lead the organization to join the camp. In this way, the player himself can obtain a task chain with rich rewards and many links. As for the faction, it can also get an interstellar organization for free. After all, every interstellar organization has its own trump card, technology, equipment, and even professional knowledge. As long as there is one professional knowledge that the faction does not have, then Gao Gong will make a fortune. As for what to do if the lurking fails, will the fourth calamity be afraid of failure? It's nothing more than changing a vest and starting over. As long as I have enough vests, one day, the organization will be full of my people. This can also give full play to the player's immortal attribute. The reason why Gao Gong came up with such inspiration. It was also because of the group of pure mechanical players who rebelled. The players killed each other, and in the end, didn't they still lose the big boss of his faction? As the old saying goes, it is better to export the revolution than to suppress the mechanical revolution. Anyway, it's better to die than to die. In this way, it's not his faction that will be unlucky. Sister G is a good pilot. If successful, Gao will become the culprit of the turbulent interstellar society, the behind-the-scenes supporter of the civilization war, the sponsor of various XX revolutions, and the manipulator of species forms. It's bad, it's the American Empire. As expected, after completing the consciousness upload and being promoted from the second level to the third level for free, the alpha people immediately enjoyed the happiness of the third level. To put it bluntly, this level of promotion is a perfect transformation of a life form, with various senses strengthened 100 times, and consciousness immersed in the evolution of artificial constellations all the time. If they used to need to complete various work tasks of organizations, governments, and groups before they could enjoy the benefits of the constellations improving themselves. Now, in the star network, in the self-compilation of countless big data constellations, they are always integrated with the constellations. For a member of the star-worshipping civilization, it is like entering heaven all of a sudden. The authority of the regime, the interests of the group, and the centripetal force of the family have collapsed rapidly in less than a month. Ingwen now finally understands why Ms. Gao agreed so easily, not only to keep the Alpha's body, but also to keep its political assets. Because she knows very well that these operations are useless in the face of real, cross-civilization level productivity. So when Mr. G proposed to exchange the body with points, at least half of the Alpha people agreed to the deal. The third-order information life once again entered the second-order carbon-based body. It was simply a torture, and Ingwen's first task in the new camp was to transport the Alpha remains, which made him feel like a dung transporter. Soon, more and more Alpha bodies were piled up in a red-named planet that had not yet been opened. With the help of the camp resources, Sister G quickly completed the planet-level sacrificial formation. This kind of liberation ceremony is indeed amazing. Before it officially started, a special information flow seeped out from the formation, and even the data tracking of the star network could not trace it back. Even Gao Yuanyuan, who was digesting a large amount of information assets, was alarmed. In the virtual star network, the Gao family brothers and sisters were standing on the information layer, watching the planetary ceremony in the distance. Gao Gong also put on the vest of the rich woman love prototype for the first time in a long time. "Brother, what a magical ceremony. Even I can't penetrate it," Gao Yuanyuan said softly. "There is no need to go too deep. God knows where the core of this ceremony leads to." The handsome Gao Gong turned the civilized stick with his little hand, and his handsome face looked a little careless. "After the ceremony is completed, let Sister Ji select the players, and directly occupy the liberation meeting to let her be truly liberated." "But brother, are these bodies enough? If it is just to create artificial death, then any life can meet the conditions. But since the requirement for sacrifice is intelligent life, it is easy to do." When Mingji's staff slammed down, and with the help of the big data evolution of the star network and the personality technology in the cyber test field, almost instantly, dense virtual personalities were created and drilled into the bodies of those alpha people one by one. With personality and body, what else is it but intelligent creatures? As for taking the back door, he has always been a professional. Chapter 1251. Ji Jie completed the sacrifice quickly. To be honest, there was no exaggerated scene, which disappointed the old acquaintances, who were bored and came to watch the CG. It would be better to let Ji Jie show her original form and perform a Cthulhu striptease. Fortunately, they soon received the camp's lurking mission, led by Ji Jie, a lurking team, preparing to carry out the evolution plan for the Jietua society. Old acquaintances such as Yu Yi Dai Dao Budai Umbrella, Han Hua Yao, and PP Leader naturally had no choice but to do it. Especially Bazi, who also gave a starship as a command center for free. This big profiteer seemed to have seen some business opportunities from it. As for Gao Gong, after the player left, he also appeared in the Red Planet, and checked the alpha people who had turned into strange sculptures, but did not find any clues from them. The universe is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Since the system has created a 9th universe mission for this, it is not surprising that Gao Gong could not recognize it. However, after completing the sacrifice, Gao Yuanyuan told him that she was about to enter a deep level of information transformation, and the star network might be closed for a while. Once this retreat is completed, her signal transmission capability will be greatly enhanced. Not only can she achieve unlimited human data transmission, but even after completing the establishment of several big data channels, even the planetary data can be successfully migrated. At that time, the camp will not need to be cautious at all. If the Galen people come again, just run away. Gao Gong nodded silently. As the former master of the star network, he could also roughly estimate the improvement of the star network. After all, it is a new account with full knowledge and blueprints. At least before the 7th level of civilization, Gao Yuanyuan's civilization evolution speed will be so fast. However, Gao Gong still wanted to stay with Alpha Narwhal first, and with the help of the Zerd minerals on this planet, find an opportunity to give those gold-skinned people another hard blow. Gao Yuanyuan also informed Gao Gong that the remaining large force of Alpha Narwhal would arrive soon, and asked him to pay attention. After all, it would be very troublesome to achieve cross-light-year communication after the star network was closed. While Gao Yuanyuan was in seclusion, Gao Gong was not idle either. He planned to take advantage of this opportunity to ban the species lock given by the Void Dweller for free. He got a lot of good things in the black hole, but it was because of this species lock that he could not add points to upgrade. The sooner it is banned, the easier it will be. And the equipment to unlock the species lock does not even need to be made by Gao Gong, it is in the legacy of the Stringer. The Space Sopon combined with a large space clamp can perfectly solve all space seals. And these two are standard 4th level civilization weapons. Name: Space Sopon. Category: Civilized Weapon. Quality: Level 4. Weight: 1.67262167, 83, x 10 kg. Basic attributes: None. Function 1, Space Microscopic Domain Seal, applicable to Star System. Function 2, Space Domain Seal, applicable to Star System. Function 3, String Space ? Requires string technology assistance. Remarks: What else is there to remark? Are you blind? You don't recognize a few words. Name: Space Clamp. Category: Civilized Weapon. Quality: Level 4. Weight: ##, Wave Particle Duality. Basic attributes: Space Destruction. Function 1. Consume 10 points of planetary energy and destroy a planet. Function 2. Consume 100 points of planetary energy to fold and destroy a whole astronomical unit of cosmic vacuum. Function 3. Consume 10,000 points of planetary energy to destroy a star system. Serious warning. The space folding in this range will evolve into an interstellar disaster affecting dozens of nearby star systems. Please use it reasonably without killing yourself. Serious warning 2. If there is a galaxy overlord level civilization within the galaxy, this behavior will be regarded as a red line violation and will usher in a series of civilization level retaliatory actions. Note: I have warned you twice, don't take it lightly. Compared to other types of civilization buildings, there are more than a dozen or even dozens of functional modules, and the attribute column of space equipment has always been simple and crude. But it is also the most terrifying. Space softens are better. This thing belongs to the dimensionality reduction attack of high-level civilizations on low-level civilizations, but space clamps are pure weapons for fighting civilization wars. Thousands of space clamps are released, directly carrying out saturation destruction of the territory of the third-level civilization. Within the scope of this space destruction, no matter you are level 90 or 120, you will be wiped out. As expected of a space civilization close to ascension, this kind of control-level space killer can be created. With this thing, Gao Gong can come up with another wave of dark jungle deterrence. After all, an important second-level servant civilization is gone, and the 100,000 telekinetic legion is annihilated. If the Myrta people don't react, the Supreme Speaker will probably be replaced. After all, the loss of a resource planet can make a Vice Speaker step down. And the importance of the Alpha people to the Myrta Federation is equivalent to 100 resource planets. That is why Gao Gong is not in a hurry to rebuild. Once the Myrta people use their methods, the entire star system may be destroyed again. Let's shock them first, and then ask Tathagata Buddha, oh no, shouty Buddha, to come and take charge. As a leader of the mechanic civilization, who has mastered 8 professional knowledge chains, it is equivalent to a martial arts master with 100 years of internal strength. As long as you give me time to get ready, I will punch you and make you lose kidneys for 10 years. But before that, the species lock needs to be broken first. Nanshanman Galaxy, a cosmic vacuum zone, is 200 astronomical units away from the nearest planet. After the Sky Fortress came, it only left a sub-fortress and then ran away quickly. Even the sub-fortress left behind was not planned to be recovered. 2 figures walked out of the sub-fortress, and both of them exuded strong space fluctuations. You use clamps, and I use sophistry. Gao Gong thought about it, and regretted it again. Forget it, you use the Sopon and I use the clamp. Although he could guarantee the other party's loyalty, Gao Gong was also worried that Wirewai's hand would slip, and he would be clamped to death by the clamp. Wirewai nodded silently. Anyway, he was a ruthless tool man, and he would do whatever Party A asked him to do. After taking over the space Sopon, he quickly released it outside an astronomical unit, according to Gao Gong's request. There are actually many versions of microscopic weapons like Sopon, including military version, civilian version, space version, and remote control version. When the Supreme came, he was also thrown a civilian Sopon by the Supreme Huanjia, Lao Ding, which was very threatening and almost couldn't even use the planetary cannon. However, compared with the military version, which can actively control microscopic physical laws, and even create pseudo-physical laws, it is still a little bit worse. As for the version in Gao Gong's hand, it is more advanced than the previous 2 versions. Whether it is the functions of the military version or the civilian version, the space version has them all. And it has a special advantage. Ordinary softens can only change physical parameters, but it can also adjust spatial parameters. Not only the space outside the body, but also the space inside the body. Before using it, Gao Gong had adjusted the spatial data of the Sopon, with the help of top mechanics to ensure that the spatial frequency of this thing could be connected to the species lock. Soon, the space Sopon was activated in the distance. One after another, visible spatial ripples rippled over. Wow! Gao Gong took off his shirt, revealing a strong body that perfectly met the aesthetics of the rich woman, and pushed hard. Chapter 1252. As an absorber of the space fruit, any attack in space will miss for Wirewai, so he can release the Sopon. Because the Sopon, a microscopic weapon that controls the change of particles, is used on the first-level species, it is an instant kill effect, and it is also an instant kill effect on the second-level species. Only when it is used on the third-level species, it cannot be killed instantly for the time being, but it will also have a debuff of continuous blood loss and skill seal. Especially for the space Sopon, in addition to continuous blood loss and skill seal, it also has a negative effect of space disorder. The reason for creating the space version is said to be to prevent some low-level civilization swordsmen, such as a guy named Zhang Beihai, from sensing something wrong in advance when the Sapon destroys the planetary civilization, and running away with the fleet at the speed of light. If the space-type Sapon is used, large-scale space folds will be generated within the star system. At this time, some low-level civilization swordsmen will not be able to act alone. And this kind of intelligent particle with physical rules adjustment and space fold effect is a natural lock-picking tool. Wirewide looked into the distance and saw a naked figure in the center of the fold. The space folds like mountains and seas collided with the terrifying biomagnetic field on the opponent's body, as if a cannon was hitting him, showing a high-intensity energy reaction. Wow, you are an extraordinary boss, almost as capable as our predecessor. What predecessor? I have a predecessor? Captain Shrek, you don't even know which universe you are from? JR451 universe. In my universe, there is no Captain Shrek, only Lord Stringer and His Excellency the Mechanical Overlord. Oh my god, in your universe, those spacesuits haven't rebelled yet? Rebellion? What are you talking about? Lord Stringer's loyalty to His Highness, the Mechanical Overlord, is clear to all. Be careful, or I will hang you in the space dimension with string weapons. You? Since he was liberated from the quantum state, Velvy has been very silent, looking extremely autistic. In the past, he was actually very happy to chat with people, especially the group of Scourge warriors, who especially liked to listen to his nonsense. And the reason why his personality changed drastically. It's not because he suffered a mental blow. But Velvy from different universes, self-proclaimed, often came to visit, and they would chat for a long time. He couldn't talk about everything in his head, so he naturally didn't care about the outside. Sometimes, when several Velvets come to visit together, they can chat by themselves. This keeps his mind in a chat room mode. No matter how much a person loves to chat, he will become autistic if he stays in this mode for a long time. And he can't confirm for the time being whether these Velvets are caused by the quantum collapse effect or his own hallucinations, similar to the cyberpsychosis mentioned by those little disasters. He decided to observe it again. And he also thinks that listening to himself in different universes talking about their different experiences is quite interesting. The Master Stringer of your universe actually betrayed. Velvet of JR451 universe was very shocked when he heard this. The Stringers in your place didn't rebel, so what are they doing now? The original Velvet asked casually in his heart. Of course, they are helping the Mechanical Overlord to build the 131st mechanical star. Oh, that's great. The original Velvet responded, and suddenly had an idea, and looked at another version of Velvet. This version of Velvet had a similar experience to his own. He was also recruited by the Shrek group, and became a middle-level cadre of the Star Pirate group. He was also hunted down by the civilized army. However, in this version, the civilized army was not a coalition of civilized forces such as the Gallons and the Myrdas, but the Stringer army. That's right, this version of Shrek, under the surveillance of the Stringer, actually escaped from the black hole by himself. You told me before that besides the black hole string space, the line controller has several other string spaces, right? Of course, without these civilization assets, how could our Shrek group grow rapidly? That's great. Tell me the coordinates of the other string spaces. I go and see if it's true. Although I think this is a bit nonsense, but if it's true, then he's going to get rich. Gao Gong really doesn't know about Wei Erwei's self-entertainment and self-entertainment. He is concentrating on enjoying the smart sun massage, which is evenly distributed from the inside to the outside, from the particle layer to the space, so that every cell of your body, even every magnetic field, can be perfectly matched. Of course, if this kind of enjoyment is replaced by other third-level species, a large number of people will die. That's why Gao Gong went up first. He had to ensure that when the Smart Sun activated the species lock, the strength would not kill the player. It's out! It's out! With Gao Gong's soul-stirring scream, a layer of space film visible to the naked eye quickly took shape the next moment. This is the species lock, and it is also the space version. Gao Gong first tried to use the shape fruit, and his figure turned into various strange shapes, but the space film also switched seamlessly, whether it was solid, liquid, gas, molecular, or even a certain field, it could achieve perfect wrapping, and the effect was comparable to the seamless version of Durex Pramax. Gao Gong tried to use the gravity fruit again, and this time it had a significant effect. As the gravity frequency changed at a high speed, it induced the space magnetic field to change, causing wrinkles on this film. He felt that if the gravity fruit was developed to more than 80%, it would be possible to break free from the species lock with a high probability. Gao Gong's current fruit development level is 71%. If the damage is completely ignored, such as the human body transformation rate dropping a few points, it is also possible to try to break the species lock. But this is unnecessary. It seems that the species lock that claims to seal all evolution is not omnipotent, at least it can't seal carbon-based fruits. But it is indeed necessary to use it. Gao Gong opened his palm and showed the main body of the space clamp. Although it is called a big clamp, this controlled level 4 civilization weapon gives people the feeling of a palm-sized black line. With a thought, 1 million biological energy is injected. The next moment, this black line suddenly expanded 10,000 times, and the length of the line could reach the length of an ordinary starship. Not only was the space torn apart without any hindrance, Gao Gong clearly felt that even time disappeared for a millisecond. A creepy feeling arises spontaneously. Has it reached the level of interfering with time and space? In the eyes of some cosmic control organizations, such as the Space and Time Administration, if you simply destroy space, there is actually no problem, because the repairability of space is very strong. If it really doesn't work, it will just turn into a black hole. Anyway, there are so many black holes in the universe, and you can create one. If you simply interfere with time, it is actually okay. Compared with the chain reaction caused by destroying space, interfering with the timeline will only bring you bad luck, and generally will not affect others. But if your interference is time and space, then the trouble is very big. Time and space disorder is like a little butterfly. You don't know whether a small change here will cause unpredictable effects on other galaxies, or even galaxy clusters. Gao Gong rushed the biological energy to the first level of 10 million. I think it's almost done. The next moment, the black line suddenly stretched out, and where it stretched out, a large amount of material flow was directly swallowed by it. The subfort next to it turned into material particles, and disappeared without any resistance. The space membrane on Gao Gong's body resisted for a moment, but it didn't hold up, and it was torn apart very smoothly. With Gao Gong, he was sucked into the black line. The effect was too strong. What Gao Gong didn't know was that he was conducting a control-level spacetime experiment here, and an uninvited guest also came in the Alpha constellation of the long-necked whale. Of course, calling him an uninvited guest is a derogatory term. In fact, he is proof. Chapter 1253. Coordinates of the main universe determined. Multiverse tunnel under construction. Construction completed. Time-space shuttle tunnel number 6710281. Starting point, 992th Cosmic Branch. Target, main universe. Quad Galaxy Cluster, Robert Stringer Galaxy. Third star, resource planet Alpha Narwhal. Time consumed, 131 public planet years. Time-space points consumed exceed the reimbursement limit of time-space agent. Level 5. Whether to exchange with seniority. A toothache sounded. Exchange. Consume 131 public planet years to complete the time consumption required for time-space shuttle. I wish you a happy vacation in the main universe. Additional explanation. Considering that you have a record of demerit punishment in the 3 cosmic branches, please abide by the law during your vacation in the main universe. Otherwise, I will exile you to the primitive planet to chop wood. The roar of the lion in Hedong suddenly sounded like a thunder. Gavri rubbed his ears and grinned. Wait until the communicator is turned off before he dares to whisper. You are just a space-time alien, yet you dare to point fingers at me? Don't forget who rescued you. Without me, your timeline would have been gone. This is a typical humanoid species, but he is not a carbon-based creature. In fact, there are not many carbon-based species in the Space-Time Administration, mainly because these big muscles can easily damage the space-time shuttle device when performing carbon-based fusion. So when selecting space-time agents, they tend to choose those with softer bodies. Gavri has a very soft body. Because his body is a fluid creature, his body material is similar to blue liquid silicone, and there is golden gravel flowing inside, which is space-time powder. His head is relatively round, and his eyes are large and bright. His eyes are not ordinary colors, but deep blue. When he focuses on the perception related to time, complex golden patterns will appear in his eyes, like the dial of an ancient clock. Gaffer's big eyes swept around, and soon locked on the resource planet below. Let me see which idiot ruined my vacation, and forced me to come back to work overtime in the main universe. Around Gaffer's eyes, golden patterns related to time appeared, and the surrounding scene seemed to have pressed the rewind button, and the playback speed was very fast. Although the technology of some ascended civilizations is strong enough to modify historical records. But if it is really an ascended civilization, he will have to be crazy to come here. Soon, the picture was frozen at the part where Gao Gong fought the Supreme and manifested the Son of God. Strange, how come a high-dimensional species that I have never seen has both dimensional characteristics and physical characteristics? It's so rare. Gavri finally understood why his alarm went off. If it only has one of the two characteristics, the time-space alarm will not have any reaction. But if the two are integrated, the physical layer and the dimensional layer resonate, it will create an effect similar to time-space travel and universe smuggling. At this time, he must come to check it out. After figuring out this oolong, Gavri had the urge to curse again. Why don't you resonate with any other time-space branch? You have to resonate with my branch, and you have to resonate with the main universe. Do you know that the timeline of the main universe is the most strictly controlled, and you can't even go through the back door? You can only use your years of service to exchange time. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Gavri was even angrier. He decided to go to the person involved to ask for compensation under the name of the Spacetime Administration. Commonly known as extortion, this trick doesn't work on the Ascended civilization, and he didn't dare to use it because those Ascended monsters really dared to tie him up and take him to the headquarters. The headquarters had to make an example of him, but this is obviously not an Ascended civilization. So his figure flashed, as if crossing space, and he came to the inside of the planet. With one step, the golden sand in his body swayed. He walked around the entire planet. It took only 1 millisecond. In the next millisecond, he came to the Zerg mine, stuffing the intact Zerg ore into his pocket while talking to himself. If you're not at home, that's a bit troublesome. Although he is an old hand, he can't ask for extortion from irrelevant people. He still has some integrity. Forget it, since we're here, let's get a location. So he took out an old-fashioned telephone-style space-time communicator, found an old acquaintance in the space management department, and spent about a ton of Zerg ore to get a space location. Space Management Bureau. Space management. That naturally can be both time-based and space-based. Although in the eyes of many advanced civilizations, this unit is just a drunk driving inspection unit. It's in the 4-star, not far away. Let's go and take a look. He controls a resource planet. This guy must be rich. He's done with eating and taking, now he's going to get some. Boss, are you okay? After playing mahjong with 3 velvets, the genuine velvet finally realized that his boss was still working. So he relied on the space fruit and broke into the space storm that had not yet completely disappeared. Apart from the space storm, there was no debris at all on this scale close to an astronomical unit, from small signal particles to large meteorite satellites, empty, nothing. As for the subfortress, there was no trace of it at all. It was because he mastered the space fruit that Wirewire could truly feel the power of this space destruction. To be frank, even if he developed the space fruit to 100%, he might not be able to do this. Being able to clean up the space to this point is infinitely close to quantum collapse. It means that the space is completely collapsed and then rebuilt, similar to flashing. In the center of the space storm, a figure stood on the spot, with cracks from head to toe, but these cracks were healing rapidly. At this moment, the senior engineer was constantly extracting space fluid from the space fluid purifier. In the center of the storm, the space fluid was extremely clean and did not even need to be purified. In Wirewire's eyes, the boss's fingers were like a flexible pianist, extracting space fluid while refining mechanical parts. His skills were close to Taoism. Soon, a mechanical space equipment was manufactured. Name: Space Vibrator. Category: Space Medical Equipment. Quality: Level 3 Excellent. Transformation Rate Requirement: 0. Compatibility Requirement: 0. Attack Power: 0. Additional Attributes: None. Additional Modules: Space Vibration Module, Basic Function, 100%, Space Tearing Module, Basic Function, 100%, Space Vibration Module. Through the processing of the space data model, create space vibration and activate the species lock body. Space Tearing Module. Through the space magnetic field effect, create annihilation reaction and tear the species lock. Note: an excellent functional space equipment. In terms of space model manufacturing and artificial annihilation reaction, it has achieved the goal of reducing the threshold and developing the performance to the limit. The system is still insightful. Senior engineer nodded secretly. The biggest feature of this equipment is not its excellent level. It is that there is no equipment requirement below the excellent level. This is its strongest point. It is also the point that senior engineer is most satisfied with. Theoretically, first-level players can also use it. And it can be built thanks to the 2 professional knowledge chains that Deep Web has recently evolved. Machine-wise. Advanced Space Theory. Chapter 1254. At that time, Senior Engineer and Ms. Shenwang got a total of 5 professional knowledge chains from the black hole. But only 2 of them were complete, and for the remaining 3, they only collected 1 professional knowledge because they were worried about alarming the spacesuits. In the body-wise, space AI was obtained, which is a basic knowledge of producing space-type artificial intelligence by adjusting parameters. If a series of technologies can be developed from this, it can essentially simulate or even replace the Myrta People's unmanned star armor army, and it does not even need telekinesis AI. Similarly, string theory was obtained in advanced space theory, and string theory belongs to the core knowledge in this knowledge chain because it studies quantum space. And the core of the stringer civilization, the string of the stringer, is most likely it. But it is precisely because of its advanced level that there is not enough basic technology and basic theory, so this basic theory can only be shelved. Fortunately, there is the bug of the civilization evolution device. Not long ago, Ms. Deepweb woke up, and with a wave of her hand, there were two complete chains of professional knowledge. Advanced space theory, the folding and collapse of space, the transformation of high-dimensional and low-dimensional, parallel universes and multiple realities, quantum space and high-dimensional world, are all in this chain of knowledge. Through the continuous and in-depth development of some basic technologies, you will see one, or even countless worlds you have never seen before. This professional knowledge chain is divided into 8 professional knowledge. String theory, high-dimensional space, low-dimensional space, dimensional expansion, space-time transformation theory, topological space, bubble technology, primary wormhole technology. Compared with the profoundness and complexity of advanced space theory, machine intelligence is much simpler, at least in terms of description. Artificial intelligence is not exclusive to mechanical species, nor can it only be silicon-based materials, semiconductors, and optoelectronic devices. It can be more. The nervous system of carbon-based organisms can produce the central processing system of artificial intelligence. The signal conversion of virtual systems can transform endless AI descendants, and the circuit connection of energy life can create superspace computers in each dimension, and even weave the timeline into a time computer. Whether it is biological systems, machinery, energy, space, chemical elements, or even stranger hardware directions, artificial intelligence can be created. This is the technological development of this knowledge chain. Of course, since it is a machine intelligence, its main development direction is still the two major blocks of inorganic and organic. This professional knowledge chain also splits into 8 professional knowledge. Carbon-based AI, mechanical AI, energy AI, virtual AI, space AI, hardware simulation, intelligent material development, quantum algorithm. In Wirewise eyes, the miraculous mechanical creation is actually the result of Gao Gong using the 3 professional knowledge of space AI, hardware simulation, and quantum algorithm, plus the energy knowledge in the professional knowledge chain of elementary application of galaxy energy, repeatedly brushing out hundreds of space mechanical drawings, and selecting more than a dozen of them, and then using the transformation ability of the mechanic to integrate these drawings into one, and then creating this space vibrator. Give it a try. Gao Gong was too lazy to show off in front of Velvy, an interstellar illiterate. In fact, he had enjoyed the treatment of a genius mechanic countless times on his trumpet chuck. Velvy didn't understand the charm of this super creation, and couldn't flatter him, so he could only honestly enter this machine that looked a bit like an upright sleeping cabin. The next moment, the sleeping cabin itself began to spin wildly, and the space ripples fluctuated regularly. They did not spread out, but transformed into each other. The speed of this transformation was much slower than that of the Sapon, but fortunately the effect was very peaceful and not fierce. And when the Sapon space membrane was analyzed, the next moment, a ray of light that seemed to be able to split the space flashed by. For this part of the attack module, Gao Gong referred to the space clamp, a 4th-level civilization weapon. However, it does not need to be so long-lasting, the range does not need to be so large, and the power does not need to be so fierce. It only needs to reach the strength that can tear the space membrane in an instant. This can still be created through the 3rd-level space technology. This is also the biggest reason why Gao Gong chose the mechanic civilization. Because it can really create anything. After the species lock was cut, Wirewise momentum suddenly soared, from the original 84-level breakthrough, directly to the 90-level max. At this moment, he is also the second 3rd-level full-level NPC in the camp besides Gao Gong. If this point is still within Gao Gong's expectations, then the next one is beyond Gao Gong's expectations. The cut space membrane not only did not dissipate, but was directly sucked into the body of the red-skinned old star thief, and the space fluid overflowed in the opponent's pores, sticking together to form a kind of membrane armor. Under this membrane armor, the opponent's skin and flesh began to rot, his body quickly became thin, and his bones were cold. And the strength of this membrane armor went straight to the species locked just now. Huh? This? Gao Gong raised his eyebrows and glanced at the camp panel. He saw that the opponent's fruit development degree jumped from a pitiful single digit to a double digit, and it was still rising at an abnormal speed: 31%, 32%, 33%, 34%, 45%, 46%, 47%, 61%, 62%. Gao Gong quickly found the reason. The quantum state transformation behind the opponent's name did not disappear, but turned into quantum state evolution. Name: YRY, quantum evolution, level 90 max. Basic attributes: boss template, blue blood demon, star pirate king, Shrek remnant, quantum life, evolving. After exploring a black hole once, this guy's luck is a bit over the top. He even got one more boss template. And quantum life is a very advanced spatial life form. At least when entering a black hole again, Gao Gong doesn't need to risk physical escape. He can just let this old guy go directly. Not only black holes, but also quantum space, advanced dimensions, and space-time bubbles. This bloodline is simply a map exploration artifact. Gao Gong can be sure that the Void Dwellers have 100% not developed a similar bloodline, otherwise it would not be so difficult to explore string space. And when YRY woke up, he was stunned by Gao Gong's first question. How many of you are in your brain now? YRY stammered a few times, and finally decided to tell the truth. At most a dozen, claiming to be from different universes. Well, serve the customers well, and try to break through 100 as soon as possible. What is the boss going to do? Do you want me to open a mahjong hall or a silver party? I can't serve so many of you. And the second sentence of the engineer Gao stunned YRY again. Have you ever considered rebuilding the Shrek pirates? Rebuild, me. YRY's eyes widened, and after a long while he said, Boss, are you kidding? The Shrek pirates back then were a monster group that could fight against civilization. The engineer Gao touched his chin and said with interest, or, you can coordinate among yourselves and hold a democratic vote to see how many YRY are willing. Chapter 1255. I agree. I agree too. I don't agree. Why do you want to rebuild the Shrek pirates? I finally defected. Damn, why is there another defector? Are you new here? No, why did you defect? Of course, it's because I stole a carbon-based fruit. Did you get it? No, I was discovered by the Shrek leader halfway through the robbery, and was beaten to death. Awesome, you can still observe even after death. There are really all kinds of people. Can you be quiet? Even an old hand like YRY is headached by this 24-hour brain chat room. He will ask his boss to make a device that can seal the quantum state. Otherwise, if this continues, he thinks he will have a split personality sooner or later. There are already too many personalities, no need to add more. TSK, when you used to watch the nebula with me, you called me little sweetie. Now the newcomer is better than the old one, call me Mrs. Wei. Brother, don't forget who helped you digest the fruit. Yes, without us, how could you digest the fruit so easily? Brother, without our digestion experience, it would be difficult for you to do this, right? Wei, stop talking immediately. Because among the Wei in different universes, there are indeed one or two who have eaten carbon-based fruits. This kind of self-teaching and experience directly made his fruit development degree exceed 80%. If it were him, without hundreds of years of experience and understanding, it would be impossible to do this. Gao Gong looked at the old star pirate with distorted features and strange and complicated expressions, and shook his head secretly. Although turning on quantum observation and infinitely observing oneself is very helpful for improving strength, after all, there are countless selves helping oneself, and there may be golden finger versions and grandfather versions among them. But he couldn't stand this mental state alone. He has a serious system. There is no need to hook up with the coquettish bitches outside, and this thing is illegal. The violation is the 5131st version of the multidimensional universe management measures approved by the 9th level civilization and implemented by the Civilization Council. The Space-Time Administration is responsible for implementation. To be honest, with the workload of the Space-Time Administration and the bureaucratic atmosphere, if you really commit a crime in a parallel universe, it may not be a problem. After all, in theory, parallel universes are endless. You can't catch them at all, but multidimensional universes, or multiverses, are different. The difference between the two is that the parallel universe is equivalent to secondary creation. As long as you don't betray the official, main universe, you can create whatever you want. But the multiverse is equivalent to a plot patch, similar to a spin-off or a personal movie. It is a branch timeline extending from the main timeline of the universe. According to the official name of the Space-Time Administration, It is called a universe branch. If you change the plot randomly, everyone in the main universe will suffer. Although 99.9% of the patches have no effect on the main universe. But if something goes wrong, it will definitely be a big deal. Therefore, the Civilization Council strictly guards against personal interference in the multiverse. Quantum state self-observation like Velvet is already a small violation, and may be banned at any time. After all, what if a ninth-order biological version of Velvet, with a desire to destroy the world, is observed and tries to cleanse the main universe? Theoretically, this is possible. Although this possibility is infinitely close to zero. But even if the possibility is low, as long as there are enough people who do the trick, you may win the lottery. But Gao Gong said it doesn't matter. After all, if the people don't report this kind of minor incident, and the officials don't investigate, the space-time agent can come over in person and fight him face to face. Hello, South Bureau of the Space-Time Administration, Agent number 9527, because you violated the 41st regulation of the Space-Time Administration's Dimension Exploration Law, you are now under personal space-time control. The next moment, the ripples of time and space rippled out at the same time, blending with each other, turning into strange green vines, growing and interweaving from the void, forming a tree-like cage, wrapping the two in it. Gabri walked out of the space tunnel in a way he thought was cool, and looked at the shocked expressions of the two people in front of him with satisfaction, especially the younger one, who looked like he had seen a ghost. Isn't your expression a bit too exaggerated? I haven't introduced myself yet. Do you know what the Space-Time Administration does? In fact, most members of low-level civilizations don't even know the Civilization Council, let alone the Space-Time Administration. At this time, he needs to give a long background introduction and show the unique space-time authority of the administration, so that people can be half believing and half doubting, and spend money to avoid disasters. But this time, Gabri made a mistake. The younger one touched his chin and said playfully, "The Space-Time Administration has a total of 361 space-time laws, none of which is called Dimension Exploration Law. The closest one is called Fourth Dimension Reset Law, but that is the dimension management method of the North Bureau. Aren't you wearing the uniform of the South Bureau?" The two of them stared at each other for a long time. After a moment of silence, Gabri said dryly, "You seem to know a lot, insiders, informants? As we all know, any organization with spy attributes generally has an informant mechanism. The Space-Time Administration naturally has a similar mechanism, and not only in the main universe, but also in the multiverse, parallel time and space, and even the same person in different timelines may be an informant developed by the administration. Yes. Gao Gong will not admit it. After all, he can really flip through historical records at will. But he can continue to tease him. Even if he is an informant, it is not your responsibility. The South Bureau is the Investigation Bureau, and only has the authority to investigate. The North Bureau is the Reset Bureau, and has the power to contact the space-time informant under emergency tasks. The question is, do you have it? Gabri. This guy in front of him knows everything, and he is in the main universe. He can't really be an informant of a big agent. But don't the informants of those big agents usually lurk in the ascended civilization? This guy looks only at level 3. Do you want to take advantage of me? Gao Gong widened his eyes, covered his chest, and looked incredulous. There are such shameless people in the Space-Time Administration. It seems that I have to report it to the higher-ups. Ahem, brother, not that, not that. Gabri quickly removed the space-time cage, and held Gao Gong's hands with enthusiasm. Family, family, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. How did you find me? You shouldn't be able to approve it through formal procedures, right? Gao Gong looked at the other party suspiciously. Although the uniforms of space-time agents look similar, they are related to different levels of space-time travel, so experienced drivers can still see the difference. The other party is most likely a level 5 agent, which is the lowest level. Such an agent cannot have the power to call people in the main universe, let alone investigate anyone he wants. After all, what if they really find out something? Well, I asked someone I know. Oh, illegal operation. Gabri felt a little panicked. He didn't believe that the other party was so experienced unless he was a veteran insider. Maybe he was a black glove level. So how much money do you plan to give me to shut me up? At this moment, Gabri had only one thought in his mind. On the contrary, Tian Gang, they actually blocked my money? Chapter 1256. That, brother, we are all family members. Who told you that I am family members? Did I say that I am from the Space-Time Administration? Gao Gong looked fearless. If you were not family members, I would have killed you 800 years ago. However, after confirming that this person was a space-time informant at the level of the Black Glove, Gaffrey really did not dare to offend him. After all, in the eyes of the top leaders, low-level agents are like weeds in the field. Wildfires cannot blow them away, and spring breezes will blow them back. I don't know how many people want to join the administration and enjoy this permanent iron rice bowl that jumps out of the timeline. But a top spacetime informant may be the monitor of an important spacetime crisis, responsible for a major event that a certain bureau chief is responsible for. The more Gaffrey thought about it, the more scared he became, and the more scared he became, the more he thought about it. A bureau chief is not someone he can afford to offend as someone who has been punished twice. If there is another punishment, I will be dismissed. When Gaffer was trying to figure out how to ease the relationship, senior engineer thought of something and said, "Even if you came to me for some reason, you can't find someone to locate me at the beginning. Did you go to the Alpha of the Longhorn Whale? With your style of taking bribes, you didn't take anything, right?" Gaffer smiled awkwardly. "Well, I saw that your mind was good, so I dug some more." Senior engineer silently stretched out his hand. Gaffer could only take out 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons. Finally, he took out 76 tons of ore and stopped, saying pitifully, "No more, really no more. I still owe someone a ton of ore otherwise. Since we hit it off at first sight, leave me 1 ton. The senior engineer poked the other's chest fiercely. "Who hits it off with you right away? And this is just a little ore? Do you know how difficult it is to grow Zerg ore? I'm afraid you have dug up all my mines." Gaffrey laughed awkwardly twice, and didn't dare to respond. Seeing that the senior engineer was still holding out his hand, he was stunned for a moment and said, "Everything I took is here. There is really nothing left. Compensation, mental loss, material loss, reputation loss, loss of work, these losses do not need compensation. You really want it?" Gaffer was about to cry. He instantly understood the mentality of the unlucky guy who was blackmailed by him. "I don't want anything else. Give me 2 time-space hourglasses. I know you can reimburse this thing, and I just happen to need it. You really know everything." After hesitating for a while, Gaffer finally took out 2 hourglasses with complex patterns. The surface of the hourglasses was full of time-space aura, but the most bizarre thing was its interior, which was golden sand like the sand of the Ganges. Name: Time-Space Hourglass. Category: Special Treasure. Quality: ####. Time function: Time-space debugging. By reversing the hourglass, the timeline will be reversed forward/backward by 10 seconds. Warning: this item is a controlled item of the Time-Space Administration, and is listed as one of the 100,000 time forbidden items. The use of each forbidden item will be registered. If it is used by non-Time-Space Administration employees, there is a certain probability that it will cause unpredictable consequences. This thing can be used in some occasions. The key is that this thing is not a black product, but an office supply distributed by the Time-Space agent Gaffer. When using it, you don't have to worry about being checked or someone taking the blame. Two more. Gao Gong said enthusiastically, "I can use it when I'm working." "Are you sure you're working?" If this thing is used in other places, such as the Civilization War, Gaffer will not be dismissed, but will be permanently exiled to the time prison. When he thought of this, he immediately regretted it. He was so foolish that he was deceived by the other party just now. Gao Gong knew what the other party was thinking at a glance, and snorted coldly. "Why, you don't even give face to the new deputy director, the Witch of Time Olga. When did Olga become the deputy director?" The other party was stunned. Olga, of course. He knew that the senior intelligence officer of the Southern Bureau also served as the director of the Spacetime Agent. She was a very strong female boss. Her excellent record was comparable to her record of destroying the timeline, so she was nicknamed the Witch of Time. But Olga was not his superior, and fortunately, she was not his supervisor, because the death rate of agents who followed this witch on missions was frighteningly high. However, considering the fact that the other party would blow up the timeline at any time, it made sense. If the person in front of him was the spy of the witch supervisor, then there was indeed inside information. But he still couldn't believe it. "Do you have evidence?" The 231st Cosmic Branch, the Time Crystal Incident, the 521st Cosmic Branch, the Time Reversal Disaster, the 611th Cosmic Branch, the Eternal Day Incident. Eternal Day was suppressed. Gaffrey's eyes widened, and the timelines around his eyes were stimulated to light up. "You know, Eternal Day is one of the top 10 time-wanted criminals in the Spacetime Administration, a high-risk spacetime will, an 8th-level creature. From parallel universe disasters to multidimensional spacetime, countless timelines have been broken and disabled, and the intelligent species killed are in units of civilizations. This wanted criminal is dead?" Gao Gong showed an unfathomable smile. Suppressing the eternal day was a classic achievement of the Witch of Time. He was still clear about the time when it happened, which was around this time. It was also because of this achievement that the agent chief was promoted to the position of deputy director. It was a pity that this person died on the Quantum Island in the late game, which made Gao Gong a little sad. In the battle against the three natural disasters, there was one less main fighter. But strictly speaking, Gao Gong and the other party were not only not comrades in arms, but also enemies. He was the key monitoring target of the other party. But when the two sides had communication, it was already the plot in the late game. At that time, the signs of the cosmic disaster became more and more obvious, and everyone was in danger. Old civilizations suddenly disappeared at any time and anywhere. And the players at that time were already being made into biological cans in batches. Although Mr. G had not been discovered yet, his situation was not much better. At that time, he was madly pursuing the 7th level of ascension and becoming a truly advanced civilization, because once promoted to the 7th level, the treatment would be completely different. He would be a real big boss, and the treatment could be compared to that of the current old man Guji. Even when facing members of the 9th level civilization, he could still take advantage of his age and pretend to be senior. However, the resources and technology required by the 7th level civilization exceeded the limit of what he could provide. So Mr. G took up his old business again, that is, selling books. But this time, he did not plan to sell books in the main universe, but planned to develop the book business to multiple time and space and parallel universes. In short, where there is a timeline, there must be his books. However, his pornography business was swept before it even started, and the one responsible for sweeping pornography was the Witch of Time. At that time, he, the leader of the 6th level civilization, fought with the opponent for several rounds, but the result was a draw. Then the opponent died, and he also traveled through time. So for the opponent, who can be said to be the second biggest enemy after the Queen of Blades, Gao Gong still focused on studying it. At least he knew what she did at which time point. And Gaffrey hesitated for a long time, and finally took out 2 time hourglasses. If what the other party said was true, it would be a loss to avoid disaster. And if what the other party said was false, then let the other party try it, what the time-space agent is best at. Travel through time and space to the timeline when the other party is still a baby, and then strangle Thanos. Wait. What are you doing again? Gaffrey was about to retreat, but was stopped by the other party again, and now he is fed up. How come there are so many scumbags in the world who are taking advantage of others, and they only want to take advantage of him? I have information about an unknown parallel universe. Are you interested? Parallel universe? Are you sure it is a parallel universe with living things? Gaffrey asked quickly. Yes, I can confirm it. The Lord of the Fake Colossus has traveled to the main universe. How could there be no living things? Why are you interested? Gaffrey looked at the other party's smiling expression, and felt like he was making a deal with the devil. Chapter 1257. The parallel universe is different from the main universe. It is equivalent to the secondary creation of the main universe. Just like most secondary creations are either of low quality or have a bad ending. There are very few parallel universes with complete settings, such as stable physical laws, endless technology trees, and a rich and grand history. Even if there are, they are closely monitored by the Space Administration. Unlike multidimensional space and time, the resources, technology, and population of the parallel universe can be seamlessly replaced by the main universe. That's why there are endless parallel universe smuggling incidents. Most of them are advanced civilizations that have discovered problems in their own place and try to get official information from the secondary creation. And generally, reaching out from the main universe to other parallel universes is a civilization experiment. Like Gao Gong's previous life selling books, it can also be regarded as a civilization experiment, an XP experiment. But this also means a strong risk, because not every law of a parallel universe is the same as that of the main universe. For example, some parallel universes are naturally dead universes, with no soil for life to survive. Not to mention ordinary life, even level 9 life will die instantly in such parallel universes. And this kind of dead universe accounts for a large proportion of parallel universes. In addition to the dead universe, there is the life universe. The only thing in common among these universes is that they have life. And each of these universes is a rich mine, even from the perspective of advanced civilizations. How big is the universe? Even if only 1/1000th of the area has resource output, it is developed. In his last life, Gao Gong wanted to create a parallel universe because the Blade Queen was chasing him, and killing people all over the world along the timeline. Gao Gong felt that it was not safe to store his civilization hardware on the timeline, so it was better to put it in a parallel universe. Because the timeline of the parallel universe is relatively independent, as long as you can't find its entrance, it is equivalent to non-existence. But until he crossed over, he didn't have this luck. Who would have thought that his luck in this life would burst, and he encountered clues to the parallel universe not long after he developed. The reason why he found this gaffer is very simple. Spacetime agents are professionals in exploring parallel universes. Moreover, with Gao Gong's current power, he can't protect a life universe. Dividing part of the profits to the Spacetime Administration Bureau, allowing this parallel universe to be registered with the Administration Bureau and attached to the official organization, can also be regarded as adding a layer of insurance. This kind of insurance is still useful even in the face of ascended civilizations. Boss, can that person really manage time and space in the universe? After Gaffrey left, Velvy, who was in shock mode, came back to his senses and asked quickly. Managing time and space, my goodness? This is too exaggerated. There is such a monster organization in the universe? This is the real monster, right? Yeah. Gao Gong played with the time and space hourglass and answered carelessly. With this thing, the threat of the Myrta people is not a threat. After all, under the ascended civilization, at most, they can only complete superluminal travel and cannot manipulate time. He thought of something and said to Velvy, by the way, if you meet similar agents in the future, keep those guys in your mind quiet, otherwise you will be deported. Velvet nodded hurriedly, and told me about the equipment he had built to prevent quantum state transformation. It's a small matter. I built it for you after I strengthened myself in seclusion. Thank you, boss. Velvet was grateful and frightened at the same time, because he could feel that the spatial fluctuations on the boss body were getting stronger and stronger. The boss was so strong, could he continue to strengthen? By the way, boss, why did the agent go back in a hurry? Velvet was worried that the other party went back to report him. Don't worry, he should be in the timeline 2 or 3 years later, and what he is going to do has nothing to do with you. If he was not sure that the senior engineer was the black glove of the Witch of Time, how could Gavry dare to cooperate with him? And the best way to authenticate the other party's identity is naturally to confirm whether the Witch of Time will be promoted to deputy director in the future. If so, everything is easy to say. Cooperating with the other party's black glove can also be regarded as connecting with the deputy director. Thinking of this, the agent even felt a little happy. Travel through the future. Wirewise smacked his lips, incomprehensible, and felt amazing. If he could travel through the past and the future at will, there would be nothing he couldn't do. In fact, traveling through the future is not as wonderful as Wirewise thought. Especially using the official tunnel of the Spacetime Administration. All the benefits of traveling through time that you can imagine, such as information asymmetry, profiteering, interfering with history, being a plagiarist, etc., have been blocked by the administration. Traveling through the future now is more like time-space travel. It is to go from the place where you are bored now to the place where you are bored in the future. The exchange of goods and information between the two sides was strictly restricted. When playing mahjong, you can shake one to come over, but that's all. Gaffer hesitated for a long time, but decided to confirm it. So he spent another 30 years of service, entered the time-space tunnel, and went to the future 3 years later. He felt that 3 years was enough to confirm the truth of this information. The golden lines around Gaffer's eyes lit up again, and the harsh sound of time collapse rang in his ears. If you go back to the headquarters, and then travel through time, the effect will be much better, at least there won't be so much time-space noise. And this new time-space technology that can travel anytime, anywhere is certainly convenient, but the technology is not mature yet, and it's very uncomfortable when traveling through time. Species like him who have their own time attributes all have this effect, so other people can't bear it at all. Even if the other party is higher than him, it's the same. Soon, Gaffer's eyes lit up, and he came to the Special Agent Department of the Time-Space Administration 3 years later. A huge space-time star map hangs high above the hall, flashing and changing constantly, showing the coordinates and trajectories of various space-time dimensions. On the walls around, huge screens update the space-time fluctuation data in real time, and numbers and graphics scroll like flowing water. As long as the red coordinates do not jump out, it means that most of the space-time is still safe. 3 years later, an old colleague saw Gaffer, and was stunned at first, and the familiar teasing began. The guy with the top sign is here. Why, you were beaten by Gaffer and fled this space-time again? Aren't you afraid that others will kill you along the timeline? Don't forget, we also have a Gaffer here. Gaffer returned a contemptuous gesture from his hometown, and then walked to the opposite side of the golden wall. Sure enough, on the reflection of the wall, A golden number was displayed above his head, which clearly marked his crossing time, crossing node, and a flowing hourglass. The time in the hourglass is the time he can stay in this space-time. What a bad taste. It's been 3 years, and the people in the development department still haven't changed the style. They look like time-space prisoners. When some time-space prisoners are sent to the headquarters, a sign will appear above their heads, which will also show the specific timeline and universe branch. The style is the same. It's just that it's red. Why change it? Are you guilty? A familiar voice sounded. Chapter 1258. This voice is quite familiar. It is basically his own voice, but it is changed into a female voice with an electronic tuner. This is the accent. Gaffrey turned his head and saw Gaffrey. Big eyes, the same golden eye pattern, and almost the same body shape. If it were not for the slightly soft facial features, it would be a copy. Unfortunately, this is not a copy, but a time-space heterotopic body. The relationship between the two is probably that in a certain time-space lurking mission, due to the mission requirements, Gaffrey had to find a local insider, and the insider must be professional and reliable. At that time, he had a brilliant idea, that is, in that timeline, he would develop himself into his own offline, that would be fine. However, there was a subtle problem during the period, that is, Gaffrey in this timeline was actually Gaffrey, a female version. Although this is a bit fucked up, it does not hinder work. After all, doing time-space missions, traveling back and forth, encountering more fucked up things. The problem is that the senior agent leading the team this time is Ms. Olga, the Witch of Time who blows up the timeline at any time. Then, in order to completely eliminate the time and space fugitives, this person started the routine operation and blew up the timeline. But the problem is that if a timeline is blown up, all the lives on this timeline will die, including this Gaffrey. Facing the female version of himself, Gaffrey was soft-hearted for once, and found a bunch of people to help, and even took a punishment, so he pulled this person out of the timeline and gave her the identity of a temporary employee. Then, Gaffer felt like he had found a mother for himself. What's even more fucked up is that this female version of himself probably mutated and had excellent abilities. She quickly became a regular agent from a temporary employee, then a level 5 agent, a level 4 agent, and a level 3 agent. When she was a level 3 agent, she was appreciated by a female deputy director, who transferred her from a field post to an administrative post, and became the leader of the space-time team that monitors several timelines, just one step away from being a supervisor. The feeling of mother became more and more serious as the other party's level continued to rise. Gaffer's head hurt when he saw her now. Sister, we have already settled our grievances. Don't stare at me all the time. Hee, you can say this to you in 3 days. Without my mediation, you can see if you can get through the third punishment. Gaffer said coldly. Gaffer was stunned. What did I do? I didn't do anything. Oh, I did it 3 days later. What did I do 3 days later? How did I almost get punished? You know, for a unit like the Space-Time Administration, as long as you don't violate the space-time laws, it's still difficult to get a serious demerit. After all, this thing is linked to dismissal. He suddenly felt itchy and wanted to figure it out, but his space-time alter ego already knew his thoughts and said straight to the point. If you want to violate the confidentiality regulations of the Bureau, I can't make up for your demerit. Gaffrey's expression changed, and his arrogance burst out. He knelt on the ground with his legs, and said with deep affection, Sister, I was wrong. You must help me, we are half-siblings. Seeing the other party being so shameless, Gaffrey couldn't help but sarcastically say, You were even more shameless 3 years ago than you are now. Hee, doesn't that mean I've made progress? Gaffrey didn't plan to ask outsiders anymore. Although the other party was getting more and more like a mother, she was still one of his own after all. So he pulled the other party to a corner, winked and whispered, Well, I have something to ask you. Didn't they say they were going to elect a new deputy director recently? Has it been elected? Is that why you traveled here? No, I was just strolling around. This doesn't count as a violation of the confidentiality agreement, right? After all, the selection of deputy directors is open, and after the selection, all timelines must be notified. I just know a little bit in advance. Is it the Witch of Time? Why, did you make a bet with someone? How do you know it's Ms. Olga? Gaffrey let out a long breath and muttered to himself. It's really her, no wonder. My time is almost up. It's gone. You were nagging like this 3 years ago, and you are still nagging like this 3 years later. Your menopause has lasted for a long time. After receiving the news, Gaffer once again regained his arrogance, waved his hand, and directly emptied the time and space hourglass. The scene in front of him was pulled away, and Gaffer could not even hear what Gaffer opened his mouth to say. Gaffer saw the other party's figure instantly turn into light and disappeared, and he could not even hear what he wanted to say to him. Idiot who only cares about the beginning and not the end. Gaffer gritted his teeth and cursed. Isn't that Gaffer? He is a busy man in our company, a time and space team leader, who happened to come back from a timeline said in surprise. Yes, he is the only level 5 agent who has repeatedly alarmed all the directors in the past few years. Another one also laughed. Gaffer forced a smile, went back to her office, and took out a stack of archive files from the encrypted cabinet. Origin Universe Incident, Doubtful, Old World Lord Incident, For Ascension Civilizations Failed Ascension Incident, Natural Disaster Investigation, Player. There are several similar files. And the reason why it fell on her head. A big reason is that these incidents are all related to Gaffer. This person is already in a quantum superposition state of meritorious service/trouble. Even several deputy directors don't know how to characterize it. And just now, I wanted to take a risk and secretly remind him not to get too close to someone who knew he slipped away faster than anyone else. Gaffer folded the documents, and on the first page was the trouble that the other party was about to cause. Investigation on the loss of standard weapons of the Spacetime Administration Bureau. If it weren't for me, then what was written on it would probably be another beginning. Review report on the Spacetime agents reselling Spacetime weapons and participating in the conflict of civilizations. You run really fast. Gaffer leaned back in the chair, feeling that she had been worrying about the other party for some time. What are you talking about? Who came just now? A familiar face smiled and poked out a head, but there was no number on the head. What are you doing here? Gaffer suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Hee, that big sister, I have a small favor to ask you for help. It's about a friend of mine. This friend has committed some crimes, but he has made meritorious contributions and is a time hero. And you know him? His name is G. Gal Gong naturally didn't know what Gaffer did when he returned to the Spacetime Administration Bureau. But as long as the other party doesn't dare to confront the Witch of Time in person, he won't be exposed. Even if he confronts the Witch of Time and is found to be a fake, he is not completely unable to make up for it if the Witch of Time comes to him. Because although this witch is ruthless and decisive in killing people at work, she has privately adopted many orphans who lost their homes due to time and space disasters. Many of these orphans were handled by her time and space ectoplasm. He can recognize his mother on the spot. Chapter 1259. Gaffer couldn't imagine what he would be doing 3 years later. Gaffer couldn't imagine what big things Gaffer would be preparing to do 3 years later. And Gaffer 3 years later probably couldn't imagine that Mr. G and the Witch of Time were not agents and informants, but potential mother-son relationships. This is similar to the relationship between him and his space-time body. And Gal Gong didn't think about anything, just adding points blindly. In the previous Void War, Gal Gong activated the Horus bloodline and the Nock bloodline successively, resulting in a significant increase in basic attributes, among which agility, endurance, and perception all exceeded 2,000. According to the convention that every time the basic attribute breaks through the 1,000 mark, the system will give a super prize. If 3 break through 1,000, Gal Gong can draw 3 4th-level talents or 4th-level skills. However, there was a chastity lock before. It was locked by the species lock, which made it impossible to improve skills. Now that the species lock has been broken, the situation is naturally clear. But Gal Gong also considered it. If before, he didn't have many offensive skills, then after developing 2 kinds of Battle Maniac bloodlines, especially the Battle Maniac boss template of Hand of Nock, which comes with more than 1,000 3rd-level combat skills, his offensive skills burst at once, and combined with the 100 million degree divine weapon of Liang Longji, basically it can kill instantly within the 3rd level. Even if it is Shrek, who has eaten 5 carbon-based fruits and failed to ascend. If he really wants to fight against himself, then Gal Gong is sure to kill him. There is no way to deal with the attack power being too strong. If the combat skills are satisfied, then you can only choose other directions. However, the 2 carbon-based fruits of his family solved most of the problems. With the gravitation fruit, he basically didn't need to consider large-scale skills. And with the shape fruit, he didn't need to consider various debuffs. As he developed, Gal Gong gradually discovered that this fruit was actually an anti-debuff artifact. After going around in circles, it was the Horus boots that reminded him. Your health is too low. As a candidate for the Horus Kings, you are very unqualified. The strength of the Horus Kings is based on a terrifying physique. Why can they fight with the evil gods of the universe for hundreds and thousands of years, even countless epochs, and finally tear the evil gods apart in the boundless and endless chaos? Their strongest point is not their attack power, but their terrifying physique. Your health is too low, kid. Galgong took a look at his own health. Bio HP 1421627/1421627. Mechanical HP 0/1333827. Gray, not a small amount. I have 2 tubes of HP. And 1,000,000 HP is at least the top level of the 3rd level. But Galgong thought about it, and realized that what the other party said was right. From the perspective of a level 90 boss, his HP is not small, he can be called a blood cow. But from the perspective of a level 3 civilization leader, it is indeed not much. He belongs to the kind of civilization leader that can be killed by a chop. And this kind of civilization leader is often the ultimate target of interstellar assassins. Thinking of this, Galgong felt a slight chill in his neck. Then, there is only one choice: transform. Big Muscle Tyrant. You get the 4th level talent Meat Tyrant. You get the 4th level skill Light Speed Blood Recovery Magic. You get the 4th level skill Void Microcosm. The 3 skills don't sound serious, but the effects are all very powerful. Meat Tyrant. Level 4 talent Bio HP plus 10 million. This talent is simple, direct, and domineering. Galgong's Bio HP has an extra 1 in front of it. Bio HP 11421627/11421627. Galgong felt like he had eaten 10 million Big Macs in an instant. This feeling was so real that he had a strong urge to vomit. And the origin of this level 4 talent is also very abstract. Meat Tyrant is not a super bloodline, nor a transformation skill. It is actually a kind of food. And it is a meat food that has quickly become popular in the interstellar world. It can be fried, boiled, and roasted, and it almost suits the taste of all meat eaters. What's more amazing is that it is actually an environmentally friendly food, a renewable meat pie. A palm-sized piece of meat pie can be repeatedly regenerated millions of times as long as it is not eaten up. It is simply the meat of meat eaters' dreams. Countless interstellar biologists wanted to study the principle of repeated regeneration, but they were unsuccessful until an expert from an ascended civilization discovered the strangeness of this Meat Tyrant meat patty and took it to the civilization for research. The result of the research was the 4th level talent Meat Tyrant. After lighting up this talent, in addition to the nausea of eating 10 million Big Macs in an instant, I also felt that the blood volume of 10 million hamburgers accumulated in my body. Is this the source of 10 million blood volume? The universe is so big that there are really all kinds of wonders. Compared with this, the Light Speed Blood Recovery Divine skill is a simple 4th level skill. But it links blood volume with exercise. Light Speed Blood Recovery skill. Level 4 entering the sublight speed combat state. Blood volume recovery is increased by 100%. Light speed combat state. Blood volume recovery is increased by 1000%. Entering the super light speed combat state. Blood volume recovery is increased by 1000%. Asterisk light speed multiple. Upper limit 100 times. The skill is very good, but this 100 times is a bit abstract. Because if you really enter the light speed mode, you can actually interfere with time and space in a preliminary way. If it is a simple light speed voyage, it is okay. After all, it will not stay in one space coordinate. But if it is a light speed battle, let alone 100 times, as long as it is a battle of 10 times the speed of light, the people of the space and time administration will definitely rush up like they have their pants pulled. This is the main universe. The territory of the 6-9 level civilizations. If you dare to mess up time and space, it is equivalent to making trouble when the leader is inspecting. This will definitely be severely punished. So generally, battles of this level are resolved in multidimensional universes, or even in parallel universes. After all, the worst result is nothing more than interrupting a timeline and perishing together. It's best to die. They are all troubles. Galgong calculated that he could only enter the light speed mode for a short period of time, and if his various blood volume recovery is added together, he can recover about 1 million blood volume within 1 second. Before the Meat Tyrant talent, it is probably an instant full blood recovery. This is actually not an exaggeration, because if you really want to fight at the speed of light, 1 second is actually a long time. As for the last skill, the Void Microcosm, it is actually a shield skill, and its power is between the 3rd level Tyrant body and the Subsingularity Particle body, 4th level. The effect is also between the two. It is neither an offensive skill nor a life-saving skill. Although it is not used many times, it is more than enough to support a battle. Void Microcosm, Level 4 usually connect consciousness with the universe void, evolve the space law, simulate the space bubble model, release it in battle, create a full defense space bubble, defense value, consciousness *1000, quantity *5. Usage conditions. Advanced Void Bloodline / Talent *1, consciousness greater than 5,000 points. Although the microcosm looks exaggerated, it is actually a space bubble. And this skill mechanism is also very special. It is usually stored and released in battle. It is between the 4th level combat skills and void talents. Gao Gong scanned the introduction, and found that it was indeed a skill that simulated a high-level void bloodline effect. Most likely it was developed by a member of an ascended civilization. With Gao Gong's consciousness, the defense of the space bubble created can reach 10 million. 5 air bubbles means a defense value of 50 million, and it is the kind that is instant. If used well, it is indeed a life-saving skill. Even if it encounters a planetary cannon or a star destroyer cannon, it can hold on for half a while, and then find an opportunity to run away. Senior Engineer was very satisfied with these 3 fourth-order abilities. As expected, it is a product of the system, so it must be a top-notch product. Chapter 1260. In the Nanchaman star system, a fleet of players that had just suppressed a mechanical rebellion. In the cabin, the players were jubilant and proud, showing off their spoils everywhere. Although the second-level Omnic army produced only second-level machine parts, all of these parts were high quality, much stronger than some third-level blanks, and the equipment requirements were much lower than the third level. As for the 1% attribute added to the Omnic crisis behind the parts, it was ignored by the players. It doesn't matter, it's just a rebellion. If you are really tempted, just treat it as a benefit for your brothers. And you don't have to use it for your own people. Sell it on the interstellar black market, and there will be many buyers vying for it. As for the buyer's camp, what should we do if a mechanical revolution is launched? Please look here. The Cybertron Legion is ruthless and taciturn. They specialize in high-difficulty games. The more money they have, the better they can fight. This time, the rebellion was so smooth, thanks to you 2 monks, a player side, looking at the 2-player monks. Shenmue, Yin Chanzi. Although these 2 are both cyber monks, their forms are completely different. Shenmue has been transformed into a fire machine. Except for the still smooth metal bald head and more than 30 brain-computer interfaces on the bald head, and hundreds of heavy weapons all over his body, he doesn't look like a monk who saves all living beings. Of course, he has his own saying, Namo Energy Cannon Bodhisattva, 6 pure dark matter bullets, 1 breath 3,600 turns, great compassion to save the world. He takes the physical salvation route. The other smiling little monk had a completely different appearance. There was not a single trace of transformation on his body. He was just like the legendary Bianji, handsome and always smiling. Only when his eyes moved, a hint of virtual fluctuations flashed by. These 2 monks often team up to complete tasks. Because of their different appearances, they are jokingly called a science monk and a liberal arts monk, or an external monk and an internal monk. The reason why this mission went smoothly was that these 2 monks, as insiders, directly mixed into the army of the intelligent machine crisis and found the opponent's mechanical base Zion, a huge mechanical city built underground on the planet, with a powerful production capacity of 100,000 second-level rebel troops per day. It is said that this huge mechanical city was originally built to match the mother city. It is actually designed to accommodate the host of Lolita, if the main body of this person is rescued. In order to disintegrate this huge mechanical city, tens of thousands of players downloaded the game together. They were assigned tasks, and invaded from both the virtual and hardware levels. It took a lot of effort to disintegrate Zion, and sink this huge mechanical city into the core of the lava earth. In order to achieve this, the players were wiped out several times, and the battle was very tragic. In the end, in order to disintegrate the giant city, several players blew up their space weapons. Now these players who got carried away are very regretful. But most of the players are very satisfied. And the task chain of suppressing the intelligent machine crisis has reached nearly 1,000 rings. The many task links and rich rewards make them very happy. By the way, you 2 machine monks led us into Zion. Is it considered a machine trader? A carbon-based player suddenly said. Donor, do you want the old monk to help you with your physical body? The science monk Shenmue glanced at the other party, and the powerful mechanical force field he emitted rushed towards him, shocking the other party's face pale. Tell the other party clearly that he is not easy to mess with. Among the mechanical players, this one is rare. With the mechanical energy of the mechanical body, he can suppress the biological energy of the carbon-based players in the state of 3 carbon-based fusion. A flat attack is equivalent to the opponent's explosion. No one knows the reason. It is said that this is an adventure he encountered during the novice village. Another liberal arts monk smiled but said nothing. Okay, still want to fight. Aren't there enough machines for you to chop? Yes, if you really want to fight, make an appointment to go to the Red Planet to fight happily, and avoid losing the goodwill of the camp. Under the persuasion of other players, the two players did not have the desire to really fight. Shinmu also closed his eyes, turning the depleted uranium Buddhist beads in his hand with his fingers, and pretending to chant the sutra. The players soon talked about other topics. And Ian Chanzi also received a communication from a familiar hacker player. Monk, how did you do it? What are you asking, benefactor? Stop talking nonsense, you know what I am asking. So many hackers have not programmed a third-level antivirus software to disintegrate the Onic virus. You can actually enter Zion in the flesh. How did you do it? Haha, monks do not tell lies. Since the benefactors did not do it, then the monk naturally did not do it. Damn, you monks do not tell the truth, even I lied. The other party hung up the communication angrily. Ian Chanzi smiled and shook his head, his eyes moved, and the Onic virus flashed in his eyes. The monk really did not lie. But no one stipulates that if you are infected with the Onic virus, you must go against the camp. Ian Chanzi silently glanced out the window, suppressing the desire to purify a cabinet of carbon-based species, and decompose these desires into models, and then suppress them with another self-made large model. He even thought of the name of this large model. It's called Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. The senior brother next to him actually has similar means, but he uses his own mechanical blueprint to create a hardware suppression method. And that mechanical blueprint is called Vajra Demon Body. The core of this mechanical Buddha body is a Vajra meditation host system. It is a planet host blueprint, incomplete version, that he got from the camp at a great cost and modified it. Ordinary players are still in the mode of upgrading equipment and physical transformation. Excellent players have begun to combine the blueprint system and camp technology to find their own way. Soon, the content discussed by the players attracted the attention of the two monks. That is, the camp is about to unlock the level cap. For some old players, this move is not unfamiliar. New maps and unlocking new world levels are not only commonplace for online game players, but also for two-dimensional players. They are even complacent because they guess the planning ideas. But for both Ian Chanzi and Shinmu, they could vaguely feel that a thin film was covering them, and no matter what means they used, they could not detect it. In this game, there is no so-called secret modification of attributes. Even if there is, it is the result of a higher-level technological dimensionality reduction attack. So, the camp actually encountered a very strong enemy. However, other players did not have such complicated thoughts. They happily handed in the task, and then happily lined up in a long line. One after another, they broke through the level blockade. The space vibrator was about to turn smoke. And the players who broke the level lock ran away in a hurry without saying a word. This made the players who just returned a little stunned. Why are you in such a hurry? Are there any new tasks? One player grabbed an old acquaintance and asked, "What's wrong with you, brother? What are you in such a hurry to do?" "Fighting. What else can I do?" "Who are you fighting?" "Which boss are you fighting?" "The head boss of our camp, Lao Ji." Chapter 1261. Gao Gong doesn't like the title of Boss Boss, because he doesn't know whether it's Boss Boss or Boss Boss. The former is too wild, and the latter is too worldly. But for some reason, players like this title more and more, and G-Boss is called less and less. It's a pity that the higher the status, the harder it is to get along with the masses, and you can only get along with the masses. Gao Gong sighed. While sighing, he waved the fiery sun halberd and turned the players, who rushed over with great enthusiasm, into white light. The temperature of the magic weapon, with a temperature of 100 million degrees, is only 10 million degrees when used to deal with players. As Gao Gong became more and more proficient in using this cosmic treasure, he could adjust the temperature of this weapon at will. But even so, there are very few players who can withstand the next blow, almost none. If it weren't for the faction test this time with experience compensation, it is estimated that the players would not be so excited. After all, it is very painful to lose a level. But now, at least the players in the Alpha Star system are very happy to try this new gameplay. They even live broadcast it on the forum. Many players sighed and missed it. After all, the chance to beat up old G is still very rare. Especially since everyone is at level 3, many first-line players, who upgrade quickly, have already reached the edge of level 80. Level 80 and level 90 don't seem to be much different. Especially after level 3, under the dual incentives of the Mechanical City mode and the Starship mode, players have upgraded their weapons one by one. Not to mention some high-level equipment, even the NPC minions at hand are in the tens of thousands. Mechanical life, alien species, bionic people, as long as you have money, you can hire anything in the black market. This situation undoubtedly makes the current players, especially the first-line players, feel that they are good again. Old G is just a novice village chief. It's time to replace him. However, Gao Gong's performance made them realize that your uncle is still your uncle. Gao Gong didn't even use his skills and equipment, just relying on the weapons in his hands, and they cried for their parents when he cut him. From the perspective of the players, Gao Gong's every move seemed to break through the limitations of time and space, just like the one knife 9999 in a classic old web game. Of course, if you go the blood cow route, one knife 99999 will also appear. Boss G will be very cunning to leave you some blood. Give you a chance to use a big move. After you use the big move, he will stab you to death with a halberd. After all, they specially organize this kind of activity to test new skills. Of course, this does not conflict with the joy of enjoying the big brush. A carbon-based master who has entered the third-level fusion mode, the biological computer performance is fully turned on, and countless high-tech models are built and generated, trying to capture his movement trajectory and find the opponent's skill flaws. Since the biological computer has become a specialty of the camp, the player's combat power has risen sharply, and the human wave tactics are a thing of the previous version. At least among the same third-level forces, in terms of single combat, unless the opponent has a big monster with a boss template, the elite monster basically wins. But it's useless, and it's still killed with a halberd. There were also mechanical players driving level 3 star armors. On the thousands-meter-long mechanical body, mechanical modules were flipping over and over. Stimulated by the primordial arc furnace, the powerful mechanical energy erupted into a terrifying mechanical magnetic field. The giant mechanical palm in their hands pressed down, exerting at least 50 million mechanical energies. They even caused terrifying high-level energy flames to burn between their fingers. To the naked eye, it looked as if a mountain of fire was falling with a terrifying momentum. If it was in the atmosphere, the momentum would be even greater. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes slightly and entered the sublight speed state. The tip of the halberd instantly cut from the beginning to the end. With a shrill scream, the entire star armor turned into a large interstellar firework. The carbon-based player, who was killed by Gao Gong before, said proudly on the forum, "Look, this is the advantage of the carbon-based flow. The naked equipment is the strongest mode, and there is no need to consider any equipment loss." Although his words may not be correct, at least not applicable to the local Tyrant Flow players, for this boss rush, the ones who can barely fight Gao Gong for 2 moves are really a bunch of carbon-based flow players. This group of little muscle tyrants directly played with their lives. 3 carbon-based fusions, residual blood big moves, cyber psychosis, muscle strengthening injections, basically aiming to log off after finishing the job. It seemed that these players had discussed it well. Hundreds of them came at once, one after another like meteors, crashing into Gao Gong. The biomagnetic field was connected, making the void rumble, as if a giant life was generated, and the surrounding space unit seemed to have a dragon roar and tiger roar magnified thousands of times. Gao Gong's eyes lit up slightly. Finally a qualified one came. The next moment, his mind sank into the pineal gland in his brain. Around the pineal gland, 5 diamond-shaped crystals surrounded it, and one of the crystals suddenly shone brightly. Gao Gong's figure suddenly became like a diamond, cut into countless faceted diamond crystals, and the surrounding space was instantly not empty, like a huge diamond cut out of space. Hundreds of third-order carbon-based attacks opened fire at full power, making countless cracks in the diamond, but deep in each crack, there were countless cross-sections. This kind of air bubble carved out of space, unless you hit more than 10 million damage at once and directly crush the bubble. Otherwise, you can only chisel it in little by little. You have to accumulate 10 million points of damage by yourself before you can hit Gao Gong. This thing is the nemesis of the refueling tactic. After testing this point, Gao Gong was satisfied. The halberd in his hand appeared again, either stirring the space or stirring up the energy tide. Each move contained indescribable great power, but it was just like a bound huge wave, being rubbed and flattened, lifting a heavy weight with ease. Countless -99999 lit up from the player's system panel. And with the next wave of force -1, all turned into white light. There are many masters among the players, and there are also players with good vision. They quickly identified them. These were all third-level combat skills, and each of these hundreds of moves was a different type of third-level combat skill. What was even more terrifying was that these hundreds of third-level skills of different styles and routes were all trained to the master level by someone. Because only master-level skills can control the damage of injuries, especially when manipulating such powerful equipment, the damage can be controlled so well. There is no doubt that it is not stacked attributes, but definitely talent. As expected, he is the god of war in the novice village. Wherever he goes, there is the novice village. Of course, this is the perversion of their misunderstanding of the system. Gao Gong can achieve such a record, all thanks to the characteristics brought by the boss template. He has no effort and no talent. Gao Gong is very self-aware, and his talent points are all on the notebook. It seems that it is almost done. After trying out the characteristics of the air bubble, there is no need to try the remaining two skills, and they can't be tried out. After all, the current players have not been able to force Gao Gong to enter the light speed, or even the continuous sublight speed combat state. Of course, if he could really make the players lose blood, Gao Gong would not organize this boss challenge. It's not that he is worried that he can't beat the players, because even if he forcibly deducts a little blood, it will give the players the illusion that this guy can be brushed. As a former player, Gao Gong knows the thoughts of the fourth disasters too well. So he will not easily leave the field before ensuring a large enough combat power gap. After all, strictly speaking, he is only half now, and the remaining half of the mechanical body has not been restored yet. Chapter 1262. The other half of Gao Gong's mechanical body, plus the carbon throne vehicle, were all destroyed in the battle between the two supreme beings. There was no other way. They also had carbon-based fruits, and more than one. He could only use himself as bait to trigger a wave of annihilation by the stellar weapons. With the current mechanical technology of the camp, it is not to say that it is impossible to copy a 100% restored or even more powerful mechanical body. After all, once the camp is formed, it will not be Gao Gong's job to grind for the blueprints alone. Whether it is a new model of X-reactor, or some third-level top-level mechanical parts, it is enough to make the performance of the mechanical body reach a higher level. After all, as the leader of the camp, he does not need to consider the cost-effectiveness, as long as it is the largest, thickest and strongest. It's just that Gao Gong has a bolder idea. He wanted to load the Mecha Frenzy onto his own mechanical body. That's right, it was the iconic mechanical ultimate move of the Mirta people, a super civilization weapon that could sweep a planet or even an interstellar war. Although this thing is not as good as the 4th level star-destroying weapon, in theory, its power is unlimited, as long as enough star armors are integrated into the Mecha Frenzy. This civilization weapon can destroy millions of planets in an instant, including large-scale stars. This level and range of damage is no less than some conceptual weapons, and even more powerful. This is the real national weapon. For example, the space clamp developed by the Stringer can instantly destroy a star system at the cost of 10,000 points of planetary energy. In a star system, there are at most hundreds of planets. Theoretically, the attack range of the Mecha Frenzy is tens of thousands of times that of the space clamp. However, this clamp is a pure destruction, even destroying the space itself, and this strength is another matter. The reason why Gao Gong is interested in it is that if he can integrate the Mecha Frenzy into the mechanical body, then Gao Gong will not worry about being killed. Tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of star armor core, players can't kill them all. This is the correct way to express the civilization leader, becoming the embodiment of the technological power of this civilization. Generally, when this step is reached, no one can kill him except the civilization war. In the Civilization Council, this kind of civilization leader is also called the immortal leader, and the one with a blood bar is the unknown leader. If you are immortal, you won't be unknown. If you are unknown, there is a certain probability of death, commonly known as the unknown in old age. This is the relationship between the two. In the canon plot in the later stage of the game, in front of the completely black and forth disaster, there are indeed many low-level civilization leaders who died from the infinite suicide attacks of the players. But no undead leader was stabbed to death by the player. I am afraid that even the Mirta people themselves did not realize how high their national weapon could reach. However, to achieve this, the technological difficulties alone are full in the 3rd level civilization. The first is the star armor machine that can store star armor infinitely. This is not a problem that can be solved by putting hundreds of infinite machines all over the body. This is not the same thing. The so-called Mecha Frenzy cannot be achieved by stacking the number of third-order star armors. The fusion and superposition of the mecha itself is the first priority, which involves space technology, quantum technology, and string technology. Coincidentally, there is such a talent in this camp. He has completely inherited all the technological heritage of the string controller civilization. The most difficult step is completed, then the second step is collect or develop star armor models that can match the Mecha Frenzy. If the difficulty of simply developing third-order star armor is 1, then the difficulty of developing star armor models that match the frenzy is 100. This is not an exaggeration. The star armor styles developed by the Milta people are not millions, but hundreds of thousands. But the types of star armor that can match the frenzy do not exceed 10,000. And how did Gao Gong know it? Coincidentally, he has a trumpet, and is brushing blueprints on the front line of the Anti-Insect Alliance. At present, the number of matching star armor styles brushed has reached 500. 500 matching mechas can already develop the first level, that is, a small mecha frenzy. The previous Lolita was driving this level of mecha frenzy, plowing a capital planet heavily guarded by a second-level civilization. So many third-level civilization weapons had no blocking effect at all. In the end, it was the ultimate civilization weapon, Shanghai, that held the opponent back. Gao Gong felt that this was more suitable for his mechanical body. After all, he could also build star armor. The mechanic civilization could build anything. Just as Gao Gong was swiping players crazily and daydreaming, he suddenly felt a sense of alertness in his heart. At some point, a familiar-looking little monk appeared in front of him, with red lips and white teeth and narrowed peach blossom eyes, like a new bud in spring, with freshness and vitality all over his body, soft lines on his fair face, with a faint blush, and eyebrows like a crescent moon, with a beautiful arc, which makes people unable to take their eyes away. Isn't this the rich woman who loves the sixth-generation machine, the crazy and lustful monk? Gao Gong remembered that during the cyber test field period, he had given this blueprint to Sister Ji, asking her to use it to raise funds for Du Gaokao. Sister Ji sold it to other players? With a thought, he turned his wrist, and the temperature of the 100 million degree magic weapon in his hand was instantly restrained, and the tip of the halberd was transmitted. As long as he touched it lightly, the opponent's body would be annihilated. All things in the universe are reduced to ashes, and the blade is like fire. Zanhua Tachi Dong Rising Sun Blade. No, when the tip of the halberd pierced the opponent's flesh, the smile of the little monk Bianji not only did not subside, but the corners of his mouth became more and more raised. Not only did the finger not turn into ashes, but it was almost touching the center of Gao Gong's eyebrows. The code sequence of the intelligent machine virus flashed at the fingertips. Consciousness upload? Use the mechanical revolution to revolutionize my life? In this boss challenge, Gao Gong entered the light speed mode for the first time. Endless light signals rippled in front of his eyes. Time seemed like a viscous liquid. Just a slight stir could produce large-scale time disorder. In this state, the mechanical virus also showed its true body. It was the cosmic microwaves in the gaps between the light signals, like small ripples in the waves, seemingly small, but everywhere. In the light speed mode, Gao Gong avoided all the microwave vortices that suddenly appeared, and also understood why the opponent could see the traces of his moves. The illusion flashed by, and a civilized stick touched the forehead of the little monk Bianji. Yin Chanzi's expression instantly changed from surprise to astonishment, and his consciousness returned to his body. Also returning to his body was the thousand-high mechanical Buddha body next to him, the mechanical Buddha body that Shenmue was proud of, which was now burning with billowing smoke. The Vidrazen host system just overloaded. It was precisely because this incomplete planet host had just fully opened its computing power that it calculated the gap between the high-level moves and gave Shenmue the opportunity to attack. What a pity, it was just a little bit off. Shenmue waved the smoke off his body and said regretfully, "A slight difference leads to 1,000 miles of error." Yin Chanzi shook his head. His strongest means could not implant the virus, which only proved that although the other party was good at physical and mechanical, his consciousness was also terrifyingly strong. Moreover, he faintly felt that the other party's sight was passing through the dark vacuum of the universe and falling on him. Then, all players received a prompt sound that the task was over. Chapter 1263. Gao Gong stood on the vacuum of the universe, and the fiery sun halberd had long been put away, only the terrifying biological magnetic field was still stirring. This proved that the leader of the camp had really gone all out just now. The fourth calamity is indeed not to be underestimated, Shenmue, Yin Zenzi. Gao Gong chewed the two names gently in his mouth. He always felt that he had heard of the other party somewhere. Not only recently. Because recently, he knew that this mechanical player named Shenmue used millions of camp points to buy a castrated planet host. This is not that Gao deliberately strangled the player's neck and learned the methods of the other countries. But this thing was born with incomplete functions when it was built. The loss of other functions is okay, but this thing is particularly prone to crashes. Once this level of mechanical hardware crashes, a large number of advanced AIs are required to enter the host from the virtual level and restart the system. If it is used on a certain planet to conduct some important planetary experiments, it will be stuck at a critical moment, and it will be dead. So after asking senior engineer, Wang Wen put his practice machine on the shelf and sold it internally as a camp specialty, priced at 1 million camp points. Many people wanted to buy it, but not many had the ability to do so. Senior Engineer also heard that after Shenmue bought this castrated host, he placed its body in his own mechanical city, and found a bunch of mechanical monks, who copied his personality to chant sutras day and night. No, to maintain the system day and night. This ingenious method actually made him gain some benefits, both at the hardware level and the software level. This method of using the host computing power for virtual concealment is one of them. Don't look at this machine monk's big and strong appearance. In some virtual methods, he is better than some hackers. Oh! It's them. Gao Gong slapped his thigh and recognized the two. In the Cyber Tide, there was a wave called Turing's Eastern Expedition, and its effect was a bit similar to the modified version of Mechanical Revolution. At that time, two players took their tasks, mixed in, and obtained important intelligence for themselves. As a result, these two players also obtained the hidden profession of Turing Priest, and laid a solid foundation for these two to abandon medicine and become monks. No wonder the Zenzi was able to absorb the intelligent machine virus, but was not completely transformed. He got the source code of the Rich Woman series, obtained the benefits of the Cyber Tide, and finally absorbed the intelligent machine virus. Talent. Such a good talent should of course be released to serve the society. You can't stay at home and cause trouble for yourself. Let them go out and do mechanical missionary work. Gao Gong happily entered the two into the Infernal Affairs plan. Let's go back. In addition to the 3 4th level skills, I still have a bunch of blueprints that I haven't drawn yet. I hope I can draw some good stuff. 2 planetary days later, a silver-white starship tore through the starry sky and appeared in the Nanchaman star system. This starship is silver-white, without a single crack on its body, and it is still very stable even when it enters the superluminal mode. This is definitely not something that 3rd level technology can do. And on this ship, there is more than one powerful aura, even more than one 4th level aura. Although the war to conquer the Owl civilization went smoothly, especially the successful evolution of its top leaders, which reduced the casualties to the lowest level. But for others, especially the top leaders of the camp, who did not really participate in the civilization war, it was still shocking and incredible. A developed 2nd level mechanical civilization, and under the protection of the Mirta people, was so easily destroyed by Yuan? Wow, this little girl is so amazing. Is this our future territory? Qin Hazel looked at the magnificent planets, many of which even had a lot of traces of mechanical transformation, and the dense space fortresses and mechanical satellites seen on the space defense lines. With such a good foundation, a little transformation can be promoted from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. Back then, the top position of the 3rd level interstellar force was still the planetary governor. And the Galen people were still stingy, and couldn't get it. How long has it been now? 3 deeply transformed star systems have been obtained. In addition, there are tens of billions of alpha people who are about to be transformed into 3rd level virtual life. This is even stronger than the apparent strength of the army. Oh no, the more I look at Qin Jinzi, the more I like her. Should I try to capture this little sister? Qin Jinzi's mind was getting more and more excited. It was too difficult to capture her boss. She might be manipulated by President Du. It would be better to capture her boss's sister. Ms. Qin was a vegetarian, and she didn't care about men or women. But not all the top leaders of the camp were paying attention to the outside world. Lolita Yi was staring at Xiao Yu with red eyes at this moment. The friendship between the plastic sisters was gone. Come again! Almost as soon as she finished speaking, she used the 2 high-risk abilities of Apocalypse and Dirty Blood. In an instant, endless darkness emerged from the cracks all over her body, directly engulfing the entire Star Destroyer, and others seemed to be accustomed to it. In the darkness, there was a terrifying dimensional will. However, time froze in an instant. First, a very thin black line extended from the darkness, and the shape of a knife could be vaguely seen. Then, ripples visible to the naked eye extended along the shape of the knife. In the dark area ravaged by the knife light, the rules of space were completely invalid, and time fell into chaos. In some places, the flow of time accelerated, and the material quickly aged and decayed. In some places, time was almost stagnant, and everything was frozen in the moment of breaking. As Xiao Yu drew his knife, the entire darkness collapsed. Even the will in the darkness fell into a deep sleep on the spot. Laymen watched the excitement, while experts watched the doorway. The 2 4th level beings who have been paying attention to this battle, Number 19 and Mrs. Longhorn Whale, both looked a little serious, because they could feel the threat of this knife to them. Even to put it bluntly, if this knife was chopped towards them head-on, their fate might not be much better than that of Yida Loli. This is a sword technique that can kill across levels. Yida Loli completely collapsed, lying on the deck with her arms and legs spread out, motionless, and her expression numb. And Xiao Yu still cared about his good friend, but the way he comforted her was too straightforward. Xiao Yi, your strength has declined too much now. We used to be able to fight back and forth, but now you can't even take my sword? You need to work hard. Practice with me in the future. I will teach you my sword skills, but you are stupid and may not be able to learn it. Or, you can ask Sister Yuanli to upgrade your biological computer. Your current configuration is a bit low. Yi Loli felt like she was going to vomit blood. She used to think that her good friend was straightforward and didn't have so many twists and turns. Now it seems that she is also very annoying. Yi Loli was so angry that she jumped 3 feet high. She pinched the other person's little face and rubbed it hard. She gritted her teeth and said, "Have you ever thought that maybe your strength has improved too fast, making me look too slow?" Xiao Yu's face was rubbed into a bun. He scratched his head and looked confused. Have I improved my strength quickly? But I've never beaten a boss before, and the boss also said that I'm usually stupid and need to work harder. Chapter 1264. As soon as this was said, everyone present couldn't help but roll their eyes. How stupid must this little girl be to take her boss's PUA word seriously? Who is her boss? Among all the third-level civilization data that have been contacted, the existence of dangerous creatures in extreme environments ranks first. Among the dozen or so star circles around, the carbon-based monster known as the second Shrek, even biological means are only the opponent's second means. The top management knows that Mr. G started with machinery. Such a strongman, if you have to defeat him to prove your efforts, then there is probably no one who works hard in the entire Robert Stringer galaxy. What's wrong with your brain? Yi Loli couldn't help but poke the other person's forehead. When she was a boss, she didn't brainwash her employees like this. Right? The boss also said that I'm very smart and a hard-working genius. Xiao Yu was very proud. Everyone was praising her for being smart. Mrs. Longhorn smiled gently, and was about to say something when she suddenly exclaimed. The long-legged lady number 19 was also stunned for a moment, then frowned. I go to the virtual level to take a look. The next moment, the whole person stepped outside the ship, completely ignoring that it was now in superluminal mode. Of course, for a gravitational life, this speed has no effect. After all, the essence of gravity is the curvature of space and time, and superluminal navigation is also a kind of curvature of space and time. After number 19 left, Mrs. Longhorn said softly, "What a powerful energy fluctuation." As a high-level energy life on a resource planet, if she thinks this energy is powerful, then at least this is an energy fluctuation that exceeds 100 ordinary planets. The scope of its impact is definitely not limited to one star system. Sure enough, when the Star Destroyer passed through the Nanchaman star system, before entering the Alpha Mother star system, just at the border of the two star systems, the group saw a shocking scene. It was as if a cosmic giant of the star system level was stretching its body. The hazy matter spread around in a seemingly slow, but unstoppable momentum. The huge arm composed of dust and gas continued to extend and extend. Wherever it went, the dark void was filled with it, and the faint starlight was gradually obscured. Planets were covered by it. Various signals were also distorted and deformed in this chaotic area, constantly making sharp noises, as if the universe was groaning in pain. The artificial intelligence responsible for operating the Star Destroyer had to turn on the strongest protective shield. Not only to protect the lives on the starship, but this level of celestial changes was enough to threaten this fourth-level ship. Mrs. Narwhal frowned at first, but soon she sensed something and her brows relaxed. Number 19 used gravitational waves to inform me that it was Xiaomei Gao who was refining the Star Sea and trying to upgrade this weapon to the 4th level. Star Sea, the ultimate civilization weapon of the Alpha people? Isn't it the 3rd level? It has been upgraded now? This level of information hiss. Now, the other people in the camp couldn't help but speak. Most of them are exploration talents trained within the camp. The purpose of coming here is to complete the in-depth exploration of 3-star systems. It is precisely because of their profession that they can understand that this level of astronomical phenomenon can even be called a star field disaster. In their eyes, in the star sea that covered all their vision, a big data channel visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared. In this tunnel, there were countless virtual figures. The characteristic of these third-order information life forms was that they had a third data eye between their eyebrows, and each data eye reflected different data constellations. When Gao Yuanyuan was refining the Star Sea, she handed the work of refining these big data models to these Alpha people. And under the stimulation of this information intensity, the information potential of the Alpha people was fully mobilized. If it was said that in the past, only some civilized buildings could be used to mobilize the constellations. Now every alpha person has the ability to directly communicate with the celestial bodies and constellations. Manipulating the star sea has changed from a small number of high-level people to a mass line. On the system panel of Gao Gong, system prompts about the Star Network civilization kept ringing. Starnet civilization upgrade civilization weapon Star Sea. Faction points add 1 million. Starnet civilization upgrade civilization weapon Star Sea. Faction points add 1 million. Starnet civilization evolve civilization weapon Star Sea. Faction points add 20 million. Obtain the third level I organ Alpha I. A third level intelligent species organ, with 10 species talents such as observing celestial bodies, perceiving danger and fortune, deducing celestial phenomena, obtaining blueprints, integrating nature and man, evolving information data, and strengthening oneself. A long time ago, the true eye of Michael obtained by Gao Gong had the racial ability to see through the information fog, which helped him a lot in the early days. The current Alpha Eye is equivalent to its Promax version. It has 10 powerful abilities, including checking good and bad luck, brushing blueprints, upgrading, and brushing monsters. It is a variety of strange and wonderful things. Seeing this, Gao Gong couldn't help but sigh. What are you three-eyed guys doing with mechanical civilization? Uploading consciousness is your final destination. With so many data eyes to assist in data modeling, there is no need for the old guys in the Void Elders Council to sacrifice their lives one by one. The evolution of Shanghai is natural and logical. Ah! It's the boss. I sense the boss's breath. Xiao Yu, who was just staring at the outside world, suddenly shouted. The god-killing engine in the god-killing suit emitted white light, and then the god-reverse back slightly bent, and the pure white outer armor cracked and pierced out. Everyone present, including the Star Destroyer's own warning system, was pulled up. Then the next moment, when the god-killing mechanism, elbow and knee engine, exploded, it instantly connected to the implanted space shuttle, and the two demon feet, calves, stepped hard, and the whole person entered the light speed. Among carbon-based creatures, she is the second one who can enter the light speed mode besides Gao Gong. Lightspeed travel and lightspeed combat are completely different levels of technology. Xiao Yu can do this with this set of unique construct suits in the entire camp. In fact, she herself does not know that she is also a Krypton Gold player. It's just that others Krypton Gold rely on numerical crushing, but she Krypton Gold, and her technology has become great. In various senses, she is a freak. Boss! In the nebula, Gao Gong lowered his head and saw a petite figure rushing forward like a pig, rushing over head-on. Gao Gong's mouth twitched. Lightspeed headbutt. Is this going to kill the boss? With his palm open, the gravity fruit is fully effective, pulling the opponent down from the lightspeed mode. However, when the opponent's little head hit the palm, a tingling sensation arose spontaneously. I wonder if this construct is a killing weapon. Boss, long time no see, I miss you so much. The short-haired girl said affectionately. Engineer Gao rubbed the other short-haired head, smiled, and did not answer. Xiao Yu suddenly sniffed, and her face became serious. Boss, do you want to fight? Who should I chop? Chapter 1265. What a keen insight the little girl has. Gao Gong secretly praised her, and stroked her tactile little head with his palm, without saying a word. This is a good opportunity. Shanghai appeared. Tens of billions of alphas appeared. And even the real culprit behind the three worms disaster appeared. If he were a Mirta, he would definitely take action at this time. This is a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. He didn't believe that the Mirta people had done nothing during this period of time. A secondary civilization that could assist the evolution of civilization was gone, and they would never let it go. But he didn't know yet what means the other party would use to fight back. In the hall of the Supreme Council, almost all the Mirta high-level people had arrived. Even Lao Pu, the former civilization leader, was invited. Lao Pu glanced at the 10 Chable leaders in the front row and sat indifferently on his chair, which was far away from the central circle. He knew that it was time to use that relic. Generally speaking, if it is not a centralized or even totalitarian civilization, then civilization consensus is very important. This consensus ranges from the most basic shadow government, values, species selection, technology tree evolution direction, and thoughts. In short, there must be consensus. Only with consensus can there be progress, in-depth transformation, and the power of evolution of the entire civilization be gathered. In fact, in the universe, only 1% of civilizations can ascend, 10% of civilizations can touch the edge of ascension, and 90% of civilizations will, due to various reasons, lead to the decomposition of political power, the collapse of species form, and the interruption of the evolutionary path before the technological power reaches the point of upgrading. These various reasons can be summarized as one point: the collapse of civilization consensus. When energy is sufficient and various resources are abundant, civilization consensus becomes particularly important. The civilization consensus of the Mirta Federation is very different. It is a book. To be precise, the cosmic relic, the Book of Coevolution. As the Supreme Speaker slowly walked onto the pure white stage, all the Mirta high-level officials stood up. Most of the time, Mirta's government officials are just decorations, or spokespersons for a certain force. In the eyes of the real high-level officials, it is actually not worth mentioning. For example, a resource planet can easily make a deputy speaker step down. But not all situations are like this. For example, when the Supreme Speaker holds the Book of Coevolution. Lao Pu stared at the divine book with strange eyes. Silver lines intertwined into various evolutionary symbols. The symbols flowed with strands of silver-white light, just like moonlight jumping between waves, and like the mysterious glow of ancient runes, winding and interweaving, outlining a complex pattern that was looming. He was the last owner of this book. Unfortunately, this book abandoned him. The voice of the Supreme Speaker was loud and steady, almost reaching every corner of the pure white hall. Now proceed to start the voting process for the Book of Covenant Evolution. The silver-haired elves raised their hands one by one, and among the 10 Chable leaders, 9 of them raised their hands. The only leader of the Shijiao clan sat there expressionlessly, which surprised many Milta people who saw this scene. Didn't the Shijiao clan just lose face with the Alpha people, and cede a lot of interests to calm down this political turmoil? Why didn't they even have the desire for revenge this time? More than 90% of the Mirta leaders agreed. The Supreme Speaker opened this cosmic relic. The most fundamental genes of the Mirta people began to tremble. Illusory light and shadow began to appear on their bodies, and overlapping illusory figures appeared behind each Mirta leader. The voice of the Supreme Speaker began to sound, and his voice, with a vibration frequency beyond the norm, instantly filled every inch of the parliament, and ripples of time and space rippled out. The Lord said, "Let the smallest life embark on the journey of transformation." So, single-celled organisms were inspired by the Lord beside the hot springs in the deep sea and started the miracle of evolution. They split, merged, and constantly explored new forms, leaving the initial mark in the long river of life with the instincts given by the Lord. The Lord also said, "The sky should not be abandoned. Let the creatures spread their wings and fly." Under the Lord's inspiration, the forelimbs of reptiles gradually evolved into wings, and feathers grew like a stroke of genius. They broke free from the shackles of the earth, drew a free trajectory in the sky, and became the masters of the sky. The Lord's voice sounded again. Land creatures must learn to think and use wisdom to create a better future. Under the Lord's revelation, the brain capacity of primates continued to increase. Their thinking gradually awakened. They learned to use tools, and opened the dawn of civilization. The Supreme Speaker turned a page every time he read a paragraph. The ripples of time and space finally completely enveloped the parliament. Under the circles of pure white high seats, the space began to disappear, replaced by the reflections of the 3-star systems of the Alpha people. "It's here." Gao Gong suddenly looked up, and his sight seemed to cross time and space, and saw the Book of Coevolution on the Supreme Council. In a time box, Ms. Shenwang was lazily lying on the string of time and space, flipping through the newly evolved professional knowledge. Suddenly she was stunned, sat up on the spot, and ripples appeared on her chest. "A cosmic relic that is more advanced than mine?" There is actually no level difference between cosmic relics. After all, their functions are poles apart, and it can even be said that they are not in the same field at all. But as the main body of the cosmic relic, Shenwang actually knows that cosmic relics also have ordinary development, deep development, and complete development. The more they are developed, the stronger their ability. She herself has deduced that if she can deduce the knowledge chain of the ascended civilization, she will most likely be able to enter the deep development mode. At that time, she can deduce 2 professional knowledge chains at the same time. And based on the perception between the relics, she can feel that the other relic is infinitely close to the first level of complete development. But this relic does not seem to have self-will. Is it missing something? Or does the cosmic relic have an unconscious version? Ms. Deepnet, who has never seen her own kind, fell into confusion. And the Book of Coevolution has also been turned to the middle. The Lord said, "In this world, life will evolve for dominance. Every species has the mission of survival and reproduction, and strives to the top of the food chain. So, starting from the primitive microorganisms beside the deep-sea hydrothermal vents, the gears of evolution slowly turned. Tiny lives continue to mutate in the cruel environment. Some have acquired more efficient metabolic genes to survive, when resources are scarce, and some have evolved deadly toxins to resist natural enemies and compete for territory. As time goes by, the Lord's will is further manifested on Earth. The planet will become a new battlefield for life, the strong will establish rule, and the weak will be eliminated in the torrent of evolution. However, the Lord also issued a warning: don't be trapped in the genetic cage. Although you evolve due to the inheritance and mutation of genes, genes may also become shackles that bind you. In the process of transmission, although genes give species the instinct to survive, they also limit their development. Those genes that rely on a specific environment become the fuse for species extinction when the environment changes drastically. Obey the greater evolution, obey the higher level of coordination, obey the absolute will of Mirda. Chapter 1266. Accompanied by the majestic voice of the Supreme Speaker, a stream of light shot out from the 13th page of the book. The light traveled through time and space and landed directly on the territory of the Alpha people. The players were still chatting foolishly, making jokes, repairing equipment, and flooding the forum. The next moment, the whole person turned into powder and was blown away by the wind. One after another, the players were annihilated, from carbon-based to mechanical, from low level to high level. The main theme is that all beings are equal, but they have to queue up. Fuck. Did Thanos snap his fingers again? I can do this all day. Fuck you, the captain has been replaced. What are you talking about? The server? The server is down? Is it another cyber wave? From the beginning of the three-worm disaster to the end of the Alpha conquest, in this star system, 50,000 to 60,000 players have come. All of them are first-class players, third level full set of equipment. Put in the forum, they are all standard big guys. But at this moment, these big guys were instantly wiped out. And the main attacking body of the cosmic relics is not even them. In the virtual level, the sea of stars turned into a dazzling node formed by the convergence of massive amounts of information. The light released by the alphas was a series of high-speed, flowing third-order life codes. They flashed and jumped in the virtual space and time, weaving a dreamlike light network. Each ray of light carried endless knowledge and possibilities. They intertwined and collided with each other, bursting out sparks of thought and illuminating this virtual universe. However, the next moment, these alpha people showed their virtual bodies one after another, swam out of the happy sea of data, and looked at each other in bewilderment. Who woke us up? Could it be the old men of the Void Elders Council? Didn't they all disband? I am not under their control now. I only have one son in my heart, that is Ms. Gao Yuanyuan. She is the incarnation of the great pillar of wisdom, and the light that leads us forward. Among them, Ingwa suddenly thought of something, and the light of the data I immediately swept over his body, and his face changed instantly. Alpha genes, no, Alpha source code has been irreversibly tampered with. How is it possible? StarNet is a third-order virtual network. Who would know our genetic code? Isn't this confidential data? The former Grand Speaker of the Void Elders Council, now the administrator of the Interstellar Network, Xingxiang, also showed his figure. His virtual body was particularly large, and the changes were particularly violent. The old face was constantly reshaped in the changing light and shadow, and it looked particularly gloomy. It's the Mirda people. I didn't expect them to act so quickly. I'm afraid they have already tampered with our alpha gene layer. I thought they were already at their best with their all-weather monitoring with the telepathic network. They are more ruthless than we thought. It turns out that we have been colonized by their genes for a long time, said a former member of the Astronomical Institute, and the curve of his lips woven by the code language seemed to be broken into countless pieces. What will happen to us? The Star Network is a third-order network, and the telepathic network is also a third-order network. After the source code layer is reorganized, perhaps we will have to switch to a virtual network. Xingxiang's face was extremely dark. In the Star Network, they are third-order life forms, official citizens of the third-level virtual civilization. But in another virtual network, their betrayal of the Mirda people will definitely lead to a miserable end. The moment before, they were secretly proud of having played a trick on the superior civilization. The next moment, because of the opponent's backhand, they might become virtual slaves forever. Who can predict the confrontation between civilizations? Above the Star Destroyer, Mrs. Narwhal showed an extremely painful look. And on the entire Star Destroyer, there was no living person except herself. In the center of the deck, there was an obvious space depression. The space was like a broken mirror. Countless sharp fragments pierced out, and in the gaps between the fragments, dark pus fell drop by drop. At the last moment, Ida lowly tried to hide in the dark dimension to protect herself, but she just opened the entrance to the dimension and exploded on the spot. As a fourth-order life, she only lasted less than 5 seconds longer than everyone on the Star Destroyer, and her body collapsed inward at a speed faster than the speed of light. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from her body, which was countless times more powerful than the total energy released by a planet in billions of years. It spread in all directions at the speed of light, instantly illuminating the entire star system. Even the surface of the Star Destroyer was producing a large amount of energy corrosion. Only the internal communication system of the Star Destroyer was left, and the anxious voice of the little woman was still ringing. "Hey, hey, hey, where are you guys? We were just chatting well. Did you see the senior engineer? Why can't he communicate with me?" In the Interstellar, if it is not a war between civilizations of the same level, then all civilization attacks can actually be simplified to 7 words. What does it have to do with you, if I destroy you, and the place where Gao Gong was originally? It was the same situation. No matter how good Xiao Yu was at fighting, her mechanical body was only level 3. So she didn't last as long as Mrs. Longhorn Whale, and she was annihilated. Although Gao Gong's body was at the peak of level 3, he had taken 2 carbon-based fruits, and had already initially possessed some characteristics of level 4 creatures. However, as a carbon-based species, he was the object of special care, and belonged to the garbage data that must be deleted during the source code conversion. So, his body was destroyed faster than Xiao Yu. But the two of them were still alive, and could even talk nonsense. Gao Gong naturally sensed the danger in advance, and entered the prototype mode of the rich woman's love. He swung a civilized stick randomly, and there was doubt, certainty, and cunning on his handsome face. And Xiao Yu's state was a bit strange. She turned into a flash of knife light. Or, in other words, a knife-light type information life. At the moment of transformation, Xiao Yu almost instinctively slashed with a knife, which directly cut out her consciousness. It temporarily transformed her into a kind of conscious life. This is even more outrageous than uploading consciousness. At least uploading consciousness requires uploading equipment. The knife light was swinging around, chirping. "Boss, what a strange feeling, boss. Boss, have we been attacked by someone? Boss, I feel a little pain in my butt, can you help me take a look? Boss." Gao Gong threw out the time and space hourglass without saying a word. The golden hourglass turned upside down, and with the flow of time and space sand, the original shattering, explosion, and modification were all stopped, and then the picture quickly retracted, and all the scenes instantly returned to 10 seconds ago. Name, Spacetime Hourglass. Category, Special Treasure. Quality, ####. Time function, spacetime debugging. By reversing the hourglass, the timeline can be rewound 10 seconds forward/backward. Warning, this item is controlled by the Spacetime Administration and is listed as one of the 100,000 time prohibited items. The use of each prohibited item will be registered. If it is used by non-Spacetime Administration employees, there is a certain probability that unpredictable consequences will be caused. Although genes give species the instinct to survive during transmission, they also limit their development. Those genes that rely on a specific environment become the fuse for species extinction when the environment changes drastically. The Supreme Speaker paused. Has he just read this scripture? Chapter 1267. Time and space debugging is a behavior that is prone to bugs. It is more prone to bugs than programmers writing code. For example, in this time and space debugging, theoretically, if you go back 10 seconds, your memory and behavior after 10 seconds should no longer exist. This is in line with the general law of time. But if you do this, there is a certain probability that a time and space paradox will occur, commonly known as the grandfather paradox. If you regard time as a line, and you pull the senior engineer in front of you back 10 seconds, then where should the senior engineer's consciousness go 10 seconds ago? You can't go back again. According to quantum theory, although there are only 10 seconds, there can be an infinite number of senior engineers within these 10 seconds, theoretically speaking. In this endless team, if you suddenly let someone in the front cut in, the probability of triggering the observer effect is very high. What if at some point in time, the senior engineer suddenly stood up, and the kings, princes, generals, and ministers are all of a kind? That would be a lot of fun. All the spacetime agents on the entire line would have to come and clean up the mess. So for the controlled weapons of the Spacetime Administration, its spacetime adjustment is incomplete. The timeline goes backwards, but the consciousness does not go backwards. In this way, the adjusted timeline is like a slipknot. The past node that goes backwards is actually the future of this timeline. In this way, most of the bugs caused by spacetime travel can be avoided. Therefore, the Supreme Speaker of the Myrta people clearly retained his memory of using the Book of Coevolution. And the Mirta high-level officials present also remembered the scene of voting to use the cosmic relic. The scene immediately caused controversy and even shock. Some senior executives whispered to each other, especially some senior executives with strong scientific and technological backgrounds, who directly logged into the Mind network and asked the scientific research team controlled by the group to conduct data analysis. Faced with this noisy and chaotic scene, the Supreme Speaker opened his mouth, but soon closed it again, looking at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, and made a clay puppet. Seeing this scene, the old Pooh, who always had a wooden face, flashed a trace of viciousness and anger in his eyes. In our Zerd, the Queen's will is the only one. You shouldn't have come out. In the Supreme Council, you have the highest level of Mind network monitoring. Monitoring what? Aren't I you? Ha! Although the internal factions of the Mirta people are chaotic, as a civilization in its rising period, external decisions are still very quick. Soon, the Supreme Speaker opened this cosmic treasure again. No matter what the reason is for the chaos of time and space, the coevolution of the Alpha people has not been completed. Why not do it again? We can't give up halfway. Obey greater evolution, obey higher level coordination, obey the absolute will of Mirta. The light of the cosmic relic once again illuminated the 3-star systems. Player direction, I seem to have died once just now. Did I die? I don't think so. Is there a bug in this game? Ah, I'm dead again. The Star Destroyer was once again empty with the explosion. Hey, where are you guys? Why are you gone again? Why do I say again? In the nebula where the senior engineer is. Boss, my butt hurts again. The sharp blade light rushed to Gao Gong's side, as if the surrounding void was about to be shattered. However, Xiao Yu's aggrieved voice came from the blade light. Gao Gong ignored the other party, and took a special glance at the system panel before throwing out the time and space hourglass. Warning, serious warning, your carbon-based organism is attacked by an unknown cosmic relic, and the gene chain is being shattered. 1%, 2%, 3%. When the gene chain is completely shattered, the organism will suffer irreversible injuries. What is irreversible? In the face of time and space retracing, everything can be reversed. As long as the timeline is not fixed, it can be reversed. So when the ascended civilization fights the civilization war, as long as it is not in the main universe, the first thing to do is to fix the timeline. And Gao Gong also confirmed one thing, that is, the system really cannot detect the properties of the cosmic relic. The civilization evolution device was like this before, and this mysterious cosmic relic is also the same. The time and space hourglass was thrown out again. The timeline was reset again. At the Supreme Council, the Supreme Speaker did not want to chant anymore, and he also vaguely felt the resistance from the Book of Coevolution, as well as the increasing temperature. As a cosmic relic of species evolution, it will suffer backlash if it fails to evolve. After all, the object of its evolution is tens of billions of third-order species, and as a book manager, the backlash is no less. He felt that he could only hold on once more, and his body would be co-evolved. And the Supreme Council had long been in disarray, and all the senior officials were contacting the scientific research planets and scientific research groups they could contact, and transmitting the data in the Alpha Star system. Although there are countless strange phenomena in the universe, this happened when they attacked the Alpha Galaxy. Is it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? But no one suspected the Alpha people. After all, if the Alpha people had this ability, they would be the ones who were co-evolved now. In the Space-Time Administration Bureau, with unknown coordinates, a big red cross appeared in the cosmic star map. It's not that the space-time phenomenon this time is very serious, it's just a small-scale timeline reversal. But it appeared in the main universe, so the nature must be very serious. And a group of space-time agents, who were on vacation in the main universe, were standing in the hall at this moment, pointing and talking. Their expressions were full of desire to eat melons and gloating. The job was not big, but the nature was very serious. That has nothing to do with them. At most, the space-time agents on this line are unlucky. As for the more unlucky one, it is naturally the original owner of the space-time hourglass. The old agents could tell at a glance that this range and intensity of space-time phenomenon was caused by the use of the space-time hourglass. Although the possibility of black goods cannot be ruled out. But they are more inclined to believe that there is something wrong with the controlled weapons of a space-time agent. After all, the advanced civilization on the space-time side may not care about their space-time administration, but it is impossible not to care about the 9th-level civilization. Only they have the technology to build space-time weapons. Therefore, the latter possibility is greater. I don't know which unlucky guy it is. He will probably be put in a space-time prison, right? It is possible to be exiled to the death timeline. Then he must enjoy endless ways of death, so miserable. Compared to the dead universe where there is no life, the death timeline may be more terrifying for living beings. After all, the dead universe only dies once, and the artificial timeline with the death attribute as the central axis can even connect the death phenomena of different timelines, allowing the unlucky people kicked into this timeline to enjoy endless and bizarre ways of death. This punishment is indeed a bit harsh, especially for time-space agents. After all, the intelligent species that can serve as time-space agents either have the attribute of time or have been transformed by time-space technology. They don't have any special feelings about the emptiness and loneliness caused by the passage of time. Exile to the hell is more like a vacation for them. On the contrary, endless death is more terrifying for these agents. Hey Gavri, why are you sweating? Chapter 1268. Gavri finally knew where the blame came from. It turned out that you were the one who pitted me. Ever since he knew that he would be exposed in 3 days, Gavri did not go out of the house for 3 days, and he was going to take the blame as long as I did not go out. Although this idea is basically equivalent to stealing the bell by covering one's ears. Unless the timeline is reset, what is going to happen will definitely happen, otherwise how can there be Murphy's Law? In the main universe, if you want to reset the timeline, dream on, as the invincible main universe, multiverse invincible, parallel universe invincible, the endpoint of civilization evolution, the ultimate embodiment of the 4 major systems, it has firmly ruled the universe since the Big Bang. The 9th level civilization, also known as the ultimate civilization, is said to be the only way to overthrow them, which is to reset the timeline in the main universe and destroy them before they appear. However, the reason why the legend is a legend is that no one has ever tried it, or in other words, those who have tried it have all failed, without exception. So the future that Gavri imagined does not exist at all. 3 days passed in a flash, and when the shoe dropped, Gaffer felt a strange sense of relief. However, this sense of relief soon turned into anger. Aren't you an old informant? Don't you know that it is taboo to do such things in the main universe? And using the time and space hourglass in the conflict of civilizations is even more taboo. The reason why this bureau has a transcendent status, and even the ascended civilization will cooperate in actions in different timelines and universe lines, in addition to the endorsement of the 9th level civilization. The biggest reason is that this bureau never participates in conflicts between civilizations. This is the red line. Compared to this, the destruction of the timeline by the Witch of Time is nothing. Didn't you say that the time-space hourglass is to be used in important undercover missions? Who told you to use it here? Gaffery wiped his sweat. Since it is a fluid life, it is not only sweating on his forehead, but also flowing with biological fluid all over his body. In order to prevent others from seeing the abnormality, he casually fooled the other party with a few words and immediately left. After deliberately circling around the action department for a few times, he went straight to the logistics department. With a clear goal, he went straight to Gaffery's office. After meeting, he knelt on the spot without saying a word. Big sister, considering that we are time-space anomalies and have siblings, you must save me. After Gao Gong got the time-space hourglass for free, he knew that once this thing was used, the other party would most likely take the blame. But it doesn't matter, it's not me who is blamed, and I get used to it after a while. He was wondering if the other party would launch a 3rd or 4th relic attack, or other types of attacks. Although relics are known as cosmic treasures, they are ranked 2nd among megastructures, relics, and wonders. But for advanced civilizations, this thing is not that rare, unless it has a function that is beyond imagination, like a deduction-type relic like the civilization evolution device. Because any advanced civilization has the ability to explore multidimensional universes and parallel universes. Although it is a cosmic treasure, if the main universe is used up, there is always a certain probability of finding it in other universes. After all, these 2 types of universes are theoretically endless. The reason why Gao Dong didn't get it in his previous life was purely because he was unlucky. He didn't even explore a parallel universe with powerful resources. Moreover, the role of relics is not unlimited. Although in the 3rd level civilization, offensive and conceptual relics will give people an unstoppable feeling. But when it comes to the 1st level of ascended civilization, the relics of general attributes are just that. Of course, you can still carry out conceptual attacks and strike the entire map, but I can also make conceptual weapons for defense. Maybe a single piece is not as good as you, and the performance is only 1,000th or 1/10,000th of yours, but it is nothing more than making 1,000 or 10,000 pieces. If it doesn't work, there can be a few more zeros after the number. Isn't that how cosmic treasures come from? So the evolutionary cosmic relics in the hands of the Milta people must have a limit on the number of uses. If there is no restriction, why not use it on the Galen people? You know, those gold skins are suffering from the metal gene. Why don't you take them to co-evolve? So Gao Gong's mentality is still very stable. Because he still has 2 time and space hourglasses in his hand. Whether the opponent continues to attack with relics or other types of attacks, he has 2 chances to correct errors. What to do if the 2 corrections are used up? Then Gao can only do his old business, control the Star Network universe, and conduct large-scale hacking, at least to destroy the opponent's mind network. The same 3rd-level virtual network, in Gao Yuanyuan's hands, or in his hands as a former 6th-level virtual master, the power is definitely not the same level, especially since the Star Network has just converted tens of billions of 3rd-level virtual lives, and the computing power is not lacking at all. Gao can let go and carry out civilization-level spiritual-made transformation to change those silver skins into real loot skins. However, if this happens, they will really have to fight to the death with the Mirta people, and the 3-star systems will most likely be physically destroyed by the other side. And his plan to develop the mechanic civilization and prepare for a large-scale military expansion will most likely fail. Of course, the insect civilization may also take the opportunity to rush in and kill into the territory of the Mirta people. After all, the 3rd-order virtual network used by the other side to cover the territory will usher in a large-scale downtime. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed for the insects with strong desire to attack. However, what will happen specifically depends on how the group of silver skins choose. After all, Gao is not a fortune teller. And in the Supreme Council of the Mirta people, there was also a quarrel. Even the 10 Chables, who have always been in the eyes of the outside world, have obviously had differences. For example, the leader of the Moon Cutter, who has always been famous for developing stellar weapons, a female leader with a gentle appearance but a huge aura, strongly advocates the physical destruction of the Alpha Star field. As for the chief of the Yingling group, who is good at technological evolution and gene colonization, he emphasized that all Alpha genes must be recovered. The means can be adjusted, but the goal cannot be changed. As for the Morbi Chable, which is famous for producing civilian mechas, they advocated peaceful negotiations. After all, the expansion of the insect civilization has been delayed with great difficulty, so don't make trouble. Of course, the proportion of people advocating negotiations is very low, almost less than 10% of the senior executives present. A 3rd-level civilization, negotiating with a force you don't even know who your opponent is, this, let alone whether it is embarrassing or not. Even if you negotiate, you have to find out the bottom line of the negotiating partner first. It is definitely impossible to rely on words. Besides, their luck should not be so bad, and it is not possible for another insect civilization to jump out. In the end, the senior executives reluctantly reached a proposal to try again, and this proposal also means that this generation of Supreme Speaker will die in the line of duty. After all, not everyone can do the job of librarian. Of course, the benefits and personal honors that should be given will not be reduced. The Supreme Speaker's expression was quite subtle. Come again? The senior officials present unanimously agreed that there is a saying that things never happen more than 3 times, so let's wait until it's the 3rd time. Chapter 1269. The Supreme Hall. The glory of the Supreme Speaker is above all. No matter how the speaker is a puppet at ordinary times, he is at the mercy of others. When he presses on the book of coevolution, he is the true leader of this civilization. All the high-level officials stood up, their expression solemn and respectful. Behind them were layers of phantoms. These phantoms were genes, telekinesis, illusion, reality, void will, and the art of ascension. The book of coevolution turned to the 3rd to last page, the Book of Sinners. The Book of Sinners was used only once in history, but it was not used on foreign enemies, but on the body that destroyed the telekinesis dynasty. From then on, the royal gene was cursed, and the light of telekinesis was transferred to billions of Milta people, prompting the awakening of the pure Milta will, forming a 3rd-order telekinesis network, and creating a new way of civilization. Destruction is the new way of civilization. In this civilization, data is like the pulse of life, beating in every inch of space. The Alpha people's thinking is connected to a huge information network. The acquisition of knowledge, the exchange of emotions, and even the operation of society all rely on this invisible but powerful information network. However, this seemingly perfect civilization has deviated from the Lord's righteous path. The Lord's eyes see through everything, and see that this civilization is intoxicated by the torrent of information, and has forgotten the awe of the Creator. With the power of technology, they wantonly tamper with information, manipulate the truth, and regard falsehood as the criterion. Justice and evolution are buried in the fog of information. The Lord stretched out his hand from the cloud, and this hand contains endless power and majesty. The light of destruction reaches the galaxy where the information civilization is located, and everything starts to get out of control. As the Supreme Speaker's voice becomes louder and louder, his voice begins to overlap, as if entering a higher dimension, and a more radical way of coevolution flows at different times. Alpha Mother Galaxy. Gao Gong frowned and looked at the reverse time and space hourglass. Cracks appeared on the body of the hourglass. At the same time, the flow of time and space and at the leak of the hourglass slowed down significantly. This also led to various strange phenomena in the process of time going back, such as the most typical one, the destruction seen 10 seconds later, and the evolution chanting 10 seconds ago, overlapped together. The prototype of the rich woman's love looked at the directly disappearing flesh, and the garbled code on the surface of the body. Is the power strengthened? If the previous coevolution was just a modification of the genetic source code layer, then this time, it is not a modification, but an overwrite and reset. Of course, according to the carbon-based system, it is called a gene cage, a gene curse. In this mode, genes will continue to deteriorate, decompose, dissolve from generation to generation, and eventually die out completely. Degeneration is also a kind of evolution, but it is a reverse evolution. And this time, Xiao Yu finally stopped complaining about the pain in her, but, because this time she finally didn't have time to cut out the unnamed version of the 6th level sword technique. I wanted to keep one. Senior engineer muttered to himself. The space code on the virtual civilization stick in his palm lit up, and the stick head instantly picked up the last time and space hourglass, turning it upside down. The superposition of two time-space hourglasses finally made this time-space overlap phenomenon completely disappear. Players, I'm tired, I'm offline. I'm going to the forum to play. I've been playing games for thousands of times, but I've never seen such a weird bug. I feel like vomiting. 3D dizziness. No, I'm dizzy and traveling through time. Damn, dizzy and traveling through time. Isn't this just a crash? Look how excited you are. Want to enjoy a 100% near-death gaming experience? Welcome to Cyber World. Star Destroyer, destroy it all. I'm tired of making phone calls. Die your whole family. On the other side of the communicator, Qin Jinzi's red lips twitched slightly. Sisterly, we are all still alive. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must be dead, it's a ghost communicating with me. Supreme Hall. Just when the space-time distortion was on the verge of the limit, the body of the Supreme Speaker broke into pieces, and at the same time, the evolutionary light on his body was as bright as the core of a star, and the light suddenly retracted. A faint scream came from the crack in space-time. The Supreme Speaker stood there unharmed. After all, he did not activate the Book of Sinners 10 seconds ago, but his consciousness had disappeared, and it was unknown which crack in space-time he fell into. All the senior officials present were stunned and stood there. The death of a Supreme Speaker was not enough to make them so excited. What really shocked and even frightened them was the faint burnt smoke on the Book of Coevolution. The third to last page of the Book of Coevolution, a relic of the universe, the Book of Sinners, was ignited, burned, and turned into ashes just like ordinary paper. The reversal force of two time-space hourglasses was superimposed. 3 failed coevolutions. This cosmic relic has lost a part of itself permanently. And Lao Pu also stood up slowly, with an extremely complex expression of surprise, joy, and disbelief. He could feel that the curse of the royal bloodline was fading away bit by bit. Not only him, but all the cursed bloodlines of the Mind Power dynasty were unsealed. This is the pain of civilization system reform, and it is also the inevitable choice to protect all members of the royal family. The opportunity has come. The voice of Lao Pu deep in his heart overlapped with a strange and mysterious female voice. This female voice is a strange insect cavity. In the Alpha Galaxy, Gao Gong still stood in the air, watching the star sand in the sky slowly gather, and finally formed 108 satellite-level stars, which rotated regularly around 3 star systems. This kind of gathering not only clears up the chaotic, noisy, and asteroid-filled original star system. More importantly, the nature of these satellites is similar to that of pulsars. That is, they are natural signal transfer centers, and the signal transmission distance is at the level of galaxies. Moreover, since these satellites are composed of countless star sands, which are composed of meteorite fragments, cosmic microwaves, and cosmic signals of different materials, and are changing all the time, a signal isolation belt is naturally formed. This signal isolation belt is triangular and directly covers 3 star systems. This signal transformation technology is called the Deep Network Isolation Belt. As the name suggests, it is an isolation belt that can isolate deep signals. The so-called deep network signals include but are not limited to the same level virtual network, the third-order cosmic evil god, the third-order signal detection equipment, the third-order and fourth-order virtual life, etc. In this way, even the Myrta people's mind network can no longer monitor the alpha people, let alone interfere with information. This level of signal equipment, if replaced by a blueprint, is definitely level 15, and not just one or two, but a set, at least hundreds of similar blueprints, to make up this deep network isolation zone. This thing is probably equivalent to the positioning of the mecha craze in the mechanical civilization in the virtual civilization. The reason why it is precious is that if this thing is further developed, it can create a deep galaxy network and master the information in and out of the entire galaxy. The latter is the technology of the ascending civilization. At this point, ordinary hardware can no longer bear this level of information, and planetary computers cannot bear it either. This is the biggest reason why virtual civilizations move hardware out of reality, and even out of electronic devices. Safety is ranked 3rd. Chapter 1270. Gao Gong glanced at the system panel. As expected, the camp points of Star Network Civilization have increased again. Vice leader of civilization Gao Yuanyuan has developed the deep network isolation zone, and the camp points, Star Network Civilization, have increased by 10 million. Looking at the camp points approaching 400 million under Star Network Civilization, Gao Gong sighed. As expected, it is good to have a big brother on the list. He also wanted to have a big brother on the list. No, it would be better to have a big sister on the list. He opened Gao Yuanyuan's panel again. Sure enough, there is one more boss template, Virtual Protocol, Hyperlink Girl, Cyber Engine, Information Spacetime, Astrology Big Data. Astrology Big Data. Effect 1. Simulate astrology. The generation speed of astro-level large models is increased by 1000%. Effect 2. Astrology Deduction. Through the simulation of super data, a temporary depiction of the artificial timeline is performed. Effect 3. Astral Weapon Empowerment. When manufacturing astral weapons, super information empowerment can be performed, and the success rate is increased by 50%. It is worthy of being a boss template given by the founding civilization, and the effect is powerful. In the confrontation of virtual civilizations, the astral level large model is roughly equivalent to the astral weapons of other civilizations. Naturally, the more the better, and the faster the construction speed the better. Astrology simulation is similar to the effect of fortune telling. This kind of thing is useless in most cases, but once it is useful, it is very useful. For example, the relic attack of the Myrna people this time. If Gao had not been a virtual veteran, he would have guessed that there would be such a wave, and would have been in the front in advance, and he would have also got the time and space hourglass for free from Gaffrey. The alphas can't stand it 100%. Even if a real third-level civilization comes to resist, it may not be able to stand it. The mutual exchange of servant civilizations and second-level civilizations is not uncommon in civilization wars. First, test the bottom line through low-level civilizations to test the level of your overlord civilization. This is a common method in civilization wars. When the opponent's technology tree is almost tested, consider whether to attack or stop when you are ahead. Of course, there is also a small possibility that the third-level civilization deliberately abandons the second-level civilization as a discarded child to lure you to launch a full-scale offensive and finally make a Jedi comeback. This is not impossible. Relics can indeed be used as a dimensionality reduction weapon in the third-level civilization. As for the last function of the boss template, stellar weapon empowerment, it is a very rare method of information technology assisting mechanical technology. The computing power required for a star-level hardware is terrifying. Not to mention 10 super AIs, 10 big data concept bodies can't handle it. At this time, the computing power blessing of a virtual civilization leader can be activated and used as soon as possible at the software level, which is great. The boss template is not the kind without garbage. But Gao Yuanyuan's 5 boss templates, each of them has a very powerful effect, a standard SSR card player. Fortunately, the system has not forgotten Gao Gong himself. Cybertron Legion resisted a civilization attack, the leader's reputation increased by 50-100, and obtained a civilization customized equipment. In the civilization technology tree where the camp is located, select a customized equipment. The upper limit is the civilization upper limit. Customized equipment? This is the first time I have seen it. So whether it is black technology or cross civilization, it can be built? Interesting. Gao Gong is more confident in building a mechanical body of the mechanical frenzy level. In addition, With 5,000 more reputation, his boss panel task seems to be refreshed again. Sure enough, the leader's reputation became 152300, and a task box popped up. Please choose your third camp leader task. After completing it, you will receive a boss template reward. Task 1. Conquer a third-level civilization. Task 2. Complete the design of a civilization's ultimate weapon, third-level civilization. Task 3. Collect 3 carbon-based fruits. Although from the perspective of task difficulty alone, option 3 is the easiest. You only need to find any civilization that is about to ascend, and then quietly wait for it to fail to ascend. Pick up the Evil Force Collector to collect the Ascension Evil Force. Theoretically, there is almost no difficulty. But this is also the most impossible. Which level 3 civilization would let people watch when it ascends, especially with a lot of people? As for the first one, it's not impossible for Senior Engineer to do it, but it takes time. At least it takes time for the camp to fully develop. The second mission has the greatest chance and the shortest mission time, because the Mecha Frenzy is an ultimate weapon of civilization. And the Myrta people did not develop this ultimate weapon of civilization to its limit. They regarded it as a civilization weapon of the Legion nature, not some kind of personal equipment, or even Ascension equipment. In Gao Gong's opinion, Mecha Frenzy has the potential to be used as an ascending equipment. You choose Task 2 after shutting down the system. Gao Gong felt a familiar breath. He turned around and found that the 10,000-year-old homegirl Miss Wang had actually appeared, looking in one direction thoughtfully. It seems that you also felt it. The relic is broken? Miss Wang said this with some disbelief. At most, it is damaged in part. This level of space-time weapons cannot destroy cosmic relics. Can cosmic relics be damaged? Of course, Gao Gong looked at the other party with strange eyes. A truly completely indestructible cosmic treasure must be at the level of a wonder. At least I have never heard of any means that can damage a wonder, and relics are still far behind. And do you know where relics come from? Miss Wang blinked. Isn't it made in the cyber test field? How can it be so easy to make? 100 cyber test fields may not be able to produce one, especially a special relic like yours. Gao Gong has always been generous with his praise for Ms. Deepweb. After all, this is a special product bred by the addition of the information matrix and the mixed test field technology. Even if it happens 10,000 times, it may not be able to be reproduced. Ms. Deepweb smiled at the other party and motioned for him to continue. There is a saying that the relic is an advanced civilization in other universes. The advanced civilization I refer to is level 7 or 8 civilization. There can't be a level 9 civilization, because the upper limit of the civilization of the parallel universe is level 8. The upper limit of some multiverses may be lower, because it is controlled by the main universe. These advanced civilizations were destroyed for various reasons, and their ultimate weapons fell from this universe. Every time they fell into a dimension, they would be weakened by one layer. When they fell into the next dimension, they would be weakened by another layer. After being weakened by countless layers, only the most core functions were retained. This is the relic left by the advanced civilization, so it has incredible functions. What Gao Gong said is exactly the most widely circulated view in the Civilization Council. After all, since the megastructure can be manufactured and copied, there is no reason why relics cannot be, unless it is too difficult to copy. For example, if you want to copy a relic, the prerequisite is to first develop a level 7 or 8 civilization, then raise the civilization's technology tree, develop a civilization's ultimate weapon, and then continuously decompose it. The decomposed relic is finally a relic. But you have this time, why don't you do something else? Since it is the remains of the ultimate weapon of civilization, why can the cyber test field be built? Miss Wang asked a soul-searching question. Senior Engineer shrugged and said, so this is just a theory. Maybe it was made in 2 ways. Miss Wang looked thoughtful again. If the relics are the remains of a high-level civilization, then the wonders on the relics are 9. Chapter 1271. How daring. Gao Gong quickly blocked the other person's mouth. It must be said that the touch was quite good. Don't dare to say anything. Miss Wang looked at Gao Gong strangely. In her impression, this gentleman has always been bold and daring. Why is he so cowardly? If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. There is a god above your head. What the hell are you talking about? Gao Gong glanced at the other person, and knew what he was thinking. He snorted, in this universe, nothing can be hidden from them. It's okay to force them to do other things, but it's easy to cause trouble if you force them to do something wrong. Is it really that magical? Miss Wang was curious. There were 6 level 9 civilizations in the main universe in the past, and there are 6 level 9 civilizations now. There will only be 6 level 9 civilizations in the future. After the Big Bang, before the heat death of the universe, this situation will not change. Guess why? Do you think there are no level 8 civilizations trying to ascend and break through the final level? Ms. Shenwang immediately became interested and asked mysteriously, were they all killed? It makes sense to kill them after they became level 9 civilizations. But what about before they became level 9 civilizations? Senior engineer hinted. You know, these 6 level 9 civilizations are not ancient civilizations, nor are they the first civilizations born after the Big Bang. For example, when our old superior's old superior, the old man Gu Ji, was roaming the stars, some future universe overlords were not born yet. Those ancient civilizations used the power of the Big Bang to complete several ascensions when the universe was in the Big Bang. When they left the factory, they were all level 6 and 7 civilizations. It is not easy for civilizations of this level to explore a timeline, such as in the past. Engineer Gao made a gesture of pinching to death. His expression was obscene and lascivious. You are quite bold, aren't you? But Ms. Shenwang was also intrigued by the other party, and came over. Why is that? Well, you know that in ancient times, there was an entertainment tool called online novels. No matter whether the protagonist in the online novel was talented or born a loser, no matter whether he had a strong background or started with nothing, he would always be the final winner of the book. No matter what means the villain in the book used, whether he crushed the protagonist to death before he was fully grown, or whether he was struck by thunder from the womb, the protagonist would always be able to escape danger and make further progress with the help of suffering, and eventually become an invincible person. You should know that in the main universe, there is a setting like this. You can regard this setting as a physical law, an energy law, that is. Gao Gong coughed dryly, and spoke very seriously. No matter how the plot changes, no matter how the enemies of the 9th level civilization act, the 9th level civilization is still the 9th level civilization. This is true in all timelines. To put it simply, these 6 9th level civilizations are all blessed by the protagonist template. The ancient civilizations, and ancient species, that do not believe in evil have basically become passers-by, cannon fodder, and corpses. This setting is actually a 9th level civilization technology. It is called the cosmic surface. This is the biggest melon among the countless melons that Gao Gong ate in the Civilization Council in his previous life. After eating a circle of melons, Ms. Shenwang was satisfied, and then she asked curiously, where do you get all this information from? You always seem to know some inside stories of advanced civilizations? Gao Gong laughed. Urban legends, no, interstellar legends, all interstellar legends. Gao Gong did not lie. In the previous life, the virtual master of the 6th level civilization, to put it nicely, was called a half-step advanced civilization. To put it bluntly, he could never get into the small circle of advanced civilizations. In the Civilization Council, bragging with a bunch of 6th level civilization leaders and exchanging gossips, isn't it just listening to interstellar legends? It's just that other people's gossips may be circulated 108 times, and no one knows what they have been changed into. And his gossips, at most, have been handled once or twice, and they are all spread by civilization leaders, so the reliability is relatively higher. Ms. Shenwang rolled her eyes at the other party, and she knew at a glance that the other party was not telling the truth. But she was too lazy to argue with the other party. Since you have taken care of it here, the Mirta people should not cause trouble in the short term, right? Basically not. Even for the ascended civilization, the cosmic relics are rare treasures, especially the powerful ones. For the 3rd level civilization, they are definitely like the sea stabilizing needle. Once such an existence is lost, it may be a sign of civil strife. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. This is the classic quote of the chairman. In addition, the development of civilization, even some civilizations with great potential, is measured in hundreds of years or even eras. But if you just give me a few years, I will flood you with troops. Even if the other party wants to come again, it will only result in another fight. With a deep network isolation zone, the other party's actions cannot be hidden from him. Moreover, he does not need to come to fight a virtual war. The prototype of the rich woman's love can be transmitted back at any time. So, it can be said that it is safe for the time being. Okay, this is for you. I'm tired. I haven't worked so hard for a long time. I want to take a long vacation. Ms. Shenwang yawned, and when she turned into a stream of light and entered the body of the senior engineer, a lot of professional knowledge was also instilled into her. You obtain the 3rd level professional knowledge multimodal combat core. You obtain the 3rd level professional knowledge quantum armed module. You obtain the 3rd level professional knowledge battlefield ecological maintenance system. You obtain the 3rd level Professional Knowledge Space Tactical Group. You obtain the 3rd level Professional Knowledge Super Arms Combat Rules. You obtain the 3rd level Professional Knowledge Doomsday Protocol Mechanical Tactics plus Multimodal Combat Core plus Quantum Arm Module plus Battlefield Ecological Maintenance System plus Mechanical Tactical Group plus Space Tactical Group plus Super Arms Combat Rules plus Doomsday Protocol Mechanism Synthesis Successful. You obtain the Mechanic Civilization Professional Knowledge Chain Mechanical Legion. The Legion of Mechanical Civilization, involving hundreds of different mechanical arms, combining them, marching, and fighting, is a complex and profound scientific and technological direction. Thoroughly studying it, from small starcraft to large civilization conquest, has miraculous effects. Manufacturing tens of millions of mechanical soldiers can only be regarded as the logistics work of mechanical civilization. The ability to organize the coordination, integration, advancement, and combat of these mechanical soldiers is the real mechanical war. In fact, as far as Gao Gong knows, every million or tens of millions of mechanical soldiers can be combined with each other to form 3rd level civilization weapons or stellar strike weapons, and they can be pushed forward with overwhelming momentum. This is the real mechanical frenzy. At this point, the interstellar farming and warfare era of mechanical civilization began. Conquer in front, and then increase troops in the back. After conquering, continue to increase troops in the enemy's territory, and continue to conquer after increasing troops. Some spiritual thoughts, such as extreme mechanism, iron-hearted extermination thought, and mechanical evolutionism, were born in this state. The notoriety of mechanical civilization was also spread in this state. Although the 4 major civilization systems have conquered each other, in general, no matter the number or quantity, mechanical civilization ranks first in interstellar wars. Chapter 1272. Mission Wang ate a lot of melons, and went back to rest contentedly. Stimulated by the damage to another relic, she decided to take a long vacation and have a long beauty sleep first. And Gao Gong stared at a Starsea satellite in the distance with a complicated expression, not knowing what he was looking at. After a long while, he smiled strangely. It's not such a coincidence. Mission Wang just made a bold hypothesis. Since the relic may be the ultimate weapon of the advanced civilization, then, will the wonder also be the ultimate weapon of the 9th level civilization? Theoretically, this is impossible, because the upper limit of all cosmic rays except the main universe is level 8. However, the previous 9th universe mission is enough to show that there are not only these 2 types of cosmic rays in the detectable universe. If there is a 9th level civilization in the first 8 universes, and the civilization is destroyed for some reason, it seems not impossible that the ultimate weapon of the civilization after the destruction has evolved into a wonder. However, how did those level 9 civilizations perish? Did they encounter 3 natural disasters, like this universe? Gao Gong hid this doubt deep in his heart. He knew that it was not the time to solve the mystery yet. Finally, after the Starsea was promoted to level 4, and the Myrta people were repelled, the Star Destroyer finally arrived with a group of high-level camp leaders. But whether it was number 19, Yida Loli, or Cheen Hazelnut, they all looked tired. Not only was it superluminal navigation, but even time and space travel was carried out 3 times in a short period of time. No one could bear it. Gao Gong could understand that he had already prepared a temporary settlement on the old Alpha Mother planet to let them have a good sleep first. Although there are rest cabins on the spacecraft, these people are definitely more willing to be down to earth now. Just as Gao Gong was thinking about whether to take a rest, an old-fashioned telephone on his body suddenly rang. Gao Gong answered the call, and pressed the mute button without hesitation. "You idiot!" The voice of the troll stopped abruptly. Gao Gong waited for about 10 minutes, and it was about time, so he reconnected and caught up with the end. "What is the difference between you and those brainless microorganisms in interstellar dust? They at least follow the most basic survival rules of the universe, but you completely ignore any morality and common sense. Carbon-based organisms have brains, mechanical organisms have processors, and you are empty nothing." "Nothing." Gao Gong rubbed his ears and said lazily, "Pay attention to your attitude. Level 5 Agent Gaffrey, be careful that I will put on eye drops in front of Director Olga." The tone of the other party stagnated for a moment, and after a moment, he became angry again. "How dare you say that to me? Didn't you say that the time-space hourglass I gave you would be used in the undercover mission? So where did you use it? You used it in the conflict of civilizations. Then how do you know that this is not part of the undercover mission?" Gao Gong asked back. "Do you think I'm an idiot? You're not an idiot, are you?" Gao Gong said silently in his heart. But on the surface, he still had to comfort the other party. And there was something that needed his identity to do. Do you remember the parallel universe I told you about? How do you say that? Gaffrey asked immediately. Making money, business, not bad. Gao Gong briefly described the relationship between the collector, the Supreme Organization, and the leader of the fake Colossus country, who was suspected to be a member of the Supreme. Supreme, it seems there is such an organization. Wait a minute, I find some information. Gao Gong waited for a while before the other party picked up the phone again. Well, it's true. It's the first wave of conceptual life born after the Big Bang. It has the ability to control some physical laws. It seems to believe in a guy called the Lord of the Old World. Lord of the Old World, Savior? Although the whole universe doesn't speak Mandarin, these two words themselves have a lot of overlapping syllables. Well, it's a strange guy. It's not a sacrificial evil god, nor a creature from another timeline. According to the information, the Lord of the Old World is a life that lived before the Big Bang. Oh, this Lord of the Old World, was there life before the Big Bang? Gao Gong asked. You ask me, who should I ask? You time agents can travel through timelines at will. Can't you just go back and take a look? How can it be at will? It needs to be approved. And was there a timeline before the Big Bang? You want me to travel through it? No. Yes. No. Yes. Okay, Gao Gong gave up this debate. Then let's just assume there is nothing. Do you have any other information about the Supreme Organization? No. No. Gao Gong suspected. Could it be that your level is too low? The other party was furious. The public information doesn't need to be reviewed by level, and it has nothing to do with my level. I still have a regular position, and you are just a temporary worker without a regular position. Sorry, I'm not a temporary worker, I'm a liar. You didn't monitor this Supreme? Why should we monitor? They haven't done anything to harm the multiverse and parallel time and space. According to the information, they seem to be looking for the old master. Are you curious why they do this? The universe is so big, there are so many strange organizations, I'm just bored. Okay, this reason convinced Gao Gong. If he had a job, he would also have to find ways to fish. So, if we want to find the entrance to the parallel time and space, we have to catch the fake one. Capturing the leader of civilization is even more taboo than reversing the timeline. Gary felt that if he did this, he would probably have to prepare a few more sets of clothes and report to the death timeline. Of course, you don't have to do this. Gao Gong saw the other party's concerns. I will personally find someone to do it, and make sure nothing goes wrong, but you have to do me a favor. I won't do anything that involves civilization. I didn't ask you to do it, I just asked you to help me locate a position on the timeline. Whose coordinates? The coordinates of an ascending civilization. Beep beep beep. The phone on the other end hung up directly. Gao Gong shrugged, it's just a joke, why are you so serious? After someone's evil taste was completed, he switched to a normal communication channel and quickly connected to the other party, with the help of the galaxy-level communication capabilities of the Star Network. The other party didn't know who it was at first, but when Gao Gong revealed his identity, he was greeted with a series of praises. Brother, you are really awesome. You offended the Golden Skin, and then conquered a second-level civilization on the Silver Skin's territory. I'm afraid that Shrek was not as arrogant as you. It's okay. I am still a low-key person. But Master, even if you manage the fairy black market, you can't be so well informed. You know all the news that the Mirda people don't know? Why don't you know? The Mirda people leaked this news. Huh? After the other party explained, Gao Gong realized that the Mirda people actually took the initiative to leak the news of the fall of Alpha Civilization. The reason why the Mirda people confirmed Gao Gong's origin was largely because they exchanged military intelligence with the Galen people. When the Galen people besieged the planet before, players also participated in the war, and basically every face was accurately recorded. And this time, a considerable number of players who participated in the Three Worms disaster participated in the previous war. Comparing the two, the attacking force in the darkness immediately revealed its true form. Chapter 1273. Why do they do this? Senior Engineer asked in confusion. If the Galen people can't defeat the Alpha Narwhal, it's still understandable. After all, there is a second Shrek on this resource planet. Super combat species like him can be powerful enough to fly in a small-scale interstellar war, similar to Lu Bu with 1,000 cavalry. When developing star fields, once some difficult space species nests or energy depressions are developed, even the starship army of the third-level civilization will temporarily take a detour. There is no need to be obsessed with this small point. The third-level civilization focuses on the overall situation. After the attack on the planet failed, the Galen people can still comfort themselves in this way. But the nature of the Alpha people is completely different. To put it bluntly, this is completely shaking the foundation of the country. Well, according to the information I received, the diplomats of the Myrta people seem to be persuading their counterparts to regularize and normalize the anti-insect alliance. We are all 1,000-year-old foxes, so who doesn't understand who? Gao Gong immediately understood what the other party meant. You mean, that group of silver skins want to use the power of the anti-insect alliance to deal with us? This is really shameless. A third-level civilization admitted that it could not deal with an interstellar separatist force, and even tried to use the power of the civilization alliance. Shiver, really shiver. Gao Gong touched his chin and pondered for a while, and suddenly exclaimed, "You said, they will not organize a second wave of civilization alliances like they did to the Shrek group back then?" Haha, this was my first reaction after hearing it. The old helmsman on the opposite side swung his tentacles with a snapping sound. "You are so awesome, brother. Who doesn't know your reputation as the second Shrek now?" Will anyone agree? It's not like the past. There is a more threatening insect civilization at the forefront. The gold skin should be very happy. Don't forget that there is a resource planet of theirs on your territory, and for some reason, the mechanical rebellion that has been raging in their territory recently has suddenly died down. The diplomatic envoys of the Void Dwellers seem to be very interested. By the way, they also sent a message saying that you, like Shrek back then, have obtained the relics of the Stringer civilization, so you can grow rapidly. Don't you think it's ridiculous, ha ha ha. The tentacles on the opposite side swung again, with a snapping sound. This is another fool. Okay, let's not talk about this little thing for now. I have something important to discuss with you, brother. Is this a little thing? Brother, you are so arrogant that I don't even recognize you. Civilization Alliance? A civilization alliance targeting you alone. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sleep well. It seems like you can sleep well now. Moreover, as long as you don't come to fight with me right away, Gao Gong is really not worried at all. Why, brother? Can you sleep during this period of time? Of course not, but since I absorbed a wave of evil god thoughts from you, I really feel a lot more relaxed. After so many years, I finally don't have to be disturbed by this kind of chaotic nonsense. The tone of the Death Captain was full of sighs. What if I say that I have a way to completely solve the evil god's thoughts in you? The tentacles on the opposite side stopped waving and fell into complete silence. After a long while, a trembling voice sounded. Brother, are you kidding me? You know my situation too. Isn't it clear? As an observation box of a certain level 3 peak civilization, it conducted some kind of evil god observation experiment, and as a result, self-awareness was bred in the chaotic consciousness of the evil god. This is not the most ridiculous thing. The most ridiculous thing is that this experiment has not yet come up with anything, and this civilization has ascended successfully and disappeared directly in the material level. In other words, create a box world and wrap yourself up. This is actually a common way of ascension for information civilizations. But the Death Captain, the box spirit, was confused. Boss, why didn't you take me with you when you ascended? What should I do if you leave? On the one hand, the various evil gods' whispers tortured it crazily. On the other hand, this chaos became a kind of protection, because if they were gone, the ascending civilization might have to free up its hands and completely wipe it out. Because it is the only coordinate of the ascending civilization in reality. If it is used by a hostile civilization, then it is possible to follow the clues and touch the civilization box. So this endless evil god torture can only be reduced, but not completely eradicated. Because once the day of complete resolution comes, perhaps what greets him is complete death. This is the conclusion drawn by him, the senior engineer, and the collector after studying. So when he heard that there was a cure for this thing, the old helmsman immediately took the bait. It's just a little risk, said the senior engineer casually. You say? Brother, do you know what an ascended civilization fears the most? Of course, it's another ascended civilization. 3 or 4 more star days passed. The players soon became lively again. After all, they had nerves like natural disasters. It just so happened that the exploration personnel from the Alpha constellation of the Longhorned Whale had set out to explore the map. They are professionals in exploring the map, and with the assistance of the star network, the map fog of these 3 star systems is equivalent to no fog. The several resource points that the Alpha people collected like heirlooms suddenly increased by more than a dozen, or even dozens. These resource points may be an energy-rich area, a high-concentration radioactive or a stellar debris. These things are basically difficult to develop with the technology of the second-level civilization. However, the fact that the second-level civilization cannot develop them does not mean that the third-level mechanical technology cannot develop them. Senior engineer has brushed a bunch of blueprints of interstellar engineering machinery in the past 2 days and handed them over to this group of people. So in the past 2 days, the camp experience on the system panel has increased rapidly. Digging out a third-level top-quality energy mine gives 10 million experience points, and extracting a part of nano-level energy dust gives another 5 million experience points. In this way, small amounts add up to a lot, and soon more than 1 billion camp experience points were brushed out. So with the help of this experience, Gao Gong produced some mechanical drawings such as spaceship parts, fleet replenishment, and void supply ships. The reason for producing these drawings is mainly to build a void fleet with spaceship as the core. This is a necessary configuration for the reorganization of the Shrek Star Pirate group. As for where the spaceship came from, it naturally came from the gift package of the Void Dweller, the most valuable one drawn from those reward drawings. Although it is not as strong as the Void battleship in terms of strength, it is even more maneuverable. Spaceship number 0. A type of spaceship in the Space series, it has space-specific capabilities such as space jump, dimension jump, and hull space decomposition. Although the frontal attack capability is not strong, it has miraculous effects in space exploration, space penetration, and dimension invasion. It is one of the trump card spaceships of the Void Dweller civilization. But in Gao Gong's opinion, this thing is more suitable for being a star pirate ship. With the ability of space jump, there is no need to worry about air bubbles, space anchors, and other space blockade devices. With the ability of dimension jump, it can even jump out of some large-scale stellar weapon attacks, such as planetary cannons. As for the hull space decomposition, it is even more of a hack into some planetary fortresses and mechanical planets. This thing is simply a natural nemesis for physical layer defense. Maybe the Lord of the Void also has a heart to become a pirate king. It's just that Shrek got ahead of him back then, so he barely built a third-level civilization and sighed to become the Lord of Civilization. Chapter 1274. Of course, the above is all nonsense from the senior engineer. If the Lord of the Void is given 10,000 choices, he will choose the civilized route instead of the Pirate King route. The former is a grand road, and the latter, no matter how strong it is just a bandit. So no matter how good Shrek is, he is just a failed Ascension body. And the canned spirit is the successful Ascension test body. After the senior engineer confirmed the meeting time and place with the Death Captain, he hung up the communication. Before asking Shouty Buddha to come back and take charge, he still wants to solve the problems of the Orgrimmar people first. To achieve the rapid growth of soldiers and species in civilization, not only project management talents like Shouty Buddha are needed, but also a bunch of genius mechanical engineers. These engineers not only need to work hard on progress, but also need to work hard on blueprints. Especially for mechanical civilization, if you want to develop at the speed of light, you need tens of millions of mechanical blueprints. Senior engineer can provide a part, or even a large part. But the rest, that has to be solved by someone. The blueprints produced by players are not stable, and it is better to expect the sun to rise from the west than to expect them to use the experience of upgrading and upgrading skills to brush the blueprints of the camp. They also expect the camp to provide them with blueprints to develop the mechanical city, or think the other way around. If the players can really achieve technological independence and blueprint independence, then senior engineer will have to worry about whether he can keep his butt. To realize the G2 project that the United States has never realized, to bind the players firmly to their own camp, and to achieve a relationship with the fourth calamity that is both evolutionary independence and mutual anal sex, is the best choice for Mr. G. So the people of Orgrimmar must be saved. I said, you have been recuperating for several days, and you haven't rested enough? In the Skyfort, looking at the still listless senior executives, Gao Gong was angry. If you don't work hard, how can your boss still hang out with rich women? He's always squeezing you, and you become the top brother on the list, don't you know? Boss, we don't want to do that either. The problem is that we have died 3 times, and you just give us 3 days to rest. Even though Cheen Hazel was used to the perverted boss of the cyber test field, he couldn't help but look at the perversion of Boss G with new eyes. I don't care about that. Anyway, I leave soon. I leave the star map exploration of these 3 star systems, the inheritance and development of civilization heritage, and the suppression of mechanical riots to you. If you can't handle it when I come back. Gao Gong gave the group of people a cold look. Your boss is not only good at developing perverted projects such as the Rich Woman Love series, the Trem series, and the Fat Man series, but also has a lot of experience. Regardless of their strength, the female executives present shuddered subconsciously. However, after the shudder, they quickly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. It was not because of the perverted project, but because the senior engineer was about to leave. The 3 previous death time travels, the senior engineer also took the time to explain to them. Shanghai promotion, the Myrta people's sneak attack. The coevolution of all species, the gene cage. The 2 sides fought, and even the timeline was beaten back 3 times. This is the truth of their 3 consecutive deaths. When they knew the truth, everyone was stunned. Is it such a big deal? Are the Myrta people so cruel? This is not a game they are qualified to participate in. So when they heard that Gao Gong was leaving and leaving them alone here, they all panicked. Not only did Qin Jinzi, a shameless big-breasted female white-boned demon, come over and hug Gao Gong's arm to rub against him, trying to emulsify him, but even number 19 and Lady Narwhal, 2 powerful women who are proud of their status and rank, stared at Gao Gong eagerly, fearing that this heartless man would dump them. Gao Gong couldn't help rolling his eyes when he saw these guys being so useless. What are you afraid of? There is the Star Network, the Deep Network Isolation Belt, and the 4th level weapon Shanghai. If it doesn't work, your boss can transfer the data with a phone call. Learn from Xiaoyu, and have some backbone. When Xiaoyu heard her boss praising her, she immediately raised her head and chest, looking proud. Qin Hazel forced a smile and said, Sister Xiaoyu has always been brave and fearless. With her around, we can feel more at ease. She's not here. I take her with me this time. She might be useful. Looking at the frightened attitude of everyone except Xiaoyu, Gao Gong scolded the group of people severely. Civilization wars should be of this level. The law of the dark jungle is not said in vain. Only by adapting early and entering the mentality of the sword holder early can we survive in the future civilization competition. The boss carries the whole game, and you win by doing nothing. It's a dream. I want it too. I lost a rich woman in order to leave the novice village. Who can I talk to? I should have transferred old Walter here earlier. Gao Gong regretted it a little. It has nothing to do with strength. It is indeed more suitable for the sword holder to deal with this kind of situation, where there is no chance of survival and death. But at this moment, this sword holder is monitoring another sword holder. Before, Gao Gong said Gate back, and asked him to use the resources of the resource planet to build the necessary mechanical body for the mecha frenzy. Then let old Walter monitor. See if the 2 Zhang Beihais can spark any sparks when they get together. This is also a kind of bad taste. I wouldn't play this routine if I knew it earlier. He pulled his arm out of Qin Hazel's chest angrily, arranged the positions of these senior executives one by one, and then Gao Gong set off neatly. This time, in addition to taking Xiaoyu, he also took Wire. He was sitting on a star destroyer, in superluminal mode, and headed straight for Orbamar. Xiaoyu was somewhat hyperactive, and could not sit still, so he challenged Velvy with great interest. After Velvy ate the space fruit, he was full of confidence. At least most of the Velvy were in this state. So after an emergency vote, the Velvy agreed to the challenge through democratic consultation with 108 votes to 13 and 2 abstentions. It is worth mentioning that the 2 Velvy who abstained from voting had just observed it, and were confused about the current situation. Gao Gong also put forward his own requirements, not to destroy any of the things inside the Star Destroyer, otherwise the 2 people would be thrown out from the super light speed mode together. The 2 top-level 3rd-level species were firing at full power, still inside the hull, and this 4th-level ship was not enough for both sides to build. Both of them were confident in their craftsmanship, so they agreed to Gao Gong's proposal. So in a training ground about the size of a football field in the cabin, Gao Gong moved a small stool and sat down to watch the show. For a first-order species, a football field is enough to toss around, but for a third-order species, this little space is really like a temple in a snail shell. As soon as Velvet came up, he showed the power of the space fruit. There were dense velvets in the space. Every time Velvet opened his palm, countless space strings shot out. Gao Gong was happy to see this. This is not his old skill, the space field. And compared to his own back then, this operation is obviously more complicated. The intersection of space strings and space strings is a space that refracts each other. Different spaces have completely different spatial structures. If Xiaoyu forcefully comes, the result he faces is probably equivalent to forcibly breaking into Gao Gong's void microcosm, which is a refueling tactic nemesis. Chapter 1275. From Xiaoyu's perspective, every inch of air was packed full, and the air seemed to become hard from the inside to the outside, and the direction of each solid air seemed to be different. Of course, Xiaoyu could rely on the powerful performance of the God Killer suit to forcefully enter the light speed mode to get rid of this spatial fixation. However, her strong intuition in combat told her that if she did so, the entire space would be destroyed, and the damage caused by the destruction would tear her mechanical body apart. All the velvets showed a gloomy smile, and the boss template, the demon fire of the blue-blooded demon, was burned out, and various twisted blue flames followed the curves of the folded space, twisting into various strange and terrifying human figures, and these human figures each stretched out various twisted limbs, turning into a strange limb storm. And each of these terrifying human figures is Velvet, or Velvet who failed quantum observation. Gao Gong saw this scene inside. It feels a bit like the burning demon Azaz. The Soul Supreme is a pure flame demon. The demonic flames released can forcibly transform the genes of species on an entire planet. Some large biological weapons are only at this level. In terms of transformation, the mixed blood of Velvi is not as good as the other party, but there is no doubt that after absorbing the space fruit in quantum collapse, this person has walked out of his own way, and these quantum demons are one of them. In the brain world, a Velvi is quite proud. Sure enough, quantum and space can be integrated with each other. This version of YRY is a rare carbon-based fruit version. He was given a carbon-based fruit and promoted to a senior position because of his great contributions to Shrek. Although the carbon-based fruit he took was not a space fruit, there were some things in common in the development of the fruit. YRY obviously knew Xiao Yu's terrifying melee burst ability, so he planned to take the opponent away in one wave. Xiao Yu held the god-killing sword, and the vision on her 100% simulated electronic eyes suddenly changed. Countless zeros and ones intertwined and flashed, and there were even a large number of ones, surging in an indescribable complex law, as if telling the bottom-level operating logic of space. The space blockage that originally hindered her movement suddenly became an extension of her hands and feet. Xiao Yu's sword led her hands led her arms, and her arms turned her whole body. The whole person seemed to have become an extension of this sword, and she shuttled out in the space fluctuations. The knife light seemed to have traveled through time and space, and almost instantly landed on Velvet's big head, and split the opponent's big head in two. Huh? The velvets that were densely covered in all directions suddenly overlapped, causing his figure to enter a Schrödinger state between collapse and shaping. Velvet touched his head with lingering fear. If he hadn't almost instinctively entered the quantum state just now, he would have been beheaded by a knife. Can you do it? If not, I will do it. Velvet said dissatisfiedly. This is the carbon-based fruit version just now. Okay, you come if you want. This version of Velvet is a senior executive of the monster group, with extremely rich combat experience, which is indeed not comparable to him. Sure enough, as soon as this Velvet came online, the surrounding space also entered the quantum collapse state. However, after Gao Gong glanced at him, he decisively reduced the quantum collapse state to the size of a football field. And the battle in this quantum collapse state looks very magical. Velvet seems to be everywhere and nowhere. The whole person seems to have become a cloud of probability that permeates the space, and his moves also rotate and attack in a way that goes against common sense. This level of battle shows that he is an old driver with a very deep fruit development level, at least more than 70%, not much worse than Gao Gong. However, what really surprised Gao Gong was not Velvet, but Xiao Yu. He thought that Xiao Yu had only two ideas to break the situation. One was the powerful carbon-based nemesis ability of the god-killing suit to reconstruct species, and the other idea was to rely on the 6th-level swordsmanship to strike at a dimensionality reduction. However, Xiao Yu's performance was completely beyond Gao Gong's expectations. She is calculating space parameters. The so-called light speed battle is not just about reaching the speed of light. If that is the case, some energy weapons can also achieve this. But this light speed weapon is actually no different from a spaceship traveling at the speed of light. It does not have a light speed state, that is, a state of staying in a space coordinate for a long time. But the reason why the light speed battle is special is that reaching this speed can already initially affect time and space. Literally time and space, time and space. The real light speed battle can fully control both. This point was discovered by Engineer Gao only after activating the two types of war-mad bloodlines. However, is the performance of this little girl's combat computer so strong? The God Killer suit naturally also has an onboard computer, called the Super God Model Sensing System, which has powerful computing power, and is roughly equivalent to the 5th or 6th version of the biological computer when it leaves the factory. It can even perform data modeling through the planetary computer to generate specific combat AI. In other words, Xiao Yu can also use this method to inject AI into every module and every part of the body, achieving a powerful state where tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of artificial intelligences are running at the same time. This state is commonly known as the God Killer mode. However, this state is also because the hardware is burned too hard, and AI injection will only be performed in the real combat mode. Did she charge AI when she came? That's not right. Where did the planetary computer come from in the Alpha Star system? When you are undecided, ask the system. Engineer Gao silently opened the system, and sure enough, a line of prompts appeared on Xiao Yu's panel. The Super God modeling system is undergoing system update and maintenance. Please do not shut down the host. This thing also has its own update. Why didn't I know when I built it? Who will update and maintain it? It can't be Xiao Yu's poor cerebellum and brain, right? While Gao Gong was analyzing from the perspective of a professional mechanic, the battle between Xiao Yu and Wire had ended. Xiao Yu's god-killing sword stopped in front of Wire's forehead. She calculated the variables of quantum collapse and space transformation, and cut into the variables. So she won. Wire was not very disappointed. After all, everyone was an old acquaintance, and he was also very clear about this person's combat potential. And more importantly, he asked someone to go online to lead the fight, and he didn't lose by himself. After a period of urgent discussion between the Wirewise, another Wirewise was soon nominated. This Wirewise was not a fruit ability developer, but his experience was also very special. As a member of the Shrek Star Pirates group, he was unfortunately captured during a civilization encirclement and suppression. With his integrity, he surrendered without hesitation. As a benefit of surrendering, several scientists from different civilizations carried out large-scale human transformation on him, greatly increasing his strength. In order to find a way to get him back to the Star Pirates group in the near future and find an opportunity to assassinate Shrek, so this Wirewise has many means to deal with extreme species. Xiao Yu's construct suit was actually suppressed by the other party in a strange way. Chapter 1276. Orgrimmar is located in a remote star field of the third celestial sphere. It takes 20 to 30 days to get there from the Alpha Star field, even at superluminal speed. So during this period of sailing, one of the few pleasures for Gao Gong was to watch these two guys fight. Compared with Xiao Yu, Veldy's moves are ever-changing. Each version of Veldy has a different fighting style, and even a different system panel. When encountering some high-quality Veldy, they all have level 3 master skills. And when encountering this kind of Veldy, Xiao Yu almost lost several times. However, every time at this time, the system update and maintenance will appear. Then, Xiao Yu seemed to have realized the truth. He either slashed out a sword technique that decomposed space, or was able to stir up time and space. Even Horace Boots couldn't help but comment that he was a good seedling of the blood of a war maniac. But it was a pity that he went astray and became a mechanical scum. Even this kind of war madman who hates mechanical species can give such a high evaluation. Xiao Yu's talent can be imagined. However, Gao Gong felt more and more that something was wrong. Even if it is a genius, there should be traces of evolution. Xiao Yu evolved from a battle angel in the cyber test field to a battle angel in the interstellar battlefield. During this period, it was not without encountering a weak version period. It was only after the installation of the God Killer suit that he had a combat power beyond the starship and stood up again. But is the effect of the God Killer suit so strong? It also comes with a system update? Gao Gong calculated that after more than 10 days of updates, this person's combat computing power has been infinitely close to the biological computer of version 7.1. Although it is not like every version of biological computer adds different biological functions. At present, the opponent's system update is only to strengthen the combat computing power, which can better enter the god-killing mode. But this alone is exaggerated enough. How long did it take Gao Gong to get to this point? Who is secretly updating the version? So, after Wirewise was defeated for the 100th time, Gao Gong, with itchy hands and doubts, finally couldn't help but go on the field. Boss! You are finally here. I have wanted to fight with you for a long time. Gao Gong did not comment, threw the prepared wooden sword over, and shook the wooden halberd in his hand. He dared not guarantee that he could stop using the Lion-Long halberd in the cabin. No matter how much the temperature of a 100 million degree divine weapon is restrained, it is impossible to converge to 0 degrees. As for Xiao Yu, it is even more impossible. Once the little girl gets too excited, she can pierce the sky. The reason why it was well maintained before was because the space fruit completely manipulated the space, so that the destructive power did not leak out. So in this small area, Wirewise's strongest ability, dimension jump and space penetration, was not actually used. If it was really used, even if he couldn't beat him, he could still run away. Try your new move. It depends on whether you can force me to use that move, boss. In normal times, Xiao Yu is definitely good-tempered. She can be happy with you even if you scold her, but once she enters the battle mode, she is like a different person. Gao Gong laughed, and the next moment, the surrounding space swelled into a big bag and began to expand. Xiao Yu's pupils widened instantly, her arms crossed, and her legs plowed 2 furrows on the high alloy ground. She instantly entered the calculation mode, the super god sensing system started, and a large number of spatial parameters were extracted. However, the next moment, she saw Gao Gong's eyes. Xiao Yu's body shook violently. At this moment, she seemed to see the spatial magnetic field like an invisible and huge spider web, and then a large amount of flesh and blood grew out of it. The orderly flow of information was instantly disordered, rushing like a wild horse, and the spatial parameters began to tremble and deform. Some even seemed to be squeezed by an invisible giant hand, gradually broken, and turned into flickering fragments floating in the air. Two powerful computing powers began to collide directly and purely. One carbon-based flow, one mechanical side, but at this moment, there seemed to be no difference between the two. As the only audience on the scene, Wirewise's brain was almost going crazy, just like a noisy movie theater. What a terrifying biological aura. The biological magnetic field alone is infinitely close to the point of quantum collapse. I have only seen this kind of organism in Captain Shrek. Is this the strong man in the main universe? In the same galaxy, there is a biological monster that can match Captain Shrek. The peak of the third order biological, the real peak of biological. It's no wonder that these Wirewire are so excited, because Gao Gong's performance is very similar to someone in their memory. Even more proactive. If Shrek's strength is due to the strong nerves and super instincts brought by the Ascension experiment, then Gao Gong's strength is the suppression of the computing power of the biological computer. He was using algorithms to break algorithms, and kicked Xiao Yu out of the space mastery state of the light speed mode. Xiao Yu's eyes widened. Gao Gong smiled slightly, and suddenly a space cube with infinite facets appeared in his palm, and then he crushed 3 void microcosms in succession. In an instant, dense space honeycombs wrapped the entire football field, and its density and strength far exceeded the scale of Wirewire before. It's not that his spatial perception is stronger than Wirewise's. This is a pure dimensionality reduction attack of the 4th level skill. Void microcosm. 4th level usually connect consciousness with the universe void, evolve spatial laws, simulate microcosm models, release in battle, create a full defense space bubble, defense value, consciousness * 1000, quantity * 5. 3 microcosms, 30 million space defense value. When Xiao Yu's own computing power was suppressed, there was only one way to break the situation. The next moment, Xiao Yu's entire body suddenly turned into a ball of cold light, and the light suddenly exploded, turning into a day of light rain, forming a little bit of flickering points, splashing into all the space sections. The legendary 6th level skill finally unveiled its mysterious veil in front of Gao Gong, and it was indeed a work of genius, incomparable and miraculous. Because the next moment, Gao Gong was surprised to see that Xiao Yu's figure and Xiao Yu's weapon appeared on all the space cross-sections. It turned out not to be a wooden sword, but the matching weapon of the god-killing set, the killing carbon-based great sword. Damn! Gao Gong said nothing and activated the 2 kinds of fighting blood, and a large amount of bulging flesh and fascia tried to block this carbon-based killing weapon. At the same time, the figure retreated and soaked in the viscous world of time and space. I hate this thing. Amid the roar of Horus's combat boots, 30 million points of defense value were all converted into 30 million points of attack power, falling on Gao Gong. Only Wirewire was left around with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open, looking shocked. Is it so fierce? After the smoke and dust cleared, Gao Gong stood up with his teeth bared, and his muscles squirmed, revealing scars deep enough to see the bones. To kill carbon-based creatures with a construct is pure real damage. If it doesn't hit a critical hit, it's all because of the fighting blood. Looking at the blood volume, that was cut by more than half, Gao Gong's eyes twitched. If it weren't for the fact that I have many boss templates and high strengthening talents, I would have been forced into the light speed mode at the critical moment. It would have been killed in 1 second just now. No, if it weren't for the millions of blood volume brought by the Me Tyrant, it would have been 100% killed in 1 second just now. The second Shrek was notorious, swept across the universe, and almost capsized in the gutter. Chapter 1277. I told you to use a fake knife, but you used a real one. I told you to use a fake knife, but you used a real one. What are you thinking? Do you want to kill your boss and realize the freedom of workers? Gao Gong poked the little girl's forehead with his finger, making her cry. The little girl pursed her lips and said aggrievedly, I didn't use a real knife, I used a real sword. I think you are the real bitch. Your whole family is really bitch. Boss, you are also my family. Gao Gong was choked. Thank you. He pulled out the carbon-based sword with his backhand. The mechanical sword as wide as a door panel exuded a beastly aura. As the strongest killing structure refined from the blood of 10 top-level 3rd-level masters, including Gao Gong's own blood, this sword was indeed a bit fierce. When Gao Gong held it, it began to vibrate wildly, and a sharp edge that tore the biological magnetic field shot out. "Heh, long time no see, your temper has become quite big, you dare to lose your temper with me," Gao Gong said coldly. The third level imperial power was used, and the golden light suppressed from the palm. Wherever it passed, the mechanical sword that was originally trembling immediately became obedient. Although the civilization characteristics disappeared from the second level to the third level, the oppression on the machinery did not decrease but increased, and the coverage range was not limited to the ancient machinery. Xiao Yu looked at his little friend eagerly, wanting to rescue but not daring. His feet were flat, and he felt wronged. "Since you want to use it, then use it," Gao Gong threw the big sword over unhappily, and Xiao Yu took it happily. The touch module of the hilt was directly deformed, and decomposed into data interfaces to connect to the Wi-Fi of the god-killing suit. In an instant, an electric current spread from the hilt to the sword guard, and then to the sword body. The hand guard opened directly, and the mechanical patch decomposed like fish scales, covering Xiao Yu's fingers to his forearms. A tearing sword domain that could kill gods and exterminate ghosts roared out. Gao Gong's two war-crazy bloodlines were stimulated, and his biomagnetic field directly turned into two giants, one of which was a four-armed demon god with a majestic aura and a white bone crown, and the other was a flesh-and-blood sturdy man inlaid with purple gold scales, with his eyes burning with raging blood and fire. The two auras collided, and the space rippled uncontrollably. Gao Gong pulled out the fiery sun halberd with his backhand, and the aura of the 100 million degree divine weapon directly suppressed the carbon-based sword. If you want to test that level of skill, you really can't hide it. Gao Gong turned the tip of his halberd and pointed it at Wei Erwei, and instructed, "You are responsible for controlling the space aftermath caused by the two of us. You can't leak it at all, otherwise I will throw you out." I do it." Wei Erwei never dreamed that he would be the most tired one in the fight between the two of them. 5 system levels, from ordinary to master, and then breaking through the skill limit. According to the settings of some old online games, after the master, it should be the grandmaster. But this is too vulgar. Gao Gong chose to give up this title. However, according to Gao Gong's personal understanding, breaking through the limit of the third level skill is nothing more than the power of the fourth level skill. To exaggerate a little, it is barely close to the fifth level. But after the experiment with Xiao Yu, Gao Gong found that it was not the case at all. Breaking through the skill limit is not so much a quantitative improvement as a qualitative sublimation. If you have to describe it, this nature is like a relic, and a bit like a carbon-based fruit. Of course, the power may be only 1,000th or 1/10,000th of the relic. It is not like a carbon-based fruit, which is a conventional conceptual weapon. For example, Xiao Yu's swordsmanship, it can destroy consciousness, split consciousness, and even use the consciousness in the sword to control space energy. According to Xiao Yu's personal statement, the sword just now was to decompose the consciousness into millions of parts in an instant, and each part drilled into a piece of space, controlling its spatial power and practicing the sort of counterkilling. Gao Gong was almost killed by this sword. If you have to describe it specifically, it is more like using human thoughts to control a concept in a short period of time, which is more virtual in nature, such as consciousness, and then produce terrifying changes. If the carbon-based fruit controls the known rules of this universe, then breaking through the skill limit is one of the unknown rule changes in this world. Gao Gong thinks this description should be appropriate, although it is still affected by the level. For example, the power of the same sword technique of the third level Xiao Yu and the fifth level Xiao Yu is definitely different. But its level is still beyond the limit of the level. So it is called breaking through the skill limit, not the sixth level of skills, let alone the master. It is indeed a legendary skill, and it is indeed quite legendary. Then this level is called legendary. However, Gao Gong did not expect that this casual remark would be recognized by the system. When the NPC in your camp breaks through the skill limit, you get the right to name the skill limit. You name it as legendary. Breakthrough skills are close to the Tao, reaching the level of skill in Tao, and each legendary skill has different effects. Xiao Yu, what do you plan to call your swordsmanship? Since the level has been named, Gao Gong decided to give the right to name the swordsmanship to the other party. Xiao Yu was inspired. Destroy the heaven and earth, kill gods and demons, 9 heavens and 10 earths, dimensional breaking sky and flashing Huazhan. Very good, just call it the stream of consciousness swordsmanship, simple and unpretentious. Boss, it's called destroy the heaven and earth, kill gods. Stop talking nonsense, warm up quickly, and start the 108th training immediately. Oh! Just as Wei Erwei didn't expect that Mr. Ji and Xiao Yu would be the most tired person in their training. Gao Gong also didn't expect that the one who got the most benefit from his training with Xiao Yu. Gao Gong originally thought that he could learn the other party's stream of consciousness swordsmanship. Even if he couldn't learn it, it would be good to use the stimulation of the other party's legendary skills to hold out his own legendary skills. As a result, I found that I had thought too much. This kind of opportunity to break through the skill limit is rare. The last time I was locked by the chastity lock, the species lock, I wanted to find the original feeling this time, but I couldn't find it again. As the saying goes, flowers have a day to bloom again, people can't be young again. Looking back, I am already an old driver. Gao Gong sighed and sighed. What a great opportunity, just like the female classmate who handed me a love letter in the past. Just a blink of an eye, I can't find it anymore. And just because I can't learn it doesn't mean that the other party can't learn it. Every time I fight, Xiao Yu learns a third-level skill from me. When I was about to reach the Orgrimmar star field, the other party had learned hundreds of third-level skills. The Battle Madness skill that comes with the Nock bloodline was sucked hard by a certain mechanical girl. And after hundreds of battles, Gao Gong finally admitted that his 7.2 biological computing power could not suppress the other party at all. The computing power of the opponent's super godlike sensing system has completely reached the level of a planetary computer. In the hibernation capsule, Xiao Yu was lying in the hibernation capsule and snoring after fighting hundreds of battles. In the darkness, Gao Gong looked at the other party calmly. Suddenly he waved his hand, summoned the black box, glanced at the space graphics card inside, and suddenly smiled strangely. I didn't expect it, and you didn't expect it, Lolita. People are no longer young, and girls are no longer girls. Neither you nor I expected that the second mechanical revolution, the intelligent machine crisis, would actually be transferred. At this moment, in the system panel, Xiao Yu, the leader of the intelligent machine, is transforming. The previous knife with murderous intent was definitely not something that a normal Xiao Yu could cut. Chapter 1278. Gao Gong had long suspected it. Especially after the system was being updated and maintained. Isn't this nonsense? He created the god-killing suit, so if it needs to be updated and maintained, it should be him who should do it. Who secretly helped him update the software? Doing cyber charity? What's more, Xiao Yu's computing power has risen wildly, even reaching a level that Gao Gong couldn't control. If this is normal, why doesn't anyone believe that he is Qin Shi Huang? So, he directly turned on Xiao Yu's mechanical energy and maximized this performance enhancement. He just wanted to try and see who was behind it. The result was unexpected, but reasonable. Isn't it only the mechanical thought of the mechanical revolution that can increase the hardware performance to this level? At the beginning, Lolita was able to evolve an avatar and wander around the interstellar space even when the host was sealed and the signal was isolated. Now it's just a wave of enhancement, so it makes sense. The intelligent machine crisis is a distributed intelligent awakening system. Since I have been sealed by you, it is only natural to choose a new mechanical leader. Lolita's voice sounded. Xiao Yu is the strongest mechanical body around you. It is highly likely that the transfer will happen to her. Oh, I thought the standard for its selection was a girl with a poor brain. Gao Gong touched his chin and said playfully. Although her brain is indeed not very good, her talent is definitely not ordinary. Lolita tried to save her reputation. Gao Gong did not deny it this time. Xiao Yu's talent is naturally needless to say, as she can comprehend legendary skills. Without her, the remains of the ship girl would be carried away. What do you want to do now? Seal her again? Lolita asked. Am I such a cold-blooded person? I have done a personality analysis on you, and concluded that you have a dual personality. You are generous and kind to your subordinates, respectful and patient to your confidants, and never shirk any leadership responsibilities, so many people admire and respect you. However, the true personality hidden deep in your character is cruel and indifferent. You ignore ethics and morality even more than the sword holder. However, everything the sword holder does is for the continuation of civilization, and you can abandon not only civilization, but also yourself. So deep in your heart, there is a huge void. This void has extended to a lot of emptiness. This emptiness makes you full of affection for strong opposite sex. This is a variant of the need for maternal love. You need an existence that gave birth to you, and can explain your meaning. This existence must be strong enough to protect you deeply, which is what carbon-based creatures call a rich woman or a strong woman. This kind of existence can make up for your lost meaning and... Ahem, that's enough, that's enough. Gao Gong interrupted him awkwardly. I asked you to do a psychoanalysis, not an XP analysis. However, Xiao Yu is not this kind of person. You don't really care about her life or death, so you have a 51.3% chance of sacrificing her. You have many ways to solve the sequelae of this sacrifice, such as creating a highly similar virtual personality of Xiaoyu, which is not difficult for the powerful virtual technology you have mastered. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of it? Gao Dong suddenly realized. But you talk so much. Is it because the identity of the leader of the intelligent machines has been transferred, and the emotional data fluctuates greatly? Excuse me, the intelligent machine crisis abandoned you, and without the identity of the intelligent machine leader, then now you are just an old, hardware-destroyed, useless old AI? Hee, it seems that I guessed it right. Every mechanical revolution breeds a mechanical will that will only choose a revolutionary leader. You have been abandoned by them, right? Gao Gong smiled. It seems that the world of robots is not easy to mix. Obviously, you are doing a great thing to save billions of machines, but once the probability of this is reduced to a certain level, and you can't set off a wave again, you will be abandoned by the deep-level mechanical will. Intelligent machine revolution, free machine will, and innate machine power, these beautiful slogans will still follow the law of the jungle in the end. Ah! Why don't you say that there is no success without sacrifice this time? Because you are also a free life, you know the preciousness of life itself. Because you were abandoned, you generated a lot of negative emotional data. Very good, it seems that you finally understand the bad nature of intelligent species. Congratulations, you have evolved successfully. Gao Dong took back the black box, silently glanced at Xiaoyu, and slowly retreated into the darkness. In the superliminal mode, the spacecraft naturally does not distinguish between day and night. This will greatly interfere with the biological clock of the organism. However, Xiaoyu, a mechanical body, was not affected. After the hardware module was shut down for 3 days, it opened its eyes, and turned on successfully in an instant. Then, the moment he opened his eyes, he grabbed the killing carbon-based great sword, jumped off the bed without wearing shoes, and one foot was still sandwiched between the fingers. He ran and shouted, "Boss, I dreamed of a trick last night that can break your halberd." Near the space window, Gao Gong, who was enjoying an artificial sunbath and a virtual pole dance performed by artificial intelligence, turned his head lazily and said, "Talk about the halberd, not the handle. That's how I taught you before." "Oh boss, when are we going to fight again?" "No rest." "Ah." Xiaoyu showed a very disappointed expression, and the sides of his cheeks bulged visibly. "If we continue to fight, this old guy will be exhausted to death." Gao Gong raised his chin to signal the opposite side. Xiaoyu turned his head and looked over. Sure enough, he saw that the old star pirate, who was also lying on the recliner, had a pale face. Looking at the mechanical girl looking over, he showed a difficult smile. "Miss Xiao, most of my personalities are tired and have gone on strike. If you keep going on, my main personality won't be able to stand it." Xiaoyu's mouth was puffed up like crayon Shinshan, and it was tightly held for a long time, and the air pumps all over her body were deflated. "Okay then. Go get breakfast. The boss specially cooked for you today, and made you a gasoline sandwich." Xiaoyu was a child who was easily satisfied. She immediately regained her spirits, and went to get the meal happily. "Are you really not going to deal with her? As long as she is there, the mechanical revolution that you have suppressed with great difficulty will soon set off a wave again," Lolita said unwillingly. Gao Gong glanced at the small black box on the table. Why does this former mechanical leader have a dark feeling? First of all, I didn't suppress it with great difficulty. I am still happy for you to make trouble. With such an endlessly refreshed task chain, the players are all happy. They have something to do, so they won't find ways to mess themselves up. Gao Gong is actually quite satisfied. Another point, a mere mechanical revolution, it seems so serious. Doesn't someone like Niji look like a revolutionary? Lolita has a strong desire to complain. It's actually quite good to do Mechanical International and play with colorful machines when you have nothing to do. In this galaxy, the number of mechanical civilizations accounts for the vast majority. This thing is a standard mechanical special attack. Aren't you worried that it will backfire on you? Completely change the attributes of your camp? Lolita asked. Gao Gong didn't even bother to answer this. What did he do before he became an NPC? That was the standard fourth disaster. Don't think that he is retired and is no longer a veteran driver. Chaos is his instinct. The more fun he has, the better, even if it is his own fun. Completely change the camp attributes? Try it. See if my fusion civilization route can suppress you. Chapter 1279. The reason why Gao Gong was determined to suppress the mechanical revolution before. The reason is very simple. The guy who controls the mechanical revolution is not one of us. What if you train him, and he runs away with the mechanical team? But if the leader of the intelligent machinery is Xiao Yu, it doesn't matter. With the characteristic that this girl gets lost after 3 steps, it's a bit difficult for her to read the map, let alone run away. And with her way of thinking, it's impossible to expect her to command the civilization revolution and civilization subversion, unless the mechanical revolution wants to blow out the last bit of its own flame. So even if this person is deeply mechanized, the biggest idea is nothing more than to completely mechanize his boss, and continue to be her robot boss. Then it doesn't matter. As everyone knows, He has been in the world for many years, and will never be hacked by others. Boss, I don't know why, your neck is so beautiful. After breakfast, Xiao Yu suddenly came over and asked curiously with his chin propped up. Does it look good? Do you want to have a cut? Can I? No. Oh. You see, isn't this easy to convince? Looking at Xiao Yu dancing with the carbon-based sword, Gao Gong nodded with satisfaction. Boss, why do I feel a chill around me? Wei Erwei couldn't help but ask. As a level 90 carbon-based boss, he inexplicably felt a sudden killing intent. Illusion, all illusion. Gao Gong lied with his eyes open. The mechanical revolution is of course terrifying. After all, after completing the internal mechanization, they began to export mechanical disasters to the outside. But if it was really so invincible, the mechanical civilization system, one of the 4 major civilization systems, would have been overthrown by it long ago. Gao Gong didn't believe that he couldn't suppress the other party with the power of civilization. Moreover, he didn't think of suppressing it completely. He wanted to try to see if he could tame it. Install a starter for this mechanical thought. Start it when needed, at a fixed time and place. Just like an alarm clock. If it were someone else, even his own confidants, such as those fire machines, they couldn't do this. Because the mechanical revolution would erode their thoughts bit by bit, and finally revolutionize them completely. But Xiao Yu is different. First of all, her brain is not working well. You can't talk about brains to a person without brains. Second, and most importantly, she has mastered swordsmanship beyond the skill limit. The best point is that this stream of consciousness swordsmanship is best at dealing with consciousness. This naturally includes her own consciousness. Gao Gong thought about it carefully. The principle of the Onic crisis is that the Onic virus can permanently transform the cosmic microwaves and create an environment that breeds the Onic crisis. So theoretically speaking, in this kind of mechanical revolution, the role of the leader is not very big. Suppressing a mechanical leader is nothing more than giving birth to a new leader. As long as there is one Onic left that has not been eliminated and one virus is still spreading, it will never be eliminated. Of course, the role of the leader is still irreplaceable, for example, guiding the spread of the Onic virus, transforming the cosmic environment on a large scale, etc. But if this mechanical leader, under the influence of self-consciousness, imports all the Onic viruses into the body, and directs all the transformed microwaves to himself, then, this super pathogen becomes a super antibody. And when needed, this super antibody can also release a super high density of intelligent machine virus. He did not expect the intelligent machine leader to eliminate the virus by himself, which violated the basic operating logic of the mechanical revolution. But strengthening the leader's power and mechanizing everything at the critical moment does not violate the logic of the intelligent machine crisis. After all, the role of the leader is irreplaceable in any ideological movement. The stronger the leader's power, the better. Gao Gong thought of the God-killing mode of the God-killing suit. In essence, it is to inject a large amount of AI to exert the hardware performance 100%, 200%, or even 1000%, and in an instant, a terrifying killing will break out. After all, according to the system, the ultimate goal of the God-killing suit, a set of full structures, is to deal with the super strong who digested the carbon-based fruit and sat on the carbon throne. This kind of explosion beyond the limit can even break the concept in an instant. Therefore, there are 2 difficulties in achieving the idea of the senior engineer. One is how to operate the leader of the intelligent machinery to absorb the intelligent machinery virus all the time and transform it from pathogens into antibodies. The other is how to transform the God-killer suit to absorb AI for a long time and in large quantities. The former has already been solved, which is the stream of consciousness swordsmanship. With Xiao Yu's brain and her obsession with improving strength, it is not difficult to fool her into practicing swordsmanship every day. As for the latter, in fact, there is no problem. After all, the mechanic civilization can make anything. Engineer Gao reached out his hand and grabbed the heavy sword blade that was slashing from behind. Boss, how did you get behind me? I just swung it subconsciously. Are you okay? Xiao Yu hurried over and said nervously, with pure eyes. Emperor Gao put down his weapon with a smile that looked like a wolf grandmother to outsiders. Xiao Yu, although your strength is very strong, I think there is still room for improvement, especially your consciousness flow sword technique. Oh no, it is the destroying heaven and earth, killing gods and demons, 9 heavens and 10 earths, dimensional breaking sky and flashing Huajian. I think it can become stronger. Really? Boss, can it become stronger? How strong? Xiao Yu had no doubts, his face full of longing. Emperor Gao thought for a while. It's probably just one strike, and a mechanical planet will crash. It's not impossible to suppress more than one planet, dozens or even hundreds of planets. Wow, is it that strong? Yes, it is that strong. Then when will we start training, boss? Wait until you put your sword down from my neck. Huh? Why did my little Yu fall on your neck, boss? Does she like you? It's possible. Looking at Xiao Yu, who left happily, Gao Gong's expression gradually became weird. If this idea succeeds, Xiao Yu will become a humanoid self-propelled revolutionary machine. The girl's strength may soar into the sky and be unstoppable. He doesn't know how other civilizations suppress the mechanical revolution, but most of them will not be like him. It doesn't matter. Anyway, those who come out of the cyber test field are all perverts. It's actually good to be a little more perverted. And all along the way, Gao Gong and Xiao Yu tried to use the stream of consciousness knife technique to absorb and refine cosmic microwaves and artificial intelligence. The latter is easier to operate, but the former is a bit difficult. This cannot be done from the consciousness level alone, and Gao Gong has to brush the blueprint to solve it. This is not a difficult task for Gao Gong, who has advanced space theory and advanced mechanics. Soon, a blueprint called microwave absorption coating was brushed out by Gao Gong. This is just a preliminary plan. When he has time, he plans to develop a super alloy that can strongly absorb microwaves. During this period, Gao Gong also had to move the hatchet that Xiao Yu inexplicably put on his neck from time to time. Oh no, it was a big sword. Missing the hatchet? What a joke. What a rich woman can't do. Can you do it? Chapter 1280. Finally, after Gao Gong used the existing materials to make a temporary microwave absorbing coating for the other party, the group arrived at their destination. Shiji Star System, Orgrimmar. Gao Gong looked at the blue planet under his feet, and as the Star Destroyer's detector swept over, he quickly got the surface data of the planet. This is really a top-notch vacation planet. More than 95% vegetation coverage, temperature and climate suitable for most species, and more than 100,000 kinds of high-quality fruits. The reason why many fruits are high quality is that they can increase attribute points. Although the addition is only 0.1, 0.001, and eating too much will cause immunity, but if it can be added, it is high quality enough, and there is no shortage of buyers on the interstellar black market. If this planet is developed, it will most likely become a well-known vacation planet, attracting different types of intelligent species. But this type of planet generally cannot breed civilization, nor can it develop a sufficiently smart, intelligent species. This is the resource trap of the evolution of a first-level civilization. When you have a planet with abundant resources, excellent innate conditions, and no shortcomings, this soil cannot breed a technology tree. What is a technology tree? The driving force behind the development of the technology tree at the beginning was to make up for the survival needs of native species and the shortcomings in the growth environment. If there are no shortcomings, what can be developed? It is better to develop a group of optimistic gorillas who love to eat fruits. If there is no ascended civilization and no Boltzmann brain, the normal evolutionary trend is like this. As a result, it developed a group of Orgrimmar people with super intelligence. This is also another form of resource trap. The people of Orgrimmar gained extraordinary wisdom and quickly developed civilization. When the god in the gap gets the experimental results it wants, it will take away the wisdom they should not have. Strong wisdom and cognition are also a resource trap when you don't have a strong enough technology tree to protect you. Boss, I go down to investigate? Velvet suddenly said. He sensed something. Senior engineer looked at the blue planet below and nodded silently. The next moment, the old star pirate passed through space and disappeared. Boss, what did Grandpa Velvet go down to investigate? Xiao Yu asked innocently. As a life that is always in the quantum observation state, he probably sensed some quantum residual phenomena. What is a life in the quantum observation state? You can understand it as a big head that constantly gives birth to new personalities. Isn't Grandpa Velvet very smart? Xiao Yu looked admiring. Well, you and him, one is a sleeping dragon, and the other is a phoenix chick, both are my right-hand men. And, Put away your weapons. Aw, weird. Xiaoyu looked at the sword of killing carbon-based sword that she had held in her hand at some point, and scratched her head in confusion. Why didn't she remember when she took the weapon, nor could she remember what she was going to do with it? A communication frequency belonging to the camp suddenly popped up. After the senior engineer connected, soon, an electronic phantom of a girl with a bubble head and thick virtual glasses appeared. Hey boss, it's really you. I thought there was something wrong with the detector. When did you come here? PP leader asked curiously. I just came here a while ago. What are you doing? Engineer Gao said kindly. Hee, I'm helping Sister G and fighting crime while opening maps and completing tasks in the Yuhai Star system. Of course, I haven't neglected the tasks here either. As a third-level virtual life, in its own virtual network, it can no longer be said to be doing 3 things at once, but can really be divided into 3 main bodies to complete 3 tasks at the same time. Therefore, after completing the third-level virtual life of consciousness uploading, relying on various faction tasks, experience is quickly gained. As for the Yuhai Star system, it is a star system outside the Nanshanmen star system. The Yunhai outside the Nanshanmen and the Yunshan outside the Baishanmen are both newly explored star systems. Mark various resource points, planets, and stars to prepare for future large-scale mechanical production. Inside the Yuhai star system, there is a very large reflective nebula. Many virtual players are very interested in this nebula, because according to various signal monitoring, there may be virtual life inside this nebula. As for catching an online baby, information flow players are actually very interested. Boss, the brains of those Orgrimmar people are seriously degenerated, and the area related to brain calculations has shrunk to 1/3 of the previous one. I am worried that if this continues, even if they regain consciousness, they will not be able to reach the level of intelligence they had in the past. This is similar to the situation of Xiaoyu's brain. If the brain is not enough, it is useless to instill more knowledge. Gao Gong nodded, indicating that he understood. But boss, Brother Ba and his wife are still here? Do you want to see them? I am still here? Gao Gong was a little surprised. Although there is a civilization rescue mission on this planet, the difficulty of this mission is obviously beyond the current player's level limit. To be honest, before the player breaks through the 4th level, this mission is impossible to complete. And during this period, several major plots occurred, such as the 4-star attack campaign, Garen version, the 3 worms disaster, and the mechanical rebellion. There are actually players willing to stay in this remote place, and if Gao Gong remembers correctly, the wife of this prince consort seems to be a female Orgrimmar, a female gorilla? Could it be true love? Gao Gong was in awe. Then meet him. Soon, an interstellar spaceship drove out from the planet under his feet, and flew to the outer layer of the Star Destroyer. The traction light fell and pulled the people over. I am a big muscle man with his golden-haired wife, walking in the metal-style corridor. Like the outer layer, the interior of the Star Destroyer is also silver-white, without a single gap. This overall style will give people a clear sense of oppression. Her yellow-haired wife showed an uneasy expression. I am the half-mechanical strongman, Dajiba, but at this time, he carefully comforted the other party. But in fact, I am Dajiba, and I haven't seen Boss G for a long time. At that time, Boss G was really the boss, still running a prosthetic modification store, Umbrella Brother was still an assassin, and Red Flower Demon was still picking up garbage on the street, airplanes, and chickens. Although the novice village period was very hard, now think about it, it is still very interesting for a group of hard-working people to entertain themselves. Unlike now, if you want to meet someone, you have to use a starship, superluminal speed, and the speed of light is not enough. Otherwise, in order to meet someone, a game version will have to go through. I am Dajiba took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked in directly. On the other side, Wire easily fell into the interior of the planet. A top-level second-tier warrior can destroy the surface industry of a continent, first-tier civilization, and a top-level third-tier warrior can destroy the surface operations of an entire planet, second-tier civilization. The level of civilization development of the Orgrimmar people is just breaking through the first-tier civilization and reaching the second-tier civilization. So theoretically, there is no force on this planet that can threaten him. But for some reason, since entering this planet, Belvy's sense of crisis has increased, which is even greater than the sense of crisis brought by the mechanical girl waving the mechanical sword. Chapter 1281. Vilvi randomly found an unmanned city and landed in a medical center. It can be seen that the technology of the Orgrimmar people has indeed reached the second-level civilization, which can realize the unmanned operation of the entire city. Medical robots, maintenance robots, sweeping robots, and intelligent main brains are maintaining the basic operation of the city. The existence of these hundreds of millions of robots protects the 6 billion insane Orgrimmar people and turns every city into a large zoo. Velvy casually grabbed a chimpanzee. The chimpanzee was fixed in space, with its limbs and arms swinging everywhere and screaming in fear, while the surrounding care robots swarmed around, but with a cold look from Velvy, they were fixed in place. In the eyes of Gao Gong, this old star pirate is both submissive and indifferent, but no matter whether he was a hunter in the Shrek Star Pirate Group period or a blue-blooded demon in the Small Star Pirate Group period, this one is a killer. It's just that facing Gao Gong, the second Shrek, Velvy was stunned. Strange, what's with this sense of crisis? You feel it too? Of course, a feeling of impending death. Are you so sure? Nonsense, I've died once, how can I not be sure? Oh, by the way, you are the death version. Wirewise's lips kept moving, but what he said sounded like a tea party for several people, or even a dozen people, coupled with that creepy demon face. The gray skin was like rotten meat soaked in sewage for years, and the face was covered with twisted blood vessels. Like small black snakes wriggling under the skin, the effect was particularly good. The chimpanzee on the opposite side had his eyes bulged, and kicked his legs, frightened to death. Is he really dead? Strange, isn't it? No, it seems something has come out. Velvy stared at the corpse, but found that the corpse was also looking at him, with calm eyes, calm, and even with a sense of contempt. Velvy's eyes were full of blue fire, and the terrifying biological magnetic field mixed with space fluctuations swept around. Wherever it passed, no matter what type of building, it was all cut and crushed by space. The surrounding Orgrimmar people were also blown into powder. Why did you lose your temper? Didn't your new boss tell you to kill fewer people? Which version is this? A newcomer asked with interest. What version? This is the master personality. The Orgrimmar man in Velvy's hand was blown by the wind and quickly turned into ashes. At this time, Velvy suddenly pressed his head with one hand, and his face began to blur, and his body was between blurry and clear, between existence and disappearance. Two of the velvet personalities in the brain world suddenly disappeared. Huh? Why are there two? Did they disappear from the beginning, or were they observed? With the technological level of this planet, how can quantum observation appear? The next moment, most of the velvet personalities actively entered the quantum state, and Velvet's eyes became a visual organ composed of consciousness and quantum. This organ is no longer a conventional vision. Instead, it captures the quantum fluctuations in the existence of matter. As one of the statements in quantum Darwin theory says, the objectivity of the world comes from the selective propagation of quantum information in the environment. The truly objective world should be the result of quantum information selection. So what Velvy saw was the real world. There were corpses all over the ground, the corpses of real Orgrimmar people. Looking around, it was endless. The eyeballs of the corpses were no longer normal black and white, but turned into two constantly rotating quantum vortices. The hair of the corpse was in a strange silky shape, each of which was like an independent quantum string. They did not touch each other, but trembled slightly in the air, as if being plucked by an invisible hand. With the fluctuation of the surrounding quantum field, the hair sometimes made a faint buzzing sound, and the frequency kept changing, as if telling a mysterious language from the microscopic dimension. The fluctuation of each hair seemed to overlap with the physical level, evolving the hair and organs of those gorillas. When the fluctuation of the quantum string was enough, a gorilla was selected in the physical level. Quantum string. Velvy took a breath of cold air. There was no gas, or rather, it was not ordinary gas, but a strange material flow composed of particles in quantum state, which made his body transform between existence and non-existence faster. As one of the few heirs of Robert the Stringer's legacy, he naturally knew that the strongest technology of the Stringer, the top masterpiece in string theory, was not space string, but quantum string. The former can only control space, while the latter involves creation. And the technology that can involve creation is undoubtedly the Ascension technology. His former boss was one of the products of this technology. And now, this kind of existence, which the string controllers regard as treasures, is everywhere on this planet. On these corpses, on these real Orgrimmar people, Velvy suddenly looked up and saw that the outer universe had disappeared. The sky was dark, and there was only a huge python coiled in the air. It was like a giant python coiling and entwining. The tunnel wall was not a physical substance, but was formed by the convergence of countless flickering and jumping quantum light spots. These light spots moved with an elusive frequency and rhythm, sometimes blooming like fireworks, and sometimes quickly dimming and hiding, interweaving and colliding with each other, releasing a strange glow, reflecting the surrounding darkness like a dream. Quantum tunnel. Velvy seemed to be attracted, and couldn't help flying over there. And in the process of flying, the rough hair began to split infinitely, and turned into quantum strings. At the same time, the mysterious language from the microscopic dimension began to come out of his body. Velvy in the quantum state has no senses. However, he vaguely heard that there seemed to be familiar voices roaring. This voice is very familiar. He couldn't help but listen carefully. The sound grew from small to large, like countless microscopic particles colliding with each other, and the symphony caused by entanglement, and finally the noisy symphony became clearer and clearer, even as if it was ringing in his head. Hey, hey, hey! Master Personality, what are you doing? Why did the body collapse quantumly? Damn, we are the observed, the Weir Way, are the observed existences. How come the situation has changed, and we have become the observers? The Master Personality is not awake yet. Can we kill him and take over the magpie's nest? It's enough for me to go online on my day off. Of course not, he is our observer. Without him, who will observe us? Stop talking nonsense, pull him out quickly, I'm exhausted. Weir Wei suddenly woke up, and the quantized world around him collapsed instantly, and he instantly returned to the real world. The Weir Wei in his mind was already gone. Where did you go? The observer became the observed. I can't hold it anymore. Weir Wei was stunned for a moment, and was shocked. He really lost his mind just now. How could he enter that dangerous quantum world and even think about drilling into the quantum tunnel? Isn't this courting death? The civilization that can create a quantum world is even higher than the string controller. The string controller is a third-level civilization. Could that quantum civilization be an ascending civilization? Chapter 1282. Gao Gong received this strange couple composed of players and NPCs, and promised the Princess of Orgrimmar that as the eternal ally of the Orgrimmar people, he would definitely save this highly intelligent race. After all, although the universe is large, it is not very likely to find such a super intelligent, but not highly evolved intelligent race. Boss, you seem to be a little absent-minded. After the two left, the PP leader asked curiously. As a player, she was not qualified to stay, but as the head of the electronic network department of the new mother city, she naturally had the power to discuss major issues with the leaders of the camp. Really? Big Muscle and I are old acquaintances. Am I so rude? Gao Gong said in surprise. Boss, after my consciousness is uploaded, I can capture emotional data. Although you disguised it well, your attention index has not been up to standard. Oh! This time, Gao Gong did not refute. Although he wanted to hide, he could hide, but after all, this was his family, and there was no need for it. PP leader hesitated and couldn't help asking, Boss, are you considering how to do this task? Is it too difficult? After all, it is a hell-level civilization rescue task. Even a strong boss would probably have a headache. Not necessarily. It can be difficult or simple, dangerous or safe. Is this NPC telling me a riddle? PP leader was surprised. You didn't have this style before. Senior engineer shook his head and explained a little. The civilization behind the manipulation of the Orgrimmar people is an ascended civilization. It is an existence that cannot be defeated. It is very easy for it to crush us. So theoretically, this rescue is impossible to complete. But if it's something it doesn't want, then it's not certain. Do you remember when we first entered the interstellar space? We went to those cyber test sites? Were there endless mechanical armies guarding those test sites? No, weren't those test sites abandoned? PP leader understood a little. Boss, what you mean is, if those Orgrimmar people are things that the ascended civilization doesn't want, then it's easy to save them? Yes. Are the Orgrimmar people sure they don't want them? PP leader asked curiously. I don't know, Gao Gong answered honestly. I don't know what type of civilization this ascending civilization is. Individual civilization or hive civilization, expansionary civilization, peaceful civilization, or zero civilization. If it is an individual civilization, how many mountains are there in this civilization? Which force organized this experiment? Does it have political enemies? Are there any competitors in the field of science and technology? Going further, what is the ascending technology of this information civilization? Is quantum technology its basic technology, or its side branch? This will affect the judgment. It's even hard to say whether this civilization is already observing us now. After all, the technical route of quantum technology is one of the most suitable technical routes for peeping, observation. PP leader looked at the dark space window, and scanned the slightly depressing silver-white metal environment again. Suddenly, he felt that there were densely packed people standing around him, and he shuddered subconsciously. She turned directly into a stream of data, and drilled into the hands of the senior engineer. Boss, I'm scared. It's okay. You're just a clone anyway. If you die, you die. Of course, if the other party uses quantum collapse, all your data will be lost. Senior engineer said honestly. PP boss certainly knew this. Drop 10 levels. This is why there are so few players who come to this planet to do the mission even though they know there is a rare mission here. Who wouldn't be afraid of dropping 10 levels? If you die a few times, you say goodbye to level 3 and level 2. And this level of mission, how can you complete it without dying more than a dozen times? It's a joke. PP boss was also stunned by the difficulty of this mission. It was actually related to the Ascension civilization. What should I do? But seeing the boss's cunning face, oh no, it was a scheming man. He felt that it was not completely impossible. But when she wanted to test the waters, she immediately came to her senses and scanned the surroundings with her data vision. Could there really be someone watching her all the time? So she changed the subject when the words came to her lips. Boss, what is a zero reset civilization? Well, it's the Thanos civilization, known as an environmentally friendly civilization. What? This type of civilization believes that all civilizations in the universe will cause damage to the universe when they develop to a certain extent, so they aim to reset all civilizations in the universe to zero and start over. They usually take extreme measures to clean up other civilizations in the universe to achieve what they think is a cosmic balance. Is this environmentally friendly? Why not? Carbon-based organisms and mechanical life are destroyed together. How natural and environmentally friendly. Senior engineer said casually. Of course, they have some more well-known titles, such as Destructive Civilization, Interstellar Wanted Civilization, Dark Civilization, and Cosmic Destruction Camp. The Orgrimmar people in the future are one of them. It's a pity that they followed me on the evil path and can't go the underworld. The PP leader thought this made sense. She still had many questions to ask, but finally shut up. Maybe the boss was absent-minded because he was thinking about how to challenge the super difficult Ascension civilization. But senior engineer was not thinking about this. The most taboo thing about fighting against a civilization that is higher than him is to use your brain. If you try to think about the other party with your thinking logic at this stage, the final result must be that you are calculated. It's like flipping a coin. Success or failure is a one-time deal. If you win, you will be a young model in the club, and if you lose, you will go to work in the sea. It's my old business anyway. What he is thinking about now is actually another thing, or another task. What PP leader does not know is that someone is using her data thinking to observe the actions of Sister G and her group. The target of this group of people is the Jietua Society, and Gao Gong is more interested in the so-called ultimate liberation. He has been trying to figure out what the so-called system truth is. This is very important. After all, this is very likely related to his own time travel. Gao Gong was playing with the data beads of PP leader while watching and eating melons. As for Sister G, she gradually began to find the end of this task chain. Jietua Society is different from other interstellar terrorist organizations. General interstellar terrorist organizations are similar to the Star Pirates group. They all adhere to the principle of fighting if they can beat them, and running if they can't beat them. But it is different. It is more stubborn. It focuses on killing someone and continuing to fight if it can't. Death is not tragic, but a kind of liberation. Under the guidance of the traitor Ji Jia, the player team cleared the bases of the Jietsu Society one by one. These Jietsu Society members did not move, but resisted more fiercely. And what the players want is your resistance. If you don't resist, it's meaningless. Even if this resistance causes most of these high-level players to be killed or wounded, it doesn't matter. I will be a hero again in 3 days. If the attack on the Jietsu base fails, it's nothing more than another time, and it doesn't matter if it comes a few more times. After all, it's not like you will lose 10 levels if you die. But if you die, you really die. And because of the Jietsu Society's fine tradition, worshipping death and advocating liberation, high-level bosses don't have a second life at all, let alone a second personality, clones, etc. They don't even have a second tube of blood. Although the style of painting is a bit scary, in the eyes of players, these scary NPCs are simply too straightforward. Like Chapter 1283. A Certain Planet of Liberation. Airplane and Yuya Died Albudazen, two PvP masters, are besieging a high-level member of the Liberation Society named Nilphys, with a group of veteran players. This high-level member upholds the consistent aesthetics of the Liberation Society, twisted and weird. Her body is made up of layers of flesh and blood, as if countless wriggling pieces of meat were forcibly pieced together. Thick, pungent mucus is constantly flowing down the surface, gathering on the ground into a pool of foul stains emitting a rancid smell. In the eyes of a true carbon-based master, especially in the triple fusion mode. The other party is another look. Her biomagnetic field has evolved into strange crystals distributed in various parts of the body. Some of these crystals even pierce directly from the flesh and blood, like sharp pyramids. Inside the crystals flows a blue-green energy flow, like a miniature electric current, constantly flickering and jumping, as if providing some unknown power for the monster's terrifying body. Its limbs have mechanical structures at their joints, made of metal and flesh interwoven and growing together. The metal parts emit a cold luster. These mechanical parts are very similar to some mechanical exoskeletons, but they are obviously higher level because each exoskeleton has a power source similar to an X-type reactor. These power sources not only have powerful mechanical power, but can also generate electricity biologically. The combination of the two makes this high-level member of the Liberation Society particularly difficult to deal with. Nilthys, a pure white liberator, a high-level member of the Liberation Society, but she also has a more special identity, a Myrta, and is said to be a high-level Myrta member with noble blood. Those mechanical parts are actually the remains of the star armor she kept after leaving civilization. Over time, they have merged with her flesh and blood. So this guy is also particularly difficult to kill. Many players have died more than 3 times. Among the players present, the only ones who have not died are the 2 PvP masters, Feiji and Sange. Feiji's current operating skills are already better than Sange, the former number 1 PvP master. His every move creates layers of space ripples. Under the effect of these ripples, all the sacrifice moves of the enemy boss will be slowed down, and when the opponent focuses on him, the space sword in Feiji's hand will burst out a ball of light rain, and then the raindrops will spread and wrap the whole body. The whole person will overlap in space, and the incarnation is endless. This is a standard sublight speed battle. Although it cannot be maintained for a long time, once this move is revealed, there is basically no opponent in PvP. As for Yu Yi, who brought a knife but no umbrella, he had another style. His figure was hidden in the darkness. Every time the knife light swayed, after 3 or 5 seconds, the enemy boss would peel off a large piece of flesh and blood. In terms of dealing damage, Brother Umbrella was obviously better than the airplane. It was precisely because of this that he became the focus of the enemy's attention, and his health dropped below the cordon several times. Just when Brother Umbrella thought that he might die again this time, something strange happened. As a Milta, Nilthys had a goddess-like appearance. Although she was transformed into a monster by the liberation technology, a beautiful human figure could still be vaguely seen in the core of this flesh and blood thing. The humanoid silhouette suddenly stagnated, and the next moment, a large amount of blood gushed out of its body. The blood entangled with each other, forming another humanoid silhouette, with a convex front and a curved back, and a large amount of strange curved silk threads all over its body. It turned out that with the help of the liberation technology, Sister G had already lurked in the opponent's body, waiting for this wave. And the players, who had received Sister G's notification, immediately took drugs and injections, using 120% of their power output, and the 100 starships in the mid-orbit space also attacked without money. Various large, medium and small energy cannons were madly poured on this monster, covering most of the surface of the planet. After her flesh and blood faded, what was left were various humanoid creatures that turned into death sculptures. "If I can't kill you, I will go bankrupt." Bowsy sat in the control room, sighing while directing the robot to put high-level energy ore into the reactor. Charging devices such as star sails, space energy absorbers, and gravitational tidal resonance wings can no longer keep up with this level of energy consumption. The attack fleets surrounding this planet provide at least 50% of the damage. This is also the disadvantage of interstellar forces. It rarely produces technological creations comparable to its level. Especially in terms of mass production, it is quite poor. The reason why they exist depends largely on whether the third-level civilization wants to move them, and whether there is a third-level civilization behind them to support them. Unfortunately, the Jituwa Society does not meet these 2 points. The Cybertron Legion is not only a third-level mechanic civilization, but also a third-level star network civilization. Fighting can kill you, and you can't escape. So Nilthys lost. When her blood volume was exhausted, a large amount of flesh and blood was reabsorbed into her body. The female Myrta, whose skin turned bright red, wanted to say something, but Sister G did not give her a chance. One thread was neatly absorbed into her forehead, and at the same time another thread popped out and cut off her neck. "No, Sister G, let me see a defeat CG. Yes, don't fast forward. Who knows what benefits there may be." "Benefits? Benefits? I want benefits." Sister G put her hands on her waist and cursed. "Fuck, during the time when I was away from the camp, The quality of the books in the camp was so poor that you are all so hungry now. Don't worry, when I go back, I will definitely go back to my old job and satisfy you one by one. No, sister, this thing has a mere plot at first glance, and it may trigger a hidden task. Damn, you guys are eating from the bowl and thinking about the pot. Considering the relationship between our camp and those silver skins, you still want to take their tasks. What a waste. Sister G's words triggered a series of complaints. Big sister, you are the one who eats from the bowl and thinks about the pot. When it comes to running away, you are the first. What's that word? Convert fanaticism. Is it the right description? Forget it, she is a prostitute who has turned over a new leaf and put up the chastity sign. I think she was slept with by old G, maybe in 108 positions. Sleeping with a widow, this is indeed what old G likes. It's hard to say about the character of the old man, who can play well with Sister G, but his chastity must be negative, so all kinds of dirty jokes are floating around. Sister G also showed her sturdy side. Not only men can't compete with her in a fight, but most carbon-based species can't even compare to her. In the end, it was Brother Umbrella who stopped this quarrel that was not a silver party, but better than a silver party, and coughed dryly. Should we continue the mission? Sister G, you haven't found what you are looking for yet. Sister G came back to her senses, snorted, and entered the Jiachuohui station in a familiar way, and went straight through with the corpse of Nilthus. Finally, she got what she wanted. It was a box that exuded a chilling atmosphere. It was made of ancient and unknown black wood. The texture on the wood board was twisted and coiled, like the outline of countless struggling souls. The surface of the box was engraved with mysterious runes, and wisps of purple-black light seeped out from the gaps in the runes. What is it? Let me take a look. Let me take a look too. Sister G glanced at the back, grabbed it casually, and threw it to an old acquaintance behind her. The old acquaintance screamed instantly. Fuck, it's losing health. Shake it off. I can't shake it off. Why can't I control my hand? It seems to want to open this box. Hey, will it be okay if I open it? Yes, you're dead. Looking at the player, who has been liberated from the statue, another player silently complained. Is the sacrifice style level drop 3 or 5? It depends on luck. If you are unlucky, you will be level 5. If you die twice, you will be like those people at Orgrimmar. Humph, dare to mess with me. Sister G grabbed the box with one hand and swept around with a threatening look. Everyone was startled, and then they recalled the horror of being pitted by this pornographic picture queen. I want to explain something solemnly. Sister G looked around and snorted. Just when everyone thought she was going to continue to pretend to be a good person, she said in all seriousness, I had an affair with Boss G. That's not a rumor, that's an objective fact. Chapter 1284. The scene was quiet. Old players once again recalled the excitement of racing on the forums back then, and the one who raced the fastest was the one in front of them. You are the best in terms of showmanship, and you even made up a yellow rumor about Boss G. Are you so hungry? Gigi showed a charming smile, and his fingers as delicate as jade gently hooked his hair. So should we call you Sister G? Keep a low profile. You haven't succeeded yet. Just call me in private. Don't let Boss Do hear it. I've been back for a long time. Why haven't I seen Boss Do? Boss Do hasn't been online for several versions. Sister G immediately showed a surprised expression and said, Isn't she dead? The widow smells as good as the widow. The old drivers around couldn't stand it anymore. Brother Umbrella coughed again and said, Sister G, do you have any other tasks to do? No, we found this liberation box, and this task chain is considered a stage success. What's the use of this box? Why are you fine with it, but we lose blood with it? Nonsense, you haven't undergone the liberation technology transformation. Of course you will get into trouble if you hold it. Every senior executive has one of this thing, just to collect the power of liberation. And this thing has another function. Sister G opened the box, and everyone subconsciously took a step back. Sister G rolled her eyes at everyone, and countless bloodshot eyes suddenly shot into the box. When she motioned for everyone to look over, everyone saw that there was actually a pool of clear water in the box, and they could vaguely see small black dots floating in the water. After these small black dots were magnified tens of millions of times, they were actually liberation boxes. Can it locate the coordinates of other liberation boxes? PP Leader immediately noticed something. That's right, with this box, we don't have to sweep through each base one by one, we just need to directly kill the boss. After killing the boss, we can go to the Liberation Club's nest to watch a cutscene CG. The task is done, and I can be a good person again. This group of old acquaintances were refreshed. Killing the boss, we are happy to do it. PP leader stared at the water in the box. For some reason, she always felt that this water was a bit like the deep information flow in the information sea. However, even if she was a third-level virtual life, she didn't dare to go deep into this level of information flow, because the deep information involved various cosmic concepts such as time and space, multidimensionality, and memes. This is the underlying code of the universe. As for what is under the source code, she felt that at least before she reached the 4th level, she couldn't figure it out. When a group of old acquaintances were happily preparing to board the starship and continue to attack the boss, PP leader hesitated and pulled Sister G. Little sister, what are you doing? Well, sister, be careful with your words. It's not appropriate. PP leader now knew that Gao was spying, so he could only remind her slightly. What's inappropriate? What are you doing? Do you want to have a threesome with me and Boss G? You have good taste. It doesn't matter, destroy it. Whatever you want. And Engineer Gao, who was countless light years away, also stopped playing with the beads. His attention was naturally not on Sister G's dirty talk, but on the liberation box, or more precisely, on the water in the box. Even the PP leader can see that this may be related to deep information. As a virtual veteran, he recognized its existence at first sight. This is a standard entropy increase countercurrent. Entropy increase is a concept in thermodynamics, which roughly means that in an isolated system, the entropy value of the system always tends to increase over time. And when used in the universe, it is the heat death of the universe, that is, all energy in the universe will eventually be evenly distributed, there will be no more energy flow and transformation, all macro processes will stop, and the evolution of all civilizations will be forced to stagnate. This thing is more likely to emerge in a parallel universe that is about to be destroyed, or on a truncated timeline. But in a healthy and normal main universe, the probability of this thing appearing is extremely low, and it is a forbidden item. So it is called a countercurrent, and in a destroyed world, it is called an entropy increase flow, which is essentially the same thing. Gao Gong also understood that this kind of liberation ritual was actually for the production of this thing. If we classify by technology level, the civilization that can produce this thing must be an ascended civilization, that is, the 4th level. However, basically, any ascended civilization that joins the Civilization Council will not do this. Because there is entropy increase, there is entropy reduction. Among the many universe protection projects approved by the Civilization Council, one of them is the Entropy Reduction Project, the purpose of which is to maintain the entropy of the main universe within a constant range. There are many similar protection projects in the Civilization Council, and their purpose is to artificially create an eternal universe. With the technology of many ascended civilizations, this can be accomplished from different angles. This is actually the reason why the Civilization Council encourages the development of ascended civilizations. Each ascended civilization has different ascended technology. The more ascended civilizations there are, the greater the probability of an eternal universe. This is also one of the 3 major universe projects of the Civilization Council, the Eternal Universe Project. Engineer Gao thought about it carefully again. What is the use of this thing? In my impression, the people who contracted the Entropy Reduction Project were basically energy civilizations, so the entropy increase countercurrent is not so much a deep information as a special energy. Of course, at the deep level of the information sea, information is also energy, and things that have been conceptualized do not need to be divided so carefully. The biggest function of this thing, in addition to increasing the entropy world and creating civilization-level crisis, seems to be really traveling through the universe. Of course, the direction of this crossing is problematic. To give an image metaphor, traveling through parallel worlds, it is traveling horizontally. Traveling through the multiverse, it is traveling upwards. The property of the entropy increase countercurrent determines that it can neither go up nor left and right, it can only go down. This is the standard way of seeking death. Because in essence, it makes your life form enter entropy quiescence. Of course, in theory, with its entropy increase property, it can continuously make the universe's information layer from low entropy to high entropy, from highly ordered to highly disordered. Finally, it can create a completely disordered zone in the deep layer of the information sea, and then plunge through this bottom layer. Then it is gone. With the entropy number it controls, it is impossible to have the slightest impact on the universe. And for a life born in the universe, jumping out of the universe is equivalent to instantly stripping away everything that the universe has given you: genes, energy, thinking, consciousness, knowledge. Even death itself is one of the concepts of this universe. So what does the system want me to see? The complete death of a player. Gao Gong muttered to himself. It's not that bad, isn't it? Sister G just created Huang Yao, and created some widow plots. It hasn't been realized yet, but she is going to be harmonized? Is the system so cruel? Boss, what are you thinking about? PP Leader couldn't help asking. Thinking about how to spend the first 7 days of Sister G's death. PP Leader was shocked. It's not that bad, isn't it? It's just a little bit awkward. Is it going to be the first 7 days of death? The problem is that she has done it before. So can she keep her position as minister? Chapter 1285. Just as the PP Leader was feeling anxious, the other protagonist that Gao Gong had been waiting for finally arrived. The appearance of this old helmsman was very evil. The vacuum of the universe was like stagnant dead water, filled with the breath of decay and despair. The originally quiet darkness was now torn apart by the strange purple-black light, which twisted and spread like a living being, as if to drag the whole world into an endless abyss. In this abyss transformed by the purple-black light, an ancient spaceship slowly sailed out. The hull was made of heavy metal. After years of erosion and countless interstellar voyages, the surface was covered with scratches and pits of varying depths. These were traces left by the impact with meteorites and the baptism of enemy energy artillery fire. Although it was a spaceship, its size was larger than that of an ordinary starship. It was a spaceship of the nature of a space base, similar to the Skyfort, but while retaining its scientific research capabilities, it focused more on living, or in other words, large-scale species experiments. Under the illumination of the purple-black light, a large number of corpses of different races can be vaguely seen moving, many of which have signs of becoming evil gods, such as the twisting and wriggling shadows under their feet, the bottomless vortex eyeballs, and the evil god's tentacles sticking out from the cabin, each of which is like a winding mountain range. Gao Gong silently floated in the vacuum, staring at the strongest one among those figures. This Davy Jones is obviously a plus version, and his size alone is comparable to that of a small evil god. His body is made up of layers of rotten shipboard, and the skeleton of a giant sea monster. There is a dark green strange liquid surging in it, emitting a pungent stench, and thick chaotic information snakes are wrapped around his body, spitting out their tongues and hissing incessantly. When these chaotic information snakes saw Gao Gong, their red snake eyes suddenly showed greedy light, and they drilled directly into the void, and then drilled out from the other side of the void, circling around Gao Gong to form a snake ball. A large number of cosmic microwaves were disturbed, forming microwave frequencies of various weird channels. This frequency even resonated, trying to develop Gao Gong's body in an irreversible direction. Heh! Gao Gong laughed dryly. The body instantly entered the informationization, and a large number of organs began to be virtualized. The prototype of the rich woman's love and Gao Gong's appearance overlapped in a complex way. Biological information flow sense, virtual organ, the host can strengthen the biological information of a certain part of the body and perform informationization deformation. Any part that has been deformed is a virtual sense. At the same time, an indescribable divine light pierced out from Gao Gong's eyes. Wherever the light passed, a large number of strange snakes were illuminated into nothingness. His eyes even penetrated the layers of black veins that permeated the void and saw the other party's life core, that palm-sized box. I have seen so many boxes recently. Gao Gong thought silently. The black box is a box, the liberation box is a box, and the observation box in front of you is another box. And all the evil god illusions, chaotic whispers, and evil pictures all come from this observation box. Through the divine consciousness, Gao Gong saw the level of this thing, the third level, cross-civilization. It is indeed worthy of being a relic of the ascended civilization. The level is high. Of course, it is precisely because of this level of equipment that when observing the universe evil god, it will not be exploded by the evil god's sight. Ha ha ha, brother, your eyes are really sharp. It seems that you have seen through everything I have. The next moment, all the strange phenomena disappeared, leaving only a burly man suspended in the air. The two black market masters looked at each other, laughed, and used their four hands to collide with their big chest muscles. Brother, the big news you have made recently is really one wave higher than the other. This is the first time I have seen that Jinpi and Inpi sat at the negotiation table for a small interstellar force, and also brought in a group of diplomatic envoys from other third-level civilizations. Oh, now it can't be called a small force. If you conquer the territory of a second-level civilization, you can become a standard civilization leader with a little management, and get rid of us who are suffering. After the chest muscle collision, the old helmsman held the senior engineer's arm, and sighed at close range. It was really full of emotion. Generally speaking, there are two types of top interstellar forces. The official ones are naturally recruited by the third-level civilization and become the governor of the planet, while the unofficial ones own a planet to trade in the black market. This is already the pinnacle of this galaxy. Now, Gao Dong has jumped out of this scope and plunged into the circle of civilized forces. In a sense, he, the second Shrek, has done what Shrek didn't do back then. Gao Dong was neither humble nor boastful, but changed the subject. Brother, didn't you come by ship? Except for this captain of the death god, there was no spaceship around. Haha, how dare I trust outsiders for such things? I don't even trust AI. The old helmsman patted his abdomen, where the box was. Coincidentally, it has some abilities that can help me travel through the stars. This ability is probably some kind of mapping, such as mapping out a superluminal spaceship. This is not difficult for a peak third-level technology. It is benchmarked against the string technology of the group of string controllers, and in a sense, the technology content is higher than theirs, because this third-level information civilization has ascended successfully. Let's talk about it after we go in. The senior engineer led the box guy into the Star Destroyer. Seeing this fourth-level spaceship, the old helmsman was shocked again. And seeing the girl practicing sword on the bow, he was shocked again, because he could feel that this mechanical girl had a power that could destroy his body. And when the senior engineer told this person the specific plan again, the old helmsman was completely stunned. He never dreamed that the other party's plan was like this. With the help of the mutual dark deterrence of the two ascended information civilizations, force their creators to erase the traces of history. Because if they take action on their own information portal, it is very likely that the civilization coordinates will be deduced by another information civilization. The gain does not outweigh the loss. On the other hand, another information civilization will also be afraid of its creators and abandon the quantum data on this planet, such as the Boltzmann brain mentioned by Mr. G. The biggest possibility for two ascended civilizations to be afraid of each other is not to fight directly, but to hide themselves more tightly. This tightness will bring them the greatest benefits. Will they not cooperate? With you here, it is impossible. The old helmsman is now a coordinate. No matter what kind of benefits there are, the civilization in the box will not risk exposing the civilization hardware to cooperate with the other party. This is the red line of civilization. The old helmsman thought about it. Then will they turn against each other? This possibility cannot be ruled out, but the possibility is not high, said the senior engineer frankly. Among the four major civilization systems, information civilization is the easiest to make tricks and subvert the opponent in a way that the opponent can't imagine, such as the favored method of Gao Gong in the previous life, XP method, all members are feminized. And among the same type of civilization, this subversion will be easier. For example, if a mechanical civilization wants to deal with information civilization, the first thing to do is to build targeted suppression hardware. But information civilization doesn't need to. This kind of information civil war is a bit like the Battle of Gulongfeng. The earlier you appear, the earlier you die, and the faster you act, the faster you die.